like say customs, politician, or a federal police officer, or in the armed forces. So that's the only 4 options now. You get to go into a federal superannuation scheme.
Gotcha. Yeah, here in our country, we have what's called Social Security, which is deducted from your wages, whether you want it to be or not, which would go towards what would be considered like a minimum type of retirement plan. So people that only contribute to Social Security, they have a very hard time being able to live off that retirement. The Social Security is not very much, and it's usually dependent upon how much you've contributed over your working life and things like that. And it's to be able to rely solely on Social Security is, you're pretty much living in poverty for the most part. But we used to have a lot of companies offered pension plans and things like that where you would be guaranteed a X percentage of your salary at retirement. So say you retire making, your last salary was, let's say, $100,000 a year. And lots of times your pension plans would be able to pay out like 80% of your salary for, the remainder of your life. So you'd basically get an $80,000 a year salary for the remainder of your life. But most of that has kind of gone away, and we have 401k plans, which is basically, you contribute money pre-tax, meaning before any Social Security taxes or income taxes are taking out. You're able to contribute a specific amount per year into these investment plans, and then lots of times your employer will match up to a certain point.
That's classed as our superannuation, basically.
Yeah. But even then, that kind of stuff has rules and regulations around whether you can draw on it, when you can draw on it, if you do draw on it, how much tax is going to be taken out of it at any, specified point. If you want to take money out before the age of 55, before the age of 60, whatever, before these specified age ranges, then you're getting hit with a huge tax on it.
Yeah, basically the same as it.
Yeah. Look, I don't know, how people, if they retire, if they don't own their own, get a fairly big subsidy from the government for, say, a rental property. I don't know how they make ends meet these days, because if you look at the cost of rentals, they are absolutely through the roof in this country. Through the roof, renting a place. It's cheaper to buy a place, but it's a catch-22 unless you've got the funds behind you for the deposit. You can't. The bank isn't going to lend to you, and the bank's not going to lend to you if you're unemployed, or you're on a pension or something like that. They're not going to lend you, the money for a mortgage. The rents are getting out of control, and the waiting lists for the I think they call it community housing. I can't remember off the top of my head what they call it. That those lists are just getting bigger and bigger, and the little amount of money that you get for, I think if you're on some sort of unemployment, I think you get a rent assistance, but I don't know how far that goes to making ends meet. Like it's better than nothing.
It's a certain percentage of the rent is subsidised. So when you go to pay your rent, you're just paying a certain percentage of that rent if you're renting. That's in the public. That's in the public rental market. But when you've got a department of housing or a government housing house, it's basically the same thing. You're just paying a certain percentage of the market value of the rent for that property.
Right, but if you've got a department of housing home, or if you get rent assistance if you're Or does that work out about the same, Terry? Do you know?
Yeah, about the
Or
same. Yeah.
oh, so it's about the same. Yep.
Yeah, it's a percentage of the market value of that property.
Yeah. But rents going through the absolute roof. My son's just bought a property, Terry, and he's now in Emerald, in Queensland, and he decided to buy a property. He was in a fortunate enough position to buy a property, but the mortgage that he pays on his property is half of what it would have cost him to rent in the same area. Half.
So this was the son that owned his own island.
Yeah. He's now in Emerald, Terry. Yeah. He's moved. Yeah.
Okay.
He's in Emerald, and he's actually running an establishment now in Emerald. So he's moved up to bigger and better things now, old Zach. So,
Yeah.
but he's in the middle of bloody nowhere, Terry, in Emerald. It's like, what the hell? But he loves it. He actually just loves it, and he likes being on the main, actually. I didn't realise how much it cost him to get to the mainland from Australia. Like if he was to take his car over to Brisbane, it was $140 round trip every time you go on the mainland. So it's not a cheap exercise to do it. So yeah, Terry's getting married in February. That one.
Yeah, mine all got basically all got partners, but none of them have got actual married.
It's a thing of the past.
Mm.
Don't know why. Why it's becoming so old fashioned.
It's become old-fashioned because they're trying to ensure that the younger populations aren't breeding quite as much, I think. At least that's what I gather from it.
Possibly. I don't know. People are having less and less kids. For
Yeah.
sure.
For whatever reason, I think it's seems to be a goal of some people to ensure that there's less what they would call useless eaters, or what Kosha would call useless eaters. Have you, Bandsaw, have you ever seen the a video with a gentleman called Yuri Bezmenov, who's allegedly a Russian KGB guy, defected when he came to Canada to do some stuff? You ever seen that video of him? It's from the 80s.
I know the name, but I've never seen. Definitely know the name.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting. He kind of lays out Russia, or the communist socialist agenda of waging war, and it's not war in the sense of guns and tanks, but psychologically, through psychological subversion, how they would basically take over the Western countries through the education system, through using psychological tactics to convince the populations over a few generations of the agenda, as opposed to trying to push the agenda and win over the people with brute force.
Right.
And
Yep.
it's pretty interesting because it's from the 80s, and the way that he lays it out, it's like, okay, that makes sense. It's been going on since well before the 80s, but even in the 80s, you didn't see as much of the plan manifesting. And now we've gotten to the point now where it's like, you look back at this gentleman talking about this in the 80s, and you're like, obviously that's the agenda, because
Yeah.
it's what's perfectly being what we see within society today. It's kind of interesting.
Well,
Well,
what's this
I'll have to-
agenda? What's this? I was just going to ask, what's this agenda you're talking about?
Yes, I can.
Just quickly before you tell him the agenda, I was just going to quickly say, napalm, it kind of ties in what I think Stalin once said, to control the opposition, you've got to be the opposition. It's all about the psychological.
Yes, yes, I will. I'll post the video for you. Let me see if I can. I think this is the long version. If it's not the perfect version, you should be able to piggyback off of this. I'm just doing this real quick.
Mm.
So I just posted it in the text chat.
Yeah.
And he goes through and he explains, like it says here, the 4 stages of ideological subversion, and how to, through education and controlling of social narratives and things like that, how you can sway or move a population towards the agenda or the goal that you want, without having to, win any type of physical war or anything like that. You fight on the battlefront of the consciousness, and people are none the wiser.
Well, psychological manipulation is big business, napalm. The amount of money they spend on the science of psychological manipulation is incredible. It really is incredible.
Oh yeah, I mean, marketing, just the whole world of marketing is tapping into that. Goes into Edward Bernays, Sigmund Freud, and all those people.
Was anybody here when we were talking about that that idea of role playing with presenting different views without giving away the topic? I mean, did that like strike anybody as something that you'd be interested in collaborating with? Anybody?
But, having a little discussion group, because physically I wouldn't be able to collaborate.
No, I mean the concept of writing a script out where we are having two adults argue over the existence of Santa Claus, but the audience doesn't know what they're arguing for or against. They are being, we write the script so that it is ambiguous enough to where their arguments are cogent and sound, but the audience doesn't know what the topic is. And so then at the very end, the punchline, you give away that they are actually talking about two adults, one who believes that Santa Claus is still real and is arguing and has been arguing for. So my point is that I mean, I'm kind of like an idea guy, and I can I'll start a script, and I'm like, it's time to. This is too hard.
Mm-hmm.
If there's somebody out there that's like that is where their strengths lie, I think if there was a collaboration, I'd be much more inclined as to continue, trying to create something like that. I really think that would be an interesting little short
Mm-hmm.
to put out in a variety of ways, like we were talking about. It could be any topic of conflict, and then
how would you put it out? Would you use, say, one of those tools like what's that tool back in the day that I saw advertised quite a bit, where they drew Doodly? I think it was called Doodly. Where you could draw like stick figures and you can animate them and whatnot and get them to do.
Oh yeah, I've seen cartoon almost like Davy and Goliath kind of claymation stuff where you've got the characters so they're not live action.
Yeah. So if you get that sort of thing going,
right,
that'd be pretty cool, and just do 3 or 4 minute short type of thing, short arguments.
Oh yeah, they've got to be short. Yeah.
That'd actually make a pretty cool little TikTok channel, Travis.
Right. Yeah.
That sort of thing. Yeah.
We could call it "Keep It Short."
Keep
the title.
Yeah.
Anyway,
I was actually watching. Bloody Jeremy keeps on sending me bloody TikTok stuff, so I had to sign up to bloody TikTok, didn't I? Anyway, he sent me one the other day, and anyway, I watched it anyway. Anyway, so I started scrolling, and I came across this TikTok, and it was this guy from Senegal or something like that, young black man, quite athletic and whatnot, and they immigrated to Italy, and he was just a poor guy, from a poor family, worked a couple of jobs. The pandemic hit, he lost his jobs and whatnot, and so he decided to TikTok, and he just did very short TikToks, anywhere from 30 seconds to like a minute, and it was and it was just humorous, his stuff. I don't even know his channel, but the that I saw on this little short that the guy was interviewing him with, it's just little funny little everyday things, and he just makes little skits about them, but he never says a word. They're all silent. And I think he's one of the world's biggest TikTokers now, with 200 million followers, and making an absolute fortune now. And he started off back in the day with, his father and his neighbor. And for 3 months, they were the only views that he got for 3 months. And And yeah, he just it took him a couple of years, but yeah, he kind of made something of himself in a way. So good luck
Wrong
to
with
him.
people taking advantage of platforms that we think are absolute ridiculous. To be honest, I was against TikTok and all that bullshit. The kids are always on it. My nieces were getting me involved, like, look at this, and let me get wrong, there's some funny ass shit on there. There is, and some interesting art and all that. You know what I mean? So why don't we use these platforms for our own shit, making up funny things or bringing attention to flat Earth or whatever your topic is? I mean, they're out there. Might as well use them anyway because that's where the next generation's going. It doesn't mean that we want to support a platform that's ridiculous and our kids are on it. No, but they're already on it. What can we do about it besides using it for our advantage and turning it around?
Exactly.
You know, that's how I look at it.
And there is quite a lot of funny stuff on there, Stacey, to be honest with you. Like Jeremy
Oh my
just
God,
said,
I know.
he sends me some wacky stuff. He really does. Like he'll send it to me in DMs, and it's just like, oh no. And then all of a sudden, bang! I've been scrolling for 10 or 15 minutes or whatever. It's just like, what the hell?
Absolutely.
What am I looking for? Yeah, you just get lost in it. It's just
You
like,
can.
damn. Oh man.
Have you guys seen that girl Call Me Chris?
I've heard of
like
that name.
She's kind of like a platinum blonde. She does these little skits where she's the character. She plays all of the different characters, and so she's got different voices and different personalities, and she's got some pretty funny skits out there that are relatively clean and whatnot.
Right.
But yeah, there's some really talented people out there that are just killing it.
Oh, exactly.
And not all TikTok is used for the wrong advantage. I mean, one of my nieces out of the three sits and watches like artwork all day long. And I'm like, if you're going to sit and use it for that and your talent, then I ain't got a problem with you using it. But it's about the parents and how they're teaching their kids and what they should and shouldn't do and allowing them to see, because this stuff is everywhere. I mean, we can't get mad at a platform. We need to get mad at individuals and parents allowing kids to see certain things they shouldn't see. Can't blame a platform, y'all.
Not at all. Not at all. Right.
Was it probably designed though for what it's used for the negative? I'm sure. But there's a lot of negative that's designed for everything in the world. I mean, at this point, you know.
Well, the tool's out there, Stay. So you may as well learn how to use the tool and use it against them, regardless what the algorithms may be or this or that. You've just got to work your way around these things.
Well, it's funny because
go ahead, sorry.
No, that's okay. I mean, I got into a TikTok mood back in December. So I started a channel. I did some truck driving thoughts, like I jumped on and started talking about Coriolis, or I talked about this. And so I've made quite a few, 3-minute videos and whatnot. And I just don't have any action on it. You know what I mean? It's not, I wasn't expecting to start making money off of it. I'm just like, still, even with that, I'm just waiting for anybody. I've got no interaction. Maybe a couple of people that are just like, yeah, it's round, man, but nothing really serious, Although a couple of the videos are in the thousands.
Yeah.
But that's, far and few between, and it doesn't really, I don't know, whatever.
No, I don't want to burst your bubble, Travis, but I'm catching up to you.
Well,
it's a competition.
Poor old Travis put so much effort into putting content out there, right? And I've got absolutely nothing, no content.
Well, you know what? See, the thing is, the thing is that there's no guarantee that even though, just think if everyone who watched one of my videos, the one that's like at 2,700, if they all followed me, I'd be happy as a clam. But they didn't. So it doesn't really matter. Even if I found like the most trending video and I got 10,000 people to look at it, there's, nobody's going to follow me as a result of that. They just watched the video itself.
Yeah. Well, you know how people get together and always like, suppose like YouTube, celebrities, what they call celebrities, and they're all like in one hotel and even apartments, and they're coming together and they're making videos. They're trying to come up with ideas that are going to become famous or become, trending, and then they make their money. Why aren't we doing the same thing, collabing, coming together, saying, well, that's funny, but it could even be funnier if we do this, and you make an actual video that goes viral? Because to be honest, this kind of topic that we talk about, especially on this platform of Flat Earth, I went around for the last 6 months in December, and Flat Earth is one of those things that you'll get made fun of no matter where you're at, what you're doing. I got called crazy, and it has to be a liar because I believe in Flat Earth. I mean, so crazy shit's been said in the last 6 months to me just because of my views.
Right.
So we need to do something where people look at it, yes, funny in a way, but also entertaining and educational, not just entertaining.
So here's an idea that just came to me, but it's time consuming, right? Because I'm driving
Right.
But Jeremy and Demok say some of the funniest shit sometimes.
Don't they?
You know what I mean? Like, and so if someone could like find those clips, because then we could then use that as a base to kind of form maybe something a little bit broader. We'll take what they said, and then maybe stretch it out and add a couple of things or whatever, or even just use exactly that clip and just put it out. That I think would be even simpler to a certain extent because it's already done. It was done off the cuff. And like I said, sometimes it's funny as hell.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, some of the stuff that comes out of demo. Oh man, sometimes I've got tears rolling down my eyes. It's crazy.
People
Why
getting mad at him, and I'm laughing.
Why don't you show me your idea in a lab in a bucket?
So,
Show me that in a lab. Come on, Travis. If this idea is so great, you can show it to me in a lab in a bucket. Maybe
That's
look
not
at
even-
it through your toilet paper tube.
It's not even Demok, and it's hilarious, dude. But,
Where's your Earth Curve stencil? Like, he goes on about some funny ass shit, y'all. There could be like an Earth Awakening TikTok platform, and people just start coming together. You know what I mean? And making little videos of us and what we say and do, and making it educational yet funny. Hey, I'm giving y'all ideas. If you guys make this shit and make money, I want some profit. Everybody, put your hand up who's had a conversation today about this.
And then if you want to like,
But Bandy, say something. I'll record it. Quick.
Say something.
whatever OS you decide.
Say something. He's giving up on you.
We got somebody got a hot mic, or is that
You might be able to put 2 installs, but I don't know about that.
somebody's
Hey
talking?
Dave, hot mate Dave.
Perspective.
Yeah, I'll get him.
Yeah, I need to get.
I've got him.
I need to get.
He might have said something we could have recorded.
That's all
Missed
right.
our opportunity.
Well, the good thing is he can fix himself up. So,
Come back dragon later.
yeah.
Oh, it's funny.
Stacey, are you going to go to Flattoberfest?
I've been so busy since I came back from, England last year and trying to get settled and all this other stuff. I've just been down for the count, sick again. I burnt myself really bad recently in April, had surgery. I've literally just been through so much crap. I don't know if I'll be able to money-wise. That's where I'm at right now, is trying to make a living and survive in this fucking society right now. That's the truth right there. So where's it at this year? I have no idea about any of it. I've been so out of touch with everything.
Flattoberfest has always been in South Carolina. Where is it at? Spartanburg.
Yeah, so many people have moved to South Carolina recently. I also know other people that are on their way to move there as well. They got a lot of things set up for some people who want to get off grid. There's quite a few of my friends that are doing that.
I think.
But I worry about everybody going to South Carolina. If we all go to the same place, like it's like easy to tell, so we're all out and just take that place out real quick. Boom, there goes all the flat earthers. Just fucking around, but you never know.
Ironically.
Travis, you still at that truck stop?
No, that's where I can get to later today.
No doubt.
I mean, if you're interested, I'll hit you up an hour outside or whatever. Give you a heads up.
I don't know. I'm gonna be busy later and shit. I was gonna say I could shoot over there right now, but
No, I'm not there now. All right. Well, if that's a good spot, then I'll just touch base when it comes around again.
yeah, no doubt.
Have you guys met up before yet?
No.
Oh, that's unfortunate, but it'll happen. Don't be discouraged. But that's really cool that you guys have that
Travis.
opportunity.
Travis wants some touch tips.
My
Shut up.
God, Jeremy.
I bet you that's all he wants to touch.
This is
I
not
know.
for TikTok.
I know
the thing
exactly what you two guys are up to.
thing I want to touch is his glass eye.
Yeah.
I love his glass eye. It's unique.
I had no clue I had no clue. So when that was said, I don't know, sometime recent, I'm like, what? I had no
Oh, you
clue.
didn't?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow. Well,
Well,
you know,
I've
I think
never
I
s-
probably
I've never
know
seen
because
the
I was
guy.
on Jim's server, and they used to make fun of him for that shit all the time. Like, they try to find anything and everything that is against you to pick on. So I've known about it for a while. It doesn't matter to me. It's character. Love it.
I was rocking the eye patch the other night at work. They were all fucking looking at me crazy.
When you meet Travis, I'd be double patching if I was you.
That's right. Guys, what do I do with y'all?
Hey, Jeremy, you should get a Flat Earth logo for your. I got the logo for you, bro. I'll send you the Foo Fighters Flat Earthers logo that I created, and then you can have that put right there on your eye patch. It'll be Flat Earthers right there. Also, I'm gonna put it in the chat real quick. You guys will like it if you haven't seen it before. It was my second Flat Earth tattoo.
No,
Bro, I want it right on the eyeball, bro. You ever see that movie Last Action Hero?
Oh yeah. That's funny.
You need to put the all-seeing eye on your eye patch, Jeremy. That's what you need.
Saruman.
Yeah.
Oh, there it goes. I passed it.
Touch. Yeah, that's actually pretty cool.
I'll put in both my tattoos, my Flat Earth tattoos I designed.
See? That's creative. Love that shit.
I remember a long time ago, I went to the tattoo shop. I was like, yo, I want to get a sleeve on my left arm. He's like, well, what? I was like, I don't really know what to get. He's like, what are you into? I'm like, I'm into a lot of conspiracies and shit. He's like, oh, I could put a little, the pyramid on there and shit. And I'm glad I didn't let him fucking do it.
I wish you would have.
Yeah, then you would have been called out as a shill.
Yeah, heads would have been calling me out on that shit. Like, oh, he's got the fucking. I'll be right back.
Oh, I thought it was me. It was this awkward pause of.
Yeah. I was waiting for it to come back.
I know. It's like, is that my signal?
No, yeah. Why didn't he finish that sentence?
I don't know. That may have come up. Where he's at.
What's the topic for
Corporation.
today?
And it's I don't mind saying I work at Meijer, so it's a big ass corporation. It's kind of like a Walmart, but I work in the fashion department, so I have to all day long see in the kids section, baby section, and women's and men's all the NASA shit like that we sell around Christmas time and even all year long. It's fucking ridiculous. On top of you go to the jewelry section, there's so many all-seeing eye stuff now on everything. I'm actually a little baffled by it. It's like, what the fuck? You guys, it's alarming how much is out there now.
You need to get some stickers, Stace, and in your break one day, just walk along the aisle and just flatter the stickers on all the NASA stuff.
All over, get fired.
And on all the globes and all that sort of stuff. In disguise. Like had glasses or something.
Exactly, just start sticking them everywhere.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought it was hilarious when I showed up to work one day and they were out there. Literally, this was about 4 or 5 months ago after they were scraping off all the stickers of the Joe Biden stickers on the gas pumps. Oh, it was hilarious. And like somebody did it to us. And I thought, well, yeah, I was waiting for that. It was good. Like 5 employees out there just scraping, getting them off.
Like,
Welcome to reality, y'all.
it looks like that guy's about to bloody croak at any second. He really does. They
I laugh
catch him
at society.
in some unfortunate situations, Biden. God, he looks like he's about to fall off the perch anytime.
I'm not sure if it's unfortunate or fortunate, really, for us.
Well, who knows?
Yeah.
And then if he falls off the perch, you've got Camilla.
Yay!
The devil you know. Oh, what's good about that? The hell?
If you can't wake up and laugh anymore, if I don't wake up and laugh at the world, I'm not going to be able to function in it. So it keeps me going. I have to laugh at the stuff now. It's like, wow. I think this last year or two taught me that especially traveling, that I see that I'm in a cage. Like, I see the cage. All right, I'm in it. You provided it to me. I don't know the way out. Probably isn't a way out. And I somehow have to be happy in this stupid cage that you've given me.
Mm-hmm.
That's just reality, you know? But at the same time, you can laugh at it.
That's the whole Westworld motif, right? If you remember the first season of Westworld, there was that maze. It was all about the maze, right? And then he got to the center of the maze and he's like, this is it. You know, but it was all about self-realization ultimately, at least in my perspective. That's the whole point of the Westworld to a certain extent. It's self-realization, right? We have you know, you're asking there was this one. It was so funny because it shows why can't I remember the main blonde girl's name? I can't remember her name, but she's being interviewed by Bernard. He's asking her questions about her existence, and then in one clip they pan back and it's not Bernard, it's herself. She's asking herself these questions.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they're showing you this shit all the time. They're like, are you guys aware of who you are? Are you talking? You know, like, are you talking to yourself? Are you analyzing? Are you thinking? Like, here's the thing for me too, right? If have you seen the movie or the series, Stace?
Series, yeah.
Stace, have you seen it?
TV or anything. So I don't really have one. I haven't had one in like 5 years, like really watching it. But I've seen parts of it. I did, yes.
Okay, so you know that the hosts get killed. They can be killed and then they get reset. Right? So those deaths are almost a metaphor, either, I think, for reincarnation or simply the deaths that we experience in our day-to-day lives with trauma and tragedy and victory or whatever. Those are just simply the events in our lives that cause or can be catalysts for growth. And it's almost like the show is just saying, look, you guys need to be paying attention and thinking through this shit, because that's how you become who you're supposed to be and move on. You know what I mean?
I do. I think the most I've learned out of everything, through all the research and conspiracies, all of them, not just Flat Earth, but everything, is the realization of what I'm in, who I am, trying to figure out what I want to change about myself. Want to be a better version of me every single day. You know, those types of things are, like, I don't know, the most important for me that I've learned out of it. It's not even about the topics. I mean, if you look at everything, everything's a conspiracy. We've been lied to at some level about fucking basically everything. So yeah, finding myself along the way, because a lot of people think they know who they are, and I don't know if they've done enough realization, like going some deep research within who, you know, your thoughts, your, you know, how you process them, all that shit. Like, yeah, it takes a lot of struggle sometimes for you to really understand the world too and what you're doing. Yeah, there's more realization of the world around me and who I am becoming and what I want to be in it, you know, is what I've kind of realized the last few years, more than anything. Crazy to wake up and go, you know what, I see it for what it is. I'm okay with it, because you have to somehow be okay with it, you know, and then to somehow maneuver around it, and then also realize that when someone's in front of you that is like not really awake, that it's okay. Like, you were there one day, and I just look at the world completely different. Even people, especially since I traveled, I came back and I'm like, listen, I was dancing about, and everybody's like, why is this woman dancing? Because I didn't give a shit what anybody thought. The more I started not caring what people thought, the more people started feeling the same vibe. I realized how important your energy is. And what you give out to the world is what also people will absorb and you take back. You give out a bunch of negativity, everybody around you is negative. You start fucking being positive, and people are like, we need more of that in the world. Like, yes, we do. You know, we're just, a lot of times in conspiracy land and this research, you know, thing that we're doing, we can kind of get into doom and gloom instead of really appreciating the world around us. Because this is a beautiful place, whether it's a cage or what do you want to fucking call this place. It's a beautiful place. And there are, you know, a lot of good people in it. A lot more evil, yes, but there are some good. I think I appreciate people more. I used to like turn away from people because of it all. And now I think I want to bring in more people more than anything.
Your crickets in the background, Stace.
I
That's
know
what I was
everybody
thinking.
says that. Oh, it happens morning till night. Like, because
Yeah.
where I'm at in my backyard, there's birds and there's a bunch of like trees and everything. So I'm in the middle of the city though, but it sounds like I'm like camping.
Yeah, it
I
does.
love it. I love that.
Yeah, it sounds like you're in the middle of nowhere. It really does.
Really?
Yeah.
I wish I was. I'm in the middle of a damn city.
Oh well. Oh well.
Surrounded like about 70 houses and, you know,
Oh, well. That's
nice.
all right. I've got the image in my head that you're in the middle of nowhere.
That's
So
right. You just
yeah,
keep that image. That's where I'm at.
exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Because my mom has dementia really bad, and she's continuing to get worse. And every time we have a phone call, she forgets like where I'm at, what I'm doing, and she keeps saying, "I hear crickets." And she thinks I'm
Yeah.
camping or something, like I'm enjoying out there having fun. I'm like, "Mom, I just got home from work. I'm in my backyard. I'm not camping, Mom."
Bless her soul.
So I've got a breakfast appointment with my oldest son this Saturday. He didn't talk to me for 3 years after my divorce, and he had a situation with his mother, and it was an epiphany for him because, in the way he put it to me, was he saw her behave in a way that she used to blame on me, like I'm this way because your dad did this, blah blah blah. So then
Mm-hmm.
we had been divorced for 3 years, and she was still behaving that way. So he's like, wait a minute, dad's not around. So like, whose fault is it now? And in that moment, my son woke up and he's like, my dad wasn't crazy. Like, he wasn't the problem. So he called me up in tears and asked me to forgive him. And so we've been talking for the past year and a half. And so whatnot, but but he called me up a couple days ago and he's like, Dad, you say that you're not a Christian anymore. And I'd really like to know why. So I'm looking forward to that little exchange, see where that's going to go.
Good to hear, though. Glad that something positive is coming to your life like that.
Right.
And, children just have to see it for what it is. A lot of kids get manipulated along the way through divorces or through parents, back and forth. Your mom says this, your dad says that. You don't know what to believe. You're a child. Even when you're 17, you think you fucking know the world and you're an adult, but you really don't understand what goes down until you get a little older and you see it for yourself. Yeah, so it's good that you gave him time. I know that probably hurt you. Took a minute for you to understand that and deal with that, because you took the step back and let him figure that out for himself. That's beautiful that you did, and you have that relationship now. It probably only gets stronger, hon. That's the beautiful thing. And the fact that he's coming to you to learn more, whether he agrees with you or disagrees with you isn't the point. It's more about just the fact that he's willing to come to you and listen. And a lot of our kids don't even want to do that anymore. So, yeah, you don't have to agree. You don't have to have the same opinions as your children, but being heard and understood is important.
Yeah, and he's asking the question as someone who still goes to church, right? So he's raising, he's married, he's got a little boy, so he's going to be doing what I did, right? I raised my entire family as Christians, So,
Oh, it's a little boy.
he's a year and a half.
Oh, so you basically got to be part of that almost from the beginning then, since you and your son are kind of becoming close last
Well,
year.
yeah. What's funny is that when my son called me, he had just become a father. It was like 2 or 3 days after his son was born. So like I said, I hadn't had contact. I had no idea he was expecting to have. I had no contact. My ex-wife doesn't tell me anything about the kids at all. So I had no clue. Honestly, I wouldn't have even known he got married, except one of our family friends I ran into in a social just outside. He's like, "Hey, so Harry's getting married." I'm like, "What? What? He's what? He's getting married."
Wow.
So yeah, but I'll find a picture of Arthur and me out when I'm shooting the Chesapeake.
It's beautiful, hon. Good for you. Happy for you. We all need that in our life. A lot of people have lost contact with their family for their views, or they disagree, and like I've heard a lot of different stories. Or one of my friends has a child that they don't get along with their ex-wife because they want to talk about flat Earth and to their child, and the wife's like, no, you cannot do that. And I said, the most important thing is not necessarily teaching a child flat Earth right now; it's just being there. They need a father regardless, and one day, maybe they're 18, 19, 20. You want to be able to build a relationship, the most important thing. So when they do need you, when they start seeing the world for what it really is, that they know who to come to and talk to. They feel comfortable. If you don't have that relationship, who are they going to turn to? They're going to turn to society. They're going to turn to a friend or maybe not give them the right advice. So it isn't necessarily as important to, don't get me wrong, I love to teach our children from the beginning, but if you can't, doesn't mean you should not still be there, and check out, because that child needs you from the get-go, whether what you believe in. So later on, you're there for the long haul. They could trust you. The biggest thing I think we lose out of learning the world for what it is trusting people. Because then you realize you've been lied to by everybody, including, your parents and all that shit. So you need to build trust with your children more than anything, I think. A common ground. A relationship.
Your kids will grow up to go, man, my parents lied to me. If you teach them about the flat Earth, don't do that.
If you teach them about the flat Earth?
Yeah, don't do that. Don't.
Well,
because you're gonna set them up for a realization later in life that I don't think.
Okay, troll. How about this? How about we teach them how to think for themselves and to evaluate the options? How about that one? You good with that one?
That's a great idea. I am fully on board.
All right, well, there you go. That's what we're doing. We're presenting an option. We're presenting an option that up to this point has not been presented.
Oh, no, that's incorrect, though. So you're wrong about that.
Yeah, no, we're totally right.
Here come the trolls.
Exactly right. It's at that time. It's clock on time. Here they come.
And you can believe what you want. And you can teach the kid. I'm not saying, it's just you're going to set them up for a disappointment when they reach their teens and later on when they realize that their parents were just ignorant to that. You don't want that.
Yeah, because they were taught Santa Claus and the globe and all of these fictitious things, So
yes.
maybe teach them to think for themselves instead of trying to indoctrinate them while they're in the crib with some sort of solar system spinning above their head or whatever.
You are
wise words of wisdom.
Different.
Oh, hail.
That can be proven false. So
thank you.
Your bed's a lie when they reach 18 and they go, Dad, why did you keep teaching me the Earth was flat? It's not true. Mm-hmm. And then you have this weird tension because you realize that you've been wrong, or maybe they realize that you've been wrong. Yeah. You're set in your ways and you won't change your mind about it. I don't
know where you missed the part to where we are presenting two options and giving them the tools to evaluate. If they decide to go with one option over the other, let it be based on the evidence they feel impressed with. So I still don't know why you're turning it on its head and making it out to be like we are telling them it's one way. No, we're not. We're giving them an even playing field.
I doubt very seriously. I know you're saying that, but I doubt very seriously you're going to present both sides of it. You're going to be like, yeah, some people think the Earth is flat. The majority of the people think the Earth is round. Take with it
Awesome
what you
straw man.
Way you can talk to anyone about the shape of the Earth being flat is if you actually go down the path of the other narrative. You have to. So it's both. You can't just do one.
Yeah, you can most certainly talk about how way, way, way back in the day before, civilization evolved to use, basic viewing instruments and trigonometry, that the Earth was flat. But eventually we just and it's been that way literally centuries now.
So Nidhug, you think you should teach the children logical fallacies, right? So we should teach them to appeal to authority, or appeal to consensus, right? Well, if your justification and basis for what you're telling them, like you said previously, is that it is the majority of people understand or know or think a certain way, then you would be teaching them the logical fallacy of an appeal to consensus. So is that how you want to teach your children? Teach them in the ways of logical fallacies instead of actually teaching them logic?
Not a logical fallacy. Things based off of evidence and facts that are accepted by the majority is not a fallacy because it's based off evidence and facts. If it was based off nothing but your fee-fees, then you'd have a point, but that's not the case.
You can't put in facts if things change along the way, so it's not factual.
So like Eratosthenes, when he was doing his sticks and shadows back in the BC times, and his assumption was that the sun was 1 million miles away. So is that facts? Is that facts? We teach in facts. Sun's 1 million miles away.
Yeah, he used the information present and came to a conclusion that we later refined to be more accurate. But yes, he was still correct in his assumption.
What about when they teach? What about when they teach they show the cardboard, the cutout of Earth? Oh, my bad. Were you going somewhere with this? Go ahead.
I was just going to say, yeah. So we teach them the facts that Eratosthenes knew and was able to figure out the radius value back in the BC time frame, but somehow the distance to the sun changed considerably, and we still have the same radius value, right?
Because parallel roads are parallel in his paradigm and in our paradigm.
Go ahead, Jeremy. Sorry.
Calculations were based off parallel rays. Yeah, it doesn't matter how far away. It doesn't matter if he got the distance to the sun wrong. He still assumed the light rays are parallel because, for all intents and purposes. So he made us.
What do you teach them about eclipses?
We teach eclipses in the same way anyone else that knows what an eclipse is sun.
Right, non-parallel rays. So we teach them to hold two opposing viewpoints in their head. So we teach them cognitive.
That's not right.
Cognitive distance. Is that what we teach them?
Roll number 2.
We teach them the truth.
I'm not trolling.
They can discern the truth based off of the evidence we give them. If they decide that the conclusion to draw it's yours.
So what is the truth here?
Hold on.
Parallel rays.
Hold on, bro. Let him finish. Let's not start clipping people. It's too early for that. I didn't even have my coffee yet.
Yeah, I think.
Were you done, Nidhug? Were you done?
Yeah, sure. I mean,
you're wrong, Jeremy.
Yeah, so we teach them the facts, right? That there's parallel light rays when we want to find the radius of the Earth, and then we have non-parallel light rays when we want to talk about the lunar eclipse, solar eclipse. Yeah.
Or we teach them the truth. For all intents and purposes, light rays are parallel on Earth, anywhere on Earth. And if you want to get into the minutia of exactly how much the divergence is in the rays of light at opposite ends of the Earth, you can give them the math and you can show them why it's that way. And you'll still arrive at the same conclusion.
All right, Jeremy.
And we went over this. Go ahead, Manta.
Just letting you know, Jeremy, your shift's now. I'm out of here.
Son of a bitch. All right.
See you later, Banzal.
See you later. Catch you later. See you later, guys.
Okay,
Bye.
listen.
See you,
Cheers.
Listen, we
Also-
went over this. How do you measure that the light rays are parallel? You told me to take the diameter of Earth, which you said had nothing to do with the radius, by the way, which was weird. But you told me to take the diameter of Earth and put it in some calculation. Now we're back to how do we get the diameter or the radius, which may or may not have anything to do with the diameter. I don't know.
So the Earth as a whole, it has a certain diameter, right? The light that shines on the surface of the Earth from one end to another, from top to bottom, that has a diameter value. That diameter value is from the upper end to the lower end. The rays of light are, for all intents and purposes, parallel at any one particular point on Earth. But if you take the entirety of Earth into account and you measure light at, say, the North Pole and then light near the southern area, you will have a very, very, very small divergence.
I know, but how did you get the diameter? This Eratosthenes thing was supposed to prove the radius, but now you need to have the diameter for this.
Eratosthenes doesn't quote unquote the radius. I don't know where you got that from. He calculated this.
I got that from you. Hold on, Nidhogg. I got that from you because remember we were talking about refraction. We were having a refraction argument one day. You invoked 7/6R.
Jeremy, you're clipping me, buddy. You heard that.
My bad. Yeah, my bad. Go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
You inferred that, but I did not tell you that. Go ahead.
Okay, so we were having a refraction argument. You invoked 7/6R. I said, where'd you get the R from? You brought us to Eratosthenes. And then I said, how'd you measure the parallel light rays?
You asked, how do we know the Earth?
And then I said, how'd you measure the parallel light rays? You invoked this formula with a diameter in it.
There. Eratosthenes was brought up when someone asked, how do we know the Earth is curved? I brought up Al-Biruni, I brought up Eratosthenes, and your 7/6R argument came later on because you guys seem to not like established calculations of standard refraction.
Fine. Listen, how do you measure that the light rays are parallel or not?
You didn't have to. Eratosthenes didn't have to measure light rays were parallel. He noticed that the well at the place he was at, which just so happened to be on one of the tropics at noon, cast no shadow. All he did was take angle.
Can we measure if the light rays are parallel or not?
So you can measure light rays. You can split light into a prism. We know it's parallel. The very properties, we can focus light. The very properties that allow us to magnify focus, make lenses, split light into a prism, lasers, all of these things are contingent on light being parallel here on Earth.
Really? You think you wouldn't be able to magnify? You're saying you can't magnify light rays if they're not parallel?
If light enters a lens, and the light that enters the lens is not parallel, then the focal point will be off for your lens. So you can make corrective lenses that would take that into account, but we don't because we don't have to. Because light rays locally anywhere on Earth are parallel. It's a fact of life. It's not we base how we craft things around this fact, not the other way around.
Okay, so we can't measure it though. We can't actually measure them being parallel.
Well, what do you mean by you can't measure them being parallel? If you can split light into a prism, then it by default has to be parallel.
I don't know. You're saying. Well, I don't know about that. Are you sure?
Yes.
If you can split light in a prism, it has to be parallel.
Yes. Otherwise, you would have elongated light lines.
You just made that up, dude.
Okay, I made it up, Jeremy. It's all wrong. I'm pulling your balls right now.
You're wrong, or you're incorrect, I should say.
All light is divergent from the source. Period. Even lasers diverge.
Even in your own model, they're not actually parallel. Have you ever seen a diagram of a solar eclipse?
Yes, Jeremy.
And a penumbra. Yes. Do those look like parallel light rays?
It's a oversimplified drawing, Jeremy.
Do they look like they're parallel? And can they be parallel and you still get an umbra?
The cartoon drawing of how umbras and penumbras are done over exaggerates the angle that the light comes in at.
There is an angle there, and it's not parallel.
I established that at the very beginning, that there is a slight deviation, and you can calculate that. I established that at the very beginning.
So you can have non-parallel light rays hit a prism. You said we couldn't do before. Thing you said we couldn't do before about parallel light rays. Oh, come to find out, we can do that.
Jeremy, the divergence, the amount that the light rays aren't parallel is light taken from the diameter of the Earth. Since that's never the case locally anywhere on Earth, because you're not the diameter of Earth anywhere locally on Earth, you're a person that's yay high locally on the surface. Light rays are considered parallel locally anywhere on the surface. It's only when you compare light from the one end of the Earth to the other that you notice that there's a slight divergence. I don't know why this is hard.
It's not hard to understand. You're like you're making it weird, because if you're at the shadow of an umbra or penumbra, rays are not going to be parallel anymore. So it'll be local. You're just making shit up, dude. This is ridiculous.
Okay.
you can obviously split light in a prism.
If you don't understand, it's not my problem.
Obviously split light in a prism if it's not parallel, because the light rays that come to Earth aren't parallel, and you can split them in a prism. That up. You made this non-local light ray, parallel ray shit up, because obviously if you're standing where there's an umbra or penumbra, light rays aren't going to be parallel. Man.
If you think so.
If I think so, that's what your diagram shows. That's what it is.
It's a cartoon diagram that over-exaggerates the angles. That's what I've told you, Jeremy. If you're taking that at face value, then fine. But if you're basing your entire opinion on how light rays aren't parallel based off of a drawing that has the sun and the Earth 3 inches apart from each other, then that's not my problem.
I realize it's not to scale. I realize that. You can draw it to scale. It's too far apart. I understand. However, that at that point, still not going to be parallel in a local spot. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to get an umbra and penumbra.
The slight variation, the slight deviance. And first off, you're going to get an umbra either way. Like, the fact that it's a shadow is the umbra.
Gonna get a shadow. Something's wrong with my mic. I'll be right back.
The eclipsing is the shadow of the moon across the Earth as it throughout the day traverses in a well-calculated, well-established path.
I'll be right back.
Well-calculated and well-established because the Earth is a sphere, and we know that. But we'll hand wave all that away.
Check. All right, I'm back. Jeremy?
Here now.
So listen, you said we couldn't split parallel light rays, non-parallel light rays, because you want it in a prism or something. But come to find out, we can split non-parallel light rays. Now we're just quibbling over how non-parallel they can be.
So, Jeremy, you're still not getting it. You don't understand that the quote-unquote non-parallel part is only in reference to the distance between a point on Earth and the antipodal part of the Earth that the light ray is taken from. That's why I say it's based off the diameter. There's no other part. There's no other calculation of light locally on Earth anywhere that you would have to care about that.
If you're standing at a place where there's a penumbra, and in that one spot there will be non-parallel light rays, and then you can split it with a prism.
No, if you're
we're just quibbling over.
Light is considered parallel. You're wrong. Your assumption is wrong.
All right, I'm gonna bring up a diagram of the umbra and penumbra, and we'll see if we can stand.
Bring up the horribly oversimplified drawing. I get it, Jeremy. You're basing your understanding off of that picture, which is why you are confused with this. Anywhere locally on Earth, light is parallel. You can focus light anywhere on Earth.
You base yours based on what?
Whoever that is, you're very soft. I can't hear you.
Off like a Twinkie filling. Yo, go ahead. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna ask him, and he based his knowledge based on what?
People that have studied
that he
optics.
doesn't know.
People that have studied optics for literally decades.
And the people who have studied those the light for decades, they come up with those drawings?
No, the people that studied the light don't come up with those drawings. I'm sure if they did, that it would look different. If it wasn't drawn to scale, it would look different.
Can you cite where you got your information so that we can see how come you end up with that, believing that stuff?
You want me to cite my source of information that says light rays are parallel? Is that right?
No, what made you believe what they were saying it was correct?
I don't have a citation for what made me believe something. That's silly.
So let's bring up a diagram of an umbra and penumbra here, so we can get down to the bottom of this and figure out if we're standing in one spot.
Here, I'll make it simple. They're parallel when the globe model needs them to be, and they're not parallel when the globe model doesn't need them to be parallel.
All right,
hey, just real quick, Jeremy. Just real quick. Look in the chat. I put in a picture I just took right now of my tractor trailer's shadow with an umbra and penumbra. You can use that in real time. Break it down.
Bro, I don't even see the penumbra.
It's right at the edge, bro.
I don't see it.
Okay, do you see the darker part of the body of the shadow? You can see where it's darker, right? All you got to do is go to the edge where it starts to diffuse.
Bro, there's oil spills all over the ground and shit.
Oh my God, are you? Okay, somebody besides Jeremy. He hasn't had his coffee.
Right at the edge. Right at the edge?
Yeah.
Well, Travis, based on the diameter of the Earth, this is what's expected. So this
diameter, where'd they get the diameter from?
You know.
Joking. I mean, the one shadow line. Am I bugging? I mean, there's oil spills going all up and down this line. I don't want to be a dickhead, but
I don't know why you can't see. Okay, Jeremy, real quick. Give us your Jeremy version of what an umbra and a penumbra. What's the difference between the two of those?
Be a darker shadow, and then one would be like a second shadow, but it would be like lighter.
You can't see that? I can clearly see that with my naked eye. I'm looking at it right now in real time. I can clearly see a dark shadow and at the edge, a lighter shadow.
Bro, I don't think your camera. How many cameras you got on the back of your phone?
It's an iPhone 8.
Oh, you peasant! That's probably why I can't see it, because it's fucking not. Those cameras suck.
I don't get it. I'm walking around my trailer right now, looking at the umbra of the shadow.
I know, but look at it in the picture, though. Can anyone else see it in the picture?
Here, I'll take a different one.
Now you understand why we have so much trouble talking to Jeremy.
Yeah, all of a sudden
he doesn't just believe what you say at face value like every other flat earther.
Now there's cloud covering. Shut the fuck up, Nidhug.
See an umbra and penumbra in his
your panties in a bind.
Oh, you outlined it? I don't know, bro. That's Nidhug. What do you think? Is there an umbra and penumbra there, Nidhug?
Dude, I'm driving right now, Jeremy. I only talk to you guys on my way to and from work, so I can't tell you.
So, what conclusion have we reached?
Extremistus, look at this picture. Tell me if you see an umbra and penumbra.
I'll defer to your opinion on the issue, Jeremy.
I can't tell, bro. I don't know. It's
I can't tell
fuzzy.
either.
Fuzzy.
It's fuzzy, just like my vision.
I mean, I got 20 vision, so. Or I don't know what they would call it, but I mean, my one eyeball is good.
Yeah, the penumbra is just the fuzzy edge of the shadow on items that are close to the surface. If you lifted that up away from the surface towards the sun, that fuzzy edge would grow and be obvious.
Pretty sure that's from the top of his tractor trailer, so probably what, 10 feet, 20 feet?
Okay, so if there is an umbra and penumbra there, let's just say there is, I could get a magnifying
13.6.
glass. There is an umbra. Let's say there is an umbra and penumbra right there. If I were to bring a magnifying glass spot right where the edge of the shadow is, there I could magnify something with non-parallel light rays, right?
Light rays are parallel there, Jeremy.
But is there if there's an umbra and penumbra there can't be.
No, that's just you saying things. Like cite where that's the case, Jeremy, if you believe that.
Yeah, whatever. Fuck your citation bullshit, man.
Didn't you just cry about needing a citation from me not 5 minutes
That's what I'm
ago?
saying. Right, that's what I'm saying.
For a citation and you didn't give him jack shit.
You guys will not provide citations when we ask for them, and here you are asking Jeremy for a citation when all you did right now was word salad what you think parallel light rays are because you have a prism and there's no citation for anything. Whatever.
Is it possible to have parallel and non-parallel light rays at the same time?
No.
I don't even think light comes through in rays to begin with.
Maybe. You might be able to have
Yeah.
parallel.
Yeah,
let's
let's start.
Some of them could be.
Yeah, let's start right there. Sorry,
I mean,
Jeremy.
you can go. Have you ever looked at when you're going to like a construction area and they have those mirrored like half domes at the corner of a hallway so you don't run into people from the opposite area? That's light rays that aren't parallel. You see them, but you also see the people in a distorted fisheye sense because of that very particular reason.
Yeah, let's start with the first principle right here. There's no such thing as a light ray.
Well, you're wrong. At the principle, you're wrong. There you go.
I agree.
Well, that's just stupid.
Wait. Nidhug, I'm sorry. What? I didn't hear what you said. What did you say?
Your starting principle is wrong. So there you go.
Great. Right. Okay, hold on. Look, right now, we're simply at a spitting contest. I say yes, you say no. That's not a win. We're at a zero sum, okay? I can provide Andrew Thomas Young. Light rays are conceptual. They are a conventional way of speaking. That's it. Where's your evidence?
Okay, so let me pull out any physics definition. You want to do this game?
Yeah,
give you
go ahead.
Citations, and then you run out of them. And
About
then
a solar panel.
No. Just go ahead and just go and find like maybe two or three. Just put them in there, and I'll just take a look, man. Just do it.
Can you not type? Can you not type into Google? I mean, is that what we're down to? You're an adult that you can't use a search engine to find this information.
Okay,
out.
look, man.
Now, right.
That's
I
fine.
give it to
Then all you have to say
probably to be handed to you.
You are such a whiny bitch.
I'm assuming that you're an adult and you can type. So why don't you, as an adult, type into a search engine and you'll find
evidence to look for. Guess what, Nidhug? Instead of whining and bitching about it, all you had to say at the very beginning was, "I'm driving right now." I would have been fine with that.
I've already said that.
All right, let's get back to the light rays. So you can have. I think that you could have some of the rays be this is all happening at the same time. You could have some of the rays be parallel, but then you could have some not be parallel. So in other words, you would have non-parallel light rays. Whole. Mic check.
Yeah, good.
Did you guys hear that? So yeah, you could have some be parallel and other ones not be parallel from each other, but as a whole, you'd have non-parallel light rays. If there is an umbra and penumbra,
Jeremy, you're so hung up on the umbra and penumbra part, man. It's just a shadow cast by an object.
Shows you that light rays aren't. If you have an umbra and penumbra, the light rays can't be parallel. I don't know why you wanted a citation for that
Why
5 minutes ago.
why do you think that? Why do you think an object blocking the light suddenly makes it not parallel?
Okay, do I need to show you a diagram of how an umbra and penumbra works?
I know how an umbra and penumbra works, Jeremy. I'm asking
And,
you why
and
you
are
think,
those light rays?
why do you listen, Jeremy? Why do you think that an object blocking light makes the light rays non-parallel?
I didn't say that. I said if you have an umbra and penumbra, you don't have parallel light rays, right? Nidhogg, why are you dodging this and obfuscating? You guys are so tricky and
I've
sneaky.
told you no
So
30
sneaky.
times, Jeremy. I'm not
So
dodging it.
you
I have
don't know
told
how.
you that is
So you
not,
don't know
that
how.
is not a correct understanding of it. You're taking Earth as a whole, the entirety of Earth, in a diagram of how light is perceived during an eclipse, and saying that penumbras and umbras disprove parallel light rays because you see little arrows from the sun going towards the Earth and they're not parallel. So you go, well, it must be true. But you're not actually thinking about it, Jeremy. There's no reason to think that anywhere locally, when you see a shadow on the ground, that the light is not parallel to the part of the light
That's a
that
straw
is
man.
shading.
Straw
That's what
man.
you're
I never said
saying.
if you see a shadow.
That's
You're
what
straw manning.
what an
Hold
umbra
on, man.
is.
I let
The
you finish.
umbra
Bro, I
of the
let you
moon.
finish,
The umbra
man.
of the moon is just a shadow, man.
My turn. So if you have I'm not saying if you have a shadow, they're not parallel light rays. That's a blatant straw man. I'm telling you, if you have an umbra and penumbra, you don't have parallel light rays because I know how umbra and penumbras work. Is that clear?
Is an umbra a shadow, Jeremy?
Is that clear? Do you understand what I just said?
Yeah. Is an umbra a shadow?
Yes.
Okay. Is a penumbra a shadow?
Yes.
So it stands to reason that when I said that just because they're shadows doesn't mean that the light rays aren't parallel. It makes sense to you, right?
That is
So
a straw man. I'm not saying if you have a shadow, they're not parallel. I'm saying if there's an umbra and penumbra, a specific type of shadow, then they're not parallel. Why you, dude? I'm done talking to you.
What makes the
No,
penumbra and umbra a
hold on,
specific?
man. I'm gonna finish. I'm gonna finish, please. I'm done talking to you. I can see what you're doing. I don't know if anyone else can. I don't really give a fuck if they can. You're not worth the headache.
All right, Jeremy, then stop talking. It's fine.
Yeah, that's why I recommend we don't let these trolls back in because of this exact situation. So, Nidhugg, I have had both the privilege of looking up citations for your side. And when I read in the citation nothing that resembles what the claim is, I don't have any evidence. I've also had people like Zanuck say something, and then I say, do you have a citation? He sends me the citation. Nothing in the citation is what he said. I'm at a zero sum. I don't have any success either way. So it's not too extreme for me to try to go out on a limb and ask you for a citation for something that because I could look up something that you wouldn't consider a valid source. You'd be like, yeah, why'd you look up that one? Why'd you go with that one? So that's why I ask you guys for this stuff, because if you give it to me, then hopefully you've looked at it, seen what you said, and said, yes, this is what. So it shouldn't be a bitch match.
Yeah, there's a certain amount or types of people that tend to come in here that just kind of love to speak in kind of a matter-of-fact, dismissive, pompous kind of way, if that all makes sense, where it's like, yeah, you can believe it or not. It's not my fault you don't understand. It's okay.
I mean, I laid my shit out. If you have an umbra and penumbra, there's not parallel light rays. That's how umbras and penumbras work.
There you go. There's three separate citations for you that you can look up. One of them from the Stack Exchange even has your assumption, like, how did Aristophanes know that light rays were parallel? So there you go.
So
There's
you're not going to address the umbra and penumbra being not parallel?
You address the umbra and penumbra thing, Jeremy. You don't get it. It's fine. I'm not.
I get it.
done trying to teach it to you.
No, I get it. If you have an umbra and penumbra, the light rays will definitely not be parallel, right? Is that how umbra and penumbras work?
If you have a shadow, light rays aren't parallel. Is that right?
Oh, this is that. Fuck off, man. Fuck off,
Just agreed that penumbras and umbras are just shadows. So you're saying that if you have a shadow, light rays aren't parallel.
No, I'm saying it absolutely not. That's a straw man. That's a straw man. I'm saying if you have them both, not just a shadow,
you're
an
doing it
umbra
again,
and
man.
penumbra.
You're doing it again.
What's the difference, Jeremy? What's the difference between just calling it a shadow and calling it an umbra and a penumbra?
Difference is if you have just a shadow, you'll have just one light source. Just a shadow from one light source. Right? Parallel rays, one shadow. If you have an umbra and penumbra, they can't be parallel.
Why?
This is remedial. This is remedial. Do I have to show you a diagram of why?
Dude, no, you haven't explained what the difference between just calling something a shadow and calling something an umbra is.
The umbra. Can you get an umbra and penumbra and have parallel light rays?
Yes.
Really?
Locally
Diagram that. Let me see that in a diagram.
Yes, you can go outside right now. You can hold a ball up and have light and have the sunlight cast a shadow from the ball you're holding up onto the ground, and those light rays will be parallel.
Okay, put that in a diagram. Okay,
you
can I
also
see that in a diagram of how you? Hold on, man. All right, go ahead. I'll let you finish. Go ahead.
I'm just saying, you can hold a ball up and you can see the shadow cast, and you can see an umbra, and if you zoom in really close, you might be able to see the penumbra too. Sure, but you will have parallel light rays there, guaranteed.
Wouldn't parallel light rays
can you
always
draw me
give you
Can you draw me? Okay, you're presuppose if I just go outside and you say those are parallel light rays, that's the thing being argued in the first place. So that's not going to work for you. Second of all, I want to see it in a diagram of how you would get an umbra and penumbra with parallel light rays. I'd love to see that in a diagram. If you have a diagram out there.
The third link I posted has the diagram for it.
A diagram of an umbra and penumbra with parallel light rays?
Go for it. Yes, look at it.
Is it in Livestream 1? Because I'm not seeing it.
I don't know. I'm about to walk into work though. Yeah, it is in Livestream 1. It's at the very bottom. I posted three citations for Travis, the citation man. And the very bottom one has diagrams and it has math as well. So have fun with it. We could talk about it after I get off.
It's not in there. No, it's not in there, bro. I don't see it.
It's right after Demick today at 1:39 a.m. said LOL 20-foot pole.
Last thing I have is from Skypush.
He posted it in the live stream text, not the live stream one. So if you click on the little text box when you're in the tile screen, or you slide over to the left, you'll see it. And by the way,
what's going on? Can you just put it in the right spot, please, Nidhogg?
Dude, it's the interface for Discord on mobile is fucking whack, dude.
I know they just fucked it up. I know. Well, post it in the live stream 1 text if you ever get a chance, so I can take a look at it.
I'll post it over there for you, Jeremy.
Have fun, Jeremy. Talk to you later.
And by the way, there is no umbra and penumbra in this link.
Yeah, that's what he does. He gets I rock his shit every day, and he leaves. Oh, I gotta go. Bye.
Yeah,
he does that all the time. I got him on a diameter and a radius the other day, and he's like,
"Well, I gotta go." He comes in with this matter of fact, I am right because Google told me so attitude, and he just sits on that little pedestal where he can use, the top link in his Google search as his information, and he stands on the shoulders of midgets and
I know.
bloviates.
In his diagram, did it have parallel light rays casting an umbra and penumbra?
Not at all.
How? That's not even possible. Like, it's not possible. I could probably draw it in a diagram, but in reality, like, that wouldn't be possible.
No, it's not possible. But
I know.
I think this whole argument is predicated on a false premise that light travels in rays to begin with, but I don't know if we ever want to talk about that, but I know Travis was agreeing with me before he dipped out, but
Well, I mean, his boy Andrew Thomas told us that they're all just conceptual. Like when they do ray tracing and shit, and they're using light, an infinitely small ray of light. That's not a real thing. Like it's just what we use to it's like a convention.
yeah, it's like throwing a blanket over something and trying to equate what's taking place to just one, small fiber within one small thread of that blanket.
How would you describe it? You have a light source, say a laser, which is collimated, coherent collimated light, and you turn the laser on and you point it at the wall. How would you describe that beam?
Well, that's it's still divergent, right? But it is columnated, and that requires
a ray of light. I just call it a ray of light.
I wouldn't call it a ray of light because you'd have to look at the whole thing as one singular ray. But if we were to place an object within that quote unquote beam or ray of light, we would see a shadow and we'd see a sharp, crisp shadow behind it, right? Would you agree or disagree?
I mean, are all photons connected in this lane, or it's photons, right?
No, photons don't exist, but we don't.
No,
need
I'm
to
saying in their
necessarily
paradigm. In their paradigm, it's photons. So how does it a ray or is it photons? Like, is it both?
Good luck.
Do they all connect? Are they all connected in a like a Congo line, or what's that dance they do when everyone connects, puts their hands on the hips?
Yeah, it's a Congo line of photons, man. So how does that work, Left Lane? So within your quote unquote ray of light, is that a stream of constant photons, or are they?
Sure, why not? What's wrong with that?
So like you're shooting a constant stream of BBs or something like that. Is that what's taking place?
Sure. What's wrong with that, and how would you describe it otherwise?
It's retarded.
Okay,
yeah,
that's great.
I've heard
that works real good.
You asked what's wrong with it.
Well, we'd first have to prove that there's little BBs of light to begin with, right? So if it's little photon BBs of light, why don't I see light as it's traveling to objects as opposed to just when it's interacting with the object itself? Meaning, if I was in a room that had walls and floor and a ceiling that were too far for me to see, and I'm just hovering in this vast emptiness and somebody shined a light, I wouldn't be able to see any light at all whatsoever unless it interacted with an object. So what's taking place with these photons in between the quote unquote source of the light and then when it hits an object? Are the photons light but not light, and then they become light when they interact with an object? What's on there, Left Lane?
Yeah, if there's nothing there for it to interact with, you won't see it. But you put something in the beam of light, then yes, you'll see it.
Wait, can I ask a question? So, like, if it's like BBs, if we say we shoot them at the wall, right? Is the reason that light doesn't go through the wall because you're like shooting a BB gun of photons and it's like bouncing off the wall? And since the wall's there, it won't let the BBs go through the wall. They're like bouncing off.
Yeah, I would say it's absorbed unless it's a reflective surface.
So is the wall like bouncing? Are the BB photons bouncing off the wall? Is that why it doesn't go through it?
Well, if you make the laser powerful enough, then you can actually burn a hole in the wall with the laser. What would you call that?
Okay, so you can burn a hole. So you're saying if we don't make it strong enough that it burns a hole, then the BBs will bounce off the material, right?
No, I said it was absorbed unless it's a reflective surface.
So why does it go through glass?
Because
Dun, dun,
glass is
dun.
transparent.
Game over, man. Transparency has nothing to do with material impeding a physical BB.
What? Yeah, I missed the punchline on that, I guess.
I guess so.
You get a
Right.
reflection off of glass.
So think of it this way, left
Can you
lane.
get a, hold on, real quick. Can you get a reflection off of glass? Like, can the light bounce off it?
Yeah, some of it will. But the thing is, that's what I was saying. I may be roboting. Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Yeah, I'm going across the lake out of Dallas, and I usually robot through here. But the thing is, if not photons, particles, whatever, what is it? How would you describe it?
Before we have to replace it, we're just trying to critique what you're saying it is. I mean,
well, see, that's always the problem for me, though. You always criticize something and say that can't be what it is, but you never have an option, an alternative or a better way to describe it that's useful.
Well,
yeah,
left lane. Let's.
The problem is you're in
just a second.
magnetic line of. It's a coaxial circuit of a magnetic field line with a dielectric field line, and then they intersect. It's just an event of intersection. You call it a photon.
The problem is, left lane, you're still in this like Glober state of mind where you need an explanation and an alternative thing for everything. Don't you just want to know the truth? Is that how light works or not?
Yeah, the thing is, these things that are explained and described with utility to where we can actually use it in daily life, those are important concepts. Those are important facts that we can utilize it in our daily lives. To just say it's not it, and without anything to describe it with any utility, what good is it?
Okay, so let's go back to your little BBs, your little photon BBs, and let's talk about what you think is taking place and what you think has utility. So if we have a wall that has a window in it, and we have light that's hitting it, right? So we have light that you would say is being absorbed by the wall, and then you would have light that is being passed through the glass, even though these are both solid surfaces, right? So if I take a garden hose and I shoot the garden hose at the wall, the water just hits the wall, drips down it. If I shoot it at the window, it hits the window and drips down it, right? So that's physical matter, material, in the same way that we're talking about these photon BBs. Mm-hmm. So how are the photon BBs different to where when it's interacting with glass, which is a solid material, it is both reflecting and also passing through? How is that happening with the little photon BBs as opposed to the water BBs?
Man, I'm struggling to understand what the issue you have with that. Water and light are not the same thing.
Right, but you're claiming that light is physical matter in the same way that water is physical matter, right?
Well,
it's just
it's a little more complicated than that.
Can you explain to me Can you explain to me the complicated aspect of it? How is it more complicated?
That it is massless, yet it does have momentum.
There you go. It has energy but no mass.
Wow, it's a massless particle.
So how do we have physical material with no mass?
Yeah, light's a complicated thing. The particle wave duality thing, and it's complicated. It's not something that is that simple as describing it as a stream of water or something.
Would you say it's too complicated for you to understand? And maybe we shouldn't throw it out there as if we do understand it if it's complicated.
I understand how light works. To the degree that we see it, we know it passes through glass. We know some substances are transparent, some are reflective, some are absorbent to light. Yeah, it's not that big a deal.
Go ahead, Extreme.
No, you have a contradiction, dude. You can't just say, "Oh, it happens. It's not a big deal." We're pointing out the contradiction, right? Which is, if I'm shooting light at a wall and it doesn't go through the wall because it's like these physical BBs, photons that are bouncing off the wall, then how does it just go right through glass?
Well, we just talked about the BBs for the sake of conceptuality, just You know, they're not really BBs, right?
But are they bouncing off the wall though?
I would say they're being absorbed unless they're being reflected or passing through it.
So they're being absorbed and they kind of just disintegrate into nothingness. So like the photons just disappear and appear out of nowhere.
Sure.
Yeah,
It has to be emitted. You know, you got a light source where they're emitted. You know.
What about the light that's always there?
I'm sorry?
What about the light that's always there? What's emitting that?
What light that's always there? It doesn't make sense.
There's a non-visible spectrum of light literally everywhere. So like what's emitting those photons?
Yeah, I don't think that the electromagnetic frequency outside the visible spectrum, I don't think we consider that to be photons.
You literally do though.
Yeah,
I
it's
don't.
just.
I mean, you might.
It's just
I
a
don't.
different. It's just a different frequency.
Your model claims they're photons.
It's just a different frequency of photons, my man.
You've also got neutrinos, and those are supposed to be massless particles, and light is supposed to be the smallest. Light's supposed to be the smallest one.
Yeah.
Neutrinos aren't reflecting off shit, right?
No, they're passing through. Yeah.
Why aren't they reflecting?
And we can't see them.
Can we not skip
we can
past
detect
the point?
them, but we can't see them.
Yeah, but can you just address the point that just destroys your entire claim, though? So, what? The non-visible spectrum of light is still considered photons. So, what's emitting it?
I've never heard that. You'll have to cite that.
Well, let's talk about the visible photons. He's saying that are seemingly coming from nothing and vanishing into nothing. Let's talk about the illogicalness behind that. So you believe in nothing, left lane?
Yeah, I don't even know what you said there.
You said photons are emitted and then they just vanish and disappear. Where do they vanish and disappear into?
They're absorbed into whatever you're shining them on. Probably dissipated as heat, I would say.
So you're saying the photon transfers into heat. Okay. You think heat's a thing of its own?
Well, I mean, they have energy, right? So, I mean, it don't just disappear. It has to, you know, I would say it'd be dissipated as heat and absorbed into the environment.
No, it's not right. They don't have energy. No, they aren't a thing. So we're pointing out how they can't be a thing.
Well, how would you describe it then? If you say it can't be, give me your description of what it is.
Okay, so you know that all light has electromagnetic radiation, right? Like if you looked up light, like what is light? It's going to say electromagnetic radiation. Okay? You know that, right? You can't have any light without electromagnetic radiation. It doesn't exist. What they claim is there's a little photon within that electromagnetic radiation that isn't electric, it isn't magnetic, it's massless, but it has momentum and all this other crazy stuff. And it pops into existence out of nowhere and leaves, and it's sentient and it can traverse time and change things that have already happened, and it's a wave and it's a particle and blah, blah, blah. Right? So, but it's always electromagnetic radiation in reality. So that's all it is. It's electric and magnetic, right? Specifically dielectric and magnetic. And you have like these field lines, like just for intents and purposes. You have lines of force, or not necessarily force, I'd say you have to be coherent. But anyway, I digress. So you have the dielectric and the magnetic, and they intersect with each other like a coaxial cable. And where they intersect, the dielectric and the magnetic, they intersect as they lap over each other like a coaxial cable. And they call that intersection a photon. But it's not a thing. It's not an actual thing. It's just an event. Is the dielectric intersecting with the magnetic? Just like if I laid two things of spaghetti over each other, if I went and pointed in where the spaghetti crosses each other, and I'm like, look, there's a little physical ball there, you'd think I was a psycho. And so that's my answer. Yeah, you asked me to replace it. I just did. So we're actually pointing out that your claim doesn't work. You're saying, fool, but mine can be proven. We know that electromagnetic radiation is always there. We can't actually see a photon. That doesn't happen.
Plus, you got physical objects passing through other physical objects. That's a little hard to...
What's the difference between electromagnetic radiation and a photon?
One of them's real,
You can
You're
see
right.
one of them and you can't see the other.
Now
You
you
can
can't
interact
see
with one,
photons.
manipulate one. Yeah, that's what he's saying. Yeah, so you can actually manipulate electromagnetic radiation. So how's there no difference? You can actually manipulate one physically and prove it's there.
No, I'm saying they're both electromagnetic radiation.
Hey, Extremistus, do you think something can be two things simultaneously, like a wave and a particle?
Absolutely.
H2O can be a wave, right? You can have H2O is one thing, a molecule, and then it's also another thing, something that it's doing.
No, it's not. It doesn't become something else. The water just starts moving.
A
Right,
wave's not a thing in
right,
and
it's
of
a
itself.
description
I
of
thought
the
you were
same
going to say
thing.
that.
It's kind
I
of
thought you were going to
similar
say
to
that.
what they're saying a photon is. It's kind of
Jeremy got
similar.
it.
Well,
Yeah, I
no,
know.
they're
I get
claiming
it
Jeremy
that
got it.
too. I get it.
they're
I'm trying to
claiming
get
it
it from a. Never
is
mind.
a wave, right?
A wave is not a thing of itself. A wave is what something does. So to
Yes,
equivocate
we know,
a
Ken Willard.
photon
We
being
know.
this particle wave duality is a complete contradiction to the natural law and order of nature.
Yeah,
And
we
they
know,
say
Ken Willard.
sometimes Graham, but they
Again,
say sometimes it acts like a particle and sometimes it acts like a wave. Like they denote it as two separate things. They don't say that the photon is waving. They say sometimes it's a wave and
yeah, I
sometimes
know.
it's a particle.
That's where their conundrum is, right? But I mean, for the sake of, I can see how
Yeah.
he's kind of thinking, well, wait a
Yeah.
minute, what are you talking about? Because, a photon is electromagnetism. So they are in the, of the same thing. One is just doing something and it's being expressed as a photon.
Well, they claim the photons
Photons have never been the
electric.
input or output of any experiment. It's literally
Oh
a
my God,
vague
he's so Ken
description.
Wheeler 101. We get that, bro. We're beyond that. I understand.
No, you're not. You keep invoking
Oh
emission
my
of.
God, this motherfucker thinks I don't know it. I'm talking from the baller's axiom, dude, as if like why he can't understand it. Not that I don't understand it. Come on, man. You're talking to Mr. Grimm here.
I'm not looking at who I'm talking to. I'm just hearing photons.
Okay.
It's
All right.
You
fucking
understand the point, though, right? So it's not the same at all.
Absolutely.
They claim that the
Absolutely.
photon's not electric or magnetic. They claim it has no charge and no magnetic properties. It just happens to always be encompassed in electromagnetic radiation. It's just bullshit. It doesn't even make sense. That's why we're just pointing out the impossibility of a little physical particle called a photon. And there's like a million ways to show it. And immediately they're like, okay, well then what is it then? So I answered what it is, and what I said can be proven. So it's like, well, it's just, if we're being honest, one side can be proven.
Well, if it can be proven, prove it.
Okay, all light is electromagnetic radiation.
I mean, no, you say that you say things and you say that you've proven it by saying it. You have to show it.
So you're disputing that light is electromagnetic radiation now?
No.
Yeah, he's not saying that he has proven it. It is proven.
Yeah.
It's just the way that you philosophically lay it out as to how you will understand it. The same effect is being observed.
Well, it's going to be hard to count it if you don't claim it's a particle. So that we had to make up the idea of a particle to count it.
Quantify it, right.
Well, there you go.
Okay, well, this doesn't make it real.
But can't you quantify a standing wave?
Well, you could, like also our idea of a wave is also for quantification of movement. I don't know what standing wave is, though. I mean, yeah, I know it's a concept, I know, but I'm saying.
Well, it's a standing wave, something similar to like cymatics, how you would have in a particular vibration, how whatever the medium is organizes itself into shapes or whatever.
Standing wave is much more accurate of a description of light, but waves aren't things. So, like, you're gonna have to figure out what it is that's waving. But yeah, it's much more accurate. That explains a double slit, right? It's like you just have the medium that's already there, and then it waves.
Exactly. It's stressed in a particular way that expresses itself as what we think is a photon, but it's just a little crossing section of the coaxial nature of this wave.
Yes. Like also,
I don't get it.
How does like laser go through glass? Right? If it's a photon, it goes through the glass and then it slows down, it leaves the glass and it speeds back up. Like I know their answer, but like I'm just saying, like That's impossible. Called the conservation of energy.
It's absorption.
Yeah, if it's absorbing it, then it has to get more energy to get back out of it.
It it recombines with an electron and is made as a photon once again in its brand new state.
Yeah, then they go Super Saiyan and have a baby.
Yeah. It's like my Suburban crashed into your Suburban and we got a Pinto out of it.
Yeah, like they say basically that the glass is basically like the photon goes in the glass, and then it's like it has all these crazy roads that the photon has to travel through to get out of the glass. So it's basically like taking a bunch of detour routes in the glass, and then it slows down about 30%. That's the actual explanation.
Yeah, and it comes out right at the same place.
Yep, exactly. Like all the detour routes lead directly to the same exit.
Yeah.
Crazy, bro. See, the water's a little easier for them to spin that bullshit, right? Because like if you look at it, it looks like it goes down. So you're like, okay, well, look, it's going the same speed, but it had to travel further, right? Because it goes down and it's changing its length of travel or whatever. But glass really just kind of puts them into it. Left lane, man. Let the photon go, man.
You what, man?
Just let the photon go, bro.
No, you gotta let the mindset go that you need an explanation for everything, right? Some things we might not ever know. Some things we might know in the future. But you gotta let go of the idea that you always need this explanation for everything.
Why? That's the crux of science, is to get to an actual viable explanation behind. You're saying just ditch science.
No.
Actually,
Hell no, bro. I'm saying science. There's some things science might not be able to show you, and if we can't do it using science or some other method where we know, then you need to let go of this idea that maybe that's what it is, but you need to have the idea in your head maybe that's what it's not.
I mean, the second your answer contradicts logic and natural order,
Give up.
you haven't come to an answer.
You just gotta give up.
To some whimsical fucking assertion of a description.
So okay.
You're roboting.
Even if it's am I roboting?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're better. Go ahead.
You're good now.
It's more efficient and proper to say, "Oh, I don't know," in the intermediary stage, than to claim you know something that can't be the case, right? Like
that's what I'm saying. Sorry, what's it? That's what I'm saying.
Well,
you're better off.
Yeah.
It's better to not know than to know something that's false. I feel like, right?
Right.
That's true, but you also don't just. This is my problem with some flat earthers, where they think that they just want to permanently stay there, and that's also ignorant, right? Like you should keep trying to figure it out.
Exactly. Well, we don't need a model. I'm just kidding.
I feel like it's better.
Yeah,
it's better.
We can't get a full model. Just that, like that's the point about that. It's impossible.
So left lane, are you willing to let go of your particle wave duality?
Nope.
Okay, can you show me a wave of itself?
Yeah, I mean, I've heard you go into that a million times. I just think the wave is, I mean, the particle wave duality thing, this photon exhibits properties, a dual property, and it's like hard to understand, I guess, but it is what it is, kind of thing.
Do you know what a duality is? A duality implies an inherent contradiction. Do you think nature deals with contradictions? Or is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, but it factually exhibits these two properties. It exhibits properties of a wave and a particle.
No, actually, when does it exhibit properties of a particle?
No, that's in the dual slit experiment.
Oh, the double slit.
Where have you been, left lane?
Left lane, I'm about to redo the double slit, bro. Are you excited? I'm gonna do the double slit and debunk.
Yeah.
Debunk your photon in high definition.
Yeah.
I'll play some real emotional music in the background of my video, so that way you can have like this spiritual journey through my video,
Oh, the
where you can
song
just
from
be
Ghost.
set free.
The
You
song
might
from the movie
cry.
Ghost.
So you better
the
put your
pot.
3D. You better put your fucking 3D glasses on because he's coming right at you with this.
You said
Do
the
you have to
song
bow
from the
down?
movie
Do you have
Ghost?
to bow down
Are you really gonna do
7
that?
times a day to the photon? All sentient, all
Just real
knowing
quick.
photon.
Just real quick, in case some of you weren't here for an earlier conversation where we were talking about how to get in when everybody's talking. So I tagged 3 mods. I didn't realize that Witsit was here. I would have tagged him as well. And I put in a hand-raising meme. That means that I would like, a chance to talk. Because otherwise, we're like trying to figure out how to break in and not be rude. Anyway, so who was the guy? I thought it was Nidhug, but I don't know. I don't want to put words in his mouth. When we talked about not having to have an answer, somebody jumped in and said, "So you don't believe in science or something like that?" Are you still here?
That was me, and it was about an explanation. He says when
Okay.
when you don't have an answer, i.e., an explanation, then just adopt some fucking fallacy in lieu of an actual valid explanation.
I was saying you need to get around the idea that you always have to have one. Like,
No, I get
explanations.
That. Yeah. I thought a baller came in and said something like, "Oh, so you don't even believe in science?" And I misheard.
Yeah,
Okay,
that was me.
okay.
I was saying the crux of science is getting to a viable explanation that does not contradict natural order, that is logical and rational. The second you dive into some fucking fairy tale in lieu of viable answers, then you haven't come any closer to an answer than you have just created some sort of a diversion.
Absolutely. And that's why from the start, when I started thinking about all this shit, driving through the country, looking at radio antennas close to me, radio antennas 10 miles away, they're both 90 degrees. And I'm like, there's no way there's a fucking degree of any angle arch between these two. And I started to understand. Hold on. I started to understand that the area of science was simple, not complicated. It is simple. It is logical, and it is absolutely empirical. The minute you move away from simplicity, the minute you move away from logic, and the minute you move away from empirical, that is physical measurements, you no longer have science. I'm done.
Right. Well, you don't have to physically measure something for it.
One second. Your observation is really flawed because the radio tower. How do you know that the transmitter is not angled?
Okay. Let's just take it for hold on. Let's just take it for granted that those who constructed the radio tower constructed it at a 90-degree angle to be vertical. Would you agree?
No. Copernicus. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Is that okay? So I don't know all the terminology you guys use in these war zones, but my stepfather he works in telecom, right? And we've talked a lot about the transmission for these cell units, right? And you can angle them. And not only are they angled, but even if you have the waterproof cover on top of them, the inside transmitters can be angled as well.
Yeah.
So like
I wanted to
let me just say it. It's like with your Wi-Fi. So even though your Wi-Fi might be sitting on a table, it produces a signal that's not just flat. It produces a signal that radiates outwards.
360 degrees.
I wanted to say something to Copernicus. Not everything in science or reality is empirical, and this is why metaphysics and physics are connected. They're two sides of the same coin, because some things aren't quantifiable. That doesn't mean that they don't exist. It's just not taking material presence.
Can you give me an example?
Yeah. We could talk about a magnetic field. We could talk about consciousness. We could talk about energy coming and going, but never being created or destroyed.
So does a dream exist without someone's body?
Does a dream? Yes, I would say potentially. I mean, how could I verify that? I mean, that would be fairly difficult. But that's to say that when you die, right, that your soul lives on.
No, I get that part. I get that part. Listen, I agree with you to a certain extent. Okay, so my basic premise was when we're talking about the difference between astrophysics, places we cannot get to, places we cannot manipulate, places that we can't put under test, observation, manipulation. That's the kind of science that I'm talking about. So if you want to talk about more ethereal, like dreams and things like that, I don't think that falls under the same category.
Well, I'm just going to say metaphysics and physics are two sides of the same coin, and not everything is empirical.
Yeah, okay. Unless we want to start to nitpick, I disagree to a large extent because metaphysics to me is conceptual. Okay, it's an idea. Now, if you have something that is physical, that's exhibiting something that is intangible, I don't think that really falls under what I would classify as metaphysics. Again, metaphysics for me is something that is purely an idea in your head that you cannot provide any evidence for.
It's a logical axiom that things are derived from. It has to do with rationale and natural order, and they can't be violated, or otherwise you don't have a viable answer.
I would ask you for a concrete example for what you're describing.
Well,
how about gas pressure requiring a container? Do you agree with that?
Based on experience, yeah, sure.
Okay. Now, do you think that our realm here is contained, or is it up against this vacuum?
I think that we can deduce from things that we understand on a small scale. We can extrapolate that out, even though the Earth is so big, I can't get to a container. I can just simply be comfortable with the fact that based on previous experience with a physical container, that I could justify my belief.
So it's logical, right? You're making a logical assertion based on past experiences, which determine the fact that gas pressure requires a container. Even though you can't empirically prove that we're within a contained system, it's a logical assumption, correct?
Yeah, I don't have a problem with what you're saying. Yeah.
All right.
Dyslo, check him out, hitting them with also the creator, right? Like, we don't have to know if it's a he or she, or if it's a god that has personable characteristics, or what your religion is, or anything like that. But there is some antecedent to creation. I cannot empirically, physically manipulate it. I just know that, like, order doesn't randomly just pop up there, right? Like, the order that we see from the macro to the micro on the earth requires something had, intelligently placed it in order. And so I can present that.
Stop there. What's it? Why? Why do you state that it's required that randomness can't be part of how the world works?
Well, we have way too much order, so you can't take a bunch of pieces.
That's not an intelligent
You're
response.
one of those interrupt a lot guys, I guess.
No, but that's not an intelligent response just to say we have a lot.
Well, I was in the middle of my response there, wasn't I?
Yeah, please let her finish responding. So no interruption, please.
So, like, if I take a bunch of little pieces, every little minor piece of a very complex watch, and I put it in a mason jar, and I start shaking it up, it's never going to become a watch.
See, that's the problem, is that if you shake that jar to affinity, right? That's how many times you shake it. There's the possibility that it will. Like, let's make this even a more easy example.
So you're logically bankrupt. Gotcha.
No,
so hold on, just real quick. I'd like to say something to you. I know that this is difficult, but I'd like to say so. This is Smooth, right? This is Smooth.
Yeah.
Hey, okay. So can you show me, like, I think Witsit would say, based on everything he understands about the world, he cannot produce. What was the term that you used, Witsit? Chaotic or random, something like that. Like,
yeah.
So
like
then you came.
Can't create order. Yeah.
Right. So then you came in, Smooth, and said, what makes you think that chaos can exist? So my question to you, and you don't necessarily need to answer it now, my question to you is, when can you produce what you think is the very first chaotic example that you can demonstrate for us to consider, right? Because Witsit and I would just point you to order. We're never going to get to a disordered example. So
Chaos
in
doesn't
your
exist.
mind,
mind,
okay, hold on, just real quick. I'll finish up. I'll just finish up. Again, my challenge to you is, in your mind, you choose the best example of a chaotic demonstration that this world has that we can evaluate.
It's life itself. That's what I'm saying. Like, order is the result of chaos. So like, there doesn't need to be a creator to justify why things are here, right? Like,
so
sure,
that's an intelligent response. It's just to assert it.
Chaos is a subjective perception. Doesn't exist.
Again, I don't know. I've not been here for a while, so I don't know all the words you guys argue. But what I'm trying to say is that, like, I don't believe it's a good response to say, well, because everything is ordered, it has to have a creator, it has to have a designer, right? You're observing what is ordered, but you were not observing how we reached this point, right? You didn't observe how the planet formed. Like, we can view how stars form, and it's a chaotic event. We can view
Holy
how
shit!
stars...
When did you see a star formed?
I think the best evidence
You
for a
made
creator.
that up.
What do you mean I made it up?
When do you cite it? When do we see a star formed? Cite it.
I personally think that.
Yeah, that's true. It's
I think I saw one on Star Trek.
Right? It turns out
personally, I think that.
Oh, go ahead, brother.
Go ahead, Greg.
Okay, turns out that James Webb is showing these guys that it doesn't take billions and billions of years for these stars to be formed. If what they're seeing is actually right, because it's turning their whole ideas all on their head, from the expansion,
That's true, yeah.
formation to fucking galaxy mergers. This is a big one, man.
It's their whole galaxy formation is being debunked within their own paradigm, and they're claiming that it can see back in time closer to the youngest galaxies, close to the Big Bang, right? In their own paradigm, and they're saying that it's way too ordered, way too complex, and there's way too many of them for their model to be correct. But that's like critiquing someone's story about what Santa Claus wears. Basically, like, no, he doesn't wear a red hat. You know.
I know that's what
you actually, you know why Santa Claus wears red? It's because Coke had a big push for it back in the day, and they always put him in red. And now before that, he used to be blue, green, whatever. But now it's just
the white beard and the red guy or the guy in the red coat has been around since the day of the Vikings.
I know, but we only do them in red now because of Coca-Cola, though. We used to do them in blue, green, all kinds of colors, but now it's just red.
You guys agree? It got summed up with the whole. If I take every little piece of a watch and I'll put it in a mason jar, if I just start violently shaking it, it's never going to become a perfectly operable watch.
I mean, he says Moose says that is a 1 in a billion chance that he can actually shake it a billion times and it might just happen.
Yeah,
but these are the same people that think
your hot mic a lot, dude.
These are the same people that think if you. These are the same people that think if you slap a table enough, there's a chance that your hand will pass right through it. So,
I fucking laughed at Coach.
Let's make the example more tangible.
Break the table and through like a karate chop, but other than that, no.
Well, let's make this example more tangible. So let's say we put 4 quarters in a mason jar, right? Just dump 4 in. There's a chance that you can get all 4 quarters to be all heads up or all tails down.
Not analogous.
Not even close.
Yeah, you've only got
Not
2
even
choices.
It is. Yeah, it is analogous. I was thinking of the same example all through this conversation.
Oh my gosh, I feel like I'm losing brain. If you think 4 quarters landing on heads is analogous to a complex watch being made in a mason jar, then we're just gonna have to stop talking.
It would be more analogous if you said that one person won the lottery 750 times.
Go ahead, Smooth. I want to go next.
Odds are less, but the analogy is still good.
Yeah, can y'all please take one at a time? It just sounds like a shit show.
Smooth, go ahead.
Smooth. All All right.
But I'm
It's
saying,
like you can't hear
what
other
is
people
wrong with
talking
the
smooth. We're
idea?
trying to
The
clear the
idea of
floor for you.
All right, Smooth. I'm gonna mute you just so you can hear us. We're trying to clear the floor for you. Please let us do that.
Guys, remember,
Skyline, it's not your turn to talk.
I don't understand why there's so much argument about how we're delivering the message instead of the message itself. So I'm saying that the watch is a more complicated fact, but we can back this up to just quarters. We can back this up just to a few pieces
Do you
of
think that
Legos.
quarters in a jar is
You-
intelligent design?
Yo, why are you doing that? Go ahead, Smooth. Finish it up, guys. Please don't
Yeah,
interrupt.
I'm finishing up. I'm saying that if we simplify the idea to something that's more something that's more tangible, we can see that we can introduce chaos and find order. We can even have 4 quarters in a jar and shake them up enough, and when we pour them out, they'd be in the order of the year that they were manufactured.
Okay, let me explain why this quarter thing's not analogous. You're gonna put 4 quarters in a jar and come out, and in the end, you're gonna have 4 quarters. Like nothing happened. You change their position in space at all. It's not like we're not playing Yahtzee.
Let me expand on that.
Hold on.
Let me expand on that.
Go ahead.
If you had the 4 quarters and you shook it up, what are the odds that all 4 landed on heads, right? Well, let's put there is a probability. It's pretty strong probability you could possibly get that done. Well, make it 100 quarters and shake that up. There still exists a possibility that all 100 would land on heads.
Yeah, but you're always going to have
Not analogous.
You'll always have 100 quarters, though. You're putting quarters in and you're getting quarters out.
Okay,
You're getting
Right.
the same thing.
Yeah, you're not creating. Look, the thing is, Smooth and Skyline, Smooth and Skyline. The thing is, hello.
This is about the complexities
hello.
of our world being created. If you're going to compare
but this
our
guy was
complexity
talking.
to
Can we
four
not
quarters,
interrupt?
The thing is, man, you're not creating anything out of the quarters. The quarters are not becoming a statue or some kind of whatever. It's just you're putting in quarters, and like they're saying, you're taking out quarters with the pieces of the watch. With the pieces, yeah, exactly. With the pieces of the watch, you're have a bunch of random items becoming a actual watch. We call it the chaos watch. Can you create a chaos watch?
So I'm going to back
hold
away
on.
from the watch example.
I'm going to take 4 quarters. I'm going to put them in this jar.
Grim, you're next, bro.
I'm going to
You're next.
Two examples right now, right? Which is, you can take Legos and shake them in a bin, and if you do it enough times, some Legos will assemble, right? And of course, the quarters are not going to either disintegrate or bind. I mean, I guess there's a probability, but it's not going to happen. A better example would be to take raw materials, right? Like when you cook, right? You are taking materials and you're putting them in the bin, and sometimes you make things that you didn't expect, like with bacon. So I don't understand why you're saying that chaos can't lead to order.
This analogy was to showcase the complexity of the world we're within and how it has to follow natural order. So to try to narrow this down to quarters in a jar is non-equatable. We're talking about
Grim, you're next.
And that's why Witsit, I wasn't done. That's why Witsit gave you a complex watch, or we could even use a car, something that has complexity to it. A quarter doesn't have very much complexity to it.
But there's a line. Grim, you're next. Grim's next, and whoever that was can be after Grim.
Plus, I don't believe there's chaos in anything, so it's going to be difficult for you to prove that in the first place, being that we have all these electromagnetic effects and properties of matter that are actually not chaotic. They have order to them and all of that. So there's something that we don't understand that we're throwing the word chaos at in the first place.
Yeah, dude, a machine meticulously carved the quarter, bro. Right? So it even give you what you're calling heads. Dude, I didn't think that there's no way this conversation take this long, right? So like we were talking about like how you can demonstrate things to be true with logic. It doesn't have to be physically manipulated. Some things can be demonstrated with a true logical dichotomy. right? And so that's what we were talking about. I like if you think that a tornado can go through a junkyard and make a Boeing 747, please, by all means, just stumble through life with that worldview. I'm not your dad.
Okay,
Take 4 cigarette butts, put them in a jar, shake them up, and then have yourself a joint. I mean, keep shaking.
Highlander, hold on, smooth, hold on, Highlander, and then you.
Okay.
There can only be one.
Right, see when you put the watch in the jar, right, and you have all the components of the watch all together in the jar, right, and it makes a watch. That's one possible combination for all that components to make, right? And then, so when you start shaking the jar, right, after each shake, they move and they land in a certain possible combination, right? So if you continue to shake that jar, it then lands in a different combination, right? But for you to say that it will never land back in the same combination as what it started, I need to know how you're removing that possible combination from the list of combinations that it can land in.
Yeah, you're just wrong though, because it isn't just a list of it isn't just a thing of combinations. The things aren't just stacking on top of each other in a random combination. You have a little bitty thing that's on the side of the watch that you turn to change the time. It has to screw into the bezel of the watch. Okay, you don't just stack things on top of each other. Eventually, they'll stack right. That's not how it works. It has to be intricately formulated.
No, I know, I understand that, I get that, right? So one of the possible combinations after you shake the jar is that screw falls out of the side of the watch, right? But one of the possible combinations out of all the possible combinations is that may actually, and all the chaos and knocking around, is that it may get knocked back into that hole.
No, because then it keeps shaking and it's never going to screw in there. So you're just making stuff up. Like, dude,
well, and under that logic, then because it's screwed in,
Hold on one second,
never.
Highlander, hold on 1 second. Die slow.
In other words, the watch is a bad
analogy. Hold on, yo, Grim. I know you heard me trying to get control of the room. Die slow. You're roboting bad. Go ahead, and then Grim, you could be next, bro. Relax, guys.
And that logic, then, because you said that it can never screw back in, that it will never unscrew either. So therefore, that possible combination will always be together.
Yeah, but we're not talking about putting a watch that's already made. We're putting the pieces of the watch and then having chaos create an actual watch.
See, here's
Grim, go ahead. There's a line.
It's more analogous
and smooth.
Yeah, it's more analogous to smashing things together.
Like 4 people.
You're next up, smooth.
This isn't really a conversation worth having. You guys, this is silly. So when we move on, I'll jump in.
The issue here is that you guys are so hung up on the idea of the watch, but like, let's talk about that tornado again, right? Is it possible that or tornado or some type of, weather pattern can change where things are grown? Like, is it possible that we might have, palm trees only in North America, but after a storm we can find them popping up in South America? I mean, that's a possibility, right?
What the hell? They're taking the conversation down a different path.
No,
I know exactly. This is what I'm saying. We should just disengage from anyone that wants to believe like this.
I'm not trying to do anything wrong.
You're a contrarian.
I'm not a contrarian. I'm saying that you're focused on the idea of a watch, but the idea that you're equating mechanical design to biological design is not a good comparison. I'm talking about natural. I'm talking about natural design over mechanical.
Who's been waiting to talk?
Silent wants to get in.
I just want to say a quick thing. On every single example that you guys are posting with the coins and everything, you have the assumption that something is there already. And when we're talking about this, is like nothing coming out of like something coming out of nothing. So on your premises of the coins and everything, you already have something there.
That was the example that was provided to us. So you're saying that you have a mason jar with no watch in there, and you just shake it, and then there's going to be a watch?
Yeah.
Well, to begin with, you have the watch already. So
Well, in nature, you have all the building blocks of organic molecules.
Who built that one?
It doesn't seem like you're willing to even come to our side and say, like, hey, you can take random building blocks and build something random,
it's nonsense,
right?
I will not go down to that path. At least me.
So the information inside DNA is rock solid proof there's a creator. That will never happen in nature by mixing up a jar or outer chaos or primordial soups. Okay, you have information there. In order to have information, you need an intelligent agent to even come up with that.
So I have a degree in biology, right? That's my education background. Why is it that you claim it is proof that DNA means that there's a creator?
Maybe you didn't listen to what I said after I said that. What I said after that? Oh, you're still roboting.
You're roboting.
Die slow.
That degree only
Did you hear what I said after the part of how it went?
Sorry, Jeremy. Go ahead.
Can't happen. There was a part I said after that, which was why it can't happen.
Yes, but I don't understand why information, right? So, like, you said that there has to be a creator because there's information there.
Do you know what you have to have information?
Well, let's say this, like, random letters, right, are the building blocks of information. So, if you make alphabet soup enough times, you can spell some words. That's information, but it happened organically.
First of all, you would need someone to come up with the code, the convention of the letters, right? Just to have that, you need the intelligence to come up with the letters to even have a code or any information to even be there.
But so
that's correct.
You need intelligence to come up with the letters.
Jeremy, the letters in itself is a sign of intelligence. Check. You're right.
That's what I just said. Thank you. Yes.
Why? Why is that a sign? Like, I don't get why. Why is it that having AT, like, why are those signs that God is real? Why can't that be that all this, like, I don't see how you're jumping to the point that God is real just because we have DNA.
I would also just say, just be lucky that all signs point to God as good, because God could be whatever he wanted to be, and he decided to be good.
That's wrong. God's the source of all evil.
Spoken like a true atheist.
Can I jump in just real quick?
If you're signing all information to be God.
Hold on, Smooth. Hold on, just real quick. So, look, we're dealing with philosophical arguments right now that have no bearing in reality. Shaking watch parts around in a jar. Let's find something, which is what I said earlier to Smooth. Okay, if we want to discuss chaos and order, again, I think that all of us on our side could produce order for you. Examples of order after order after order. Is there something in this world that you would like to present that demonstrates chaos to you specifically? I think we should argue that rather than this angel dancing on the head of a pin philosophy.
Okay, so let's
without begging the question.
Stars then. So
stars and he's appealing this.
Die slow. Die slow. You're still roboting, bro. Or was that Dave? Die slow. You're still roboting, bro.
And talking over.
So, Copernicus, one of the things that we can talk about chaos to order is, We can talk about the formation of stars. We can talk about how LSD was discovered. We can talk about how bread was first made and discovered. Like, I'm not arguing that order is this, what follows chaos, but I'm saying chaos is what is the initiation for order. Like, stars form. I know you guys don't believe in stars or whatever, but we can say bread.
Wow, what a star! What a straw man.
Well, you guys, I'm not gonna fight about, like, you guys don't believe space is real, so why fight about it? Let's talk about bread.
Well, there's space between me and my computer and monitor.
I know, but like, I don't feel like talking like that. Like bread.
We also believe in stars.
Yeah,
I don't know anyone that doesn't believe that there's stars.
Okay, so whatever. Does it really matter? But like, let's talk about bread. We didn't know how to
go ahead.
We didn't know how to make bread. So we made bread accidentally by combining ingredients, and now bread has a very
Wait. Where's the story? Can you produce this? Where are you getting this information? They just fucking dropped shit together and bread came out? Like, where is this story coming from, bro? What are you talking about?
How bread was first made?
Yeah, where did you get this story that you're telling us right now?
Here.
It's an analogy, man.
From my mind?
No.
It wasn't an analogy,
Listen,
Left
man.
Lane. Nice try, buddy. He said it's fact. It's chaos to order.
Okay, so here we go. We have wheat. Right? That's not chaotic.
No.
We have
Hold on. You're not listening. We didn't know how to make bread, right?
You keep saying we. Like, how far back does your family tree go, bro?
Come on, man. There was the first loaf of bread ever made. There was the first loaf of bread ever made.
Yeah, and guess what? Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. That's correct, Howard. And you don't have the recipe or the story as to how that came about.
We could speculate, though.
Yeah, you can just imagine it, right?
That's now we're back. Yeah,
I'm guessing the first loaf of bread. Hold on, Travis, real quick. I'm guessing that the first loaf of bread, there was an intelligent agent there. He put some shit together and got bread, right? So you already have this intelligent agent creator thing that you're trying to deny.
Let's remove the idea of bread because, again, let's go to something more modern, right?
Oh my God, man! You can't even win with bread, and you want to change it to something else. Win? No. Win with bread. Go ahead. You can do it.
You don't even know how bread works.
Win with bread, bro.
Let me finish. I'm not going to argue the way you guys argue. So we want to talk about.
Yeah, logically, right? Logically, you're not going to argue with logic. We get that.
If you want to talk about something that has been witnessed from start to finish, we can talk about polymers, we can talk about drug manufacturing, right? And what?
Yeah, go ahead. Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Like, do the LSD one. Go ahead. Unpack the LSD one for us.
Okay, sure. So the discovery of LSD happened by accident. Like, it was accident. The man was experimenting with different chemicals, and I believe the story goes that he absorbed the first hit through his skin, or he touched his lips, or something like that. But it happened.
So he was experimenting, right?
That's not chaos to order, sir.
Rakio, I'm expressing to you how it became order, right? We didn't know what LSD was. We didn't know what LSD was. And
chaos to order.
Right? LSD came about randomly. That's chaos.
The topic is
it wasn't random.
Experimentally. You said
experimentum is not. I think you're way off.
That means he's using his brain to test what the chemics are gonna do or what reaction are gonna have.
You're putting a bunch of things in order and getting an outcome. Yeah, a certain order. Yeah.
But you didn't know.
I think he flavors as it comes.
You understand when you have a person behind it doing something, that's called intelligent design.
Yeah, that's your intelligent agent you're trying to argue against.
Guys, he wasn't designing LSD. He didn't know what he was designing. That was the point.
It's still an informer grabbing those chemicals, mixing them together.
Jesus.
It didn't just randomly happen by accident. The chemicals just splashed together and the guy just touched it. No, he grabbed those chemicals and mistakenly probably put an extra drop of something else. It wasn't random. It was his mistake. It was his mistake, but it was still an intelligent person behind it.
Yeah, bro.
Not to mention that I think that these people create these histories about these kind of things, like to justify, this argument.
Yeah, let me jump in just real quick. Now, I am by no means an LSD historian, okay? But I did watch a video on the origin of LSD. The guy was researching medicinal properties of a plant, okay? He didn't know it was going to make him high, but he was intentionally separating shit, making shit, all this other kind of shit, okay? So it's not chaotic. He was directly involved in trying to find out how to alleviate migraine headaches, okay? Not a fucking chaotic situation, dude. You struck out again. You want to try one more?
You have your intelligent agent there, the guy who's mixing the chemicals, the intelligent guy, putting all the shit together.
Chaos would be the wind blowing the wheat into a grinder, making flour, and then it rains on the flour and somehow gets on a pan in the over a fire and makes bread. That's chaos, sir. To order.
How we with chaos get only water on the earth, not nowhere else.
Yeah, that was a good one. It rains, there's wheat, it gets grinded up somehow in nature.
We had Big Bang, and now that exploded, and now
a ball.
Now all chemicals mix it, and now we had only water on Earth, not on other planets.
I swear to God, man, you can't make this shit up, bro.
Yeah, it's because it says LSD was discovered by an accident in 1938 by Albert Hoffman, a Swiss chemist. Hoffman was employed by Sandoz, a Swiss chemical company, to research and develop chemical compounds based on ergot, a fungus that was suspected to have medicinal properties. Hoffman began combining lysergic acid, a chemical found in ergot, with different substances. He eventually mixed lysergic acid with diethylum, which is a derivative of ammonia. This compound was abbreviated to LSD-25, and so on and so forth. He tested it on rats, and they're having weird shit.
The funny thing about this, right?
Where is the chaotic?
Okay, I can show it to you. So in Salem, they believe that the witch trials and all the ideas of witches are directly correlated to the improper storage of wheat. So historians and researchers have gone back and said that what caused everyone to be crazy in Salem was the fact that they were growing, because LSD is actually one of 2 or 3 main funguses that will grow on wheat. So they were improperly storing it. So that's how it was made in a chaotic.
Hold on, is this a fungus? Is this a naturally grown fungus or LSD? That's LSD just grow.
Yeah, it does.
You think LSD grows and we go and pick it?
Yeah, yes, it's a fungus.
Basically, he's saying
like
grass with LSD.
It's very similar to penicillin.
All right, fine. So you're talking about something that was grown naturally, and these people ate it. So what? What's the point of this?
What I'm saying is that, looking at LSD, right? The discovery was by accident, and it has happened in nature by accident. Like LSD has been created in nature without any interaction.
And because of that, water will curve in nature.
Hold on, one second. I have a work call. 1 second.
If LSD, then water will curve in nature. Then.
Whatever. Let's move on.
If we realize that LSD, whatever it's doing, that means that water will curve in nature.
Yeah. Just look at the level of argument. He left. He left, man. He went to take a work call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. But look at the quality of arguments that we have to deal with now.
That
What the
shit's
hell
top
is
notch.
this a troll?
Nah, man, they're getting worse
No.
and worse, bro.
So
they're getting worse and worse. I'm sure a lot of us have seen this happen. I mean, I don't know if we're getting better or they're getting worse, but there's definitely a shift that's happened.
I think it's
but then,
over.
hold on, then again,
It was funny.
Oh, wait. The hope of the globe, Highlander, please say something intelligent.
well, all I'm going to say is, I mean, you think your argument's better than his, and all your argument is we have information, therefore God.
We didn't have to say anything, and you brought up God just because you hate God, but we didn't have to say anything for that guy to look unintelligent. Sorry.
I don't think it's wise to argue with any vehement atheist that denies basic logic and reason because they have some fear of there being moral accountability. It's unwise. Like once you lay out the simple analogy of if you had all the pieces of a complex watch put into a mason jar, you could shake it up until the end of time and you would never get the perfect watch that's operable outside of it. They're like, oh no, actually if you did it for infinity, it's possible it would happen. Just be like, okay, dude. Yeah, you live in something like that, only times a billion more complex. And if you want to believe that because you're being dishonest with yourself, don't come trying to convince us. And also, you have to understand you're not going to convince them because it's a deep-rooted fear, personally motivated decision that they're making. It's nothing to do with logic. They've chosen, personal preference over logic. So it's kind of a futile pursuit.
It's the Wizard of Oz syndrome, right?
So
The
you're
golden
saying
path, the man made of an oil can. Go ahead, Highlander. I'll go.
I was just going to say, from what he just said, you're saying that I've chosen not to believe in God because of fear.
Yeah.
You're scared.
Fear and resentment.
What am I scared of?
You're scared of moral
He told you moral accountability.
Well,
Being held responsible for your actions.
I take accountability and I am fully responsible for every action I take.
You're making my point. So you're saying I take responsibility. I'm accountable. See, but you're afraid of the idea that there's something else that holds you accountable. It's not just about what you think. If you're like, oh, well, yeah, I lied to this person, but it's okay because blah, blah, blah. No, this changes it. There's an objective morality and objective standard, right? So there's a different outside, more powerful moral accountability that's different. And it's usually fear and resentment.
It's called the justice system. Yeah. So I judge my actions or I base my actions on whether if it's right or wrong, or I know that if I do a certain thing, that I will be punished for it.
Punished by who?
The justice system.
Okay, so your God is the government.
No, I never said God. There is no God.
You're saying that what the arbiter of your morality is the government. So
if you hurt let's say you hurt someone's feelings, are they gonna? What's the fine for that?
How do you know that is not God?
Because he just doesn't want there to be.
I think it's more to go around hurting people's feelings. I mean, they're not going to throw you in jail or write you a ticket for that.
So whatever the government says is the definition of moral. So, wow, okay. So slavery used to be okay.
Right. Okay. We know you we know you disagree with the law and you don't like abiding by the rules of your country, right? But that doesn't mean that the normal general population doesn't mind abiding by the rules that the government make.
All right, just real quick, can we get somebody to unmute? Can you not hear me?
We hear you. They don't hear you.
We were in the middle of a conversation. Well, actually, we were in the middle of talking.
No, Dallas.
I know, but listen, you guys are okay. Listen, you're mods. You're not watching the chat. Can we get someone to unmute Snacks, please?
Well, yeah, this isn't my job. I don't get paid to be in here.
I got it. Guys, please continue.
So anyway,
Sorry,
Highlander, I don't answer to laws that are unconstitutional, right, or immoral. That's right. But that's a non sequitur. You're diverting it over to me now because I acknowledge that there's objective morality and there's something bigger than me, right? And that I don't just get to make up what's right or wrong. Like if I think this is right today, but I change my mind tomorrow, but what is right didn't change. So yeah, there's something bigger than me.
That objective morality is exactly why I don't obey some of the government written laws. I go out of my way to disobey them, to prove to my creator that he's above any other lawmaker.
Yeah.
Right. So you're telling me that your God doesn't agree with the laws that the governments have made? Like,
no, that's not true. That's not. Well, my creator tells me that I should obey the laws of the land until the point that it makes me cross the morality line that he set, the high standard that he set for me. That's what I said. So don't put words in my mouth.
Yeah,
right,
I mean,
so
it's okay. It's okay.
these morality rules that God has sent. Where's this list of morality rules that God has sent down to us?
It doesn't matter because you don't want to know them. He doesn't want to know them. This is just.
He knows them better than me. No, he knows them better than me. I bet you can recite them better than me, atheist.
Right. Okay.
All atheists know them more than I do. I just know they're in my heart. Yeah, you know them written down. You can probably verbatim ring them off.
I'm not privileged enough. Yeah, only special people get access to that list. Isn't that right? What's it?
No, you know the list.
No, Highlander, if you want
I guarantee you know the list.
If you want the government to be your God, that's your own prerogative.
There is no God. Why do you keep saying the government is God? There is no God. There is no almighty, powerful fucking space wizard sitting there in his chair waving his fucking wand.
Hey, can I ask a question when you guys are done?
Do you guys hear the disdain in his voice?
I have a question. I've been coming here because I want to learn more about the shape of the earth and to defend it a little bit, because with me, it was like, I read something, I studied it, I found Rob Skiba, and it made sense. But so back to this atheist conversation, would an atom, like most of these guys, would this be like a legit, conversation? Most of these people believe in atoms, yet, until just recently, nobody's ever seen one. However, now they're saying, there's a shadow. Well, can the effects of one, I mean, is it that hard to see the effects of what we walk on? We need bees to pollinate the flowers, and I mean, like, it just goes on and on. Would that be a conversation to have with an atheist, using the atom? Because you can't see it apparently, but there's effects of it, right? Allegedly.
Yes, that is actually a good point. It's like the atheists will scream at the top of their lungs and say, God doesn't exist, I can't see him, but I know for a fact atoms, photons, and electrons exist. So yeah, it is a good point.
You can't hold on. You can't see the air, can you? But you know it's there.
Our point exactly. Our point exactly. Thank you. You have never seen God, but you know the Creator is there. Like there is a supreme being.
I've seen the effects of the air.
You've seen the effects of the Creator.
But I have never once, ever, and I've asked loads of Christians and people with other religious beliefs to show me proof that God exists. Show me evidence of what he has done.
The earth.
Yeah, the earth.
The
what
human
you're breathing.
body.
The air itself.
DNA is the evidence that there is a creator. I just went through this like 5 minutes ago.
No, that was just you saying information, therefore God.
Wait, are we doing the prove God exists argument? Because I got a good one.
Well, we already pointed out the necessary antecedent to creation or design or order as something placed in order. He just saying, "Nuh-uh, government God." So I mean, let him have his own worldview.
Yeah, even like the
Again, I have
mainstream
never said the
atheists.
government is God. I've never said anyone is God or anything is God. Yeah, please stop saying that. That's what I say. Yeah.
Well, so to clarify, what you
You're being
said was
extremely dishonest right now.
No, okay.
Extremely dishonest.
You said that the arbiter of morality is the government. Okay, so
Well, I
whoever
said the government makes rules, makes laws, and I follow them. Yeah.
You said that was the arbiter of morality, right? So we were talking about morality. We were talking about morality. You said the reason that you follow rules is because. See, this is why atheists have to interrupt because they can't hear their own worldview laid out in front of them.
No, you said I don't believe in God because I fear something. Yeah, I'm scared of something. Yeah, right. And I asked you what that was. Yeah, and then all of a sudden you started shouting about how I think the government is God. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I said, I said the only thing I fear is the punishment from breaking the laws. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, so I was explaining that actually there's a deep-rooted fear that most atheists have at the idea of there being some objective morality bigger than them in the supernatural. It's also typically like resentment, right? So they have like misdirected resentment for something that's happened in their life, whether they've lost a loved one or they're like, oh, well, I don't have any money, even though I'm super lazy. I should have money or whatever it is. And so they have all kinds of resentment at the creator for these different things. Or then they have this ego where they're like, I'm way better than any God could ever be. Because why would he let people be hungry? What about kids in Africa? Right? So it's a combination of just like ego, lack of understanding, and fear and resentment. Yeah, that's right. That's an accurate denotation of why people are atheists.
Okay, so 12 years ago, a woman leaves work and is walking to her car, and 3 men decide to brutally beat her and take turns raping her. Where was your fucking God then?
Well, hold on a
Why
second.
did she let that
Why is it
happen?
God's fault?
Why
I mean, are
did
you
she
a parent?
Why did she have to go through that?
Okay, settle down. Just take a deep breath. Are you a parent? Do you have an animal? I mean,
Yes,
Father, our Creator
two.
created us and gave us free will, right? So why are we blaming Him when your children?
Interrupting a lady.
1 second. 1 second.
Highlander, stop interrupting.
Fucking rabbiting on. Are you want
I'm
me
gonna
to
mute you in
answer
3,
or not?
2.
Hurry,
Right? Yes, I have 2
Okay,
kids
you're
and I
getting
have.
muted. You're getting muted. You don't interrupt her when she's talking, dude.
I'm just really quickly, like, after a point, how can we be responsible for our children when they have their own, actions? Those men were created with free will. And sometimes bad things happen to good people. And it happens, all the time. It's a tragedy, it sucks what happens to children and animals and people. It really does. But why does it have to be our Creator's fault when He gave us free will to either love Him or not? Enjoy,
it's choice.
YOLO.
It's choice that proves love.
Well, hold
let me
on.
jump in just real quick with Highlander.
Highlander was desperately trying to get in, so maybe supposed to get asked a question.
Right, she asked a question, right? She asked if I had children and then spouted on for another fucking 3 minutes. Yes, I have 2 daughters. I have 2 daughters and a granddaughter, right? But let's just say...
Is that why you're cussing at a young lady? Is that why you're cussing at a young lady?
Stop white knighting. Shut the fuck up.
I'm not white knighting, but
after Highlander. I would like a turn after Highlander, please.
Right, so, right, I say that what happened to that woman is wrong, right? But would you say that, for example, I got one of them guys and I kept him hidden for 7 days and I brutally tortured him in ways that I was taught how to torture before he slowly died? Is that all right? Is that okay?
No, see, evil doesn't
Where
make
was your
evil...
God then? Where was your God to save him?
Here's what she already told you, that we were made with free will. But Highlander, let me ask you a question. I'm going to show the fundamental illogical nature of your worldview. So when you said that it was wrong for her to be beat up and raped, right? How did you determine that? Is it objectively wrong, or if there's somebody else over here that thinks it's not wrong, does that mean that it is okay? Is it objectively wrong, or is it just based on subjective interpretation?
Yeah,
Travis, you're next, right
It's
after Highlander.
wrong because I say it's fucking wrong. Yeah.
What'd you say? So is it objective, or is it just your opinion? Is that what makes it right or wrong?
All right. So because I say it's wrong, and in my opinion that's wrong, do you think that that's okay? Yeah?
No.
So
You're not answering the question. The question is,
when I tortured and killed that man, then that's okay because I say that's okay.
No, Highlander, this is the question. See if you can actually answer it. So this girl gets kidnapped and raped, right? Now, I would say that's objectively wrong. You said that you agree that it's wrong, but I'm asking you, is it, according to your worldview, is it objectively wrong, or is it just wrong because that's what you subjectively think? And if someone else doesn't think it's wrong, then it's not wrong. Is there objective morality or subjective morality?
After he answers this, Travis is next.
It makes no difference. It's wrong. Yeah,
So you can't answer.
There is no looking at it and saying that's okay, that's right. Yeah, because of your objective view on the world. Yeah, it is wrong.
We'll let Travis go because you can't answer it, so it's all good.
Oh.
All right, so I'm going to throw myself under the bus in a manner of speaking because I'm on Highlander's side in this issue more than I am. But my question to Highlander is, let's just for the sake of argument, like, in your opinion then, at what point should God step in at any level of pain? Right? So
God
like,
can step in when he thinks it's wrong. If that's happening to people, then obviously your God doesn't think that that's wrong. He thinks that that's okay. We think it's wrong, but he thinks it's okay.
oh, hold on. I get that. But I'm saying, based on your opinion right now, should the accidental death of a child in a swimming pool have been prevented by God? Should a child who gets beaten, I'm not going to make it in terms of completely maniacal parenting, but like even a child who hates his dad because his dad just spanks him at all. Like, where's God? Like, God never prevented my dad from spanking me. Like, at what point, in your opinion, on this scale of evil in the world, at what point should God be obligated at all to stop pain, which is possibly the production of something good further down the line?
According to you, he created us. Yeah. So if he created us, he is responsible for us. Yeah. Just like I am responsible for my children.
Yeah? You're responsible for you, buddy.
No, I don't know why you can't answer. I don't know why you can't answer a question. You're not even answering my question now, and I'm on your side, man.
But why? I'm confused why you're saying you're on his side. Like, so what would be your answer to my question? Like, did the girl got raped? Is that objectively wrong, or is that only wrong because someone subjectively thinks so?
Oh my fucking god!
Let me ask him a question because he said that just like he's responsible of his kids. So
Hold on, Silent. You're next. Silent. Silent, you're next. Witsa just asked him a question. You're right after he answers it. You go.
To answer for the past half hour, bro.
Okay, well, Smooth
Travis,
jumped
he asked
in
it for
and said,
Travis.
any of the atheists, or anyone that's agreeing with this sentiment, can anyone answer the question coherently with some logic?
I'm not an atheist, but what's the question?
Yeah, it's a sub.
You're next. Silent, you're next.
It's subjectively.
You're roboting, bro.
What's the question?
Because if you don't get your morals from a higher.
Sorry, you're roboting. Trust us. I might want to leave and come back. Okay, Smooth. I'm going to say, Silent, I'm going to let you go right after I just repeated this, Smooth. The question is, Highlander's like, God, he's like, basically, he thinks he's in a moral position to judge any type of creator. And he's like, this girl got jumped outside of a bar and then got kidnapped and raped. So where's your God then? And he's like, that's wrong. So I said, okay, is it objectively wrong? Or is it just wrong relative to the interpretation of the individual, meaning subjective? And if someone else thinks it's not wrong, is it moral? Is morality subjective, or is it objective?
Morality. Yeah, this is all subjective. Like, there are sick people in this world that, don't see the issue of raping or killing.
But it doesn't mean that. Oh my god.
So that means you think that equates to it's actually not wrong if someone.
I
It's
think
not wrong.
I think his issue is that if you take the stance that God is all knowing and all being and created all, then he created these individuals who lack the ability to, like he created individuals who will do this, right? So like some people, like if you look at it from a scientific point of view, so we're talking like physical or psychiatric, like lack certain parts of their brain where they understand what's wrong and right, and they kill people, serial killers, serial rapists. So yeah, it's kind of the creator's fault if he creates a being that lacks the ability to understand what's right and wrong, goes around killing people.
Right, smooth. Here's the deal, man. I had the same critique when I was 5. Okay, you don't have to tell us like no one's ever thought about. Everyone knows the critique. Why does God let bad things happen? Okay, it's not profound. It's actually very short-sighted, and there's a very easy answer. But before we get to that,
it sounds like you don't have an answer for it, by just saying all those mean things to him.
Saying
yeah,
mean
you just
things
said
to
that
him?
there's an easy answer, but yet you're not giving it to us.
Here's the answer. The reason I wasn't giving the answer is because you guys are diverting away from the crux of the entire issue, which is dishonest. Okay? But anyway, I'll answer. It's because the only other option would be that you don't have free will, meaning there would be literally no purpose of existence at all because you would just be a robot. So if you didn't have the ability to choose to do what's right or to be righteous, then there would be no purpose or value in life in and of itself. You have to have the ability to make decisions.
Right, but these people don't understand that their decisions are wrong. So he's saying that the creator holds responsibility because the creator designed a product that doesn't understand what's right and wrong. So like,
and you're making that claim. You're making that claim.
That's a made-up statement.
Yeah, that's not true. Everyone knows that when you go hurt someone that's innocent, everyone knows. Like when you're 5 years old, if you see another 5-year-old come push down a little girl, you start crying and feel bad for her, and you're mad at the kid for pushing him, and you want to go help her instinctively.
That's the
See,
problem.
atheists have to fundy mute, right? Because you can't hear the lunacy of your worldview laid out.
I take a different approach than that for an answer on that, though.
The funny thing is, right, you say God created all of us, right? Now, if that's true, then he created me to not believe in him.
No, he allows you to make your own decision.
Yeah, so there's
Silent ever get his shot in?
No, he actually didn't.
Highlander just spoke.
I don't know.
Yeah, he
No,
just
Silent.
spoke.
Not Highlander.
Oh yeah, Silent. My bad. Silent. Go ahead. I forgot.
I just want to point out that he said
God. Oh,
robot.
Sorry.
You're roboting. Silent. Go ahead.
Highlander said that God created us, so therefore he is responsible of our actions. And then he said, just like I have kids and I'm responsible for them. My question for him was, so if they
is it just me or is he really quiet?
Yeah, well, he's talking.
Yeah, I'm struggling to hear him. That's why I'm saying if he's saying something important, I would like to hear it.
The thing lights up, but it's like he's across the room trying to speak into his mic or something.
Silent, you're having mic issues. Maybe like change your mic or something.
His name's
Can we get a bit louder and start again, maybe?
That's not why his name's Silent.
Is it better now?
It's better if everyone just is quiet and intently listens, then there's not a problem. They just can't help it. They have to impulsively
Do I
interrupt.
go from the beginning or just the question?
Yeah, go back from the beginning.
Start from the beginning.
I'm muting anyone that interrupts him.
Highlander, you said that God created us, therefore he was responsible for our actions. Then you said that just like that, you have your kids and you're responsible for their actions. My question to you is, so if they commit a crime, are you gonna pay are you gonna go to jail because they did wrong?
If somebody said to me, your daughter's done this and she's going to spend the rest of her life in jail, or you can take the fall for it and go to jail for the rest of your life so your daughter can go free.
No.
I would choose to spend the rest of my life.
That wasn't the question.
That's not what he asked at all, Highlander.
I have the ladder.
That wasn't the question.
That's not what he asked. That's
What's he
avoidance of the
asking?
question, actually.
That's all they're doing the whole
Oh
time.
my
They're
God.
avoiding every question.
Well,
You should
he
have
said,
seen.
would I take the punishment for her? Is that not what he said?
He
Would I
said,
not
should
take
you
What
be
he, what
responsible for
Should you
her?
be responsible?
Exactly.
he asked, should you automatically be the one who is punished instead of your daughter? He did not ask you if you would selflessly act in the favor of your daughter. Those are two completely different situations. Should you automatically be held liable for everything your daughter does, no matter when she does it, how she does it, who she does it to, at any point in her life after you have after your spouse or whatever has birthed her? Are
Thank
you
you.
responsible for every single thing she does every second of the day, no matter what it is or when it is? Are
That was
you the
better.
one who pays
Don't
the
forget
price?
you have.
Let
I
him
would like to
answer,
take it.
guys.
I would like
Let
to
him
answer
answer.
that real quick. So
No,
Don't
let
forget you have
Highlander
two
answer.
daughters.
Why are you going to
One of the
answer? That
daughters
was for
could
Highlander,
lose.
guys.
Bro, let
You
Highlander
heard it.
answer, and then
Holy
Smooth
shit,
can
man.
answer. Okay, that's how this works. Yeah, can we just act like adults, please?
I would say yes up to a certain point, because it's my responsibility to teach her what's right and wrong.
There you go.
What if she
Alright, so-
What if you teach her properly,
I-
then she chooses not to listen?
Hold on, wait. I'm gonna take a crack at it, and then you guys can respond to both our
Well,
rebuttals.
to respond to that quickly, then yeah, if she chooses to ignore it, then yes, that is my failure because I didn't teach her properly, and she chose to ignore me.
Bingo. There you go.
That means
Okay,
that she
so
has no free will. Everything she does, every choice she makes is entirely your fault. Because if it's ever bad, you're saying that you didn't teach her properly. If it's ever bad, which means everything she does is automatically your fault and never her own fault. Do you really think that's a good argument?
So then nothing you ever do is your fault. It's all your parents' fault. Like, yeah.
That's right.
I
Nothing
think
is
a
ever
better-
anybody's
I
fault. It's
think-
always the person
I
that
think
came
a
before
better
them.
argument is, right, for the creator holding responsibility is how we look at, like, cars and drugs, right? So if a car manufacturer or drug manufacturer creates something that harms people, people hold that creator liable for the product, right? So what we're saying is that if God exists and he created a psychopath who went on a killing spree, God is responsible because he created the product. If a car manufacturer like Tesla creates autopilot and runs over a motorcyclist, yes, Tesla is responsible for that. Or if a drug manufacturer creates something that kills people, they're responsible for the creation of that product.
Your analogy is incorrect.
So, but with Highlander, yeah, he has the.
Yeah, that was an
terrible
okay. That
analogy.
was an
Hold on,
okay. It wasn't really on point, but it was fine to bring that up. Yeah.
Is my mic cutting in and out?
No, you're good.
No.
Let's have some awareness of what's going on in the conversation, guys. I feel like we make it much more difficult than it needs to be if everyone just pays attention to the conversation. And I'd also like to respond to what Highlander thinks about. He's responsible for all his daughter's actions, but then Highlander has a parent. So Highlander's parent is responsible for all his actions. Is Highlander's parent not also responsible for his granddaughter's actions? Because, I mean, ultimately it's his fault, right? He's responsible. I mean, we could shift the responsibility all the way back to Adam and Eve if you want, or the primordial soup, whatever you want to do, but
So why even entertain that point of the conversation? But so I mean, something to think about is, if the water is poisoned, right, and it's bad for you, right, and you drink the water and it's bad, right. If it doesn't affect me in any way, I'm not going to change the water, right. I'm not going to fix it. I'm not going to make sure things are right. I'm not going to check to make sure that the plant life around it is feeding it, is working, in unison with the lake and the animals and the pH balance. So things that are bad just tell us in our heart of hearts that something needs to be fixed. Even those rapists feel guilty afterwards. And none of them. There's no proof that they don't feel.
Wait, hold on, stop,
guilt.
because they don't. They don't. There's a lot of serial killers
You're
who
making
show
stuff up.
no remorse. So, like,
Yeah, there's
to
no
always say
proof.
that people feel guilty. That's fucked up. Because
You're
they
making
don't.
stuff up.
I'm not.
Yeah,
Oh
you
my
are. You see,
God.
you have to just
All right,
make
hold on,
baseless
no,
assertions.
wait,
You could
I'll show
never
it to you because I
know.
can link everything. See, I can link everything because I
No, you
actually do
can't.
real research. So 1 second.
Okay,
But you're
so
only going to be able to
even if
you're only
they
gonna,
are asked in some interview, if they feel bad and they
Oh
say
my
no,
God! Apparently, you're all fucking knowing, dude.
now he's
It's
interrupting again.
impossible with
See,
you.
the atheists
No.
just hate the creator, bro. And when you bring them up, they just freak
It's
out.
not the creator. It's that these people literally show no remorse. They're
I
asked,
was
yeah,
talking though. You show
do
no
you regret
respect.
killing
I
these
was in the
people?
no.
middle
And
of
they say
talking.
they
So
are
what
asked.
you consider is
Why don't we
subjective.
just go one at a time? Because I
Yeah.
would like to get my say in as well. So
I
whoever's
was in the
trying to
middle of
make a
You
something.
point,
did not.
please go and just respectfully wait for the other person to be done. Thank you.
Is it
To
okay for me to
claim that
finish at some
every
point?
person who's committed a
You're getting
crime
muted,
regrets
Smooth.
it is a inaccurate claim.
3, 2. Okay, whoever else was talking.
Yeah, so I was just trying to make the point earlier that well, I mean, just that point that he's making, just to address it real quick. I mean, it's subjective. What we consider remorse is subjective, right? So we don't know what that person's version of remorse looks like. We're just comparing it to our own, but so it's subjective. But to show that there's something unhealthy, it's a fall from order, right? So we know. So when something's unhealthy, we know that there's something wrong, right? And we have to fix it. So imagine all these things were perfect, right? And then somebody starts poisoning the water, right? So imagine God created the earth and created everything perfect, right? Everything's perfect, and then sin was committed, right? And now we're stuck in this constantly trying to fix the initial problem, and we're blaming God for what we did. That's the story we're given, but that's the story in every situation that you're going through right now. Like, whose fault is it? There's something wrong at the core, right? That the reason why did that person go onto the streets and do what they did? There's a reason they did it. Maybe because their mom touched them when they were little. I don't know. Sold them into prostitution, and now they're taking it out on somebody else. We have to fix the root of the problem. Yeah.
I think Trusted Science wanted to say something next.
Yeah, I was just going to say that the crux of the atheist argument is, if God real, why bad thing happen?
Yeah.
And they don't want to take responsibility for their actions because, that's hard, I guess. See, the thing is, God gave us all free will, right? So we're going to have to be responsible. We're going to have to be subject to the consequences of our free will. And I don't know why that's so hard to wrap your fucking mind around, but yeah, just because there is a creator doesn't mean that bad things aren't going to happen. This is
Yeah. Well, in my opinion, this is the easiest debate to have ever because it's this simple. Whenever they say that the creator lets bad things happen, they've now invoked a standard of good and bad. And so they're now invoking an objective standard for morality to critique the creator. But ironically, they're claiming at the same time that there is no such thing as objective morality.
Yeah,
I'd like to make a comment.
Hold on. A couple of minutes ago, somebody said God is all love. Yeah?
Yeah, make sure you change the subject, not to avoid that I just threw a grenade on your whole worldview.
All
right,
hold on. Wait. Skilled at everything. You're not throwing grenades in every fucking idea that you talk about.
Now you're just personally ad homing me because you're triggering.
I am. I'm going directly.
I have
for
a
you.
comment
Show
as
some
long as
humble,
and Travis does too.
Okay. Yeah, I don't have a direct comment right now, but I can't believe I'm saying this, but did Midhug ask for permission to speak? Because I think he's been waiting.
Okay, go ahead.
It might not have been him, but I thought I heard him ask.
It was me, actually.
Oh, that was you? Okay, well then go ahead. I just wanted to we just need to really kind of be aware of people trying to chime in. And if you hear someone say, I'd like to say something, then you shouldn't start speaking the next time there's an opportunity. So go ahead, Rakia.
Yeah, I think it's been pretty cool, but the reason we know what love is because we've all experienced the opposite. And love is proven by choice. So think of your wife or your kids or your girlfriend or whatever it may be. You're making the choice to spend time or to give them gifts or whatever. That's proven your love. So same thing with the creator, giving glory to whoever created you, gave you the air itself to breathe and the voice and the words and the wisdom. Then you should give glory to that instead of whatever materialism or whatever it may be that's opposite of that. And when you do that, you're choosing to prove your love to that instead of something else, is what I'm saying. It's choice.
Yeah. You can't give all glory to God for all the good things that happen without holding them responsible and saying that, oh, glory to God, because that woman got raped.
I'm fine
Yeah.
with that. And can I answer that or reply to it? I've listened to hundreds or maybe even thousands of testimonies that bring others to the glory, right? To the wisdom of the Creator from their terrible experience. And I've even talked to someone who's raped someone, which was on topic, and he gave his life to Christ because of the guilt that he did find. And he said, why am I feeling this guilt? There has to be something, more to this, right? More to what I'm trying to do or live.
No one can answer the point, right? So it's like, if you think you're in some
My life being
moral,
saved and turning good and giving, moral standards, and then showing others how not to do bad things, how to be good morally. And this is what I did, right? Use myself as an example. That's as powerful as a testimony as you can get.
sorry, bro, I wasn't trying to interrupt. I think you went out, but someone else, you want to say something, Travis? Go.
I get a mic
yeah. So, okay, go ahead, mic check.
Oh, you heard me? I'm not roboting?
You're good. Travis.
Thank you. Go ahead, Travis. Sorry for interrupting.
No, that's okay. So I want to try to keep this as even-keeled as possible. So, Austin, in your opinion, is this sense of objective morality internal or external?
It's internal.
It's internal.
Yep.
Okay, so okay. So is your appeal to this objective morality exclusively internal?
Well, no, not exclusively, but I'm saying you are in the way that I see it, everyone is intrinsically built with the knowledge of this, and it has an external source, though, right?
Okay, great. Okay, great. So I would be on the same page with you. I do think that we can have a certain sense of on the spectrum of good and evil. Okay, that's fine. Now that you are in fact appealing to an external source, what is that external source?
Whatever placed the order that's here right now. Like, to answer it with detail is going to get into my personal worldview, right? Which is outside.
Well, but I think that's right. Okay, so so you Austin and Highlander are two separate individuals. Are you both subject to this same external objective morality?
Yes, absolutely. He knows that rape is wrong, and he knows that murder is wrong. Yeah.
Okay, hold on. No. Now it seems to me that you're bringing it in internally, because I don't disagree with you that Highlander would, to some degree, based on his internal compass, agree with you that there is wrong or right. I'm asking you if you're going to appeal to an external source of objective morality that the both of you are subject to.
Yeah, because his internal compass was designed.
Okay, great. What are you appealing to right now? You are appealing to an external source, and I'm asking you to be specific. What is this external source?
The necessary antecedent to creation. So the intelligent designer. I specifically, I say it's Yah, like hallelujah, the Father. I look at him as a personable thing. I talk to him like he's personable, and then I get answers. But that's my personal thing.
Okay, we're great. Where did you get this term Yah? Where did that come from?
From the scriptures.
Okay, great. I think now we're closer to the answer to my question. Your external appeal is to a written source.
Well, I can pray, actually, so I don't think you even need the written source.
That's a non sequitur. Okay, you don't need that. Okay, great. Now let's throw that out. Hold on. Now let's throw that out. You don't even need the external source. So now Austin and Highlander are still two individuals with an external objective morality to which both are subjective, and they cannot appeal to a written source. So now they have to appeal to what? Just, again, a subjective interpretation of natural order. See what's happening here?
No, that's not happening.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
You don't have morality without what Witsit gave you, without that external source. Without that external source, the only thing you're left with is ethics. There's nothing to stop that individual from self-gaining, despite anyone else's losses, without morality.
I get you. I totally get you. But now, since you tag teamed, and I'm perfectly fine with that, I'm not trying to be funny or glib. you're now appealing to a written external source, correct?
No, this is built within our design. It's called your internal conscious voice, which tells you right and wrong, and you only have that through means of morality by way of this external source.
Okay, what's this external source? I'm still trying to get this nailed down.
Like what's it told you? It's the cause for all natural order, for creation, for morality.
Is that okay? But is that an interpretation of the external world, or are you appealing to an external source that's not a part of the natural world to which you get your information?
Yeah, it's not mutually exclusive. We're explaining the nuance. It's built internally, right? It runs through your internal. It runs through your internal interpretation, but it had to be placed there. And so, yeah, it's outside the natural world. The natural world shows you that it was placed there. I mean,
okay, I don't want to hog the time too much, but I'll just try to wrap up my analysis so far. Okay, I was trying to get to the point of appealing to a written source document. That to me was jettisoned, in my opinion, and we were simply brought back to an internal compass. So I think that we're still at the place of a subjective interpretation of an internal spectrum of morality. I'm done. Thanks.
Yeah, but I disagree, right? So, like, if you see, you instantly know what's right or wrong. Like when you're born, that's why I brought up the 5-year-old. The 5-year-old sees the 3-year-old pushed by a 5-year-old. Like the little 3-year-old girl gets pushed to the ground by a 5-year-old boy. Like the 5-year-old girl that sees it knows it's wrong, or the 5-year-old boy will go over and defend her.
Only if they're taught that way.
No, it's not only if they're taught that way. That's not
literally
true.
only if they're taught that way. You cannot demonstrate any case whatsoever where a child left alone and not taught that will act that way. You cannot demonstrate that whatsoever.
We can bring this into the animal world, which we all can agree that animals are fairly illiterate, but yet this moral understanding of what it means to help something out. Like you can see several videos of animals that would, in any other situation, probably try to kill each other. But in this certain situation, they're helping each other because there's a need there for help. You could see cats rescuing birds out of pools. You could see hippos and tortoises palling around and protecting one another. I mean, it's everywhere. It's morality. That wasn't something they gained from being taught this. This was something they had internally from within.
It's just basic logic. You can't apply logic.
Except it's not at all. It's not basic logic in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah, it actually is. Because you only have two options objectively, and that is that either morality, there's an objective standard of morality, or it's subjective. Okay?
Yeah, those are the only two options.
That means that when people used to capture people against their will and beat them to near death, that since a good percentage of the population said that was okay, then that was morally okay. And that if in 20 years our society decides that rape is okay, now it's moral. But that's not true.
Yeah, but none of what you just said addresses the thing that we were just talking about, which is whether or not children are born with an internal compass. Whether or not you're born with an internal moral compass is not what determines whether or not it's subjective. It is not a thing that would solely determine whether or not it's subjective or objective. If you could have children who are not born with that moral compass internally, and it could still be an objective thing.
Yeah, so this is the thing, right? So this is like just like how I was going to bring up the people not having any type of remorse for hurting people. Well, if you go ask them and then they say no, I don't. Well, this is a pretty untestable thing because the question is, is it naturally in there? Do they ever feel bad? So that's why we have to then go over to the overarching logic of it, which is that it's either objective or subjective because there's no way to test it. There's no science that exists that you can put inside of a 3-year-old's brain and know if they have a moral compass. So we just have to go to the overarching logic. Once we acknowledge the antecedents, then we can know the implications of that, right? We can know what the ramifications of that logical antecedent are. And one of them being there's a natural order via design.
Right, going back to what I said earlier, right? When all my life I've known murder is wrong, right? Morally, it's wrong. right? But then when that woman got raped, and I get a hold of one of the guys, and I murder him, my internal moral compass told me that torturing him for 7 days before slowly letting him die painfully was morally the right thing to do because of what he did.
Okay, but whether or not you think something's moral doesn't make it so. Like, there has to be an objective standard of morality. Again, I keep pointing out the hypocrisy. Everyone wants to skate past it. This is the atheism kryptonite, which is for you to play moral judge of a creator and say he lets bad things happen. You've now invoked a standard of morality of it being bad. So you're now saying there's an objective good or bad for you to make an objective critique of a alleged creator. And then simultaneously, you're claiming that morality is not objective. It's purely subjective.
Is someone here making the argument that morality is not an objective thing and is instead a subjective thing? Because that's like an oxymoron. Like because of the nature of what morality actually is, it cannot be subjective. Now, if you want to argue about whether or not morality is important or who determines the morality, like how it works, but like morality itself literally has to be objective for it to be morality instead of just my opinion or a law that was made. That's what separates it from those things.
Smooth and Highlander are saying it's subjective.
It can't be subjective. That's just you stating an opinion. Then it's no longer anything to do with morality. It's just you feel this, and so it's okay. Like there's no morality in that whatsoever. That's a lack of morality. Morality can't be subjective. It has to be objective because of the nature of what morality is.
You are correct. There's also a linear code of ethics, which is a subcategory. But so intrinsically, morality has to have an objective standard, and then they will never answer it. You can't play moral judge of a creator if there is no standard of morality.
Right. You can't say, why didn't God stop this murder if the source that the thing you're claiming is saying the murder is wrong is the God himself? Like the only source you have for the murder was wrong in the first place would be God said it was wrong. And then you say, well, why didn't he stop the murder? Well, he's outside of the rules that he made. You don't get to question him on the murder by saying the murder. He was the one who gave you the rule set to begin with.
Well, can any atheist actually answer?
I'm not an atheist, but who is going to decide if I do something subjective or objective moral?
Who's going to decide?
Yeah.
Ultimately, it would be the creators going to determine what you did and whether or not it was acceptable or not acceptable. No human is going to be able to judge you in that way. We're all that's the thing that makes the morality. It needs be objective, because if it's simply subjective, then no human ever has the right to ever tell any other human you're not allowed to do that. It's wrong for anything. The worst possible thing you can think of, the worst possible, darkest, evilest action you can even conceive of in your mind. Somebody can come along and say, I feel it's okay, and you have no right to tell them they're wrong.
Oh, okay. And I think I agree, but then it's an inner judgment, right?
Well, but no.
I don't believe it's an inner judgment. I think that I don't think that an inner judgment makes it objective. I think that makes it subjective. It's an inner judgment. Then the person can inside themselves judge that rape is okay, and then none of us can say anything about it because we all say, "Oh, well, it's an inner judgment."
If you connect,
does that seem reasonable?
If you connect with the divine, it's an inner judgment.
Okay, like this is really crude.
No one else can judge about it, because then it becomes subjective.
Okay, this is really crude, but if it's like someone rapes a girl and then they're like, yeah, but she was asking for it. She dressed half naked and was stumbling around drunk, like trying to talk to all kinds of different dudes, and she sleeps with someone every weekend. It's like, no. The rape was still objectively wrong. It doesn't matter what that dude says.
Yeah, I agree with you, but then still it is an inner judgment.
Okay, we may have to make internal decisions, but it doesn't mean that the morality standard itself is subjective.
Yeah, but you can talk yourself over the inner judgment, but you can't lose it.
So, like, look, Highlander, it's so easy to, in my opinion, I'm not trying to be arrogant or anything, I just think it's so easy to debate an atheist. It's like, Highlander, is rape wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Now, is it objectively wrong, or is it just wrong because you think so, but it could be right or good for someone else? Or is it
Well,
always
for
wrong?
me, it's always wrong, right? No matter what the situation is, it's always wrong. But if your God doesn't act and thinks it's okay, then I'm sure then for you it should be okay.
See what you're doing? You're changing the subject. I'm not interested in hearing you pretend that you have some moral high ground over the intelligent design behind this place. I'm disinterested. I'm saying your position is logically bankrupt and contradictory. If you're saying that rape is always wrong, then that means it's objectively wrong. Yeah. See, it's really not even. It's really a pretty simple conversation.
I'll give an explanation too. In my state, abortion is legal, but I don't. I would, I don't.
Did he just mute himself, or did he get muted, or?
He had to mute himself. He's not server muted. I don't know. Maybe he was roboting and decided to mute. So Highlander Smooth. Wait, like, do you have anything to say about what I just said?
I'll say so. Morality is objective, and without it, we'd still be fucking sacrificing our firstborn to Moloch.
Smooth, what say you, bro? Is rape wrong? Yes or no?
Depends on who's viewing that question.
So rape could be morally upright. It could be okay. It could be good.
I didn't say that.
You just said it depends on who's.
Exactly. So I didn't say that it can be morally upright.
You just said it depends on who's. That means if it depends, it can be.
I'm trying to explain it to you.
Okay, go ahead.
Again, I'm not going to get into these conversations where it's like we're going to argue like Huey does. I don't find that appropriate.
I'm not doing anything like that.
Subject change. Hey, Smooth. Can life come from innate
please,
matter?
Sir.
Smooth, since
Wait, Dyslow. Wait. Can he? Is rape wrong?
Yes. Well, let me finish. Depends on the person who's answering that question. For me, yes. But there are other people in this world that I've studied who do not have certain parts of their brain that have been developed to understand whether that's right or wrong.
Okay, so if that person thinks it's not wrong, does rape become okay?
For them or for me?
Well, rape is just an event that happens in the world. So let's say for the girl that got raped.
Oh, it doesn't make that okay.
So it's objectively wrong.
Oh, it's subjective because I guess you can I guess I can yield and say that it's objectively wrong. I'm saying that there are individuals who don't understand that it's objectively wrong. There are individuals who
so they don't have the wisdom, do they? They don't have the wisdom. Is that what you're saying? Because even most people,
I'm not saying they don't have the wisdom. I'm saying that they could have suffered a TBI. They could have some chemical imbalance. They could have psychosis. There are physical ailments that lead to
you've answered your own question then, haven't you? It's pretty clear. No, I think that's pretty obvious.
Yeah, I mean, it's just objective that morality is objective and rape is objectively wrong, and it doesn't matter. Like, I even gave an analogy. I hate to talk about rape so much, honestly, but I gave an analogy. I said, what if this guy says, yeah, I raped her, but she was asking for it. She dresses half naked, always gets drunk, and sleep with a different dude every week. So it's not wrong for me to do it, right? So no matter what he comes up with to try to justify it, it's still objectively wrong. And that's the point. There has to be an objective standard. And this goes into the further thing, which is everyone's argument against there being a creator is that bad things happen, which means you're invoking a standard of objective good or bad, which means you have an intrinsically contradictory worldview.
So I'm not willing to extrapolate that argument because there's minutia to this. So like I can yield to the sexual assault that is objectively wrong, right? But let's talk about some smaller, cultural norms, right? So in some cultures, it's very inappropriate to arrive without a gift, or it's very inappropriate to wear your shoes in the house. Very inappropriate to talk to the woman without the man's permission, right?
No, that's not relevant. If there's one single thing that exists that's objectively wrong,
excuse me?
If there's one single thing that exists, one thing that is objectively wrong, that means there's an objective standard.
Okay. What I'm trying to say is that you're trying to take life and make it black and white when it's many shades of gray. I'm saying that there are instances where we don't know what the correct moral choice is. I think the best example that it came about was that if God is a creator, and I'm going to preface this by saying I am a believer in God, but if God is a creator and creates all, then He is creating individuals who are inherently flawed and don't, yes, we have free will, but they don't understand the objective morality, as you say, and will commit crime. So at the end of the day, that is part of God's flaw.
It's part of God's plan. I mean, the simple fact is there are a plethora of reasons of why this could be, whether it be some sort of nutritional, whatever it is, or nature versus nurture. The fact is, it's objective. It's built in. Even someone who says they've done this thing and they know it's wrong. They still know it's wrong. Of course they do.
Yeah, like it doesn't matter how you try to spin it, man. It's just not even complicated, bro.
That's the problem. Not all people know it's
Can we change the subject?
Yeah.
I want to
maybe
ask.
so.
I want to ask Smooth if life can come from innate matter, being he's a biologist.
Why would you want to ask somebody that thinks rape is okay in some circumstances? Anything, fucking anything.
So I'm gonna ask you really politely to please never say that I believe rape is okay.
He said it was objectively wrong. He said it was objectively wrong. He just doesn't understand that it refutes his whole point. So we can move on. We've used that word way too many times. It's a disgusting act. The fact that everyone's uncomfortable talking about it just proves the point that it's objectively wrong.
I'm just asking you guys to please respect the fact that I didn't say that it was right.
All right,
Please
that's fine. We respect
to
it.
run your mouth about that.
That particular argument is a bad one. Just because people are uncomfortable doesn't make a thing objectively wrong.
No, I don't apologize. Hold on. Don't speak for me. Hold on. He said that in some circumstances, rape is okay.
No, he didn't.
You guys gonna let him get away with that?
Say that. He did not say that. He said that. No, he said there are some people that don't know, but he would say it's still objectively wrong. It would just point to a flaw of a creator, making it where some people didn't know what's objectively wrong.
Okay, let me ask him directly. Hold on. Let me ask him directly. Do you believe that rape is justified in any form or manner under any circumstances, sir?
No.
Did he say no?
He said no.
Okay, all right.
So I want to ask him, Smooth, do you think, or do you have an example of life coming from innate matter?
Can you define innate matter? Can you just extrapolate what you define as innate matter?
Yeah, non-living matter, just regular old matter.
Not organic.
Call it dirt. Yeah, non-organic. You call it dirt. You call it a rock or something.
Well, the issue is that this is where we diverge. So my example would be evolution in the beginning of life, and I know that's a place where we're going to have arguments, I don't have any recent examples of dirt becoming a worm.
Okay. What if I gave you all of the necessary antecedents for life to exist, meaning the RNA, DNA, liptoids, the carbs, you name it. I gave you everything in vials. Could you constitute life?
Yeah, I mean that's what we do these days. We are able to. Yeah, you gave me every
You do
building block I
realize
can. Yeah.
you do realize science has never created life with the
Oh,
given parameters I just laid out, right?
but that's the problem. Is that like right now we're about to reanimate a woolly mammoth. We've been able to clone sheep. We're able to adjust genome structures to create blood tests.
It all comes
We're
from
able to
organic
produce.
matter. It all comes from
I know.
cells.
What's it? I know. He said he was giving me vials of RNA, DNA, and mitochondria.
Right.
He was giving me the building blocks, and I'm saying
I
that
gave
with the
necessary
building
building
blocks.
blocks for life. Can you put them together and constitute life? The answer is
Yeah.
no. Science has
Oh, that's
never done that.
on. That's what I'm trying to tell you is that, like, right now we are in a new world of science. We are able to. Shit. One sec. I have another call.
Replicating a cell is not synonymous with what he's asking you to do, which I know he can't hear me, but he's at, right. I mean, you're asking him if he can put it all together, as opposed to taking a cell that's already put together and then
Yeah, and
trying to.
I was talking about in a laboratory setting, not necessarily taking like an embryo and placing it into another living thing and cloning something. I'm not speaking in regards to that. I'm talking primarily in a laboratory setting, giving you all the necessary building blocks to constitute life. Can you put those things together and have something emerge living? The answer is no. Science has never done it, nor can they.
Right, and abiogenesis is even worse than that, right? Because you don't even get all that stuff. Abiogenesis, I dropped the definition right there, like the original evolution of life or living organisms from inorganic or inanimate substances. So you have to get the inorganic substance to somehow turn into organic matter or life, and that is
Well,
obviously
here's the doozy. Here's the doozy, because they say that oil, right, is the breakdown of organic material, but oil is a requirement to for one of the fundamental building blocks to have life. So what came first, the chicken or the egg? Furthermore, all that oil would have to cool down to workable conditions, which would throw off their entire timeline of the creation of this world following the Big Bang and evolutionary cycle. So they're up against a brick wall at this point.
Absolutely. And the way you phrased that was just perfect, Dyslow. If I give you all the building blocks, right? If I give you the flour, the sugar, the icing, can you make me this chocolate cake? That's very well said, bro. And the answer is absolutely not.
Yeah, spontaneous generation or abiogenesis has never, ever, ever been demonstrated. Never will be.
Nope, that's where the creator comes in, and that's where they go crazy.
Yeah, like that's why Charles Darwin said that God did evolution, right? I mean, because he knew it would be impossible. Like evolutionists like to separate the conversation. It's kind of like how people that defend the globe, they like to separate them claiming the spinning globe with dark matter and dark energy, but they can't, right? Like their claim comes with all the other claims. It's the same thing. It's like intellectual honesty necessitates that you absorb all the claims that come underneath your meta claim.
Yeah, even from a scientific point of view, right? If you look at everything logically and you come to the conclusion that it was abiogenesis, I think there's definitely something wrong with you. Like, if you don't see that irreducible complexity kills evolution logically in your head, then you're not thinking clearly. My opinion, anyways.
Yeah. Hey, Napalm, I don't know if you can talk, but what would you say, or anyone in the room, Like, if a Glober's asking you to replace the equation for gravity, right? Like, because we do use the use the equation for lots of things, right? So, like, what would you say?
What do you mean replace? Are you talking about like the universal law of gravitation?
Yeah.
I don't think it necessarily needs to be replaced. I think it has functionality as it exists. I think it just, the understanding of what's taking place is just incorrect, if that makes sense. Like I've said previously, you know, if we redefined the universal law of gravitation as the weak electrostatic force as opposed to Coulomb's law being the strong electrostatic force, I think that would be more like a better description. But I think the equation itself probably has enough functionality to it. I don't think there's anything that necessarily needs to be replaced. If anything, it would be a better definition of what they're quantifying with mass within the equation, if that makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah, like I don't think they. My answer's the same. Like this physicist is going to basically ask me that tonight. Like I don't think they get to make like some type of exclusive claim of domain over the equation, right? Like I don't really
Right,
see how.
The equation is just a description of what's taking place. It's not an explanation, right? And I think that's where a lot of people go wrong, is they think, okay, well, if you disagree with my explanation of gravity, then you somehow need to come up with some other type of equation that describes what's taking place, which the equation that describes what's taking place is correct. It's the explanation that's underlying it that's incorrect, right? Hopefully that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, I got a different equation. 9.79 recurring meters per second squared.
Well, that's not an equation, right?
Well, the thing is, the equation doesn't even work everywhere. You got gravitational anomalies, all over the place.
Yeah, but that's not the point, though, dude. We do use the equation for engineering and stuff, right? Like, it's really just an acknowledgement of an average downward acceleration. Like the anomalies you're talking about they're very minor, bro. Like when you're building something, the fact that in Canada it goes 0.0001% slower, like isn't gonna mean anything.
But what about?
I think that's.
Sorry.
I think there. Yeah. No, I was just going to say. I think that's kind of the issue sometimes when we're talking about, even things to do within the quantum realm, is that people think the explanation that is given within quantum is correct because the descriptions can be useful, or some of the math equations, right? The descriptions can be useful. So they think that therefore the explanation that's underlying those descriptions has to be what it is claimed to be, right? And lots of times when we're discussing, things like gravity or quantum versus ether, whatever you want to call it, it's not necessarily that the descriptions of what's physically taking place in reality are incorrect. It's the explanations that underlie them that are incorrect. And I think people get confused or get caught up on that.
Yeah, like Lil G is just an effect observed, not exclusive to your fairy tale about bending and warping of space-time, right?
Wait, so you really got to stop with the whole fairy tale thing, man.
It's a fairy tale. I diligently searched it out. What?
Listen, man, you're not a published author who's figured really anything out. You have an opinion.
No, I have an objective recollection of the logical bankruptcy the position holds.
You have an opinion.
No.
But even if that's true, is he not allowed to have an opinion? Is saying
he has an opinion and he's allowed to, but
then why are you pointing it out?
The idea that everything is this.
Like literally, Bro, I could just say, well, that's your opinion, and then just dismiss you on the same basis. Like what?
No,
And then we
stop saying that other people's thoughts are fairy tales and you've cracked the code and you're throwing grenades and like we're here to have a civil discussion about where do our ideas overlap, meet, and
Dude, you're gonna critique me about civility when I've been calm the whole time and you screamed and cussed at me a second ago in the middle of me talking. Like, that's ironic. Like, the point is, I said it's a fairy tale because it's just an idea people have come up with. It's never been proven or anything. So yeah, it's like I could say the cause of gravity is a bunch of clones of Superman dap up at crazy speeds and it causes some type of downward acceleration. Here's my equation, but there's not a bunch of clones of Superman. That's a fairy tale. So yeah, I use the words that it may trigger you, but I don't care. Like, it's logically bankrupt. Space and time are concepts. They cannot have physical properties. That's called a reification fallacy, where you attribute concreteness and you misplace it, giving it to abstractions. So space is the idea of emptiness. It's the idea of emptiness.
We may not understand the measurement or the origin or, as you say, the tangible aspect of every of every part of our universe. However, we know how to interact with it using math and science.
Actually, the math doesn't work.
Well, it does. That's why we have airplanes.
No, first of all, I'm talking about, okay, see what I'm saying? You don't understand the difference in little g and big G.
We're talking about gravity, right?
Well, what's the difference in little g and big G?
I don't know.
Right, so little g is downward acceleration locally on the Earth. It's an agreed upon average. So it's not exclusive to anybody. Like, we all know that when things fall, we can have an agreed upon average on which they fall. This was actually proposed before Newton. It was literally proposed before Newton proposed it. So that's cool. But now the claim of gravity, as in big G, is that space and time bend and warp, creating gravity wells. And that's what causes the downward acceleration and many other things, according to the fairy tale. These are different things. The big G is just a made up story. That's all it is.
Yeah, and also, like, this is exactly what Napalm said earlier. You're conflating the fact that aeroplanes work with the idea that the explanation behind why aeroplanes work must be true, right? These is, like, an aeroplane working has nothing at all to do with the shape of the Earth at all. It's just
if I tell you
an airplane
let
working
Crypto
on
finish.
modern
Hold on,
day
I cut Crypto off. That doesn't mean you go too. Go ahead, Crypto. I'm next.
Yeah. So the idea that you've got some kind of pragmatic use for aeroplanes, therefore the Earth's a globe, is completely ridiculous. Like, the aeroplanes themselves, there's some principles of thrust that we understand, which is completely independent of anything else other than the principles of thrust. And so you put together a machine and you go, oh, okay, this works. But as long as the effects are the same, then it doesn't matter how the effects got there, right? So it could be a dinosaur Earth, it could be a donut, it could be a fucking flat Earth, it could be a globe, whatever, as long as the effects that we are working with are the same, right? So just because we have an effect and you think that the cause is something, that's not the case just with an airplane.
Yeah.
Well, so what I was saying is that we're talking about design right now, right? Like, we're able to design things to work in a certain environment. It kind of goes against your whole idea that chaos doesn't exist, right? If you think that we can just design this machine and it works regardless of what the environment we're in.
Dude, it's
Like,
designed to fly over a flat, stationary Earth. When you fly a plane, you have to assume and treat the Earth as flat and stationary.
But I mean,
I'm not a designer of aircraft, but
Okay, well, here, I just dropped a video of me talking to two pilots in an airport a few weeks ago. So how about you watch it and see what they have to say, since you're now appealing to the people that...
A pilot's not an aircraft engineer or airspace designer.
So what if we want to drop the blueprints of the airplane saying that it's designed to fly over a flat, non-rotating surface?
Yeah,
Can you point it out? Can you point it out which aeroplane engineer it's making something to account on the curvature?
SR-71.
Really?
No, it's not.
Yeah. SR-71 was designed specifically to understand like intercontinental
Why
ballistic
aeroplanes
missiles, and the
before that
SR-71.
aeroplane didn't have that? Why aeroplanes before that didn't have that?
I'm using one. You asked me for one example. I'm telling you one example.
Yeah,
like,
but now I'm asking you for examples in history. All these airplanes, what was made in history, why they didn't have that?
Well, I mean, the first airplane
Whoever that is, hold on a second. Whoever that is, stop cutting people off, please. We gotta let people finish, guys. Come on.
Yeah, you can't just immediately jump back over them.
So the SR-71 was designed to be able to fly, and I'm roughly quoting, by like 70,000 feet in the air or something like that, where the curvature of the atmosphere came into play.
Cite it.
And okay.
Yeah, they don't actually account for the curvature of the Earth when they design a plane. That's objectively wrong.
I'm gonna try to.
Yeah, your model claims gravity just accounts for it by itself, and so you can fly it like it's flat because it just pulls the plane around the globe.
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that the reason, so like, SR-71 compared to a normal passenger plane, prop propeller, bushcraft plane, whatever, it's completely different because it was designed to operate in a different environment. There's a reason why that cockpit is pressurized. There's a reason why that plane has sensors to map its location using the stars. There's a reason why, like, the wings are shaped that way because it understands that it's going to transfer from a different environmental state. So,
You're just saying things.
No, I'm talking about the engineering behind it.
Cite it.
I'm working on it, man. Like,
I know that's not true, though.
Why are he getting that citation?
What's it?
Because it's just not true. I'm about to drop like 10 different.
Okay, so you're not going to cite something, but you want me to cite something.
I just said I'm about to drop like 10 documents, dude.
Oh, I misunderstood then. My apologies.
Yeah.
Right. While he's getting that citation, did you say earlier you're about to do an experiment?
I'm doing some experiments, yeah.
Yeah, something was it the double slit experiment?
I am doing the double slit, yes.
Right, and I'm just wanting to know. See, after you've done the experiment, are you going to publish your results and send it for peer review?
Well, yeah, but I won't be able to do that. But yeah, sure, I'll publish them. Everyone can publish.
Why won't you be able to send it for peer review?
I don't have any like accreditation behind me, so I can publish it publicly, but I mean, I can't promise anything. You'd have to have, it's a little cult where you have to have like some type of like debt behind your name to be able to be peer reviewed typically.
No, that's generally not how it works.
Yes, it is.
Oh, really?
No, if you do an experiment, right?
As a published researcher, I can tell you, I was published without anything behind my name.
I can publish anything I want.
We're not talking about publishing. We're talking about getting peer reviewed.
Oh, yeah. That's what I'm saying. I'm a peer-reviewed, published researcher, and my first paper was done without anything behind my name.
I don't believe that for a second.
Yeah, but was your first?
You weren't in a university. You weren't in a university when you did that.
Hold on, one at a time.
Yeah, I want to know
is the paper peer reviewed that you're talking about?
Yes.
Where were you?
Okay, well then tell Witzer how to do that. Tell Witzer how to do that since you didn't need anything.
No problem. Two people were talking.
Instead of arguing and trying to get him to validate what he's saying, I'm just saying if he's claiming he can do that, then instead of going back and forth for 5 minutes, oh, that's great. Help Witzer do that. Since you didn't need anything behind you, help Witzer.
I was just about to, right? Because I had this conversation a couple of years back with a flat earther, and I said, right, if you do that experiment and you get different results from what someone else has had before, then would you not be able to send it for peer review? Yeah. And they said, oh, no, because I don't have a doctorate behind my name or whatever. Yeah. Or I'm not part of a university. Right. So I asked a university professor, and he said, no, if you do an experiment and you record all your data and send it to someone like him at a university, he will make sure it gets peer reviewed. Yeah. And he will make sure you get the credit for the experiment itself.
Oh
Yes,
yeah,
Steve.
give us his
Steve.
name.
SP
Give us
is
his
next.
name and
SP is
what school he's at, please.
Would you like to
Yeah.
understand how to be
Maybe we should.
Hold on. Does he have the name and of this professor? Because I'm sure I'm interested. I might want to send something in. Go ahead, Highlander. Who is this guy?
Right. Well, if you do an experiment and you've got all the data, let me know, and I'll give you the details to who to send it to.
That's what I thought. Yeah.
Hey, I'm dropping all the documents, by the way. Please don't make me go get these for no reason. So I'm dropping the PDFs in the chat that are showing the
You're
aircraft.
wasting your time, bro. You know that. You're wasting your time.
There is a professor, but there is no name. There is no existing professor.
No
that I
name,
know.
no, yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So if Smooth is claiming that this is possible without letters behind his name, which is probably technically possible, I have seen it done before. I'm not sure that Witsit is actually going to be producing different results from this double slit experiment. He may have a different interpretation of what's going on. So if the interpretation is being peer reviewed, that's a very different thing than the results being peer reviewed. And I hope everyone in this room understands that.
Yeah, and
I
he
actually think I will be
better
able
be
to do
going with the
different results.
Copenhagen interpretation if he knows what's good for him.
I just dropped 4 aircraft documents, by the way.
I just dropped the link.
There's no way that Witsit is going to get peer reviewed by any reputable university. I can tell you that right now.
Yeah, because my results are going to destroy their whole paradigm.
Let's be
Okay,
reviewed.
hold on,
Black
one
Swan.
sec, one sec.
Hold up. Can I
That's the
just ask?
dangerous thinking. That's the dangerous thinking that I keep fighting against in Flat Earth. Oh, we should be talking to each other because I can't call Andrew Thomas Young even though his number is public on Google. I can't speak. We can't do this for real. Yeah, the fuck we can. Who said we can't?
Well, we got 3 or 4 things going at once. We've got a published document, a peer review, then we got Witsit posting stuff about SR-71. What are we talking about?
We're talking about the peer review while I was going and getting the documents for that guy, and he posted a link that isn't a document. So, per usual, this is how it works.
So the peer review, a bunch of good old boys who have a certain view of cosmology. You're going to go in there and you're going to expect them. You're going to go against their thing, all the funding that they get. You're going to go against them, have your idea, and you think you're going to get anywhere with this peer review board, which is dependent on the funds to continue doing their research. Are you serious? Are you guys for real?
Let's go back to the SR-71 discussion. I think Left Lane's got a point where it's too scattergun now, and that's partly my fault. So let's go back to the SR-71 discussion. So Smooth, have you read any of the stuff that Witsit's posted?
I'm going through stuff right now.
Okay. I mean, we can talk about peer review if you guys want to, but I think what Left Lane said was right. We should stick to something.
Well, I'd have to agree with Austin in the first thing he said, which is it's a cult. That's exactly what it is. So unless he's going to join the cult, what's the point?
Absolutely. I mean, come on. Nobody takes the peer review serious, right?
Oh, guys,
Even
you
the
guys
callers.
can't say that peer-reviewed education is a cult.
What's it is, you dick? What are you on about?
I thought the peer review.
Hold on. No,
Are you kidding
yo,
me?
no,
Everything
hold on,
that
guys.
you are
Hold on 1
using,
second. I know
everything that
everyone
you
can hear me.
interact
Hello,
with.
Smooth. If you can't hear me, it's a problem. Guys, don't call names. Don't start that. It'll turn into a shit show. All right, please.
Okay,
I'd
my
like
bad.
a turn.
You can't
Travis,
sit here.
I am opposing all. Sorry.
And expect to say that peer review is a cult when you're using a computer. The research behind your computer, the research behind your microphone has all been peer reviewed.
I'm opposing all flat earthers, globe earthers, persons who will try to dissuade someone from doing something. Let them do what they want. What the hell do you have to try and convince? Oh, peer review is this. Oh, well, if everything was everything, then peer review would be sweet. So how about we just get up in there and get them up out of there, if that's even possible. All this defeatist talk is just a waste of time.
So if peer review,
Hold on,
nobody's
I'd like to
talking
say
about.
something too.
Travis is next, and then Highlander.
So, many of you probably know that I've had a correspondence with an astrophysicist. He asked me to put together an article based on our conversations because he's been impressed with the stuff that we've talked about. So he asked me to put together an article, and he would put. Can you go on mute? Somebody's got a hot mic.
Yeah, that's Eli. Eli, go on mute.
Okay. So he asked me to put this article together, and he would publish it on his state university's website, which he did. Okay. That state university got trolled so hard by Sean Hawkins, who was personally attacking me, that the guy that I was talking to was directed by his supervisor to take the article down. Now, they didn't take it down for any of the content. Zero. Nothing. There was nothing about my article that was ever, put to peer review, so to speak. It was simply taken down because I was libeled by some outside source. They didn't even talk to me and confirm anything that they heard. They just took the shit down. So that should tell you at least, right, how difficult it is to do this. Even me at the
very difficult. Do it is very
okay,
difficult.
I'm just trying to. I'm telling you, it shouldn't be. It shouldn't be.
No, it
It's Highlander next, by the way. Sorry, Smooth. Highlander wanted to in as well.
I was just going to say, right, because somebody was on about dissing the experiment and what have you. Nobody's putting down the fact that Witsit's going to do the experiment. In fact, I hope he does it, yeah? And I hope he shows everyone his findings and everything else, right? And if he does want it peer reviewed, I'm hoping that there's people, even people in this room, that will help him send it off for peer review. I mean, certainly if there was anything I can do to help him, I will help him, yeah? But
what is this side of Highlander, man? I'm digging it. That's what's up.
No, but I'm just saying, I thought the peer review process was...
Help him and give us the name of the guy he can get in contact with to get his paper published.
That's just a point of contention that doesn't need to be necessary. He already said when he has all his stuff together, he'll give him the information. There's nothing wrong with that. Why you need it now? Just argue?
I will give Witsit the information he needs if and when he needs it.
Well, that sounds like again. That sounds like a positive day for everyone. Let's all hug and have a cup of tea or something.
So if peer review, first two questions. Number one, is peer review bad? And if it is bad, what is the alternative?
No, like that's like saying is Google bad? It's like either you can use a highway or you can't. If something is peer reviewed, guess what? Like, okay, we as individuals can read this thing that was peer reviewed and still determine whether or not it's bullshit based on the merits of the argument and the findings within.
Seriously, you think you as an uneducated, no offense, I mean like you're not trained.
The answer is yes, because you're asking me, am I sure that I'm saying what I'm saying? Yes. To cut it dry, yes.
You think you can determine if something is bullshit without actually education, years of experience, or whatever in that field. You think you are qualified to make that determination?
If it is intelligible, if it is intelligible, and if they're explaining phenomena or something that's happening and they're giving their experimentation, that is awesome. If they're not doing that and it's all just empty, I'm also gonna understand that. I'm a human being who can do that. Yes, yes.
Can I ask
Yeah, I would
Extremis a
say
question,
exactly the same
Travis,
thing. I would say,
Travis, go ahead, but I want to ask Extremis a question after. Go on.
no, I'm just going to echo what Elijah said. Absolutely, yes. I've read enough of the information that's out there on refraction. It is sorely in need of remedial work. Absolutely.
Perfect. Extremis, are you of the opinion that the peer review process is flawless? And if not, which flaws do you perceive?
I mean, there has been mistakes, so it's obviously flawed. There's lots of papers that get published that have to be retracted, so there are obviously flaws. But I would say 99%, 95%, pick a high percentage of the time, peer review is successful in what it's trying to achieve. In that regard, it is basically saying that this particular paper, experiment, whatever, is valid. The conclusions are, I won't say confirmed, but at least possible based on the known science. And I think that is the goal of peer review is, does this pass
the
muster of known science? And that usually occurs, not always, usually.
What means known? The goal of peer review is to make sure that your experiment and conclusion doesn't have any fallacies.
Guys, one at a time.
Wait.
That's it.
Extremis was getting talked over during the crescendo of what he was saying. Can he be allowed to finish?
Stop sucking his dick, bro. What we're saying is that he's going as a
No, you're going on mute. Unless you can shut the fuck up right now, I'm going to mute you.
Tell us if we made a mistake. That's it.
Extremis, this is the Glober, dude. I'm trying to provide space for him to talk, and you tell me I'm sucking his dick. What's wrong with you? Why don't you just shut up? Extremis, do you want to finish?
I mean, I kind of did, but basically the point of peer review, as he said, is to make sure there's no flaws in the logic, the experiment, the math, I guess, the science behind it, and does that particular experiment or theory or whatever pass muster with current known science? Most of the time it does. There are times when something passes peer review, and then after further review or whatever you want to say, it eventually is discovered that was wrong or whatever. That has happened, but it is rare.
Perfect. And how would you know the case?
What was the question?
Can you please go on mute while you're not
Somebody's
talking?
got
It's
some
really annoying.
static. Yeah, who was it? Say it again.
It's
Say it again,
smooth.
Crypto.
Smooth.
Yeah. What? Mike's
Crypto, say it again.
I just wanted to know how, because I mean, peer review is something I've spent a long time actually studying peer review itself. So, I mean, I could talk about this for hours, but I don't want to dominate the conversation. I just wanted to know how Extremis thinks he can validate that peer review is a near flawless process if he's not an expert in all of those fields.
I can't personally, but I'm saying the people that are the expert, it's on them. And when they get it wrong, they do look pretty bad. If something gets peer reviewed, passes all the whatever you want to say, and then later is found, all those people that peer reviewed it and accepted it, those people are embarrassed, to say the least.
Happens all the time.
Yeah,
I have an idea. Could we do a simulation, like run a thing of, I have a hypothetical peer review. Let's say I wrote a paper on a black hole, for example. Let's say I wrote a paper on a black hole, right? And I have evidence no such thing as black holes. Now I bring it to a peer review panel, and one of them happens to be a member of LIGO who gets $2 billion in funding. What do you think the chances of him approving my peer review on the non-existence of black holes?
That's a great thing about peer review, is that it's not for one person or one panel. What you do is you submit the paper to the body of science, and people who believe or reject then will make papers based upon that. You're not allowed to reject you're not allowed to reject a paper by just saying no. You have to show why you say no. And then your review can be reviewed again. Your whole idea, the conspiracy, yes, that shit happens, like C3s in the atmosphere, but that wasn't a published paper.
I'm about to
So
drop a Fred Hoyle, a famous astronomer, like just telling you your little talking point just patently false.
Right. So are you guys under the impression that the peer review process means that anything that goes through peer review is truthful and factual information?
I said that specifically, that things that go through peer review are most of the time regarded as true, but there are some things that pass peer review that are later determined to be wrong or false or whatever you want to say. I specifically said that earlier.
Right. So are you familiar with something called the grievance studies, where 3 authors just started penning a whole bunch of random studies that they didn't even do, but wrote them in specific language, just trying to expose the peer review process specifically for and surrounding the ideas of like gender studies and things like this, right? So they submitted a whole bunch of papers for peer review, and they actually had published papers through peer review of studies that never took place, that were completely ridiculous, totally made up. Are you familiar with this? It's called the grievance studies. If peer review is so infallible, how were 3 random authors able to get 3 papers published through peer review of studies that were never even performed and were blatantly ridiculous on their face?
Well, I can give you the honest answer. The honest answer is that it conforms to the dogma that the panel already aspires to. So all you have to do is basically tickle their balls and they'll pass it. I don't know if it was this specifically, Napalm, or if it was something else, but there was another author who rewrote Mein Kampf in feminist language, and that also got passed for peer review.
Yep, that's the exact same group. Yep, and one of them was one of the other papers that got approved was along the lines of talking about how dogs participate in like masculine rape culture or some crap like that. It's completely ridiculous.
Yeah, completely absurd. But of course, it conforms to the dogma of the panel.
The idea of peer review is not, it's to say that the way you approach this was valid. There are holes in every system. But peer review is the best, not the perfect, but the best method to ensure that we as a community are experimenting and reaching conclusions in a logical way.
But it's also a very good way to ensure that certain ideas are gatekept, meaning only certain ideas can be put forth and other ideas can be kept out. No, it certainly can be used in that way. 100%
No,
can.
because the paper I submitted, right, was actually to go against big chemical firms, and I had no trouble submitting it. I was saying that organic, simple compounds are basically. I don't want to dox myself. I wrote a paper about pesticides, right? I was saying big name pesticides are not as useful as organic, simple pesticides.
Wow, how fringe.
Yeah, right. How fringe, going against the big corporations. There's no restrictions on what your paper's about, or when you submit it. They don't say, oh, are you going against us? We can't peer review it. Like, what you do is you submit a paper to a community, like Reddit almost. You submit your paper to a community, and the community reads it. You're not submitting your paper to a board to approve it to be peer reviewed. There's not really a rejection process.
No, they won't accept anything outside of the accepted paradigm. So when you're talking about something
Yes, they
like
will.
gravity's wrong or something like the Earth is stationary and geocentric,
Cite it.
I'm
Cite it.
about to,
Show
I'm
me
about to
one
cite tons of
evidence.
people that are literally geocentrists that have PhDs in the field of astronomy and said they can't get their freaking stuff published, buddy.
Cite it.
I'm about to.
Show-
Just like, hey, by the way, just for the whole room to show, this guy is just a contrarian. He doesn't have any
I'm
interest
not
in
a
having a real
contrarian.
conversation. That's why he's
I
not
told you
interrupting
from yesterday, this guy's useless.
because he said because he said that the planes. I said that he said they're not designed to fly over a flat Earth. I said they are literally designed to fly over a flat Earth. And he said, cite it. I've now dropped
Did you look at the link
9
I posted?
citations. I've dropped
Yeah,
9
right.
documents.
Number 2 is fucking useless because you're talking about the thrust vectoring. I was talking about the geo mapping, right? The SR-71 is using, right, the stars to understand its position. Yes, okay, you're right. Planes are designed to fly over flat and level surfaces, but the plane is using the understanding of the current universe being a curved Earth to be able to do that.
You don't have to, dude. You don't have to assume the Earth's a ball to use celestial navigation, buddy.
Oh, then why haven't you claimed MC Tune's $10,000?
Because he literally has like 10 different little things saying, "Oh, well, you can't use any of the data we currently have," and all this other bullshit.
You can. You can use these devices data. You can now use the star chart. You just can't use the 60 nautical miles per degree because that is a globe measurement.
Well, no, it's just optical declination.
No, it's not. It's a globe measurement.
It's optical
Unless you prove
declination.
Otherwise, optical
And now we
declination
get-
because we're on a globe. Yes, agree.
We're not talking to NASA page show about your bullshit.
Because you
You're
claimed the
tied out.
$10,000 because
So
you
now you're
cannot
jumping
do
in.
celestial
See, this is the point.
navigation
So this
on
started with me
interrupt
saying
me.
that
Go ahead and
plane-
interrupt me. I know you can interrupt me because you're Witsit and you can do whatever
You're
you
just
want.
trying to change the subject.
No, you still mentioning about celestial nav. The celestial nav does not work on a flat plane. You cannot get it to work on a flat plane. Otherwise, you'd be $10,000 richer.
Okay, we heard your
When you
question.
were refueling the SR-71, were you using celestial navigation?
Yes, we
Paid
were.
NASA shell?
Yes, we were.
Oh my God.
Okay, so here's
There
the
it
thing,
is.
right? So we were talking about, just to give context to the room so they know what happened. We were talking. He was basically making the argument that it's evidence for the Earth being a ball if you have to treat it as a ball to do these certain things. And we were actually talking about planes. And I'm like, dude, if you're going to apply that logic, which is, well, since you have to treat the Earth a certain way for the planes to work, then that gives evidence towards the Earth being like that. I'm like, we literally engineer planes to fly over a flat, non-rotating surface, and I actually dropped a video of me talking to a pilot directly about it, how they fly the planes, assuming the Earth's flat and stationary. And he said, oh, I'm not talking about pilots, I'm talking about engineers. So then we shifted over to that, and I dropped all the documents from NASA and all kinds of places explaining that the way they design planes and even helicopters is to fly over a flat, non-rotating surface. And now he's changing his logic where earlier it was, well, if they do that and it works, that's evidence for the accuracy of the idea of whatever you treated the Earth as. Now it doesn't count as anything. We can just dismiss it and it doesn't matter because it's just you can make up stuff as you go.
I yielded and said, yes, okay, I was wrong. But as you can look from my very first link, it was about the star tracking.
Well, you said they have to account for curvature as they fly, right? And so now you're saying that they use the sky, assuming the Earth's a ball. Well, okay, you don't have to assume the Earth's a ball to use the sky. Celestial navigation has been going on for many, many, many hundreds of years.
And can I just say something real quick? If they design the planes to fly over a flat stationary surface and the planes work, what does that tell you? Flying works, right?
The plane doesn't care if it's curved or not.
It's designed to fly over a flat stationary plane. It's designed to work over a flat stationary plane.
Yeah.
Flying works, right? So it must be we flying over a flat stationary plane.
It works either way, though.
No, it only works. It only works assuming the Earth is flat.
That's the logic they use when they say, "Well, it works."
Yep, it does.
It only works treating the Earth as it's flat. Can you send me one time that a plane was engineered in any other way?
There's no need to consider the curvature of the Earth in designing the aerodynamics all that, the lift and things like that on a plane. It's not
Okay,
necessary.
so you,
Can I just mention real quick? Sorry, Ricky. Can I just mention quickly? This was the thing that I initially said to Smooth that he disagreed with, and you're now saying it.
yeah. And I even
Yeah, I
dropped
don't
a
know.
video of me talking to pilots point blank saying it. I'll drop it again.
Well, he's right in the fact that they don't take any consideration of the curvature of the Earth when designing airplanes. Yeah, they don't
That's
have
right.
to. But
Yeah, well,
if you're,
we agree.
yeah, if you don't mind, left lane and the other guy. But if you're flying over a flat plane and then someone puts a hill in the way, let's say with a radius of whatever it is, you would have to adjust that flight to go up and over the hill.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we
Yeah.
do that.
Yeah, we do. But what we don't do is adjust for the radius of the hill you're saying you're flying over.
It's not necessary.
Well, that's also just convenient, right? You're just begging the question, but like if we're looking at it from an objective, non-biased standard, practical use case is physical evidence for whatever assumptions are baked into the technology, right? So like if I'm able to treat the Earth as flat and stationary, and then the plane works, the helicopters work, the ballistic missiles work, right? This is evidence for a flat stationary Earth. Now we're like, okay, well then we should be able to also treat it as a spinning ball, right? But they don't. They can't.
Well, could you show me in the engineering and design of an airplane in which you would have to accommodate Earth curvature to make the plane work?
Well, that's what I'm saying. They just
You don't
don't
have
because they know it doesn't work.
That's right. You don't have to. That is my whole
Because you're
point.
not on the curve. Duh.
Talk to
Yeah,
him,
you don't
Rocky.
have
Tell
to.
him.
Thank you. Welcome
Wait, everyone
to
just watch the
flat
video. It summarizes the whole thing. It's 13 seconds long, right? I'm like, so even though this is what I ask him. I'm like, so even though the Earth is curved and spinning, you just fly the plane like it's flat and stationary. He said, yeah, exactly. I said, okay, so it could just be flat and stationary then, right?
If you're only looking at that piece of criteria, sure.
So planes should never even be uttered by a glober.
That's what I'm talking about. They shouldn't be uttered by a flat earther. That's who brings it up all the time.
But no, how would
I'm glad we agree on
it-
that.
How would we? You don't get to tell us. We don't get to bring it up because it literally treats the Earth as flat and stationary to work.
Yeah, but the point is that it doesn't matter. It's not a good argument.
Yeah,
It works though. It works though, so it's got to be true, right? This is your guys' argument for everything. It works. Celestial navigation works. It must be a globe. Flying
I
works.
use
It
that a
must
lot.
be a flat
Yeah.
stationary. I know. If you talk over me, it'll make the Earth start spinning.
I'm just talking with you, Jerry.
Start breaking you off.
You
with wits
integrated
and
that's it's beautiful.
Start breaking you off with some wits and shit. Listen, logic for everything. It works. Therefore, it's got to be true. Flying over a flat stationary plane works. It's got to be true, right?
No.
No, do you see the flaw in your logic every time you say that?
He sounded depressed when he said it. No.
No, but you put all the other pieces of information with it, and then you got a problem.
All the other assumptions and fantasy models, then you got a problem.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You see the double standard he's elucidating, which is when you guys are like, "Oh, well, if we assume the Earth's a globe and this works, then that's evidence that the Earth's a globe." But whenever we do the same thing with the flat Earth, it's stupid. You shouldn't even bring it up.
Yeah, do you know what's even
You don't
funnier
even
though?
have the right to talk about it.
Yeah. Is he roboting or am I?
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, basically, what's really funny, which adding to what you said, is that what they'll do is they'll actually do that for every single thing. So you'll have like hundreds of these examples of we assume the Earth is a globe, so now we think this thing works in this way, and therefore all of these things we assume work in this way because we assume the Earth is a globe, is the body of science that proves that the Earth is a globe. It's like hundreds of corpses leaning on each other in rigor mortis. None of them are actually alive. And they're like, oh, look at all those people over there.
Yeah, it's actually all their proof. That's all their evidence. That's all they have.
Are you talking about Weekend at Bernie's? What is it? What I heard? Sorry. I have a question for the ballers. If any ballers are here. don't you think the flat Earth model is just as useful as any other model, or just as valid?
Depends on what you're trying to do. In some cases, it's far more practical. In other cases, it just doesn't work.
When does it
I
not work?
mean, probably doesn't work for imagining orbits and other things that don't have to do with horizontals here on Earth. But is there an example of something on Earth that it wouldn't work?
Well, just for instance, they talk about, the long span bridge, the suspension bridge has come up a lot. And the fact that the tops of the towers are further away than the base of the towers, that would have to come into contention when you're calculating your cables and pulling the cables for suspension and all that stuff. That would come into contention there.
Here you go right here. Determination of angles of attack and side slip from radar data in a roll stabilized platform. So this is assuming a flat non-rotating Earth. The gyro measures altitude relative to an inertial reference.
Well, as far as the suspension bridge is concerned, I heard engineers that are flat earthers say that actually they build them like that on purpose, specifically for the
load bearing. Well,
yeah, when they tighten up the cable,
yeah,
they're gonna
load
fix,
bearing.
they're gonna move.
The thing
They're
is,
gonna stretch more towards the center, so they put them at a slight angle. Has nothing to do with Earth curve, even though the manual that they post said it's more due to structural engineering.
Calculation of wind compensation for launch.
Wait. Well, let's talk about the bridge or the planes. I'm not sure which we're talking about.
We're talking
But
about
on
all
the
the stuff
suspension
that you have
bridges,
to
this
use
is a
here.
it's a good point, and you can read into the engineering documents. The suspension bridge towers are designed in such a way that the load, when that bridge is loaded, the force is straight down. It's not bending towards the center of the bridge.
Okay, so calculation of wind compensation for
And?
launching of unguided rockets has to assume a flat Earth. Calculations of atmospheric oscillations, flat stationary Earth. This is getting awkward.
Uh-huh.
You have to assume a flat stationary Earth to shoot rockets?
I'm not gonna lie. I was given
if it was. Go ahead.
No, I said I'm not. I was just gonna say I'm not gonna lie. I thought it was actually what I asked was a gotcha because they're like, show me your flat Earth model and blah 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 blah. But actually that's what's used most of the time. Like he said, for a lot of practical use, yeah, flat Earth model is just fine. I thought there would be a lot of contention with that. In fact, but gold seems to have a problem with that. And I'm gonna post a screenshot as soon as I can figure out how to do so because I'm using a new phone right now.
A method for reducing the sensitivity of
Elijah, I got
optimal
a question for
nonlinear
you.
systems to perimeter uncertainty. Assumes a flat stationary.
So I have a question. Why is it when Globers say we assume something that we get chewed out, but it's acceptable and proof of when flat earthers say the word assumption?
We didn't say proof. What I actually said was it's physical evidence for, meaning like the practical use case efficacy is physical, like literal, empirical, physical evidence, right?
So assumption is evidence of. Is that what you're saying?
No, not the assumption. The efficacy of the practical use case.
Oh, hold on 1 second, guys. The live reaper, you got an open mic and you got some noise coming through.
My bad. I got
Can
you.
I ask Elijah
Oh,
a
that's you, Eli?
question? Hey, Elijah, I hear you on FED a lot. I'm just curious. Do you agree with them on their understanding of light?
Oh boy.
And what would that be? Their understanding. What would that be?
That light at its most basic form would be a packet of information, i.e., a photon.
I don't know. So are we getting off the topic by that being a topic change, or are we going back to
I mean, if you want to get back to the bendy bridge or the straight bridge, I mean, go ahead. That's fine.
Can I just say something on peer review? On peer review, it seems like I have an idea, right? I've seen an experiment. I have an idea. I'm now going to take my idea to people who share my idea so that they can like comfort me and say, yeah, I'm right. Like, I don't understand. That's consensus. Peer review to me sounds like consensus, and consensus is never going to be fact.
Well, you're actually spot on. Not only are you spot on, but it's actually much worse than that, because often you would at least assume, in most cases, the person writing the paper is the one who has the most complete knowledge on the subject. The people who review the paper often have limited, partial, adjacent knowledge, which can actually be dangerous, because if you don't have a complete knowledge of the subject, sometimes you misunderstand nuanced parts of the topic, and then will review it negatively when you shouldn't be, right? So actually the person who should be reviewing the paper is the person who wrote the paper in the first place, but they've already written the paper, so they're not going to review it themselves, right? That's one of like maybe 30 different problems with peer review that I could go into.
Well, it should be at least people that wrote the same type of paper, right? Like if you had like a group of people that wrote papers on that, you should like share them amongst each other, right? Compare and contrast results, and then each person critique the other person's. That would be much more productive than like somebody that doesn't know anything about it, right? Just like highlighting some shit.
That's is that like, let's say you release a paper about your double slit that proves that
Crypto was talking, bro.
Yeah, wait, so there's something that I just wanted to address is you said about them reviewing it when they have no knowledge. Yeah, that's fair, but what I actually specifically said was people with partial knowledge. That can be very dangerous, because now you have someone who thinks they understand the field, and so it gives them the confidence to boldly misunderstand the field and then review it negatively.
Yeah, touche. Yeah, it'd be worse.
Quit talking about left lane. He might not be here right now.
Here's a closed form solution for ballistic vehicle motion.
It was a joke, left lane.
I know.
Although I'm not trying to derail. I'm just dropping these as I
Well,
find
sort
them
of.
for anyone that's actually interested in truth, instead of just confirming a bias of some religion you were brainwashed with via cartoons at 5. If anyone actually wants to read these, I mean.
Just wanted to mention as well, Smooth said earlier that there's peer review doesn't have boards, and that's complete nonsense.
What if you were alone, right? Let's say you're alone in the world. Are you not able to make any definitive conclusions because you don't have a jury of your peers to run an idea by? Like I don't know. It seems like it's just like a guideline, right? Like, because if anybody was able to say anything, you'd have too much bullshit, right? So it's not the arbiter of truth. It's most likely not bullshit,
I think you hit the nail on the head, right in the hand, with peer review and modern science being a gallery of consensus. I mean, that sums it up.
Yeah, but don't you agree that the idea, like in principle, has some value, right? Like if it was done without this current paradigm, like for one, people equate it to truth if it's peer reviewed, and that's stupid. Two, people think that there can be no validity if it isn't peer reviewed. That's stupid. And then of course they always just fit it into the consensus paradigm, and that's the opposite of anything to do with science or being empirical. But the general principle, if it wasn't clouded down with that nonsense, isn't bad, right? Like we're a bunch of us are going to do the double slit. We're going to share our results. We're going to critique our results. We're going to see the documentation, compare and contrast, and redo them, compare them to what they found. Of course, that principle is valuable, right? It's just the nonsense way they do it now is consensus driven.
Yeah, I feel like most people that bring up the peer review, idea, right? If you put forth information, there's always going to be somebody out there, some naysayer that's going to be like, oh, well, then why don't you get your paper peer reviewed? Blah, 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 blah. That's just a diversion away from the information, right? It's a way for them to not address what you're actually saying and divert it to some sort of, well, if your information is correct, then it would be peer reviewed and everybody would understand it, right? It's a diversion away from actually addressing the argument that's being put forth.
I kind of disagree with
you're a
that.
crackpot. It's a way of saying a crackpot, and your crackpot ideas are a crackpot. Sorry.
Oh my gosh! Of course, NASA likes consensus. That's how he formed his whole worldview.
Well, you know,
Yeah, I mean,
there's a
case
difference
in
between
point is NASA
consensus
Shill.
and then just making shit
NASA
up.
Shill is somebody. NASA Shill is somebody who literally will not believe anything unless it's gone through peer review and there's some sort of consensus type of affirming whatever.
That prevents shit like the flat Earth from becoming scientifically valid because you can't prove it.
See, he likes that we're censored and not given fair. And also, there's a problem with your worldview in that sense anyway. What happens when two contradictory papers are both peer-reviewed?
Well, then you have to figure out which one's correct, don't you?
Okay, so your stupid litmus test of as if this validates things doesn't make sense on its face.
Actually, it does, but that's another issue.
So they're both right. NASA is what you're saying. Two things that completely antipodal to one another are both correct. Is that what you're saying? Because they've gone through peer review?
You can point to me two peer papers that are absolutely completely opposite.
You can't answer the question.
No, this is just a hypothetical. I'm tired of your stupid hypotheticals. I want
have a nice day.
I want two papers that are antipodal to
Hey,
each other.
hey, Paige Shill. Paige Shill.
Show me that it actually happens. Show me that
We want you to do it. We want you to do a presentation on
I'm calling you out.
SR-71.
I'm calling you out now, and you don't have an example.
No, you want us to do something for you.
I'm calling you out.
You know it's out there.
Before we go find it, can you show some intellectual honesty and at least answer the question so we
No,
wouldn't
I'm
be
not
just...
going to answer your hypothetical.
See, this is why we're not going to go find it, because I've gotten you like 100 documents and you just ignore them.
You don't show me that what you say is true. The two things that are absolutely opposite have both been peer reviewed at the same time.
At the same time?
Yeah, at the same time.
So are you saying...
In other words, we haven't come up. In other words, don't point to me one that was peer reviewed in, let's say, 1950, and then one was peer reviewed yesterday, and say, oh, look, they're different.
Okay, what about this? Say that a published paper is peer reviewed, and then a month later, another one's published that contradicts it, and it's peer reviewed. And then a month later, another one's published that goes back to the first one.
I want an example. I don't just want your.
Because you're not showing intellectual honesty. It's called good faith.
No, you're making
right?
shit up. You're saying what if?
It's called good faith. Are you claiming this never ever happens? Is that your claim?
Show it to me.
So are you claiming it's impossible to happen?
Show it to me.
Answer the question.
Show it to me.
See, you're intellectually dishonest. We shouldn't even engage with them. Shouldn't even engage with them.
You're playing games. That's what you're doing.
No, you're playing games, right? Because
you're playing games. You're making shit up. You're saying
in an intellectual discussion, you exercise good faith, right? The whole idea for intellectual exchange is that you attack the merits of the opposing argument.
You're making up a straw man argument saying, "What if?" Don't you start off? Why don't you just say,
"Hold on, let me." So let's say, okay, we don't have a what if. Forget the what if.
Once upon a time instead of what if.
Okay, so forget the what if. We're going with what we have. Now, if it's peer reviewed, right? Does that mean at that point it is now fact?
It's been peer reviewed. It's
okay. Now, getting peer reviewed, does that change the idea from an idea to a fact, or does it just confirm that these group of people that are on the board of peer review also agree with that?
Oh, I see. So now you're going to say it's all one big cabal, right?
No, I didn't say that. I'm just because here's the thing: you guys are trying to get to what if this gets peer? Why don't we just talk about the peer review process? Is it empirical or hold on? Is it empirical? Hang on. So if peer review is not empirical, then it's useless, right? So if you can peer review something and it can be true, or you can peer review and it can be false, then the entire process of peer review is useless, right? So then if it is empirical, then we're going to get to how did 5 people determine the empiricalness of an idea? So, but again, we're all going to come back to, it's not empirical because we know it's just 5 people's musing. So it becomes useless.
I dropped what you asked for. Game over.
You'll never answer questions right. Ever.
Yeah. And he just got the very thing he thought I couldn't find. It took me 5 seconds.
Maybe you should just go over to Jim Panda's show.
Biomedicine, contradictory, peer-reviewed. This is actually a study showing the process, and that most of the times that they are all within the same type of findings, but they're not always. And they're looking for an automated method to try to fix the problem.
Yeah, I mean, there's been studies of studies where they've not to be confused with the meta study as Glober did last week. There have been studies of studies where they've found that if the paper agrees with the ideological leanings of the board, then they will mark even things like grammar and spelling more favorably. So the idea that this is some kind of amazing tool that's just going to help us achieve truth is nonsense, because it's done by people with biases. It really is that simple. And yet they'll fight all of this tooth and nail because they want to use the peer review process as some kind of gotcha against us.
I think that your arguments would be more credible if you were to also have peer review papers. Like,
yeah, but like I just now said, I can cite Fred Hoyle, who's the one that coined the term Big Bang, explaining that I can demonstrate to you, irrefutably that a geocentric model is just as viable as a heliocentric one. But we live in a paradigm, and this is decades ago, where if you try to publish anything contradictory to the consensus-driven opinion, then you won't get published. And this is a very famous astronomer. Like I said, he coined the term Big Bang, which he was making fun of it, but he was just well-known, Fred Hoyle, to be a very infamous astronomer. So, yeah, that's the point. Everyone knows this. It shows that it's, again, intellectual dishonesty to try to pretend there isn't some overwhelming bias of consensus in current peer-reviewed methodologies and standards. It's just dishonest.
Where's Fred Hoyle's
Fred Doyle paper? When was that?
Yeah, where's Fred Hoyle's paper? I'd like to see it being done. I haven't
At
seen
the heart of it's just at the heart of it, right? Like, what is it really? What is it? It's a person's opinion, right? Like that's, and again, or okay, multiple people's opinions. Why does that why does that hold more weight all of a sudden? Oh, we got 5 people together. They all had the same opinion. So now that opinion is somehow deified into like a fact or some kind of, passed down from the oracle.
I just heard something said by an oracle. This oracle is Fred Hoyle, and he's saying that he can do something, but I haven't seen it. I've never seen anything that looked like a viable model on the geocentric, so it'd be interesting to see it.
Cool. I just wanted to address something that Smooth said earlier. He said that our criticism of the. Can I finish? Our criticism of the quote-unquote authority of peer review would only be more credible if we had authority, right? Do you understand the circular nature?
I didn't say that at all.
That's the nature of what you said. We can't criticize.
That's not even close to what I said. I said
since nobody will peer review your stuff, that means that all peer review is bad. I got it. I understand.
Didn't finish. 100% didn't finish. So I don't know what either of you are talking.
But the person. Hold on. You are claiming that I said something I did not. There's no point to continue forward with your argument. I did not say that.
I'm gonna finish.
Did not say that.
So you're like new in this room. I guess you think you can just control. I'm gonna just start muting you because you do this to everybody you talk to. So Crypto's talking. Please don't interrupt him, man. Show some respect. People let you monologue, Smooth.
I didn't fucking say that.
Well, you can wait. You can wait till he's finished to respond with "I didn't say that." So go ahead, Crypto.
Yeah. So anyway, the essence of what his criticism was of us. He said we don't have the credibility to comment on peer review. That was what he said. So the essence.
No, that's not what I fucking said.
That is literally what.
Control yourself.
That is literally what you said. What I'm understanding by that is that you're saying the authority. We don't have the authority to criticize this authority.
That's not what I fucking said.
Shut up!
Keep playing in your mind shit that I didn't say and responding to a comment I didn't make. You keep saying I said.
Smooth. You've been given enough warnings, Smooth.
I muted him.
I repeated what he literally said, and then I caveated after and said, this is what I'm hearing from it. And obviously I didn't get to finish, so he didn't get to respond. Now, what he is saying, the circular nature of this argument, is that we don't have the authority to criticize authority. Now, of course, anyone in a position of authority isn't going to want to criticize authority because then they'll be undermining themselves. And I think he doesn't understand this. Anyway, I'm done.
All right, I'm going to go one last try. The person who said that Fred Hoyle had a model that was perfectly viable and this was presented and I guess denied for peer review.
Okay, so you're
does that-
you're kind of
Well, I'd like-
changing what I actually said. So yeah, it's called a neo-tychonic system. All right, I can give you a bunch of the quotes, but what I actually said was he was explaining the problem in the modern paradigm, and this was a few decades ago, of trying to get stuff published if it goes against consensus. He said, for example, he used that as an example. He said, for example, I could show you that you can have a perfectly viable geocentric system with a neo-tychonic system, and you'll be able to explain, motion of the bodies in the sky and the relative moons and all these different things. He's like, I could show you a completely viable geocentric alternative, but if you go against the consensus, it'll never get published. So he used that as an example because that's everyone thinks that the Earth is heliocentric.
Okay, so he doesn't have anything like that. He's
he explained it's called a neo-tychonic system.
He made he said he could do it. He didn't do it though. But Witsit, can I tell you one thing? I'll give you props. You're absolutely right. The science today in our world, especially in our country, has been stymied by this consensus. That's been a problem of science for a long time. This dogma that happens in many disciplines.
being honest.
I am being very honest. Yes, this dogma does happen, and these scientists, these nerds, will battle toe to toe. And usually they'll say, "Well, everybody agrees with me. It's the way it is. We're not going to look at you." And even if someone might have some viable hypothesis or thesis or description of something that has been, not quite completely understood by the science community. So I agree with you. That happens occasionally.
Let me ask you a question, Zanuck. Is it possible to have the outcome of an experiment agreed upon verifiably, but the explanation behind the experiment be disagreed upon or impractical?
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Without question.
Well, Zanuck, I mean, we had that. You came onto my podcast, didn't you? We were talking about quote unquote global warming, climate change, and you raised a lot of good points with regards to. We talked about peer review briefly, didn't we, and a few other issues. So I think you're spot on here. Like, consensus doesn't mean much unless you've got the evidence to back it, right? So
right,
I don't really understand why we hold consensus so highly. It seems.
Well, I think they get frustrated. I think these scientists put a lot of work into their experiments and their research and the data correlations. And then when someone else comes up with something different, they're so personally vested that and their egos involved that they don't want to relinquish it. And they have a bunch of people that agree with them. So they say, look, all these guys behind me also agree with my work. And you're coming up and saying it's wrong or you're putting questions into it. And that offends you. That's the dogma. That's the problem.
Do we have a better system?
Pardon me?
Do we have a better system?
Who have a better system?
Do we have a better system? A better system than consensus and peer review?
Oh, the system works. The problem is when it gets out to the fringe where the consensus starts giving weight. If people would be if these are all pure scientists and we use the system that's set up correctly, it works great. The problem is a lot of egos get involved and it can fail. It cannot give people that have viable, like even in global warming, the whole climate change dogma. There's a lot of scientists that are very credible that are discredited by, he got money from the oil companies. Well, yeah, there's a lot of atmospheric scientists that work at Exxon and that are well paid and highly educated, highly informed, and know that science probably as good as anybody. But because they're paid by the oil companies, they think that there's a bias in their research, and a lot of times there's not. In fact, a lot of oil companies are doing things just to go along with the consensus because you know what? Better, rather than fight them, we better join them. We better start doing some things even though we don't believe in it, and our scientists also disagree. We got to do it to keep our company afloat.
What about the scientists that studied the effects of sugar on the human body and all agreed that it wasn't harmful because they were paid off to do so?
Well, I don't know about that. That's a conspiracy theory, right?
Oh, wait, here's the point, right? This is the problem with the current system. If it's consensus driven, then you never make progress, right? Because that's kind of the idea of science is that
I'm not saying it's consensus.
I'm
We
not
make progress
sorry,
all the time.
I'm not saying it's consensus driven. I say that in some areas, when it comes to contention, sometimes they fall back to these logical fallacies and consensus.
Okay, can I just finish my point? So the problem with that ever being the case is the idea of science is actually constantly refining what's currently accepted to be true. Like every major discovery at the time was considered quote unquote fringe, right? Because it was counter to what everyone currently held to be true. So anything that even possibly stifles that is detrimental to actually pursuing knowledge and truth. Because that's the opposite of what it's supposed to be. It's supposed to be completely without bias.
Well, you're right, and we saw that with COVID. I'm sorry, you want to go?
It does serve one benefit, though, as far as I'm concerned, is that it keeps you from running off on wild goose chases on the regular. There are so many insane claims made.
There really are.
That just running off onto every single one of them would be pointless. We don't go and reinvent, I don't know, the fire cycle because somebody says, well, fire doesn't work that way.
Right. Or what's the one that people usually bring up as an example? How was it in dentistry or heart? I can't remember. But there's a bunch of examples. Like you're right.
Was phlogiston peer reviewed? Phlogiston. Speaking of fire, was phlogiston peer reviewed at any point?
I don't know if it was peer reviewed.
But the point is also that what was the point? That the peer review process does work, and to get in there though, you know, some people have ideas and they might not even make it through the first barrier, and that might be a little unfair to some people because there is so many crackpots out there throwing things at the wind there that have these crazy ideas, and they have to be able to weed through that. There's a system that's pretty good to be able to weed through a lot of it, but sometimes it'll push out something that actually might be credible, and that's kind of the casualty of the system, and that's they try to improve that. But you're right, Witz, that science has to evaluate these things on an ongoing basis. Science has to be open to doubt because that's what it's based on. It's fundamental. Like, here's my hypothesis, here's my theory, here's my experiments. Shoot me down, everybody, and they should welcome that because that's what science is about. But they sometimes don't. But the point here is an example like COVID. Everyone thought they knew it. Oh yeah, we got this down pat. Here's how the vaccine works. And then the masks don't really protect you; they only protect other people. And turns out they were wrong about a lot of the little nuances of this. They still don't know a lot about it, but they know enough to know that the vaccines are effective and statistically they work. You may disagree with that with other people, but it does, and it does keep people from going to the hospital and dying. But yet people still die from it. That's also true. But they also die from flu vaccines. So there's a lot of misinformation out there, and it's hard to weed through it all.
Just got deleted for that.
Sorry, can I please get in just because I wanted to address something Zanik said a while ago, and it's been a while ago now. Basically, Zanik, what you said about the peer review process is that you think it's more or less flawless. It's the best we've got, is what you definitely said.
Yes,
I think that you said it works perfectly. I don't think that you said that the process itself was perfect, but you did use the word perfect. So I don't want to strawman you, but I think the one issue that you have is that actually it's not the process itself, even though I could go probably into 30 different reasons why the process itself is wrong or doesn't help. But it's our understanding of the peer review process as laymen, and I'm not talking about you and me, but the general population, that is the problem. The main problem with peer review, because when someone says peer review, what they hear is truth, right? When it it's very far from truth, right? That is itself the main issue with peer review. All of the others are little niggles, and sure, maybe you can get rid of those, but until you actually have a mass campaign of scientists saying peer review is not truth, here are the issues with it, then you're not going to be able to use peer review in any kind of useful way, in my opinion.
Well, and it's kind of biased too, right? Because you're by the word peer. These are people in that field that are kind of your peers. There might be either a bias for or against. I mean, there might be some skewing that may not be fair for the actual honest evaluation of whatever they've discovered or been reporting. I mean, there's peer-reviewed studies in climate, and we talked about that earlier. The Svenmark in Sweden talked about the solar winds versus the cosmic rays, and how the cosmic rays actually help seeding of clouds, make clouds, and the solar winds can blow those cosmic rays away and reduce the amount of clouds, and that can be one of the reasons why the Earth is warming. And that's a paper that was peer-reviewed. Now, what does it mean? I mean, does it say it's right or wrong? No, it just says it's peer-reviewed.
Some people liked it, some people didn't. There's no conclusion with the peer review process. It just legitimizes what has been done.
But why people are using it to legitimize things when you're then say, oh, well, there's no real, it didn't really prove anything. It didn't really separate one idea from the others, right? So, but then they're like, oh, we should use this peer review process. It's like when people go, well, science says that this is how it works. No, science is not a person. There are people who say that this is how it works, but that's just their opinion. And everybody loves to say, well, science says this, so it doesn't sound like, well, this person's opinion is, because this person's opinion is not a fact, but science says sounds factual.
Right. And Einstein himself talked about these types of, you can have all these experiments and all these conclusions, and if at one time there's an exception, the whole theory is shot to hell. They throw it out. Then you go back to the drawing board. And that doesn't really happen with the peer review process. It kind of just is for legitimizing the scientist and his work, as I see it.
Yeah. It says, here's somebody you might should listen to.
What's that?
It says, here's somebody you might should listen to.
Yeah, exactly. And here's why. And you can look at his credentials and see his experience and his successes, and you say, you know what? That guy, he's an engineer. He's got all these airplanes. They've all flown. None of them crashed. All of them had great maintenance records and reliability. This, that. They were the fastest speeds, best this, best that, efficiency. You'd say that guy knows his shit. So when he says, "I've read your paper and your ideas about this aerodynamic invention or principle or whatever is legit," you kind of say, that's validation. That guy's probably legit. We should probably look closer at it.
Yeah, but dude, this is the thing. Okay.
Well, hold on. Let me just say real quick. This is why they get athletes.
I have a side note. A quick side note on that guy that says I could easily get a peer review process for saying the Earth is flat and you can work in a stationary plane without rotating. Whatever you said. What's it about that guy's comment? That's kind of hypothetical, and he might be able to work the math and everything to make an example of that. But I don't think that was really serious. I don't think it really can be done.
He said it like 10 different times, 10 different ways. That
I know, but you know what I mean, though, right?
There's no way you can prove that the Earth is moving. That's what he said.
Let me say the most ridiculous thing you could say, and that's what he chose as an example.
Right.
No, now you're just making shit up when I know you've never read anything he said, except for what I showed you. So you're just making stuff up now. He said it in 10 different quotes. He talks about how, in detail, how you can't prove the Earth is moving, and it could be geocentric. It's equally as viable.
Equally as viable? I don't think it'd be equally.
That's what he said.
Well, I mean, personally, knowing as much of the math and the science and the physics that many of us know, I don't see how that's. I can't imagine how that's possible.
That's not the point. You guys just tried to pretend you knew what he was doing. Moyak said, "Oh, he just said that to make a point with the most ridiculous thing he could think of." That isn't true.
I mean, I've used that kind of analogy before, and I don't think I make it. It's more tongue in cheek or a little bit exaggerative, because to make it equally viable, I mean, you can make a case, and you can make a strong case for the Earth being flat, very strong, maybe even win in a court, depending on the jury and the judge. You really could. Which I agree with you. There is a lot of evidence that the Earth is flat, but there's a lot more evidence that the Earth is round and spinning.
The difference is that your evidence requires the presupposition for all of it.
No, not really. Not really. When I show a horizon drop,
before we move on, let me say one more thing about peer review. So picture when they have a product like Bengay or something, right? They're always going to use an athlete, right? They're not going to use a book reader to So it's like, oh, we have this thing, and it was like, oh well, the pilot he's from NASA, so when he says this thing, it's gonna hold more weight. Well, yeah, and they know that, and that's why they use sports athletes to sell worthless creams to people, right? Because it's like, oh well, this athlete uses it, so it's probably a good thing. It's the same thing, like, well, this peer review process said it, so it's probably right.
Well, that's not a peer. No, that's not a peer. I agree with you, but that's not the peer review process. But I laugh at all that. It makes me mad that all these people, even pilots or athletes, endorsing these products that are just garbage. It's bullshit.
This started off by someone saying, "I heard you're gonna do an experiment." What's it? And he was talking about the double slit. What's up? So like he's like, why don't you get your paper peer reviewed and all that stuff? And I'm like, well, realistically, I can create it. I can publish something, right? But I can't ensure that it will be given a fair shake. Certainly, if the implications of my conclusion just, are like a huge minority, meaning like if the implications are that the constant speed of light is wrong and light's neither a particle nor a wave and 200 years of light theory have to be scrapped, like no one's going to stamp their name on it as a peer review, right? So it's like, that's the point. That's the problem, because this is intrinsically stifling growth, right?
If you were to come up with more than just the assertion, if you were to actually come up with a paper that was well researched and well defined, experimented, whatever else, and you were to present that, then they would not. Typically, I would think they would not just throw it out. They would say, "Here's where we think you went wrong in this paper." Isn't that how peer review works?
No,
they don't
look,
just go.
it works like this.
"Oh, we
You
don't
Google
like-"
my name, you see that I dropped out of college, and I talk about the Earth being flat online, and then you throw it away.
Yeah, that might happen initially.
true.
Yes, I'll agree, because
Probably true.
that's again going with the crackpot theory. You
Well,
can't look at every single crackpot idea that exists. It would
even
take you
leather.
forever just to get anywhere. So
The crackpot idea is that light's
lights
both a particle and a wave, and is sentient and can transverse time.
Probably would have to go through and pitch it to somebody individually, where you can get a little bit of a more fair shake to get their name put on it.
Yeah, that's true.
Then you
Yeah,
can
but
move
you see the
forward.
problem. You see the double standard there is, we're talking about the double slit. So if I'm like, light's neither a particle nor a wave, it's already there. Whoop-de-whoop-de-whoop. Here's the evidence. You're like, oh, well, that's a crackpot idea or whatever. But dude, then how is it accepted that all these people can make up all kinds of crazy bullshit claims about the double slit, like that it's conscious and all this stuff, and that the photon is sentient and can transverse and transcend
Well,
time?
that's a stretch. It's like if you're not watching, it does something. If you are watching, it does something else.
But that was peer reviewed, though, right? That's my point.
I know, but there's a lot of things that are the little nuances of those descriptions and analogies that are, you don't want to read too
No,
far.
he literally invoked. No, it was peer
doesn't-
reviewed. He
they-
literally
they
invoked
don't-
consciousness.
I know, but they don't think it has a conscience.
No, he literally invoked consciousness. It's a famous peer reviewed paper. So that's my point. Yeah.
What's that one? But if you read up on photons and light and the double slit experiment, there's millions, probably millions of papers written on it. It's
I'm about to
pretty well
debunk your
understood
photons.
why.
then.
There's pretty if you go. There's one paper. I think I sent it to you. I'm not sure. Do you remember me sending something to you? That was a really good, either a video or
Recently
an
about
article.
the
It
James
talked
Webb
about.
stuff?
It started. Hold on. It started with sound and how waves propagate, what waves really are. It talks about frequency, and then how it starts going into the light and how it behaves. And it seemed like it was a really good paper on showing that it does behave in some situations like a wave and others like a particle. That's the duality, and it can be shown to do this in the double slit.
What example shows it act like a particle?
You didn't see it. You didn't get that article. Should I
I
get
haven't seen it, but can you give me one thing that shows it act like a particle? Just one.
Isn't that
Yeah,
in the double
yeah,
slit experiment? Isn't that when it goes
Yeah.
through and doesn't perform the wave pattern?
Well, no, not only that. When you shoot away, you can actually power like a solar sail. Is using the photon as a particle.
It doesn't use it as a particle.
Yes.
No.
That change of momentum. That
can't
change of
assume
momentum. Even though hold on.
It uses the
That change of momentum is-
photoelectric effect.
Photoelectric effect? No.
Yeah.
It's using its momentum to actually force the sail to move.
The photoelectric effect would be for solar cells, not solar
Right. It makes
sail.
electricity. That's
Wait, what
that's
did he say?
misunderstanding.
Solar
It-
sail.
A solar
Blowing.
sail. I'm sorry. Solar
okay,
sail,
my
not
bad.
cell. So the solar sail is something that a photon would hit it and actually impart a momentum into it, which is a force, and make it move.
Yeah, would it do that in a vacuum?
Of course.
Yes. That's where it works best.
You can use a light.
electric anyway,
propel-
so photoelectric
Why,
or not,
why,
it's still
why
electric.
is you didn't
Why do you have
hold on?
this?
You demonstrate a particle with the solar sail, right? Like he was like, "Hey, show me light acting as a particle," and you're like, "Well, the solar sail. That's not light acting as a particle, right? That's
No, what
just
it-
the
Acting as if it has mass.
Right to hand, it's an example of how it behaves as a particle.
What?
Particles have
No, it's
mass. No, that's what solar sails do. They are getting impacted by a photon, and that change in momentum is pushing it along.
Just
That's how it
reifying the
acts.
photon isn't proof of the photon.
That's
I
like
actually designed it.
oh
Can I
well,
say something real quick?
So you don't think we can shoot photons in a vacuum?
No,
Well,
I don't think you can
that's
shoot
like hold on,
photons.
that's
So
like
when we go,
saying
so you go to Slack, you can have an example there where it's 10 to the minus 7th or 6th vacuum, and they can shoot photons 2 miles and have an impact to target the other side and do all sorts of science on that. But it is in a vacuum, and it is.
What do you mean impact the target? How do you verify that a particle impacts the target?
Even if they have a photoelectric cell, the photon has been shot from the gun.
Look where we got again. Yeah, the photoelectric.
Well, how about your TV set? Okay, electron.
There's a big difference.
An electron in
There's a
your TV
difference
set.
between-
Hold on. Electron in your TV set in a vacuum is hitting a screen, and you see a reaction to this.
So to prove that light's a
What's the electron?
photon and it acts as a particle, then we have to invoke the electron as well?
No, I was just giving another example.
No, that's all of them. All the examples. All the examples reify the
Subatomic
electron.
particles, and including photons not being a
Using
particle.
radiation pressure. It says it's just using radiation pressure. So I don't know where you're getting that it uses a particle from. But
They're just reifying it.
Just invent what you want. Whatever you need to invent, go ahead. It's okay.
Electromagnetic radiation.
License to invent.
Yeah, electromagnetic radiation doesn't prove the photon's a
Radiation
particle.
pressure. You know what radiation pressure is?
Do I know it's not a physical BB?
Well, it's not. It's a rest. A photon has no rest mass. So when it does
photon
hit,
doesn't exist.
So why do they shoot photons in a vacuum tube? How does it
You don't
traverse?
shoot little BBs at anything.
It's an energy packet. It has energy. We know this because you can excite a photoelectric cell and create a voltage.
Now, see what I'm saying? The photoelectric cell. So then we have to invoke the electron, claim that the photon hits an atom, dislodges an electron, exchanges energy to the electron, and basically morphs into a photoelectron.
Well,
I wouldn't assume
that's fine. That's actually very good.
Zanuck,
That
hold
was
on.
very good. That's exactly what happened.
Nobody's going to assume that a sailboat, right? You see a sailboat, wind blows the sailboat. That doesn't mean that wind is a particle.
Really?
Yeah, really. Yes, really.
Wind is a particle.
Seriously.
No, see, let me give you an example. If you have a magnetic field, Zanuck,
studied
think about
aerodynamics,
this.
right to hand.
Zanuck, think about this. If you have a magnetic field,
hold on. There are molecules of air
mass is a
which
particle. The pressure is wind.
that has a mass.
Guys,
a known
relax,
mass,
man.
and we know when it hits a sail, it imparts a force when it changes direction.
Okay,
that's by definition. Newtonian physics exemplified.
Let me give you an example, though. Magnetic fields have momentum. They have force. They aren't physical particles going and hitting something, though.
What is it? A photon?
A magnetic field. So just because there's some type of momentum or some type of energy, it doesn't mean there's a physical particle. That's not some type of logical necessity.
Well, no, it acts like a particle. We talked about how it acts like a particle, not that it is a particle.
Oh, come on.
No, they claim it is a particle.
No, it's true. We've had this argument before. It's not a particle.
A liquid can't act. A liquid
because it has
can't
no
act
rest
like
mass.
a solid. A liquid can't act like a solid because it's not a solid. So to act like a particle, you need to have a
liquid can.
You need to be a particle.
So wait,
right?
you're claiming it's neither a wave or a particle?
It can be both. It acts like both. It's not a wave, and it's.
I asked, when does it act like a?
It is a wave, but it can act like a particle.
So what is it exactly?
What is the difference between being something and acting like something? Right?
It's an
now,
electron.
hold on.
Acting is behavior and effects. Acting is behavior and effects.
Guys, Left Lane and Zanuck talking at the same time.
I know.
Let's all relax.
Yeah.
Everyone relax, man. We got all day, we got all year. Been doing this shit for years. Relax, bro.
Yeah, you guys know that I just refuted your nonsense, which is that you have to reify the electron, right? In every scenario you claim that it is a particle, you have to reify the electron and claim it has an interaction. Now, there is all kinds of things that disagree. Like even in your own paradigm, there's branches of quantum field theory that basically claim photons and electrons are the same thing. So it's like you guys go around pretending that this archaic idea. Yes,
they are. They talk about them in the same vernacular as subatomic particles. Photons fall into that family.
No. They claim that the photon and the electron are different versions of the same thing in certain spectrums of quantum field theory.
Right.
Wait, let me ask you this, Zanuck.
Quantum field theory. Yes, you're right.
Can a baseball act as a wave? It's not a wave.
Yes, it's called a knuckleball.
Can a ball act like a wave?
Yes, it's
nobody
called a
says it can't.
knuckleball.
No, it's still
No,
a ball. It's not a
knuckleball.
wave. A wave's not a thing. A knuckleball doesn't become a wave. It's still a
Well, it's
ball.
wait a minute. Is it oscillating? Is the knuckleball oscillating?
What's oscillating exactly?
It's moving up and down or around,
What is?
and also in a straight line. The
What is?
baseball.
Baseball.
Okay, so it's the baseball moving. The baseball doesn't turn into a wave.
Yeah, it's a bad analogy, which I would agree.
But it's still.
These
I'm
people
not
are like
making an
religious
analogy.
zealots
I'm
for the
trying-
It is the baseball.
But hold on, Zanuck. My analogy was.
A baseball doesn't have duality. Photons.
Well, this
do.
is I'm trying to show you
You're
how.
saying that a
when
photon can't have duality because a base.
no,
dualities can't exist.
It's a straw man. It's a straw man.
Well, it's not
I'm
a-
saying because
Zanuck.
hold on, right to him, please. Right to him, please. I'll say one last sentence. It's a straw man because just because something you pick out can't do that doesn't mean this other thing can't do that. That's the definition of a straw man. You get that, right?
No, because what I'm not talking about.
Does anyone know how ludicrous?
Zanuck, let him finish, man. That's not what he's saying.
He said no.
No, Zanuck,
Let
he's
me
trying to make a
finish.
point. He's trying to make a point about duality itself,
I
the
know, but just
principle.
because a baseball doesn't have duality doesn't mean a photon
Zanuck,
can't.
he
It's a
answered
straw
the
man.
question and he has
Zanuck,
more to
I could have.
say.
I could have used anything, right? I could have used anything, and that's the point. Is that
And that's
no
the
matter
straw
what
man.
I use, let me finish. No matter what I used, a shoe, a book, anything, you would wave it, and it would never become the wave. So to say, oh, anything,
That's a
whether
straw
it be a
man. You
photon, hang on.
See why? Zanuck, dude,
Zanuck, come on, man. You
put
were
him on
being
mute.
so cool.
Just mute him. He can't handle it.
I can handle
Yeah,
it. I'll
it's
be on
the
mute.
first time he ever talked.
You don't get to just say, because I believe that there's this thing that can act like nothing else in the world ever, then therefore, right? That's a very out there religious type of claim. Look, again, I know I'm not here to change minds. I'm just,
Well, here's the problem.
What people have these
Well,
questions.
Hold on a second.
What's
See,
the
the thing is, hold on a second. I want to jump in because the thing is, you actually, at least you and Witsit actually say there's a duality to the ether. It's immaterial, but it can affect the physical world.
He doesn't even
There's a
believe in the
duality.
ether. What are you
It doesn't
talking
matter.
about?
I'm just using.
He's using an
Witsit
example,
does.
comparison.
I'm using the comparison. So you have a duality of something that is immaterial that can still have some kind of impact in the physical world. That's a duality.
No, I don't claim that it's
Yes.
I don't claim that it's simultaneously two different things. So that's just a straw. You don't even understand it. Stop. Maybe pump the brakes on critiquing the ether prior to comprehending it. It's not simultaneously two different things. No one claims that.
No, it has two different properties. It's
wanna say
immaterial,
this.
which means it can't have a physical interaction in the physical world, but you're saying it can have a physical interaction in the physical world. That is a contradiction.
I never claimed that.
Okay, so can the ether have a physical?
Sounds like
Can a
you did.
non-material ether have a physical interaction in the physical world?
It becomes materially manifest in a certain modality, and it's due to motion. So you
What
don't.
does that mean? Modality.
Oh
Okay.
yeah,
Have it.
so you guys don't understand. So it doesn't make me
don't.
dumb.
I do think that's a tautology. I do think
How? It's not.
because you're saying it's not the same thing. So obviously it's a different entity. He's saying that there's a duality because one necessitates the other. Because you have the immaterial that when interacted with manifest in our reality
I'm gonna
as matter.
debunk this whole thing. Is
I'm asking, not
is
telling.
liquid water and ice both water?
Yes, I'll answer.
Okay, but they're different too, right?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay, thanks for playing.
Okay.
Okay, so
Fun with
but-
words.
but-
That's
hold on, wait,
another
I'm
episode of
out.
Fun with
I'm out.
Words.
Here's the I'm out. I'm out.
You can't just keep trying to force your way through it. If no one's going to give up, it's just going to be craziness, one at a time. How about Eli and Paul?
Please, yeah. Well, ice and what was the other?
Liquid water.
Are both material.
That's not the point. The point is that something
It
can
is.
be.
It is a good point.
No, it's not. Because the
It's
point
your
that you're talking
example. You
past the
asked
point.
me, is it the same thing? And I'm like, well, you gave me an example of two material things. And
That's non sequitur to the actual point, which is that things can be the same but different, have different versions or modalities of themselves. Steam, liquid water, and ice are all water. It's just different modalities of water. Sure, that's material. That's not the point. He was trying to say that it can't be different modalities of the same thing. That's a contradiction. That isn't true.
is that what you're saying, Paul? Because I don't know if that's.
Oh, it's definitely what he was saying.
Is that what you're saying, Paul? You use your words to say what he said, if that's what you're saying.
So, go ahead, Paul.
Repeat what he said.
You were saying that I could.
Yeah.
Well,
the question is, can water be liquid and solid at room temperature? That would be the question.
No, that's something. Ask that later, bro.
It's non sequitur, bro. Like, okay, Kayla, watch this. Can an ice
There
cube
is a-
melt
hold on-
into
hold on a
water?
second. I was asked the question. There is a point where at 32 degrees where there's a transition point where water becomes a solid or vice versa. So in the sense at the same temperature, it's both a liquid and a solid at the same time.
Okay, and can ice become water?
Ice is water.
Can ice melt into liquid water?
Yeah.
Ice and water and steam are all water.
And they're different modalities of that water, though, right?
Yeah, but
Okay,
you were
but
talking
here's
about a physical and
They're different
metaphysical
conditions.
Yeah,
Well,
see, you guys
Well, you're
now have
not
to just
talking about
divert
a
to something past the
But you're-
point. It's
So
so
you're
easy
saying
to debate,
though,
you guys. You have a script.
So something immaterial can manifest physically.
See now, okay, so now we can
Is that
talk
what you're
about the
saying?
next part. We can now talk about the next part because I was critiquing your first claim, which was that there can't be two different things. They can't have two different versions. They're two different things. That's contradictory. I said no. There can be two different modalities of the same thing. For example, water and ice. And then everyone's like, "Oh, that's material. That's non sequitur." I was critiquing his claim, which was absurd and
Okay,
asinine.
so then what you're saying then with it, so what you're saying is the ether can be physical and immaterial at the same time.
I said that it can become materially manifest.
Right, that's the same thing.
That's the same thing. That's the exact same thing.
But that's
Dude,
why.
you think that light is a physical ball bouncing around and acts like a wave at the same time?
No,
So
we
don't.
didn't say that. We said,
Yeah, he
in
does.
fact,
He does.
hold on. It manifests itself like your of ether. It manifests itself as a particle. Here's examples of it. And here it manifests itself as a wave.
No,
Here's an example
obviously
of
he's
it.
gonna say that's a straw man. Like, so
It's not a straw man. It's exactly.
y'all
It's
are off.
really. I think because nobody
He's
knows
not
what
gonna
ether
say
is.
he's saying that.
Elijah, please, talking. What you talking to?
Obviously, what's
So
in contention is a particle or a wave, right?
no,
Like,
not. It isn't.
That's a
why
false
would you?
dichotomy.
It's
Why would
both.
you pin that on him to waste time in this conversation?
a
I actually,
Dude, Eli, were you not listening? It seems like you just got in here. He literally just used the idea of a baseball and a knuckleball. He literally just said it. He just defended the duality. So we're not
I didn't do
strawmanning
that.
him.
I'm saying he's strawmanning you. Are you not listening?
Well, I'm saying,
Someone brought up a
okay,
baseball.
sorry.
I'm telling him to be quiet so I can actually
You
address what
always
you
are telling
said,
other
not
people to be quiet.
strawman
Why
you.
can't you be quiet sometimes?
Because you're strawmanning
You
him.
never
That's why.
back down, Elijah. You notice that, right?
Because you're strawmanning him. That's why.
I'll
Sorry,
back
also had
down. Go
Kai
ahead.
talking to me, so I might have just missed something. So wherever you
Because
guys
you're
go.
strawmanning Witsit. That's why.
I don't think so. There's a strong
It's
correlation.
unnecessary.
Can I say something?
I was gonna say something. I was gonna actually address what he was saying, not strawman him.
Go ahead.
So, ice and water, two different modalities. Modality being used as a noun, something that is experienced that exists, right?
Yeah, sure.
So you have two things that are experienced in existence that are physical. Now, when you describe the ether, one is immaterial and one is. I don't think that that is a fair parallel to use an example of two things that are material.
Now, fair enough. If that was what I was doing, if I was saying that they're directly analogous, then that would be a good critique. but I wasn't. I was addressing the asinine claim that if something has different versions, it can't be the same thing, because we know that there are many things that have different modalities, right? So that was the actual.
Well,
There's
that's
different versions of
that's
car.
true. That's true as a statement in the vacuum. So what?
Okay,
That's
so
what
there's
I was
different
saying. So
versions
that
of
I
a
was
car,
critiquing
but
his
there's still a
bullshit
car,
claim.
right?
How is that not understood? What'd you say? What's up? I didn't hear you. He left. So anyway, it's not
It's
a
almost the
direct.
same
It's not
conjecture.
directly analogous, right? Because, like you said, these are physical things. Like they're all different versions of matter. So it's not the same direct analogy of something being immaterial and becoming materially manifest. But that is not why it was invoked. So that would technically be a straw man. So I'm not saying that ether is identical to water and ice. No, I'm saying we have energy that seemingly comes from nowhere. It pops into existence. So where does it come from? Right? And so I'm saying,
What do you mean nowhere?
yeah, so like this is yeah, so if we have particle physics, it has a prediction of how much energy can be somewhere because of the amount of particles there. But that prediction isn't right. There's way too much energy. And we can have a vacuum chamber, and vacuum chambers aren't useless. It gets a lot of the air out. And it shows us there's way too much energy in there. Particle physics makes a prediction, and it's wrong. Particle physics makes a prediction about magnetism, and it's wrong. There's too much energy. So there's seemingly somewhere else
What do you
that
mean
the
there's too
energy
much
is
energy?
other
Give
than
me an
physical
example of where there's
particles.
too much energy.
Only if you take it like, let's say it's a convention. Now, there is no convention that describes reality perfectly. These are ideal circumstances in these conventions. Does everyone agree?
Right, but I think the word modality also is being misused here too. I mean, I understand
Well,
what you're saying as being space. The main
it's
thing we're
not,
talking
because
about is
the
whether
example is
light
water and ice. That is a perfect example. Okay, so moving
is
on.
water and ice.
I
Two
asked the question so
modalities
that
of
I can
water.
ask the follow up,
Yeah,
Vanek.
Eli, I think you're
Is liquid
right.
water?
Eli, I think you're right, but
God,
the
you're the
problem
only
is that
person I can't talk
I'll
to.
get up with you later, bro, because they're gonna make us argue because they're in the middle, and I don't want to do that.
like I'm like mishearing you and shit. Like, yeah, it's whatever.
If you stop
Then
for a
Witsit,
second.
before Zanik comes in, Witsit, we know we can evacuate the atmosphere, or the atmos as you call it, within a vacuum chamber to some degree of capability. What about the ether? Can you think of anything? Here's what I'm saying. Can you think of any sort of container or construction, a material which will allow an ether-free zone inside? I thought myself in mind, but I wonder, have you any thoughts on
there's
that?
no such thing.
I'm thinking, Witsit,
He's
that
saying ether is everywhere, Pito.
ether is to mercury. Okay, Zanik, sorry, I know you're trying to get in. Let me just say this. I'm thinking ether is to mercury as air is to water. So mercury provides a sort of a barrier. So some sort of container made out of mercury, the inside would be blocking the penetration of the ether. That's just my own thought.
Okay, there's no such thing as blocking ether or anywhere without ether. Oh.
Restricting the ether, then the flow of the ether, it depends on where you say the ether comes from. Have you considered the ether?
Pito,
Have you considered?
I think they're saying that the
source
ether
is
is
at the north
everywhere.
center? Have you
I think
considered
they
the
say
ether source and the
Pito,
source to all is at the north center?
Pito, I think he says that
Okay,
ether is
off you go. Sorry,
everywhere.
Zanik. Off you go, bud. Off you go.
I think he's saying the ether is everywhere, and there's nothing you can do to get rid of it. It's in everything. It's everywhere, and it can manifest itself in certain things. I don't know, these modalities.
Yeah. So because we have another option, which is particle physics, but the particle physics predictions have been thoroughly debunked. They do
They
not
haven't
work.
been debunked. I mean, you're just making
Yeah,
things
yeah.
up.
Let me explain how.
Not true.
See, that's all you guys have is nuh-uhs. But
No,
I don't really.
I can clearly tell you that no, these theories in particle physics, which are pretty well known, and there's years and years and millions of experiments to back it up,
Yeah, here we
are
go. Come on,
have
Zanik.
not been debunked.
Particle
Just because
physics
you
has
don't
been
understand
debunked.
them, just because you don't understand them doesn't mean them not to be true
Zanik, we're
Particle
too late
physics
to
has been
game for this sort of
debunked.
nonsense.
It has a prediction for magnetism, for example, and its prediction is wrong. It's
Let's
wrong.
get into this again with Zanik, because Zanik,
well,
you're just
he's
a
making
denier.
claims, and we don't know what prediction you're talking about.
Let me
How
give
are we
you
supposed to say,
something.
oh, gee, Witzit's right because he
No, you're
tells me
supposed
there's
to be
this prediction that was
constructive.
in.
Imagine
Tito,
developing.
you hear
Can
me
you please
talking?
not interrupt, man? Like, it's good for the room to hear. It's also good for the. See, they left, by the way. Like, Paul left because he's starting to realize he's having to argue side by side globers. Like,
Yeah,
so
I'm not interrupting Pedo. I started talking to you about
I know I want to talk to you. Dude, Zanuck, vacuum energy, 0 point energy, electrostatics, magnetism, all these things don't match the particle physics prediction.
Oh, we're talking about things in a quantum realm. Let's talk about 0 point energy for a second. So you know what that is, right? That is the lowest possible energy state of a quantum system, right? Now people
Okay.
start thinking that's where all the energy is lying. But yeah, if you can grab the energy from this 0 point energy system and you could actually grow it or scale it up, then we would have, a boundless energy, infinite energy.
Great
But it
story.
won't, because the theory is if we did that, scaled it up, it would disperse and would be unusable. So I mean, there's so many things wrong with condemning modern science and physics, especially particle physics, saying that you know everything because you read an article that talks about something not predicting something else, and then it's all debunked.
Yeah.
It's not when you say
Come on,
debunked,
Zanuck.
it's
That's
like
just
nails
shutting
in a
down
chalkboard.
conversation.
It's
Stop
not
it.
debunked.
I
Is
didn't
that
claim I
Pedo?
know everything, dude.
Is that
What I
Pedo? Is that
said
Pedo what you're
was
saying?
that particle physics predictions have been consistently demonstrated to be inadequate. An example is magnetism. An example is vacuum energy, where they now come up with quantum foam,
Which
quantum
lane is
fluid. Skylane's
How
going to
is
say
there
nothing with specificity. He's just going to
really
attempt to
how is
ridicule me as if
magnetism?
he's smarter than me when he knows for a
Yes.
fact he doesn't know even a fraction as much about this as I do.
Okay,
So I don't
but
care
Let's
about your
talk about
color
magnetism then.
commentary, Left Lane.
Let's talk about
yes.
magnetism. Why do you think modern physicists are wrong and everything they know about magnetism at
You're
the
just,
particle
Zanuck, stop
physics
wasting time
level is
again.
wrong? There you go again, Pedo, just jumping in.
You're just asking the same question you
No, you
asked
got to
years
stop
ago.
doing
Hey,
that.
come on, man.
It's
Can you give us a
mayhem in
few
here.
minutes and then I'll
All
back
right,
out.
all right.
I
So
promise to stop after I'm talking and let people talk. That's my vow today. So
Zanuck, your question is, yeah, the point is that the prediction about magnetism is wrong. Like the equations don't
prediction?
work.
What
The equations
prediction?
don't work.
Please,
I can't remember the actual terminology. What is it called?
Why don't you get it? Specificity. Talk about that.
Well, yeah, you have to invoke virtual photons to make your particle physics equation balance out to explain
No, we're
and
talking about
describe
magnetism.
magnetism. Yeah,
Talking about magnetism.
that's what I'm saying. Quantum claims magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons. And that's a construct we came up with to make the equation balance out. I'm just trying to remember the exact name of one of the main things that was discovered that doesn't work. I can't remember. Like even Nate in here will tell you. I guess he's not in here. I'll just find it. You never heard of it?
No, I've heard it. I just want to see if you can produce it. And I don't know it off the cuff either.
It's like there's too much. Basically, there's too much energy. Like the prediction about how much energy should be there, there is way too much energy. So
well, there's no energy in magnetism, right? There's no energy.
Oh my god.
A magnet doesn't have energy. You know that.
Oh,
right?
magnetic fields don't have the ability to do work?
No.
Really?
No, absolutely not.
Okay, I'm just going to start citing people, I guess. So do you think that magnetism is the exchange of virtual photons?
Yeah.
To say magnetic fields don't do work is ridiculous.
That's the truth. If it was true, then you could create a perpetual motion machine. But you can't. They don't do work. There's no energy in a magnet. There's a field. There's a magnetic field, but there's no energy in a
So
magnet.
is it a field of force?
No, force is only a proper force.
Can-
is only
can-
real.
can that
Well,
magnetic field
I'm in the
do
middle of a
something?
sentence. I'm stuttering. A force needs an opposing force. So there's no force of a magnetic field unless there's another force acting on it, because they're in pairs.
Okay, so it's well known that magnetism is a force.
They can create a force. It's not a force in itself. Because forces are.
It says magnetism is a force, but doesn't have energy on its own. That's what you're trying to say.
That's what I did say.
Well, you're saying it's not a force, but that's not what your paradigm says. It says it's a force, but it has no energy on its own. It basically can only like convert energy.
No, it doesn't. It does not have energy. There's no ability for a magnet to do work. Only time it does work is when you break those magnetic field lines of flux. That's when you create energy. That's when electrons can be induced in coils of wire, for example. They make an electromagnet. That's how you make electric motors work. You got to break the field lines of flux before there's a force. That force is what has been transferred as energy into the coils as current flowing, I squared R losses, right? Voltage, everything, resistance of the wire, heat, exchange, work being done. All this is done only when the field lines of flux are broken, not just sitting there. There's nothing done with a magnet when it just sits there. No work being done. There's no energy in a magnet.
So basically, within quantum mechanics, right? So, like all static fields, electric, magnetic, weak nuclear force, strong nuclear force, these are all thought of, like electrostatics, like I said, the static fields, like they're all thought of to be mediated by virtual particles. And that's just a bullshit concept. Like, that's not real. Like, virtual particles have never been like actually observed as the input or output of an experiment. It's an abstraction that we use to balance equations out.
Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. That's what the science, modern physics is.
So do you see my point then? Like, right, so the current claim and prediction of particle physics is inadequate, meaning we had to create some other abstraction just to make the equations work. Like, it doesn't even mathematically predict the energy.
Personally, I think they do it for clarity, and maybe they want to have, everyone wants to balance the equation. That's agreed, and that's why we have problems with physics on the macro level as well. Hey, why this is what the gravitation, this is what the universe is doing, but we need to throw dark matter in order to kind of balance the equations. I mean,
yeah. Which just means that right now they don't know what they're talking about, and the current theory is incorrect.
They know a lot, but as a proportion of what there is to know, they know so little. I agree.
Yeah. So, like, actually, it appears that using an ethereal framework, magnetism is actually like the movement of quote unquote space itself, right? Like the volume itself, and its spatial extension is physically manifest because basically it's trying to get back to its pure potential state. Like it's a dielectricity or electrostatics is trying to like get back to its pure potential state, like to seek equilibrium. That's what magnetism is. It's like the dissipation of dielectricity trying to get back to its original state of rest. So that, and if that's the case, the question is, well, then what is that original state of rest? And that would be the ether, or like pure inertia, or what people would call counter space, like the homeostasis realm of pure potential, right? And so that's like, at least that has some viability. It's much more open-ended, but the problem is that the other one just doesn't make sense. Like, it's admittedly not right. So that's my whole argument, is that at least one's headed in the right direction. It can explain it. See, it doesn't have the confinement of particle materialism. Like, I'm not claiming to know anything definitively. I'm claiming to have like something that at least potentially can explain it. Like, magnetism boggles the mind. It's insane. It's an insane thing. It doesn't work with particle physics. We can choose to just ignore it. I mean, we don't have to figure it out.
So when people, so in the quantum realm,
will bring it back to nothing. Zanuck and Nathan Oakley will bring it back to the official story, which they both agree on. When we're talking about reality, we can't ignore it, and the best we can do is speculate in a communicating sort of fashion, a communal fashion, hopefully making some progress. Knowing that they know, last thing I'm saying, knowing that they know, the controllers, the ones who gave us the ball, knowing that they know the truth about it.
He said the same thing. Okay, so Pete.
Zanuck, you're just here to knock and to crush conversation down. You know it.
That's not true at all. I'm here to engage with.
Hey, tell us your idea of luminous ether. Can you explain to us what luminous ether was in the old sort of way of thinking?
Pete, you're
luminiferous ether.
You're just. Can I say what I was going to say? I don't want.
Okay.
About that.
Please answer after that.
Oh, okay, I'll answer after that. So quantum physicists know magnetism extremely well. Do you realize, or do you even know how many billions of pieces of information can be placed on a semiconductor?
That's not
the disk. Point. Well, they're sputtering magnetic material at an atomic level on a aluminum substrate, and they're able to store multiple terabytes of data on that. Without the knowledge of magnetism and quantum theory being correct, this wouldn't be possible. There'd be errors and things, yet they do work.
Because no one's disputing that.
It works.
There isn't.
No one's disputing that.
Wait. So just give me this. So they do have a general idea about what magnetism is and how it works. It's not like this nebulous concept that they are confused about.
They have a
because they can use it.
very precise and accurate quantification of magnetism. Like they have
so they
looked
can
at it
use
and
it, but they don't understand it. That's
they
what you're
don't. Yeah, they don't, and
saying.
that's what.
Okay.
And
So it's kind of like
admittedly,
gravity, right? We don't
sure,
really know
but
what
magnetism is
causes
actually provable, though. I mean,
well, no, gravity in the same way. We may not know bending of space time or something else, but we do know how to use it very well.
you know that gravity
And
is actually just incoherent magnetism.
no, it's
Yes, it is. It's
why is
non-point
it
specific incoherent magnetism as opposed to coherent point specific magnetism.
as in a dipole or a monopole?
It's incoherent.
Meaning,
You don't have who claimed a monopole.
well, I mean, you're saying incoherent. I'm just trying to imagine what that even means.
Yeah, it's just, everything's intrinsically quote unquote magnetic. It just modern
Really?
academia defines
Aluminum
magnetism.
isn't magnetic.
Everything modern times define magnetism as strictly coherent magnetism. Like they don't even address that things
Is there
are
attraction of aluminum to a magnet?
And then finish, Sonic, please.
Well, I mean, just saying, if you're saying everything's magnetic, then why isn't aluminum attracted to a magnet?
Can be inducted.
Why do they have magnetic
you
particles
can boil
made
water.
of?
You can boil water in aluminum by applying a magnetic field rotation to it. So it is affected, even though it's not magnetic.
I can
There are
show you a
paramagnetic
demonstration, Zanik, that maybe you'll be interested in.
There are
Like
a lot
if
of
you,
paramagnetic materials that react to.
Yes.
I know
And,
that. I'm
and Sonic,
saying
don't
it's-
forget molten iron is the center of magnetism for your idea of the ball Earth, even though the rules
Well,
break
iron
down
is
according to your
iron is
rules.
magnetic.
That's
Not
what at a
molten
molten
iron.
level.
Zero
At a
materials
molten
are
level.
magnetic.
Not molten iron. Molten iron is not magnetic.
Yeah, exactly.
Molten iron is not
Zanik.
magnetic.
That's the core of your theory regarding the Earth's structure.
Wait. You say molten iron is not magnetic?
At temperatures, it reaches beyond
Wait.
its Curie
Someone
point.
made a claim.
Beyond
Molten
its
iron is
Curie
not
point,
magnetic?
yes, it's non-magnetic beyond its
Okay.
Curie point.
Look, you guys, you seem
well,
to be
admittedly
missing
so,
out.
the globe Earth claims that it's the outer region around the core. It's not the actual magma core itself. So
In any
Iron
case,
itself,
even if
yeah,
it
iron
had an
itself
electromagnetic
generates,
field
yeah.
applied
and
to
the
it and it
iron.
cooled down and it was solid iron like a permanent magnet, it would still be only ferromagnetic, not magnetic. So whatever. There's lots of words.
Right.
And iron itself is
You're
at
trying
the
to stay
core
at
of
the
the
high
Earth's
level here.
magnetic field. That's
So
amazing.
the point is that, Scott, we just made a breakthrough. So it understands that we do know how magnetism. We utilize it in a very precise way. You
Hammering
said that.
Zanuck.
We may not know what causes it. Maybe a full understanding is not known precisely, but we do know a lot about magnetism. and can
Okay,
use
so
it
let's
to-
explore other ideas.
Wait,
then.
Peter. This is not the time for you to interrupt. That was just rude. You're going to change
explore
the
other
whole
ideas.
subject, ask some stupid question, and derail the conversation. Why do you think that's right?
Zanuck, I've been dealing with you for years at the rest house.
Peter,
You know
why
this.
do you think that's correct?
Zanuck, stop wasting
Thank
our
you.
time.
You know it's not. So just be quiet for a second. You'll have your turn. So when we do these things, we do things on a semiconductor. We do these things on a aluminum substrate and deposit magnetic material at the atomic level, and we can actually control the amount of data that is stored and erase and write and repeat, etc. We have an incredible understanding of magnetism, and these quantum physicists are in huge demand in the semiconductor and in the computer world to create these amazing discoveries and technologies. So we do understand it. You got to give us that.
Zanuck,
Now,
why are you wasting our time?
why are you fucking talking over me
You're
again?
just rhetorically speaking.
I'm not
man.
talking
We've
to
been
you.
here
I'm talking to
before.
Witsit.
we've been able to look at magnetism in a very precise way, and we've documented it, and we've looked at it in like a million different versions or like scenarios. So we have a very precise quantification of magnetism. We can replicate it very, very effectively and very precisely. But just because we can see what happens in different scenarios and then quantify it in our different methods or conventions doesn't mean we're accurately defining what it is. In fact, and even able to do that, the only way we're able to do that is we had to come up with something called virtual particles. Okay, I actually have to go though. But so basically, what I'm saying is, this is the truth, at least as I see it. There's actually incoherent magnetism and coherent magnetism, but mainstream only acknowledges coherent, and everything is incoherent. And quote unquote gravity is just non-specific, incoherent dielectric acceleration or incoherent magnetism, because everything is. And like if you have
acceleration,
if you have incoherent mass, right, quote unquote mass, if you increase that
acceleration, what does that mean?
Dielectric acceleration is magnetism. It's electrostatic acceleration.
That's what Ken Wheeler says it is. It's not.
No, that's what it is. Electrostatic acceleration.
No, it's not. Why do
Okay,
you get that from? Give me a definition of dielectric acceleration. Go ahead. I'll wait.
Well, it's not from Ken
You're
Wilber. You
making it
realize
up.
this is from like
cartoon
this is from
talk.
people like Walter Russell
No,
and
it's
Oliver
not. It's
Heaviside and
it's
Charles
from Ken
Produce
Wheeler.
Steinmetz. It's not Ken
It's from
Wheeler.
Ken Wheeler. It's not from
Charles Produce
Steinmetz. No, it's
Steinmetz, Zenek.
No, it's not from Steinmetz.
Yes, it is. Steinmetz says that the
dielectric acceleration. Show me one of his
awesome.
paper that shows
Dude,
dielectric.
Steinmetz said electricity is the
magnetism.
fundamental conjugate nature of dielectric and the magnetic. And that's what electricity is. And that the idea and invention, this is what Steinmetz said, the convention and invention of the idea of the electron just makes the understanding of the dielectric fields unnecessarily complicated because it's just a dielectric field and it has gaps within it. So
what
anyway,
is the dielectric field?
It's an electrostatic field.
No, it's not.
Okay, so I'm sorry you don't understand. So I have to actually go. Can I just make this point for the room? Because some people may want to actually learn. I dropped a video. I dropped a video. Wait up, Zenek, can I say this? I have to leave, bro.
Unfortunately, that sounds like some good gravy. Seeing is that we're talking like
you
we're
hear me
at
talking
not,
with it.
we're
Elijah,
talking
I
at
had
the
a question.
convention
You know I was
stage,
trying to get it out.
and if
Stop.
there's
So
a
what is
better
the dielectric
convention,
material in a capacitor?
I don't see what
What
will
is the
be wrong
dielectric?
with that, fam.
What is the
Yeah,
dielectric?
that's what it is, Eli. It's just
You're
like
just
trying to
being
compare.
you're just
What
being annoying.
is the dielectric material in a capacitor used for?
What is it used for?
Yeah, why do they use a dielectric material in a capacitor? What is it used for?
Well, because it has like basically no magnetic permeability.
No, that's not why they use it.
Yes, yes, it is.
No.
He's equivocating
So,
a
does water
dielectric
have a
material
dielectric-
with the dielectric field.
does
That's the
water have a-
problem.
Yeah.
No, what did you say? You said because it doesn't have a dielectric permeability?
I said it has low magnetic permeability. That's why we use
So does
dielectric
water have
material.
low magnetic permeability?
Is it a dielectric material?
Yes.
Okay, and does it have like high magnetic permeability?
No.
Okay.
Does air have dielectric permeability? Electric.
It has lower magnetic permeability. The dielectric inductance or material is proportionate
No, you're just throwing words out. Why do they use oil?
Or inversely proportionate to magnetic permeability. Look, I don't have time for this. I have to go put my stuff together for the debate with the physicists tonight. That's what I was trying to say.
Why do they have oil in a capacitor?
Holy
why
shit.
do they use
If
oil?
you go look at the videos, Anik,
Why
at
do they
32
use
minutes
oil
after
and
the
not
hour,
air?
you'll see that as you
Hello?
increase... Wait, can I just say this, please? Because I have to leave. Can you just be a little respectful, Zenek? I'm sorry I have to leave, okay? But if you can go to 32 minutes after the hour, you'll see that as you increase... We're going to say the word mass for convention, right? For intended purposes. As you increase the incoherent mass, counterintuitively maybe, it actually gets weaker. It gets weaker. So its strength is inversely proportionate to the increase in mass, but it's still there and it's attractive, right? And so this would explain to you why we have the Earth being a gigantic incoherent mass. So it's just different things. It comes down to this. There are two different conventions to describe. One's virtual particles, and then one's particle physics, which has virtual photons and particles to explain magnetism. And then there's this other one,
Dielectric acceleration.
which is the dielectric and the magnetic are basically conjugate geometric expressions of one another.
That's
And the
the
magnetism
Ken
is a dielectric
Wheelerism.
field. Dielectric acceleration is magnetism.
You're
So, I
reading
mean, whatever.
a script. It's not impressive.
It's not a script. Dude, you can go read it and understand it. It's like if I tell you that you're invoking virtual photons, I could say that's just a script.
No,
You know what I'm
because we
saying?
can show.
You can
how
show
that
virtual
worded-
photons?
How that You've been talking the entire time. Nobody else has been able to talk.
Yeah, because I have to go.
Yes, that is it. That is your script. Virtual photon is a description of something that can be shown and have use, full purpose, in describing what happens
It cannot
with
be
photons
shown.
and
It
magnetism.
cannot be shown. It cannot be shown.
Yes, but what you're talking about, dielectric acceleration equals magnetism, is silly. It's just nonsensical.
Yeah,
It has
magnetism
no
is
meaning,
electrostatic
and
acceleration.
Nobody in the field, quantum or otherwise, would agree with you. None.
That's not true. Quantum claims electrostatics is the exchange of virtual photons, and it
But it
claims
doesn't
that
say
magnetism is the
electrostatic
exchange of virtual
acceleration.
photons.
It doesn't. There's nowhere ever written that electrostatic acceleration is magnetism. Period. You're
Yeah,
making
because you
shit
guys
up.
live in La La Land and talk about virtual particles.
So I'm right. There is no one that says that except for you.
No, I explained that there are people that claim it. It's Oliver
one.
Heaviside, Charles Produce Steinmetz.
Show me. Give me a quote. Send a quote over.
Walter Russell. Okay, I'll give it to you all. I'll give you all
Dielectric
the quotes.
acceleration equals
You should
magnetism.
learn
Wait.
things before you talk so loud
I
about
know
them.
things. I don't know everything, but I know some things about magnetism. I know to be true is it's not dielectric acceleration.
That's a cool story.
Ah,
I'm about to drop it. I'm about to drop a screenshot. You can go look up the book.
I'm sure there's books written out about it, but they're not read by credible.
Charles
physicists
Produce
or-
Steinmetz was a genius,
No,
bro.
Steinmetz does not say dielectric acceleration, magnetism.
Oh, you've read Charles Pro Steinmetz?
No, but I would imagine. Okay, I could be wrong. I'm saying it right here. I could be wrong, but I would suspect that he did not say that.
So this is the image from his book.
Why are you flat out saying no? He didn't say that, Zanuck.
Because
and you're yelling over him the whole entire time. It makes for an insufferable conversation, to be honest with you. All you're doing is speaking over people. It's ridiculous.
That's not true.
Electric field of circuit right here. So you'll see that you have two components. You have the dielectric and the magnetic. I'll drop one more picture that'll have like the red and the blue so you can see the difference. So you have the hyperboloid, right? And then you have the toroid. And these are just, it's like, you know, two sides to the same coin. You can't have one without the other, but one's the dielectric and one's the magnetic. These are the two components that make up, for example, electricity in a hybrid form. That's the point, is that he's explaining that the idea, all these little particles and all this stuff, it makes it unnecessarily complicated. When the truth is, if you have a donut and then you draw the inverse geometry of the donut, a hyperboloid, then you have what it is simply. It's not that complicated. So that's the point. The dielectric field is, like magnetism is the dielectric field. They're tied together.
No,
so anyway, I'll drop a couple pictures, but I have to.
Field. I have it. So what do you think they use a dielectric inside a capacitor for? You know what they use it for?
I just explained they use it because it has low magnetic permeability.
No, what would be the actual? No, what's the purpose of it? Why would they use a capacitor like in an AC motor? Do you have a capacitor? Permanent split capacitor motor. Why does it have a capacitor that it's filled with dielectric? Why is it dielectric used in a capacitor?
Because of its low magnetic permeability.
Magnetic. What? Why? Why would they do that? Why would they need that low magnetic permeability?
So it's able.
So anything with low magnetic permeability will. So I can just fill it with cork, and that's going to be fine. Because cork has low magnetic permeability. A cork. A cork. Can I use a cork?
You're talking about your little particle again?
Can I use a cork as a capacitor?
Are you talking about the little particle? Are you saying cork or cork?
Cork, like a cork in a bottle, like a wine bottle.
Oh, a cork.
Yeah.
Can you use it as sure? I'm sure you can.
No, you can't.
What? Use a cork as a what?
As a dielectric.
Oh, okay.
That's low magnetic permeability. So
I don't know every composition in the world, Zanuck. I'm explaining that.
Give me an example of something that has low dielectric.
Like a dielectric. Yeah. Like we already talked about water or glass.
How about
rubber?
Oil?
Sure.
Okay. So we use oil. So why do they use oil? How is the oil used in a capacitor? What is it doing?
What is it doing?
Yeah, what is it doing?
It's keeping the charge.
Insulating.
It's insulating.
Okay.
And what does it do for the motor? Why do they use it? Why do they use oil in a capacitor, which is a dielectric?
I already explained why.
And you accelerate the dielectric, it doesn't make magnetism.
What?
There's no power in it. It's just
you're conflating the dielectric field to a dielectric material.
Well, isn't the field inside the dielectric?
Sure, but they're not the same thing. You can have a dielectric field outside of dielectric materials.
Does a dielectric field, is it created by a dielectric?
No, not by the material. No.
if I apply voltage to it, if I run, what happens to the dielectric?
What happens to the dielectric?
Magnetic?
The problem here with it is he's conflating a dielectric material to the dielectric field, and he's just using the word over and over again as if it's the exact same thing. So
can I create a dielectric field by use of a dielectric?
You can create an electric guitar by using a dielectric field.
Yeah, you can't. Like the dielectric material obviously has dielectric field. Like that's why it's called a dielectric material.
And if I accelerate it, I get magnetism. I mean, there's nothing to make.
No, not the material. You have to have it. You have to have. See, the reason that it's good is because it has low magnetic permeability. It doesn't allow for the movement. It insulates it. I've explained this. Low magnetic permeability.
Not very well.
You just don't understand the words.
Why do they use this? Why do they use this dielectric material?
Because of dielectric permittivity.
So why do they use it in electric motors? What is it used for? Why do they run out of current?
and doesn't allow things to pass through. It doesn't. It keeps it solid there. It keeps it compact.
No, that's wrong. It actually does pass through.
It does. It prevents the loss.
Electric current.
It prevents loss or dissipation.
Electric current passes through just perfectly well.
Does it prevent dissipation?
Prevent dissipation.
Yeah, loss. Does it prevent loss or dissipation?
Loss is contained by the container that it.
Does it prevent loss or dissipation?
No, it doesn't prevent loss.
Oh.
There's still losses in a capacitor.
So why do we? I didn't say it completely eliminates it. The point is that it's more effective. It has low magnetic permeability.
What is its purpose? I've asked you 4 times already.
We already talked about it being an insulator.
Why would you use a capacitor in an electric motor? Do you have any idea? You can say you don't. I mean, it's okay. You probably don't know.
Wait, what did you ask?
Why do you use a capacitor in an AC electric motor? If you're a big fan of Tesla, you should know split capacitor motor is based on his invention, the induction motor. So why does he use a capacitor? A single phase permanent split capacitor motor uses a capacitor, which has a dielectric material in it. How is the dielectric material used?
I just know that it stores the dielectricity, Zanuck. It stores the dielectricity. It stores it. Or you want to call it electrostatics. It stores the electrostatic energy. That's what it does. Because it has low magnetic permeability.
Why does it store it? Why would it store it?
So you have dielectric permittivity and you have magnetic permeability. Dielectric materials have high dielectric permittivity, but low magnetic permeability. So it's able to store the electrostatics or the dielectric more effectively.
Why would you want to store the electricity?
So that you can. Why would you want to store the dielectricity?
Yeah, why is it being
to prevent
stored?
loss, so you can harness it to make whatever you're using work, whatever it be, moving a motor or whatever it is.
No, that's not what it's used for at all.
So it doesn't store the energy and prevent loss.
It does store it in a way. I mean, that's part of its function, but it's not what it's used for using it later. It's used in the electric motor to power it. They use it, but there's a function.
Okay, I just said that.
But there's a function of the dielectric that you're not answering what it does.
What
I said?
Are you talking specifically? Are you talking specifically about a dielectric insulator, or are you talking about a capacitor? Because you keep flipping between the two, which is confusing.
Capacitors, I was very clear. Capacitors contain a dielectric. When you make a capacitor, it has a dielectric material, usually oil, internal. Other materials,
It stores the electrostatic field.
Well, all the capacitor is doing is just condensing the dielectricity within itself.
Dielectricity? Dielectricity.
Electrostatics.
What is that?
Yeah,
Electricity is electrostatics.
What is electrostatics?
A good question, because you claim it's the exchange of virtual photons and quantum, and I'm not a psycho, so I know that's not the case. So I would say it's actually the ether under strain.
The exchange of virtual photons.
It's the ether under torsion or strain. It's the intrinsic resonance received from the background itself.
But all that equals magnetism. You said
no. I said in motion. Dielectric acceleration is magnetism.
Okay.
You're learning, bro. $, what's it gets it on Cash App? I gotta go, man. I gotta go get ready. I gotta get ready for this debate.
All right, see you.
I have to eat. All right, peace out. And dude, just let it go, man. Virtual photons aren't real.
Oh,
It'll be okay.
I'm throwing the shit right back at you.
And I was right here with you, toe to toe, my man.
Dude, you still haven't told me what a capacitor is used for. Why they use it?
We literally just talked about it. It stores the electrostatic field more effectively because of... Okay, I'm going to say it one more time. You have two primary components. You have dielectric permittivity and magnetic permeability. Dielectric materials are very efficient because they have high dielectric permittivity. They store the electrostatic field more effectively, preventing loss and dissipation because it has low magnetic permeability. That way, it's effective carrier, if you will. It's a carrier agent of the electrostatic field.
What if I just pulled the permanent capacitor out of the circuit? So no capacitor with the motor. Will it work?
If you pull the capacitor out, will the motor work?
In this single phase induction motor plugged into your wall, will it work without the capacitor?
If it's plugged into the wall.
Yeah, plugged into the wall. But I pull the capacitor, and I'm giving you some hints here. Capacitor is in line with the circuit. If I take the capacitor out, will that motor run?
No, if you don't have something connecting it.
No, it's connected. Coil windings are still connected to the wall, but it's a single phase permanent split capacitor motor. Needs a capacitor to run.
Okay, that's right, because you have to have something effectively connecting it, transferring it, carrying it. I just said this.
No, but you're wrong.
All right, man, I'm gonna get out of here. You guys just realized, Zanik obviously has like actual experience in this field, right? And he still hasn't in any way refuted anything that I've said. You can just go to Oliver Heavy. I'm not claiming to be a genius. I'm still trying to learn it all, right?
Well, I know you are, and I'm not trying to make fun of you or saying, "Well, I'm smarter." Yeah, I do have experience in this field.
No, you think it's virtual photons? You're wrong.
I already said I agree with that theory, that description, and that nomenclatures and.
Yeah, so we use dielectric materials for the efficacy of performance, dielectric permittivity.
When you start throwing things out like dielectric acceleration equals magnetism.
Yeah, bro. $sign. What's it get to the cash that, bro? You know, pay me tuition, bro.
I'd like to. I would help you go to school. I think you have a lot of potential.
No, I don't want to go to school. I'm not going to work for someone else.
I think you should.
Hell nah. They're not going to teach me Oliver Heaviside and Charles Produce Steinmetz in a university. They're going to teach me about virtual photons.
You gravel truck.
You left in the background pretending virtual photons are smart.
You could ignore it, get the degree, and then learn enough about what they do know about what you don't know, and freaking discover something. Maybe revolutionize something. You could. You have the potential to do it. Everyone does, but you probably more so than most because you're a quick-witted guy. You could do it.
I'll just do it. I'll do it at the house.
Because you're stuck on. You're going to die on that hill of obstinance and conspiracy.
No, it's not. This isn't conspiracy. This is just trying to understand the physical world without stupid pseudoscientific nonsense where I have to think everything's comprised of little bombarding particles everywhere that we can't verify.
Why are you getting so hung up on the names? Why are you worried about
Because it's the convention that's limiting us. So I'm saying there's a more viable convention over here. I'm going to go look at this one.
I don't believe it's limiting.
It's stupid. It says virtual photon. All right, dude. I'm going to catch up with you guys on the flip side of the coin toss.
All right, chill.
Peace out.
You know, I've been thinking about this for days. If there's not some kind of particle nature to electrons or photons, you cannot see anything. There has to be something to it.
Wait, so the electron, when the electron hits your eyeball versus a photon hitting your retina, there's a difference.
Well, no, I'm talking about like an electron microscope that they use to see things at a small level. If there's not a particle nature to it, you couldn't image things.
Right. Well, yeah, that's why you see your TV. Well, before you could see your TV, you had a vacuum tube and electrons were being fired at the screen. They use phosphorus to hit by the electron. The electron would excite the phosphorus. And they use different materials. They were spitballing initially. They found out certain things light up when they were excited by an electron. And they had to make this revolutionize how they make these vacuum tubes, materials they use. And lo and behold, down the road, we had a TV set. It was freaking amazing. It was a miracle. But I think it proves that there has to be a particle nature of an electron for that to happen. Because they weren't shining light at it. It was shining an electron at it. And then it turned into light. So that kind of shows, that's actually proof of electrons being a particle and being able to create a photon.
And you don't even have to call it you can actually don't even have to call it a particle. You can call it a bit, just like you would, a bit like on a screen, like a LED screen. Bunch of little bits make up the screen or make up the picture.
Well,
you don't have to even use the word particle if you don't want to.
I mean the pixel? The pixel is made up of red.
Well, you're breaking up. Am I breaking up or is he breaking up?
I was stuttering.
The only point I was trying to make.
When I think I stutter.
Well, the thing is, and this is why when he talks about convention, I have a huge problem because, language is a convention. And we pick words to put meaning behind those words to describe something in reality. So if we want to call, I looked at a particle as just a small bit or small segment of something, so it's like, so what's wrong with particle? If you can see an aspect on something hidden with a photoelectric plate or photosensitive cell or something like that, you see a single bit, or you can call that a particle or a bit or information or energy packet, whatever term you want to give to it. If you're recognizing something is occurring, then what's wrong with that? It is a convention. It's a convention of using words to describe what we're observing or what we're seeing.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, obviously, we're delving into a very advanced physics. Quantum physics is not simple. It's not intuitive. People on the internet just can't go Googling stuff. Although many people here have gotten, I'd be really curious to see how many people could actually, from what they've learned over the last 2 or 3 years, just in this forum, go talk to a particle physicist and actually, if the particle physicist could speak to that person and say, that guy is actually speaking my language, or would he say, oh my God, this guy.
So I found out I don't have to go quite yet, and I do want to hear, because it seems like people want to pipe up once I leave. Like, so are you guys gonna say? Can you guys provide me with proof of these particles? Because I talked to a particle physicist the other day, and he told me it was a convention. So can you guys tell me how we proved either one of the photon or the electron was a particle?
Did you not hear what I just said? If you were listening,
No, I just jumped back in.
Language is a convention. Language is a convention. Okay, we use language to convey ideas. Okay, if I see something occur when a photoelectric effect, and it seems like it's one little area that seems to light up on that photoelectric effect, I can give a term to it. I can call it a particle. I can call it a bit. I can call it an energy packet. All those things are describing what I see happening on the plate.
Okay, so you're saying that something travels over and hits the plate? That's what you're saying?
Yes, because remember, the reason we call it a particle is it follows the conservation laws. Remember I said earlier about the solar sail, solar.
Right, stop scattergunning, because Paul's acting like he's teaching me something. So I want to expose the bullshit. I'm tired of hearing it. Hey, how do you know that the particle went and hit the plate? That's what I want to know.
Wait a second, let me finish. Paul will yield as well for a second. So when this particle hits, the electron hits something, and it creates a photon, that conservation of momentum exchanged for energy is the reason we think and call this collision due to photon acting like a particle.
How do you know there's a collision?
Because it excites the electron.
So that automatically means that there's a physical collision of something traveling because there's an excitation?
It's a massless particle, and it obeys those laws of the conservation of energy.
It's a massless particle that collides.
When a photon hits an electron, energy is released.
Okay, so let me break this down. So there's a quantum field theory interpretation that the electron and the photon are just different versions of the same thing. Now, what archaic, rudimentary, stupid particle physics says is that the electron can turn into a photon, and that the photon can turn into an electron. So, maybe, just maybe, they're different versions of the same thing. Now, you guys claim to know that's not the case. So can you please provide evidence that the electron is material that turns into a massless particle called the photon, or vice versa? Can you please provide evidence that a photon travels, hits an atom, dislodges an electron, morphs into an electron, and becomes a photoelectron? Or can you just reify it over and over and pretend that somehow it's actual?
Okay, when you say material, I want to ask the question. Material means something physical of nature, right? Which if I see something or I see an interaction of that thing and something else, that would be argued because of something material has to interact with something another material object. So you could argue that an electron or photon is not necessarily matter, so to speak, but there is a material nature to it because it interacts with other matter.
You just refuted yourself. You just contradicted and doublespeaked.
No.
Yeah.
Well, I said, okay, something it's not matter, but it is material at some level because it interacts with other material.
So it's not matter, but it is material at some level. That's not doublespeak?
Okay. I'm trying to use words. I'm trying to eat too. I'm trying to use the words to convey an idea just like you do. Okay.
I'm not allowed to do it. Only you guys are allowed to do it, though.
No,
if I use words,
I try to use the same word definition we all agree on.
No one agrees that matter is immaterial at the same time. Only you agree with that. No one thinks, it's matter and it's not matter.
So Einstein was wrong about everything. Einstein's wrong about everything. So when he explained that the
we have flat earthers arguing for Einstein. That's right.
No, okay, I know you guys.
Dang.
He basically won a Nobel Prize. Now you think the Nobel Prize is just a consensus of other scientists that all are the same, whatever they believe everything the same consensus. But that's what he did, right? He said the photoelectric effect was saying that light itself is that's why the photoelectric effect happened. Now you are disagreeing with that. You have every right in the world to disagree. Now I could say, well, who are you to disagree? But I'm not going to say that because anyone can ask that question. So you
Well,
want
the person that discovered it.
Hold on, I'm almost done. So you want to see evidence for how this photoelectric effect is really caused by something being a particle hitting it. And if it is a particle, then it's not a wave. And if it is a wave, then it's not a particle. How could it be both? I mean, I see where this goes.
It's a false dichotomy. So Einstein didn't discover the photoelectric effect, right?
I didn't say that. He explained.
I know you didn't say that. I'm just making the point.
I know. He explained that the photoelectric effect was the fact that light itself was a particle.
Right. So Hertz discovered the photoelectric effect, and then Einstein came along later and claimed a definition that he got a Nobel Prize for.
I agree with you.
Right. And so we have flat earthers, adamantly defending Einstein's definition of light. And you know why he defined it this way? Because it has to be that for the theory of relativity. It has to be that for special relativity. It has to be a physical particle that travels from point A to point B.
Light depends on the circumstances. Now I said this earlier to you, Witsit. Depending on the circumstances, it can behave like a wave and as a particle. And that's the wave particle duality, right?
Okay, dualities don't exist in nature.
It does exist. Why does a photon act like a particle sometimes and act like a wave in other circumstances?
Okay, it never acts like a particle. First of all,
it does. The photon.
You're saying the same thing about the ether.
I know.
You're saying the same thing.
Paul. That's a great comeback, actually.
Okay, no, yeah, I'm not. I already refuted that nonsense.
Under certain circumstances, it is immaterial. In other circumstances, it's material. You're saying the exact same thing.
No, I'm not. I'm sorry. You'll catch up one day. Pull your crayons out. You've been in the conversation for a month and you still don't understand it, but you're very arrogant about it. And when I leave, you run your mouth.
Certain circumstances, correct?
No,
Under certain circumstances, modality, right?
Different modalities doesn't mean it's simultaneously different things. They claim that that light is both a particle and a wave. Now, I'm not claiming it's either one of those things because I'm not stupid. I can leave the house unsupervised. I know that's a false dichotomy.
Stop. You've said it 4 times. If it didn't act like a wave, there wouldn't be an interference. You agree, right?
What?
If it didn't act like a wave, then there wouldn't be an interference effect, right?
Okay, yeah. So waves aren't actually things, but you're saying that since there's not an interference pattern, therefore light's a particle. So what you're doing is you're presenting a dichotomy, particle or wave, and then you're saying, well, since it doesn't act like a wave here, it must be a particle.
It does act like a wave, and that's why they have the interference. I do not get this.
Okay, but then there's the wave function collapse, right?
Oh my God! See, when you start questioning yourself,
we have freaking flat earthers side by side with Zanuck and Einstein, and pretending that I'm the embarrassment to flat Earth.
We don't define things by how they act, right? You don't say, "Well, what's a baseball? It goes fast," and that's to describe something by
straw man. Just because a baseball doesn't have a duality.
You guys go. Do you have a statue of Einstein you pray to?
It's a red herring at home.
Yeah, exactly.
No, I destroyed your entire point. So I quoted in my presentation, I quoted quantum mechanics. I'll read it for you. Do I need to read it for you? Because within quantum mechanics itself, that paradigm says that the photoelectric effect doesn't actually prove the photon. It could actually be a dot pattern registered based on an electron field, quote unquote, which is actually just the electron is, once again, not any actual little particle piece of matter. That's just a reification fallacy. So you guys claim the photoelectric effect due to quantum mechanics proves the photon, but quantum mechanics itself says that's not true. But you guys don't know anything. You guys don't know what you're talking about.
But you keep on saying that. I keep on saying truths, and you keep on saying you debunked it, and then you come back and start throwing silly terms, language that Paul referenced earlier, like the dielectric acceleration equaling magnetism. I mean, these are ludicrous terms. They're made up by you.
Even in quantum
they do not have any experience in the field and have not used those terms to do anything other than what we've already done in that field of quantum mechanics, specifically in particle physics, magnetism, electromagnetism, etc.
Are you ready for me to debunk
You
you?
already agreed to that we understand very well, but we just don't name them the right things that you're comfortable with.
I said that we can quantify the effects. We've come up with a convention of particlism to quantify effects very precisely. That doesn't actually equate to that convention being an accurate depiction to reality. Just like you can come up with all kinds of math about the globe, it doesn't mean that the Earth's a spinning globe. We have flat earthers running around doing this and getting intellectually eviscerated for 4 straight weeks, and then still running around and pretending that they won the debate and running around the internet lying and defending Einstein's definition of light. It's hilarious. I'm about to debunk
You're going around saying you've won. What's the difference?
because I actually no. What I said was I didn't say I won. What I said was you can't debate my actual point. QE went on a 4-hour tirade, and every single slide was a straw man. Literally every single slide was a straw man. So if you can't actually even articulate my position accurately, you certainly can't claim any type of victory intellectually. You don't even know how to accurately denote my position. That's called lying.
Do you know why, Witsit? Is because you change your definition every time I turn around. I actually called you out and tried to get you to define what a background was. You refused, and I tried to get you to talk about certain things. And then finally, I got you to admit the other day that the ether is pure potential, which you eventually said at some point that was not true.
No, so I didn't. I put that in my presentation from the beginning. You're just baselessly lying. This is why you guys, this show will crash and burn because everyone in the flat earth gets to see you guys are liars now.
You want to go back to the chat and find it?
Yeah. I want you to go tell me where I said it wasn't pure potential. Find one time. You made that up.
Okay, when you say light is there, is that the ether?
It's the background being excited, yeah.
So it's the background being excited, so it's not the same thing. So it's not the background. Oh, the ether is the background.
You see how it's actually your incompetence, and you're pretending it makes.
Well, because here's the thing. You say light is there, right? But I can't see it, but it's there. But then you say
you dispute that
it's the background. It's the background excited. Okay, it's either there or it's either being excited or it's not being excited. If it's not being excited, that means light is not there.
No, you just don't understand things. So whenever it gets excited, when it gets excited with a certain disturbance, it becomes visible light, right? Visible light.
The same thing. Okay, then tell me this. I'm wrong. Light and ether are the same thing.
Light is a version of the ether. This is what you have to understand. There's a distinction between the illumination. Right, so we're perceiving illumination and what light itself is. So we have a quote-unquote speed of light, but that's just us quantifying the rate in which we perceive illumination. That isn't what the light is. It's already there. Okay, and so yes, the light is a disturbance in the ether.
Excited, and then there's a rate of perception. So it seems like there's a perception of something, a rate of something you're perceiving, which means it sounds like a speed, but there's no speed of light.
Watch, see,
this is where you're double speaking.
No, see, now watch. I'm going to expose you again, okay? And this is why you need to stop. You need to learn how to think for yourself and to stop repeating QE.
I'm thinking for myself. That's why I'm questioning you. And I have nothing to do with
you already on this. And this is why you have to funny mute me. So I said that light itself is not synonymous with what we see illuminate. So we have a convention called speed of light. Right? Now, it's actually just a rate of induction. And what we're quantifying, listen carefully. Watch. You will literally straw man me again right after I correct you. Literally, because you have a script and that's all you can do. And it's been going on for a month. What we quantify in our convention called speed of light is the rate of perception of illumination. But that is not synonymous with what light itself is. It's already there. Just because we quantify how quickly we perceive it or it becomes illuminated doesn't mean that it physically traveled from point to point as in a speed distance over time. Do you understand?
Okay, what is perception in this vernacular?
Yeah, it becoming visible.
Becoming visible.
You see how he just got exposed saying that I was contradicting myself and now he can't address it like a big boy? He can't address it.
So you want to just go off on attacking me and I'm trying to be... I want
you to address it. You've been saying it for 4 weeks now. I want you to be a big boy and address that you're strawmanning my position. That's what I want you to do.
That implies there's speed of something. Rate. What is a rate?
He just did it again. Does everyone hear this?
Define what a rate is. Define what rate is.
Right. So it's just the rate of perception of illumination. It's not synonymous with what light itself is.
What is rate? What is rate?
Funny, meet me. Oh, you're a good little Oakley puppet. So
you're not answering what rate is.
Yeah.
What is rate?
Because I've already explained what you're trying to do is claim that I'm saying. You see, as Funny mute me, he's freaking out.
Can I hop in and let me try and help? So he's saying, so picture, if I get what's correct, there's an instant action, right? Like instant happening. Now you don't perceive things instantly because there's a process by which you use to perceive this thing. So this thing happens instantly. Then you process that information nearly instantly. And then that nearly instant processing of the instant information is what they give us a quote speed to.
Okay, so it's the rate of my brain processing the information is what you're saying.
I'm just asking.
Going through a circuit.
To clarify.
Is that what you're saying?
Or it's a somewhat crude way, or a detector going through a circuit. So we're quantifying how quickly we perceive it, but that's not synonymous with physical travel from point to point. You're going to say it again. You're going to say it again.
Hold on a second. Take a deep breath. Okay, it's my turn. If you can't perceive, if it's just a rate of pure perception, how do you know it's instantaneous? It's your assumption it's instantaneous, because if your perception of it is only a certain rate, you would never know that it's instantaneous or has a speed at all, because it's just your subjective awareness or experience of that.
I can say the same thing about. I can say the same thing about how you never verified a one-way speed of light either.
So how do you verify? How would you verify that
now
light
just
is?
run away and don't address what I just said.
You don't need to verify the one-way speed of light.
Look, you have another globe zealot on your side. What a shocker!
This is the red herring.
Hold on, play NASA. Okay, if there can be measured a two-way speed, you don't necessarily have to know the one-way speed. You can average it out.
So how did you prove there was a one-way speed?
Well, because you measured a two-way speed.
Oh, so we know there's a one-way speed because we measured a two-way speed.
Yep.
Okay. Here's the thing. Let's think about this. I can travel from point A to point B and back. On one aspect of it, I went 50 miles an hour. And the other aspect, I went 70 miles an hour. But you don't know either one of those. So you come to an average of that, and you come to find out it's 60 miles an hour as an average.
That doesn't make any sense. That's not analogous at all, because you can know that you went. So you have to funny mute me just like Oakley. That's all you guys can do.
Well, you just ramble on and on and on about something that you have to redefine every term for you to try to understand it.
Wow, dude, I've never heard you act like this, man.
That's this one thing, but they turn into globalists.
I mean, seriously, I'm as unbiased as there is, and no, against them, against you.
Like this yesterday
I've always listened to you.
Well, here's the thing. I feel I'm unbiased, but what I'm dealing with, ultimately, this is what I get frustrated at, is when the terms are changed, definitions are changed. I try to ask them to be clear about things, and he goes off onto a tirade. I asked him specific about one term. I asked him about specifically one term and just mean what he means by rate, and he refused to answer that question. That's when I get frustrated.
No,
I had like 99.99% of your demands very precisely and very quickly.
So what is the rate? What is rate then?
Rate is a
now
speed,
you're over talking me.
Yeah, exactly.
Wait. Okay, he just
now you're
admitted
over talking me.
I know, and that's because
you know you're over talking, right? So you know you're triggered.
Well, he just said admitted.
Calm down, dude.
That's fine. You calm down too. Then I said he just admitted.
Jesus, bro, are you on script? You're seriously on script right now.
No,
right?
No. Okay.
Yes, you are.
He's so excited. He wants to try to take his victory lap right now.
Rakia, what did he just say?
Ridiculous, bro. You're being ridiculous. I'm being your buddy. I got your back, bro, and I'm telling you, you're being ridiculous. Calm down. Quit blaming people for shit. You're smarter than this, right?
He just admitted that rate. I did. He just admitted rate is the speed.
Yeah, but now you're ready to. Yeah. Now listen. This is, dude. I know your argument better than you do. Okay, so I said, yeah, it's just technically a rate of induction, but what we call rate or speed, right? It's just a convention we use to quantify how quickly it's perceived, but that doesn't mean that it's actually traveling from point to point. Do you understand?
Okay, is induction, hold on a second. Is induction and perception the same thing?
Well, in this scenario, that's what's being proposed, that the actual induction results in perception of illumination.
Okay, so back to my original question. If you can only perceive light at a certain rate, no matter what, how would you ever prove that light is either has a speed or instantaneous? How would you ever do that?
Okay, so first of all, I'm saying that I'm proposing my framework, and it's contrary to the other one. Now, the other one claims that light has a speed. We found out, well, actually, the one-way speed of light's never been proven. And the relativity claims you can't prove it because time dilates, it gets wider, and then slows down, so you couldn't use clocks to measure it. You're literally arguing for relativity, and you don't know it. By the way, I have QE texting me saying light could be instant. Secondly, because we have observations that are significantly faster than what they claim the speed of light is. So we have things that debunk that convention. And so if that's the case, then it could just already be there. Yeah.
So thanks for not answering my question. I said, so back to my original question. No, you didn't. I said, if it's only your perception, that's the rate. That means my perceiving of light, my perception, which is it's subjective. Your perception is subjective, which means it's not objective. Okay. How would you ever prove your premise, your own premise, that light is instantaneous?
Because we can prove that light is literally everywhere. There's non-visible light everywhere already there.
Non-visible light?
Yeah.
I want to say something.
Light is defined as the visible range. So how do you have non-visible light?
Wow. So you guys don't know anything. So there's a whole non-visible spectrum of light.
No, light is visible. That's defined.
That's why it's called visible light, NASA.
Oh, you're saying that the whole electromagnetic spectrum is light?
That's what it is by definition.
They call it the visible spectrum, the spectrum that you can see.
If you mention ether to quantum eraser, you get it blocked and banned from 24/7 or Nathan Oakley's 24. Why is that?
Wait, we're not talking about that. We're not talking about that. So there is a non-visible spectrum
Can I get
of light?
a thought real quick? I just want to add this, and then I'm gonna step back. So instant. This is courtesy Professor Dr. Xavier. Sorry. So if you say instant, right? I don't think instant can exist because it would almost designate there is no differential between when it was and when it wasn't, right? So you have to have some, however small, frame of time in between the when and the when it didn't happen. But we could take that on another.
Right. What I'm trying to say is, yeah, there is a rate in which we perceive it, right? But it's what light is already there. It's not traveling. So it's like if I have a lake and then I go to the middle of the lake and I start moving my arms, my arms didn't emit anything. It just disturbed the water. But if I came up to you and I said, how long did it take that lake to get to the other side of the lake? You'd be like, what? It was already there, which is the same thing as instant, right? It's already there. Now, we have a non-visible spectrum of light, and it's everywhere. Every square inch of existence, the deepest part of the ocean, the darkest cave known to man, there isn't one square inch in all of existence that doesn't have light there.
See, here's the problem with what you just described, though. Okay, so you're equating light is the ether. Light is the water. The water's there. It's just unagitated. So but see, the thing is, a wave in a water and light are in a sense the similarities. It's the agitation of either in your own definition, the agitation of the ether or the agitation of the water. That is what they describe as light, for like sound or waves in the water. So what's wrong? I mean, so you're right at this point. I don't know. And I don't have to know at this point. This is just a discussion about. No, I don't. Listen to what I said. Listen to what I said.
This is a long time coming. Can I just have the conversation with him for a second, please?
Hold on. Just listen to me. What I'm saying. Okay, you said. Okay. Okay. You basically equating light is always there. Okay. Then you kind of showed that light is an agitation or an induction in this ether. Okay. So. Then light and the agitation are not the same thing.
No, you're not understanding, man. So the visible light, Paul, it's the visible light is based on an additional disturbance to what's already there. It becomes visible when excited and disturbed, right? It enters a certain spectrum of vibration, we'll say, and then we can perceive it. But light is literally already everywhere. Okay, there's a visible spectrum, which is a very small little percentage of the full spectrum of light.
Okay, there's infrared light, I get that. There's ultraviolet light, I get that. Those are not non-visible light, but see, I can have a dark room. Okay, I have an infrared light. Okay, ultraviolet light or whatever. I turn that on. It's not necessarily visible, but I can use an instrument, turn on the infrared light or ultraviolet light, which is not visible by my eye, and still see things.
That's the point.
It's called night vision.
That's the point. If we pull out night goggles, we don't like turn a light on and flash it. We're just seeing a different spectrum of what's already there.
Well, no, wait a minute. Hold on a second. There's two things, though. There's infrared and ultraviolet. Infrared, you can use a thermometer or something to see it. And it's there. Yes, I don't disagree with that.
Okay.
But there's also shown that it is a certain wavelength, that some places are hotter than colder, and you can see those variations. Ultraviolet is something completely different. It's not visible by the naked eye, but you can have another instrument and see it. But it can also be not there. Like you can be in a completely dark room with these goggles on, not see anything, turn on the ultraviolet, and you can see things in the room. So you're going to say that's the same thing?
Yeah, it's all different. It's a whole spectrum of light. There, and you call them wavelengths, right? We've used wavelengths to quantify the movement, right? That's what we've done. Now you're claiming that they're photons, so I guess the photons are there's literally photons in every square inch of existence. Okay, whatever you want to call it.
Well, stop for a second. At this point, I have not made any claim, and I've already said I don't know the nature of light.
I just heard you claiming that we know that they're particles. I just heard you claiming that.
Okay, earlier, yes, but in this current discussion, because Pete asked me, what is light? I said, I don't know at this point. I can say, I don't know. But I can show
you're
what I
being
can
dishonest because you do have a claim, but you want to detach yourself from the claim and then just try to critique my claim.
Exactly.
Because I'm also trying to make a point like you are. Okay?
I'm being honest, though. I'm just trying to look at both options.
Being honest, okay. So if I can remove myself to be open.
Come on. Know the story.
Sorry.
Okay, so back.
Go ahead.
Okay, so I can try to be subjective, which means I can put myself in a position where I can say I don't know, but I can also try to make an intelligent conversation, analyzing what is being said, okay, and try to analyze it from that perspective, which I'm trying to do. You said a minute ago when you said I put I'm in a pond, and I stick my hand in there, and I agitate the water, and a wave or an agitation billows out from that location that goes across the pond, hits the other side of the pond, and it comes back. That was your initial kind of illustration that you provided. Okay?
Well, nothing too negative as
what I said was
none of us knows what's going on beyond what we were told. So you have to speculate. If you have no opinion, Paul, about what light or ether may be, like Whitsitt has, but then why are you going to criticize like a bowler or Nathan Oakley?
Can you let them go through it, Pete?
Yes, of course I can.
Thanks.
Okay. So yes, the water in the lake was there, but it's the agitation of the water that created the wave that goes across the water. And when you say there's an agitation in the ether that creates visible light and some type of induction that you've said, that's another word you've used.
Yeah.
That means there is something to that. Either what does induction mean?
Like
is that usually when
in terms like absorption.
Okay.
For the intents and purposes.
Okay, absorption and agitation are kindly, would my point be slightly different?
Well, as it can be understood visually, we're talking about it being basically absorbed. The disturbance is being absorbed. Like if you emit sound into air, right? Like the sound eventually resides. Sound is just a perturbation or disturbance of air. So like we can say absorbed. It's crude. I said in layman terms.
That's fine. Okay, and you said perturbation. That's typically another term that you've used for light, right? It's a perturbation in the ether.
This is why his presentation was so disingenuous, because I've pointed out that I know, brother. I'm trying to meet you halfway.
Oh, you're an
man, but you're
antagonist now,
interrupting
and
me.
you're not adding anything.
So when I use the word propagation, perturbation, disturbance, vibration, oscillation, these are all conventions we use to describe the movement, okay? But it isn't travel from point A to point B. It's just movement of what's already there, and it's not synonymous with what light itself is, right? That's what no one wants to address, the actual argument, which is, and honestly, that's how I know I'm probably right. Because no one can even, I want to be told where I'm wrong. No one's even arguing my argument yet. Like, no one's actually saying.
Well, see, the way I hear you describing, hold on, Pete. The way I hear you describing it is light is a agitation of the ether.
Yeah.
Simply, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Right.
Sure. Yeah.
Agitation. Usually, when you see agitation, there's some kind of a wave or fluctuation or something that's described typically. And usually when we talk about agitation or waves, even in whatever term you want to use it, there usually is a time delay between, like a wave agitating the water. There's a time delay between the agitation, where the agitation occurred, to when it reaches the other side.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying that there's an instantaneous, that agitation is instantaneous across that. There's no time delay.
Well, yeah, so it would depend on basically what it is. Like, if it was strong enough, it could be like effectively instant perturbation, but the ether's already there. And so it's like if you have a lake and then an earthquake happened, the whole lake's going to shake at the same time, right?
No, there's going to be a delay. No, there's going to be a delay. I can agitate the water in the center of the pond, and there's going to be a delay before the person can feel it on the other side.
I just said an earthquake.
Well, even in the earthquake, there's a delay from the ground underneath the water shaking between the time it reaches the bottom of the lake till it reaches the surface. There's going to be a delay.
Okay, so that's why I said we have a convention called the speed of light, which is actually just us quantifying how quickly we perceive the disturbance, but it isn't what light is itself physically traveling.
Round and round we go. Round and round we go.
Yeah,
so you're using an analogy. Well, I am trying to address the national point. You talk about agitation, you use the ponds, like even in an earthquake, that's why they call it an epicenter. They know where the center occurs because the ripple, as the time it leaves the center where the earthquake occurs, it ripples out across the ground, and then they can figure out from the time intervals, the different locations, to find out where the epicenter is.
I said if you have a lake and there's an earthquake, that whole lake's going to shake at the same time.
Okay. Okay, it may shake at the same time, but if the ground is underneath the lake is shaking, there's going to be a delay from the water on the bottom of the lake to the surface.
That's what I'm trying to explain to you. No one disputes the convention that we use. We use it for distance laser finders. We use it for radar. The convention isn't what's in contention. It's the interpretation of it.
So is there a delay?
Explain to me how radar works then. Come on.
Hold on a second. Okay, so you're saying, okay, the ground shakes under a lake, and my perception of when it finally hits the water is the only speed that is truly calculable. My perception of that water going from the bottom of the lake to the top of the lake.
Well, that's what we actually quantify when it comes to light is the perception of it.
No, okay, that's your assumption. So back to what I said before.
That's a fact.
If your perception, okay, of how you process the information, I'm not going to deny that there's a time interval between when the light hits my eye to when I perceive it in my brain. There is a time interval, okay, and there's probably even processing time of my brain.
Yeah,
okay?
or even an electronic circuit, right?
Hold on a second. So if that's the only thing that we're measuring is my subjective perception of that, and that's the only thing that we're measuring, then you can never truly measure if light is instantaneous or not under that presupposition.
First of all, like even if you use like electronic circuitry to get your quote unquote speed of light, it has to go through the circuit and there's a delay. And the point is that it's already there. It doesn't physically travel from point to point. Speed is defined as distance over time. So when people say that speed has a light, or light has a speed, they are automatically assuming that it's literally something that physically travels from point A to point B, and it takes a certain amount of time. But that actually isn't real, and there's not even one measurement in all of mankind's history to show that light travels from point A to point B and has a speed. They use a mirror, and then they just average it out, presupposing that it has a one-way speed and comes back, and then taking an average of presupposing that it's the same both ways. And Einstein wrote about this because it was needed for relativity. He admits it's just an idea, it can't be proven. It's a convention he chose to believe that it's the same both ways because it had to be that way for relativity.
Okay, so here's the thing. Hold on a second, Payne. Here's the funny thing. You get onto me about rambling, and I'm in dogmatic, and I'm regurgitating QE, or I'm regurgitating Einstein. You do the same thing when it comes to ether. I'm actually trying to have an honest discussion, and I'm talking about the nature of things. I'm taking the evaluation of what you're using as an analogy, and every analogy you use, there is always a time delay. And I make a point of saying that you're making an assumption or making a position that light is instantaneous. But every example you used or you used to try to prove your point, there's a time delay within those things, not your perception. You dismiss it.
What? Wait. No. Can you show me if light's already everywhere, right? So if there's a huge non-visible spectrum of light, right, everywhere, every square inch of existence, how long did it take the light to get there?
Okay, if I turn on a light switch,
you're not answering
in the room. Oh, hang on. Okay, we're talking about visible light.
I said
I'm in a dark room. Okay. Yes, there's
non-visible spectrum of light to get there.
I don't know. I'd have to stop the source of the light and try to figure out a measurement for it.
So we actually, what our empirical evidence is that it's already there, and that it would be quote unquote instant because it's already there.
No, it's not instant. What's it?
So can you find 1 square inch of the world that doesn't already have non-visible light?
Okay.
Radar? How does radar?
Oh, radar answers the question. Radar answers the question.
Yeah, it emits a wave.
Oh,
and it goes
reification
to
fallacy.
and bounces off and comes back.
Reification fallacy.
It's not a reification fallacy.
Yes, it is. So can you show me 1 square inch in all of existence that doesn't already have light there?
Can you show me anywhere that it's dark that there's actually light there?
Yeah, everywhere.
How?
No,
How can you show me that?
Yeah, we use all kinds of things. We can detect the non-visible spectrum of light with certain types of technology. Left Lane, you didn't know that?
I'm talking about visible light.
Well, you're then not understanding the debate again because light isn't just visible light. That's why it's called visible light to distinguish between the rest of the light.
There's a visible spectrum of light. There's a spectrum of the EMF that we can't see.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing though. If his claim is true, also that is we're just agitating what he's actually claiming. I guess I'll be more specific. That we're only thing lights are doing, radar's doing, lasers are doing is agitating the already existing light that is there. That's what he's arguing.
Which is pure bullshit.
Okay, now that being the case, hold on a second. Well, because that's what you're saying. That's what you're saying.
He said it's pure bullshit. First of all, it's not that it's the light that's already there because it's all the light that's there is just the background in different vibrations.
Okay, so then there's the next step though. If that is a true statement and that is a scientific investigation that can be done, now it's up to you to prove it that that's true.
Okay, now this is where this is the other month-long straw man. I've explained that light's a very difficult thing to fully understand. And to fully science the what is, first of all, what is isn't a science question. I thought you guys knew that. That's in your script. So we're talking about what is something, right? And so we're looking at the two different conventions that are the most famous, and really one of them just predominantly famous, which is that light's a physical particle called the photon that travels from point to point. So
it's pretty much
I'm confused how you get to make that claim. You don't have to scientifically prove that. But when I'm explaining that it's I know that neither one of them are scientifically verified. And I'm just saying this one is the only one that seems viable to me because it actually explains what we see. That's not okay. I have to scientifically prove it. But you can just run around and make up claims about photons appearing and disappearing into nothingness and turning into electrons and transcending time and knowing when things observe it. You can make whatever claim you want, so you can run wild. You don't have to scientifically prove any of it. That's the hypothesis.
That's the prevailing theory. If you're going to deny the prevailing theory, you need to come up with proof that denies the prevailing theory. You have not done so, sir.
The theory would have to be proven first.
It is actually.
How?
It is. You just denying the evidence that exists.
How did you prove the theory?
I mean,
what's it? You suppose that you know it better than we do.
Okay,
You
watch
just
this.
reject it all because you don't like it.
Can we let Left Lane? He's backing everything up. Can we let Left Lane describe how it's proven? Good luck.
Oh, the double slit, the particle wave duality. I mean, I don't know. This is talked about ad nauseum, and everyone knows it.
Okay.
To say that it's not proven or not demonstrated, it's just bleeding ignorant.
So not proven now. It's just demonstrated.
Left Lane, have you seen my presentation? Left Lane, did you watch my presentation?
No.
You should watch it because I address every alleged claim that proved the photon, parametric down conversion, the photoelectric effect, the double slit experiment. I addressed all these things. I even used quantum mechanics textbooks and professors explaining, for example, that the photoelectric effect doesn't actually prove the photon.
What?
Yeah.
No.
So you want me to read it off?
Oh no, I'm sure you have somebody who says it.
Yeah, it's a quantum. It's a university. It's a collegiate textbook.
Bro, we can all see that.
What if everything is here, but the reaction is what takes the time? So you have a medium, you have the excitement through the medium. So you have point A, you have point B, which is the room or the area, and then you have the medium that already fills the area. So the medium never doesn't fill the area. So the medium gets excited. When it's excited, there's fucking light.
Yeah, exactly. Here, I'm going to read it off. So, a standard reference for quantum optics, that's the book, okay? A standard reference for quantum optics, section 9.1 through 9.5, show that the electron field responds to a classical external electromagnetic radiation field by emitting electrons according to Poisson law probabilities, very much like that interpreted by Einstein in terms of light particles. Thus, the quantum detector produces discrete Poisson-distributed clicks, although the source is completely continuous, and there are no photons at all in the quantum mechanical model. The state space of this quantum system consists of multi-electron states only. So here, the decoherence process that leads to the multiple dot localization of the emitted electron field is responsible for the creation of the dot pattern. This proves that clicks cannot be taken to be a proof of the existence of photons. L. Mandel and E. Wolf, Optical Coherence and Quantum Optics, Cambridge University.
Oh,
been a freaking month.
I would have to study that to understand what all you just said.
It's been a month since I made this presentation.
Can you quote some of these? Can you quote someone that it's only perception that you're measuring?
So now you're changing. So this was actually invoked to show that the claim that the photoelectric effect proves the photon is incorrect even within the quantum mechanics paradigm. Even within that. Now, I don't believe that, but I'm showing that when people run around saying that the photoelectric effect proves it's a particle, they are wrong within their own paradigm. And I wonder why QE, Mr. Legendary quantum guy himself, had an entire month to respond to my presentation. And all we got was straw mans, and he didn't respond to any of the substantive points that refute his claims. And I also covered parametric down conversion, and I covered the double slit. So isn't that odd? So and now you're asking me to cite something else. And you said that I'm just regurgitating what other people think. I'm actually thinking for myself. I haven't read people claim exactly what I claim. I'm trying to put it together myself.
Real quick, Austin.
you said that you made a presentation. Was that recent?
It was like a month ago, I think. I actually don't know
Okay, that's
exactly.
okay. And then, did you say that you've got a show tonight? Is this the night where you're having that talk, or what?
Yeah, I'm debating that BA MA physicist at 9 p.m. Well, we're having like a conversation. It's me, Jaron, Dave, Hibbler Productions, and him. He's got his whole prediction or presentation of how the Earth cannot be flat, and so we're gonna let him fully present his points and then concisely respond.
That sounds great. Hey, listen. So let me ask you. You did a presentation. Like in all honesty, have you had anybody interact with your information on an honest level?
No, like other than people saying, "Wow, I didn't know that. That's crazy" and stuff. But like someone tried to rebut it with any specificity or anything. Absolutely not at all.
Yeah. To me, that shows that this is the wrong circle for that information, and we have to try to find out how to get to the right circle to have someone actually interact, which is what we were talking about earlier about peer review. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's see. I did it August 26th, so it's been like 3 weeks, just under 3 weeks.
And it's on your channel.
Yeah. I'll drop the link. You want to go to hour 19 if you're gonna watch it, because I had audio issues at first, so I restarted at hour 19. I also dropped the presentation itself via link in the description, so you know.
Look, I mean, I don't think anybody can deny that, and I'm going to take it for granted, that these sources that you're quoting, man, this has taken a lot of work to find these quotes, these sources, you know, so no one's going to, I don't think anybody can deny the work that you've been putting into this research. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it definitely took some time for sure.
Yeah, good on you, man.
Travis, why did you call yourself Ether Band Boy?
So this is 4 years ago, before I knew anything about anything. So I was doing my photography and I was seeing shit that just didn't make sense. But I was seeing the band. I was seeing what Albert Wegener calls the duct. He calls it a duct, right? That's early 1900s. So I didn't know that. Air duct wouldn't go good, right? So you're thinking of air band. Well, air band has a connotation like a lip sync group, you know, karaoke. So I'm like trying to find this word. So I looked up old words for air. Now in my search, and I didn't even know about the ether really, you know what I mean? The Ethernet bullshit like that. So in my Google search, I came across ether. And when I just looked at it generically, I just saw that it was an ancient word for air. So that's all I was going by. I was just using another word for air. And ever since the beginning, because I started getting grief from all the ballers just bitching and moaning that I was creating a new word and no one would understand it. So I came up with a nice succinct paragraph where I clearly defined my terms. Everybody at this point, if you've been around my stuff, you should know what I mean by the Aether Band. Everybody drink.
Very good, and thank you for that. The problem is, though, if we're free to talk here, and it's actually a continuation on some of these greater issues that are being discussed, but the problem is, as we know, as Whitsid probably knows better than any or most of us, maybe not so much me, because I've had that resistance all along as well, it's such a dividing point within Flat Earth. You're either anti-ether or you're pro-it, and you will develop thoughts into speculative territory, of course, speculating what the controllers really know. But yes, you will go as far as you can with it. But it seems to be so controversial that whole topics and whole personas.
Yeah, but see, for me,
about it.
Yeah, but for me, at this point, if you go back to the luminiferous ether, do you know what?
Okay. What is that? Can you explain what the idea of the luminiferous
It's
ether
the same.
was?
As far as I know, really, it's still the concept of the air of the gods. It's this field that's up in the air that creates all the phenomena, or that's responsible for all the phenomena that we see in the sky. If it's the northern lights, or if it's whatever. So it's just that thing that's up there that they couldn't define. But did you know that there's hold on, just real quick. Did you know that there's an antithetical term? So aether is a Greek word, right? Aether is a Greek word. Did you know that there's a Greek antithetical term for the aether? Do you know what it is?
Is it a riddle in a sense? If it was, I'd need more time. But
no, it's just a word. It's just a word. You ready for it?
You're saying what's the opposite or the polar opposite to ether? I think
Right.
water. Water.
No. You ready?
Yeah.
Erebus. Erebus.
Erebus. No way.
Yep.
Aramus.
Anyway, my point is that, you know, even having my conversation today with Beer Man, when you look out over the horizon and you see that band, that's not high up in the sky. That's right down there on ground level, and there's shit happening in the air that's not simply attributable to temperature, pressure, humidity, and wind. There's something out there besides that's moving along the surface of the earth.
Sure.
I don't have
Well,
I don't have a problem referring to it as aether. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
I don't
but
think
it's
it
so
should be a point of
controversial
contention.
the term that can I say it's so controversial the term. I think you have to have done it purposefully. But when we think of Travis, and actually your new screen name, I'm your Copernicus. That's so interesting as well because Copernicus wasn't the instigator of heliocentrism. It actually goes back to Aristarchus of Samos. So in a sense, Copernicus and Aristarchus of Samos absolutely directly related. But here's my thought, right? So when it comes to what luminiferous ether in relatively recent times was accepted as being, was this stationary, all-pervading medium through which everything is in motion through. But everything that they accepted, or were told that they accepted, is the spinning ball Earth, the heliocentric model, and beyond, at least that sort of acceptance, you know what I mean? So just to say the luminiferous ether, stationary static backdrop, and yes, everything pervades through it, and it is almost infinite in extent. So I think they're the two key points. It's boundless in extension. Would you agree with that?
To be honest with you, I tuned out a little bit. I apologize.
Okay, maybe I have that effect. But let me continue and just say, coming to flat Earth, realizing all of us are in Underland, we got to take everything that's presented to us and invert it. So now in a flat Earth setting, we have an ether in motion, and it is not infinite in extent. It is confined by the barriers which separate us, Earth realm, ether, Earth, heart realm, from the waters beyond. So I think yes. So opposing opposites. We have an infinite luminiferous ether in static form. We have a limited ether in motion, in constant motion, in an enclosed sense. Something to consider, eh?
Everything's worth considering, Pete.
And I just say as well, then, just to go along with what your ether band layer. If there is this prevailing force, if we think about it, the closer we get to the barrier, then the more evacuated the zone becomes. The air pressure is pushed downwards. It's only an evacuation of atmosphere, whatever you say that is. But also, when the prevailing force pushing downwards hits the surface, then we will have this vacant layer as well, or a clear layer. And I think this is the ether band that you are referring to.
All right.
Nice one. Yeah, I know it's in-depth sort of stuff, but I think time is pressing. Do you think time is pressing, Travis? Do you notice all of the concerts that have been shut down recently? They've been cancelled. It sort of seems like an omen of sorts. Remember when Corona came along, there was very few bands who had any concert planned for 2020. It's very funny that they didn't. It's almost as if they knew something was coming and they didn't bother to do yeah. You know what I mean? Anyway, I'm talking about a few different things, but can I just say this before I yield the mic? Travis, very, very, very interesting conversation between me and you to be had regarding your own choice of avatar, not to mind your screen name, but the Mona Lisa and also ISIS, whatever that might mean to you. And you know, I already posted you a song for consideration recently, but maybe that now is not the time for that.
Is there other opinions on like what the ether is, or like what the light is, or how it's working, other than like what we're saying? I mean, it sounds.
No, everyone just runs away. Then they're going to go back over to the show and pretend that I'm still wrong and that I'm stupid. And they're just going to, I guess, boldly claim so, hoping that people don't go look into it.
Yeah. That's the Nathan Oakley crew. They're over here with the same objections that they're under instruction to have, or else they lose membership of their regular spot.
That
I just want to illustrate what
that's
read earlier off of that textbook. The tree chunk with the double slit. It's pretty much saying that because they can't prove the photon, that it could actually be an electron dislodging its energy, and that's pretty much what you're seeing on the photographic plate. So it's a reification fallacy to even admit that it would be a photon, because in their world it could also be an electron.
Yeah, and then what's funny is, of course, the electron's actually just a gap in the field. So it's like, it's just discharge. It's discharge on the plate, and even quantum mechanics agrees that that could be what it is, which is why it's funny. And again, this this guy's name is Quantum, Eraser, and everyone was
Yes.
Dude, I made a point. I made it very coherent in my presentation. I'm saying, now this is not to say, this is provided simply to critique the claim within its own paradigm, because both of these things are reification fallacies. Like, I explained that in my presentation, right? And it's like, dude, the fact that this wasn't responded to, and this is just one side. So I don't see how I'm getting like all kinds of comments from "you got destroyed" and like, what?
Dude, I was waiting for a presentation of just like a 100% steel man of the quantum side. That's what I was waiting for from QE, right? Like, if everybody's going to benefit from this conversation, like, both sides just need to kind of clearly lay out what's going on. And the problem is, I want to further understand more about quantum. And if somebody understands more about it and can clearly articulate it, like, start doing that shit. But it's not taking place at all.
We are flat earthers here, and this is one second, please, left lane. Intrinsic on our pathway here is the understanding that the greater truth is known. How can any of us deny that? I will just say, to make it brief, we're all smart enough to figure out who's who and what's what and what limitations are and why those limitations are in place. But I will say that out of all of the topics and out of all of the hatred and antagonism between the sides, Nathan Oakley, Quantum Eraser primarily, Nathan Oakley and crew agree with the ballers wholeheartedly and fully and completely on two things. One is that quantum mechanics is absolutely kosher and above board, and two is that ether, any talk of ether whatsoever, is absolute bollocks. Now, I will say to everyone, go fucking figure.
Well, I see. So, like, okay, 3 years ago, I'm like, look, agree to disagree. I just don't think that the electron's a physical particle of matter. I don't believe in the photon. I think it's the terminal end of one uniline dielectric induction. And I'm like, we'd agree to disagree, right, bro? Like, I just personally don't agree. And, like, that's how this should be. Where, like, if someone wants to go with the current paradigm, go with it. But to run around like, it's definitive fact or something, and that everyone is not allowed to talk about anything else is wild. Yeah, and I actually tried to prevent like this little battle, right? But what can you do?
Well, that's the thing. Like, I am personally looking for more information about the quantum side, right? Instead of just the same old videos that we've all seen of cartoon images of photons looking like little balls that split into two pieces and go through two slits and then somehow collide with each other on the other end. And then we have some sort of philosophical implication that's overlaid into this as to what's taking place when the alleged wave function collapses and it becomes a particle, right? Can anybody provide more information about what's taking place that I can't just get from what the bleep do we know?
So to clarify, I've been like really hyperbolic when I point out like, oh, how does a single photon go through two slits? But of course, like in their paradigm, it's just math. So it's like, it's the math of superposition that they use to try to explain the phenomenon to get a probability function. And so, mathematically, they make both photons go through the slit and collide with itself, or one photon go through both slits. It's not even that they literally claim it does, But you see, the problem is, well, if you're claiming your math is accurately describing reality, well, then that kind of means you're gonna have to claim that, right? If you're claiming it's a particle, then ironically you're gonna have to claim it does, or you can't explain it, and then you're like, oh well, it just goes through one of them. So that I think that's kind of the point, is elucidates the insanity in doublespeak, which is that to even get your math to work, assuming it's a particle, then you have to mathematically describe it going through both slits at the same time and then colliding with itself. Of course, this was also strawmanned after I did Brian's debate and like laid it out. And another thing is, I was kind of setting people up. So like I did this thinking, oh, this is going to be a nice little back and forth intellectual exchange where I'll get a rebuttal and we can go back and forth. So I was kind of setting them up. So I set that trap. I set a couple traps, like, and with some of the haymakers, if you will, which I still haven't even set all of them in my opinion, but like one of them being, well, light's literally everywhere, and explaining. But I mean, I don't know. So I guess that I falsely assumed good faith, and that's kind of what I've taken away from this, is like, you can't always do that. What do you?
Particulate is like liquid and other stuff, right? Like a particulate of something hitting something else, like when it splashes or whatever. Then a particle, right? It's a tickling effect of the medium, like to undertake tickling or to tickle or excite the medium, the particle. So it's not an actual thing. It's not something going back and forth and splitting. It's not a little fucking bubble. You can't split the banana atom. It's not going to blow everybody up and make a banana split. So it's just the excitement of the medium. They call it a particle.
Well, here's the issue. How can EMF frequency or radiation be a particle?
Hey, just real quick, your mic is really shit.
Mine?
No, the guy that just talked. The guy that just asked the question about particle. It was like really hard to hear you.
Travis, while he's trying to sort out his mic, I got a quick question for you. Did you say that you're only seeing that ether band to a certain height? Did you say that?
I will say that there are clear indications, and I can show it, where there is an absolute band that you can absolutely see demarking from the sky above toward the horizon. Right above the horizon, there's a clear band across the surface.
Okay, because I have seen higher ones where you can actually see the pulling, like we've seen on your footage. When it's going, for instance, from left to right, you can see it with stars as well, where it pulls from one side to the other. You can actually see like a tail of that light.
Yeah,
so
well, that's right. Well, that's where you are going to be key, because I hear what you're saying, but I don't have a concept or an image in my mind to understand what you're saying. So, man, if you can show it, then that'd be great. But and I'm not saying that one excludes the other, right?
Yeah. So I think if you're seeing your one, I think it's and you're seeing it as a specific band, I still think it's got a lot to do with what I have put on the table, which I think we're going to be able to get down to when we have the conversation. But like I say now, that I do see it from the bottom to the top. There's definitely something all the way to the top, and that's why I think I am right in what I'm saying.
All right, I'm going to post a video that I just got earlier this year off the coast of California, and I think you'll be able to see what I'm talking about.
Okay, cool.
And a particle, it's not the word you think it is. Par, like you go golfing. Par, four, watch out, get ready, start, tickle.
Or like, it's like
excite, giggle.
It's like parboiled.
Yeah. Yep,
Right.
It doesn't mean a little ball of something. It means to do something to a medium, like the medium is going to wave or something, like you excite the medium.
Mark them by tickling. Is that what you're saying?
Tickle medium.
You tickle.
The electromagnetism is tickling the medium, and then and it's like.
Pulls up a particle. Gotcha.
Mic check.
It's just kinetic energy. I hear you a little bit. You're kind of low, but I hear you.
Energy makes them have a party. Cool.
It's funny. Particles are funny.
Travis, if you look at the top of that band, you will see there's you can see the little waves. That is because there's definition in the background. The reason why you're not seeing it higher is because it's just a plain background, which is the sky. And if you look at, there's the odd bird that flies past, you'll see the bird is flickering. That's that wave still going up. And that will explain why I still see it in the stars as well.
Yeah.
So
Okay, man. Yeah.
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 So what we're seeing there is that focus point that I was talking about. It's just a very stretched out one. But sometimes we get them so thin that it looks like for instance, the bottom of a boat is missing, but it's actually not. It's just a very squished distortion that you're seeing there. And the only reason why you're seeing that band now is because there's definition for you to actually see it.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Well, you know what's interesting about this discussion is that, you know, if the Greek term for this dirty air, Erebus, you know, they saw this shit with their naked eye too. You know, they saw shit out on the horizon that was different than what was going on up above, and they had a term for it.
Yeah. I posted the video with the stars. So if you look at that video, you'll see that there's actually a distinct pulling to one side,
Okay.
which I think is that wave that we're seeing in a lot of your videos.
Okay, well, I mean, what's your opinion on these videos like this? Because a lot of more astute photographers will say that these images are taken out of focus. Is that going to change the way you're thinking about this?
Not at all. So I'm more worrying about the wave. As you can see, it's pulling that light to one side, and we see that with
Oh yeah,
your footage as
started
well.
playing it. Okay, I just started playing it. I can see what you're talking about.
Well, is that your camera that it's pulling one side to, or the optic thing, you know, the actual thing you're looking through? Or is that does that do it for your eyeballs too?
No, so I think that the ether actually moving through, that's those waves. So you'll see it on a lot of Travis's videos that you can clearly see it's going from one direction to the other, but it goes 360 around you. So it's circling around you. And that's how I came to see it now in the stars as well. You'll see it with, if you shoot the moon, sometimes you'll see it. I think the lunar wave has got a lot to do with this. It's always in that one direction. I was actually watching Crow's video now to see if I can come up with something there, but I'll put as much data and information I can put together for the big discussion we're going to have later. But yeah, there's definitely something moving there, and it's also in that same distance where I'm saying that focal point is, or similar distance. And if this all,
the temperature are always moving. The medium, the water, and the temperature. You have three things moving. Four things: the excitement, the excitement,
even when there's no
of the light itself, through, from, off, and on, and through itself and off of everything too. So you got like a whole bunch of rainbows at different angles fighting with each other, and depending on how wide they go out is how good you can see the red, the blue, the green, or whatever. And then like if the rainbow's at the right time, you see the fucking rainbow for what it is, the rainbow.
And even when there's no wind, we
Hey Brian, we can't hear you, man. You're breaking up, man.
Stephen Hawking.
Yeah, it sucks. Sorry about that. I just wanted to say that I've been telling people that, you know, I don't really get involved whenever there's like what I call hangout wars or YouTube wars or people that get into like disagreements. I'm just looking at the information. I don't care whose side, what side, right side, wrong side. I'm just looking to find out what the truth is. And, you know, if there's a really good presentation by QE in the next month or two, you know, I'll be watching every bit of it. If if it eventually can get back to where communications are open and we can actually see some debates on this, that'd be even better, right? Or maybe listen to some old school debates that maybe we haven't been looking for. I think Kenneth Wheeler has some good stuff that would agree with Witsit. So if you're looking at maybe where did Witsit come up with some of this stuff, I don't think Witsit's ashamed to say that some of the thoughts came from Kenneth Wheeler or Authority Apotheosis YouTube channel. And I think you should just look at the information. If you're not looking at both sides of the information, you're doing it wrong. That's all I got.
Yeah, and like, well, that's who I stumbled on initially was 100% Theory Hypothesis like a few years ago. I had already read quite a bit of Tesla. But yeah, basically what he did was he mentioned all these other people. So he mentioned like Oliver Heaviside, and I started learning about like, oh, we got Maxwell and Steinmetz and Russell and all these other people I didn't really know about. And when I found out about Michelson Morley being the reason that all their electrical field theory was thrown out, I just kind of went and read through some of their quotes, and I haven't even fully dove into it. Like I want to actually study it. So yeah, I think that Kim Lord is a good place to start, maybe. But he's wrong about a lot, right? In my opinion, but yeah.
Well, right now, basically, you're talking about the historical part of science, right? This isn't something we learn in history class. It's not something we learn in science class. So this is the new study that the flat earther is going to have to go down, right? Historical science.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'll say it again. I would much rather listen to you, Austin. I have listened to Ken Wheeler, and he just does not keep my attention. He doesn't reach me where I can understand what he's saying. I have never not understood a word that you've said.
Cool thing, man. That's cool, because that's what I want to try to do. Is as I understand, I'm trying to convey them to other people. I will say, like, I even felt the same way about Ken Wheeler at times. He also, you can tell he's said the phrases so much, he says them so fast, they just don't resonate with you at all. It's like you completely miss it.
Yeah, yep. That's absolutely true.
Yeah.
He puts too many bullshit terms in one sentence, like, and that's why I say bullshit. Because if you're going to use terms that are hard to, not to the common man, at least break them down. Like you break them down, Austin, and you explain them. Even if you explain it quick, you throw in an explanation of what that actually is. He just jumbles them all up together. It seems intentional sometimes, but yeah, after listening to it for a while, you start to decipher it. But after listening to you, anybody could go listen to Ken Wheeler and understand that man, what he's even trying to say. And y'all are similar, but there's some differences between you and him. So people saying that you're just parroting him, I think. I don't think that's true. Y'all have a similar belief, but I think you explain it better, man.
Thanks, but like that does get on my nerves too, because the truth is that I'm not just parroting him. Like he has made things click for me, like with magnetism and stuff for sure. But like the way I describe light, like I've never read that anywhere. I've never heard anyone say that. Like this is me just trying to explain what I understand about it. Like, I think that people, they fall into this groupthink mentality too often, where they're like, Austin must be parroting someone else. It's like it's foreign to them to think, maybe he just individually trying to think about it. I guess I think that flat earthers need to detach from that. Like I'm definitely, I want people to come back at me and be like, well, have you thought about this? Or this doesn't really make too much sense to me because of this. That's what I want us to get, where we're all just kind of sharing it. And that's why, even though me and Ghost have gone at it pretty hard, like, I don't mind it too much, in the sense that we need ideas challenged and we need to like build off of each other, where we're just trying to piece stuff together. And like, for example, Tesla wasn't really obsessed with light all that much. He talked about it a little bit, but he was obsessed with like electricity. And there really isn't anyone to turn to that really laid light out very well. So it's like we're kind of left with no one, and I think we should try to figure out.
Check this out. When I try and bring up like Michelson Morley, It's because they literally straw manned the ether. They said the ether's a stationary ether. They said that there can't be a stationary ether, and to back that up, if that little video I made with Nathan and Fight the Flat Earth and everybody versus the ether and Steinmetz and Maxwell, I began it with what you call it, Team Skeptic, saying that literally the ether would have to be moving around and orbiting with the Earth around the sun. So that even backs up. They're just showing you that they won't give up the motion of this Earth around the sun, even in the middle of an experiment. And so they won't let go of the even possibility that we're not orbiting around the sun. It's a joke. So therefore, I mean, ether explains so much, man. It would explain obviously the star rotations and everything. That haze we see that the guy was just describing, how even on days it's not windy, we see it kind of going left to right or predominantly in a certain direction. It seems to be. And one more thing, like the airplane traveling east and west, how they get different terms. They're trying to say that's proof of time dilation. No, that all these and many more effects would be perfectly explained by ether that's rotating, you know?
Yeah. It's worth us trying to talk amongst each other and then kind of critique each other, right? For example, if I'm like, yeah, we have the Tropic of Capricorn, Tropic of Cancer, the sun in Lima. It's like, well, say it's in the vortex. Like a tornado, it gets faster at the bottom. So if when it's in the north, it's actually higher, then it's going to go slower in that smaller circle. And then when it's out in the south, it's lower in the vortex. So it's going to be faster around the bigger circle. But then someone's like, yeah, but we actually have evidence that the sun doesn't appear to be a physical object moving over top of the earth. When we took azimuth and declination readings on the same longitude for a year, it seems to show us something different. And the equinox is kind of odd. And so then the person's like, okay, well, maybe it's magnetic holography within the vortex giving the optical appearance of the position of the sun relative to the angle of the observer. So it's kind of like a combination of the two. And then we keep growing. Like, that's what I think that we should be doing. Even though it requires us to jump in speculation station, that's how everything is figured out, is you have to inductive reasoning isn't like the devil. You know what I'm saying? Like
Exactly, man. The discussion's great, dude. It's right at the forefront of half of our literal arguments. Real quick, let me finish this real quick, Paige. It's like I'm still good with just relative density, and just the down being the down, just the frequency of what is. I'm good with relative density explaining everything, but I understand y'all's argument, and I'm understanding it more and more. But it's a good topic. I don't see why anybody is so close-minded to the debate or to the discussion. It's freaking. I still haven't figured out the full reason. Like maybe QE, but like all the other people on the panel, why are they so dogmatic? Like, why are they so locked in to not discussing the ether and just knocking its head off? It doesn't make sense to me. Can anybody make sense of why they're so against it?
Yeah, they're arguing
when
that it's
when I
not
start
provable.
looking into
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. When I start looking into and continue to look for original sources or even citations, excuse me, from Andrew Thomas Young, when I follow the links to the public access stuff, this is all I see, guys. All I see are observations. These fuckers are hanging their data on 200 to 300-year-old observations that don't even have the equipment that I use. They're looking at shit with their eyes and describing what they see, and then they're making mathematical equations for it. It's absurd. It's absurd.
Yeah, and my suggestion, or whatever you want to call that whole thing that I presented today, also proves that you can't see further than what I was presenting, or just yet for now, until we can get some sort of experiment to prove me wrong. But I think,
right. So here you go. You ready? So the one thing that I have seen when I've used infrared infrared cannot cut through that band.
I know. And that's why I say I think I'm right. And until I'm proven wrong, but I would love to get an experiment going just to confirm my prediction.
Are you predicting that the like that haze you were speaking of is always like moving in one direction, like irregardless of the wind? I mean, that's kind of the way I looked at it deep down. Like we're gonna see that haze, like kind of like the lunar wave, for lack of a better description, a haze that seems to always be moving in a particular direction. I think I've heard it before that it's always moving like east to west, or east to west, like the same way the stars and shit move. So we could. Yeah, like the stars, like the sun, like the airplane fucking cesium atom bullshit experiment, you know. That would be an interesting one. I'm gonna try and do that. I'm gonna try and look and zoom in and focus where I could see that haze better, and look in different directions and see if it is predominantly like east to west effect, windy or not windy.
Is that Lion Beaky? Don't tell me that's not Lion Beaky.
I've posted in the live stream what I'm talking about.
Hello, Brian. How you doing, bud?
I've posted in the live stream what I'm talking about, and there is a little bit of a explanation on the right hand side of what I'm explaining, what I'm seeing there, or what I'm presenting. But just give me some time. I'm meeting up with some people. We're going to get the wording correct that you guys can try and debunk or falsify what I am trying to present. But have a look at that. It will explain more or less what I'm trying to say here.
How dare you?
Hey, who is that speaking? What was his name?
Is it me that you're talking about? Beerman.
Beerman?
Yeah.
I want to be a man.
Yeah, the name's going to change soon as well. Something that's more along this line.
Beerman, you say you posted something?
Yeah, I posted it 15 minutes past the hour.
I don't suppose you could DM it to me, do you? Would that be?
I can do that. Yeah, sure. No, I can do it.
Brian, while he's doing that, Brian, so I think that the onus is on every individual not to continually combat the ball earth, but to realize that the ball is ultimately metaphor and the truth and the lie are contained within the same thing. If we take it literally, we get lost. If we discard then all the ball, spinning ball or teachings, then we lose as well because there's a potentially greater significance encoded within it. But when it comes to the greater questions, Brian, what do you think? Should we speculate together? Should we make progress in forward, knowing that the truth of our reality, or at least a much greater truth in regards to knowledge of our reality, is possessed by powers that be or other forces, and that has to be our only quest, either individually to make this sort of progress towards knowing what they know, or else it's sort of a collective effort to communally come to it together.
Yeah, man. I would agree. Like, especially when it comes to subjects that help us in our debate to shit on the paradigm that we don't agree with. And to me, ether is one of them topics. Like, whether we got solid proof or not, it just seems like a good subject that goes against everything heliocentric, and really describes a lot of phenomenon better. Like it takes away the wave particle duality type of like shit, photons going back in time and all that, you know. So yeah, we should be discussing this shit more, man. I'm open to anything, especially if it supports, and especially if it's something that changes so much. I mean, it just really, I don't know, man. It just gives a good explanation, so that makes it worth discussing.
Okay, so a little bit of decoding and something that's obvious to all of us. If we are flat earthers, we're stationary earthers beforehand, I should think, because we can experience whether the ground is moving or not ourselves. By extension, then it becomes flat by our experience with water. But the first thing we understand as flat earthers is that the sky, or whatever is causing what we see in the sky, is in motion, and it seems to be on it's a pretty regular motion, a unified motion on a daily, nightly basis. We know there are variations, of course, but as we experience everything on a daily, nightly basis, it is pretty much in unison. And I think this is a sort of important, very basic stepping off point as well. Here's my point ultimately, Brian. I know I can talk as well, but if we think of the ball earth as this sort of representation, it's an all-encompassing representation, the blue marble, a metaphoric representation of the nature of our reality. So it's capable of being taken apart once we see beyond the literal, and then the specific aspects of that a puzzle applied to our experience of reality. Getting to the point, if the earth is said to be in motion, and we know it isn't in motion, but 4 different types of motions are described to it, if we understand that all of the skylights in our reality seem to move in motion, that will give us sort of cause to consider at least a singular earthbound source to all of these skylights. And if that itself was giving us the motions which the spinning ball earth is accounted for, then we've got to cast our thoughts that way in terms of an opposing idea.
Could you repeat that? No, I'm just kidding, dude.
I know it was long-winded. I think you got my point, though, did you?
Yeah, I did, man. I wanted to spread, though. I wanted to go back to what they were talking about. When I was looking into this, man, I noticed that the light they're using, like they use a different formula for, besides that, the light with the photoelectric effect, they're saying like acting like that proves a particle just because they're assuming the electron is what I'm really trying to get at. So they're assuming electron is a physical particle, like a massless physical particle, to even say that it's getting excited. So if you excite the electron, then it emits a photon, and then it's in they call the state like it's something crazy, man, like a reluctant settlement. Oh man, I got to look it up, dude. Y'all gonna trip out when they describe the state that the electron's in. It's just some gibberish if you hear it, man. And if anybody knows what I'm talking about, spit it out, or I'm gonna look it up so I can spit it out. It's
What
I'll
what
give you
happens?
$1,000 if you can repeat all of that.
Yeah, I know, right? I had a good point, dude. I brain farted on the crescendo, man.
Describe
Sorry.
what you were saying. Describe what you were saying happens.
Okay, the electron is in a state. They call it in a state when it hits the background, the plate, and it releases a photon, and then it dwindles back down to its rest state, and it's like, but they call it like reluctant. Man, I really got to look it up. They're trying to describe the electron, like when it emits its photon, instead of going back to its state, it stays in its excited state and just like slowly dwindles down, like it's lighting up the phosphorus or something. And let me look it up.
Yeah, Rakia,
Hello?
your money is
Earth to
safe.
Brian, Leakey.
Yeah, I know, man. Sorry. Let me look it up so I can make sense of this.
Oh, well, none.
Good.
Well, just to
Do it, Brian. Do it. Double or nothing, Brian. Do it.
While Brian is clarifying, Travis, ultimately what I mean is we know we have a daily motion, as we call it. We're just using these terms just as we all understand them. Daily motion of the skylights. We know for certain as flat stationary earthers that the Earth's surface isn't moving. So then all of these things, there's a motion, if potentially causing all of these disparate, separate light sources is back to one source, then that has to be moving itself in a circular fashion, right? When we think about the annual cycle of the sun, we can account for it in terms of something moving up and down against a barrier above. The reflection will move in and out according to whatever it's reflecting off of. And also here's the other thing, which is when we look as flat earthers at the night sky, 2 objects in the whole of the universe jump out at us as being associated, which is the moon and the sun. So yes, we notice that the moon has its phases over the course of a month. How could we define that? Well, maybe the source itself is moving in and out. So it has 3 motions, up and down, spring and fall, in and out. That's an annual basis, up and down, in and out, a monthly basis, and round in a daily basis.
Yeah, from understanding what they claim, like the photon hits the atom, exchanges its energy to the electron, and it gets dislodged from the atom because it gives it enough energy to be able to escape, and then it continues to exchange its energy to the electron, effectively then merging into or morphing into a photoelectron. So they say the photon turns into the electron effectively. It's called a photoelectron. The truth is that they're just different versions of the same thing, right? Like the photon, the way I see it, is just an event. It's like the dielectric field crossing the magnetic field, and where they intersect, they call that a photon. But it's not an actual thing. It's just an event. And yeah, the dielectric, it's just a different component of the dielectric, which the electron is the gap in the dielectric field, or like there's little lines of induction in the field. Like if you were to draw a dotted line, right? Like the end of those lines, the area between each line, is what they call electrons. There's gaps in the field. So anyway, so they actually are different versions of the same thing, the dielectric.
What about, and this is what I'm saying, I know you have experience here, and I've been a member of Nathan Oakley's channel for ages, but what about, it's one thing to recognize the fabrication, right, NASA's efforts and all that, and to just say, well, that's nonsense, let's not, once we've discovered it's nonsense, let's not examine it anymore for greater truth, we'll look at the world now with new wonder. It's another thing then to come to decode the script that it potentially was laid down as, and when it comes to that, have you considered that to any degree? Do you follow any of the clues that could potentially have been laid down? Because I think this is ultimately fundamental. I really do.
Really to consider what exactly?
That yeah, anything obvious is obvious. The fakery is obvious. So to throw it out completely, you're throwing out the baby with the bathwater. It now needs decoding all of the different names chosen, all of the different characters, the different narrative is all chosen purposefully as a greater clue towards ultimately what these endeavors represent.
You're not making sense to me, bro. I don't know exactly what you're talking about. Like the people, the photons, like I don't know.
Yeah, I couldn't make any sense.
Okay, well, I have a question. Okay.
Hold up.
I'll give you two instances. 1 second, please, because just for clarification. Okay, I will cut it short. Thank you, Travis. With it, I'll give you two instances. So I say that ether. Ether is actually our metaphor. Einsteinian space-time is metaphor for ether. The dual wave particle nature of light is also indicative of light as we experience it being a reflection of immaterial sources reacting with the material composition of the atmosphere or beyond. So it's metaphor in that sense, or it's indicative. So I hope that cleared something up.
I looked it up, man. It's called the forbidden transition state. That's what they had to come up with. So the forbidden transition state, they say when the light leaves the laser, it's a wave. But when it hits the plate, like right before it hits the plate, it's considered a particle, or as it hits the plate. And since it doesn't drop down, they say it drops down in energy. When it gets excited, it usually emits like a photon and drops back down to a lower energy state. And so I guess the electron stays in existence, and now the photon is now in existence as another particle, is the way I'm perceiving it. But it doesn't drop down instantly, like most of light does. It drops down what they call through the forbidden transition state, meaning it doesn't drop right back down. I mean, it just listening to that was enough for me to call bullshit and think of another explanation. Just that one little term, and there's so many of these terms.
You just don't understand, Brian.
Dude, like what I knew was bullshit was when they say that the photon can spontaneously degenerate, and so it just pops into existence from nowhere, and it leaves existence. It just comes in and out, can just spontaneously degenerate, as they would say, and that it morphs into electrons, and that electron can turn into a photon. And I'm like, bro, you guys have lost the plot, bro. Like, it's just insane to me. So
But he was making it sound like they're using, like with red light, he couldn't get the phosphorus to shine. This is what it all stemmed from. Is he was using this to prove the particle nature of light, and he was shining light on it's called lit. It's like a phosphorus paint or something that's glow in the dark, and it won't light up with red light, and even like weak blue or green light, it'll light up, and they're trying to use that as like solid proof of light being a particle or being a photon. And I'm like, how is that proven? It just ain't enough energy. It all kind of dates back to the freaking ultraviolet catastrophe, how the shit didn't make sense with the energy and the output. It worked through the visible spectrum, but then you need it. But the lesser the light frequency, the lower the energy. But then that rule doesn't apply when you start getting to non-visible light, infrared, X-ray, and all that. You need more it's more energetic with a lower wavelength. So they come up with what they call the ultraviolet catastrophe, and they admitted that they just changed the math to make it work. They literally, it's the one, I think they knew the outcome and always did that, basically experimented and then come up with the equations. They already knew the numbers they were looking for. And almost all of them, I think, but they admit it in the ultraviolet catastrophe. They literally admit that it's just arbitrary math to fit what they observe.
Hey, Brian, isn't light one thing completely, and it's only via these different filters that you get these different separations? I think when they talk about all of the different wavelengths and visible light just being one particular aspect, we've got to take what they deliver to us and turn it completely on its head. And I really think this is fundamental. There's nothing new under Aristarchus, and as I said many times, if we don't think as flat earthers that the greater truth of our reality, maybe not the whole truth, but a greater truth of reality is known, then we're fucking kidding ourselves. So the quest that we have to be on is finding out what they know. They know for certain.
To me, when they say it's single photons hitting a plate, yeah, maybe the way they define it, but it's them just focusing. They're literally collimating the light. That's one of the problems I had with Nathan and his critiques is they're literally focusing the light into a single point, with the best focus, in the smallest little tiny bit of light they could actually read. And they call that, a photon, and call it a particle. And yet somehow a bunch of them are making a wave pattern. Like that just shows you that it is unpredictable.
Brian,
I agree with him on that, but that's
Brian,
not
artificial light.
Particle that we don't know where it's at.
Hey, Brian, here's a big thing as well, and I'd love to hear other opinions on it. What are the two necessary components to create artificial light? I think what science does is equate all light in the same sort of sense and vein. And I don't think there's any way that sunlight, what we would call natural light, is equatable to any light that's created in a laboratory. But what do you need to create artificial light, Brian? There's two necessary things.
The dielectric and magnetic.
Yeah,
Maybe more basic than that, I guess.
Couldn't be more basic than that, bro.
Fuel and fire.
You need a material to react to electrical
fire.
To see it. You have to have material to see light. Yeah.
Yeah. That's what
Pete, are you counting fire? Are you counting fire in that question?
Yes. Well, yes. That's a form of light, but you have at least a grasp on what will create the fire from the log woods or the coal that you light on in your fireplace. But when it comes to sunlight, they have already defined it. You see. But we know it's not what they say it is. So what?
Yeah, you gotta have logic.
That's definitely different from any artificial light created in the lab.
But Pete, how do you know it's not what they say it is?
You know for certain it's not what they say it is.
That's the problem.
How do you know? No, the question was to Pete. How do you know it's not what they say it is?
Well, Leflane, I intrinsically know what they say. That what they say it is not so. At least in a literal way, it's a clue for us. But I know for certain that the sunlight leaving the sun right now is not going to take 8 minutes to come to me here on a flat Earth, because that's nonsense and ridiculous.
Plus, they say it's a particle and a wave. If they say it's a particle and a wave, I mean,
he knows it's nonsense, and that's why it's wrong. Okay.
Well, they're calling it a wave, Howard. They're calling it a wave and a particle. They're calling it a
No,
duality.
they don't. They say specifically
Oh, yeah, they
that
do.
it's neither a wave nor a particle. They say that specifically.
They say it's a wave and a
Peter,
particle.
what is it then? What is it then? Is it both? Is it both, left lane?
I don't know. I just hear misrepresentations being said
Oh, but so
about
you don't
it,
know what it
and
is,
I'll
but
call
yet
those
you can
out.
tell me. Hang on, please. You don't know what it is, but yet you can tell me that what I say it might be, it isn't. How is that? How does that work?
No, I didn't do any of that, Pete. I just asked you to explain to me how you know it's not what they say it is. That's what I asked.
Well, yes, I can absolutely do that. It might take a bit of time, but in terms of my own reckoning, to my own satisfaction, as years ago, yes, as a flat earther, we understand that all of the skylights are local. And if I was to go into any more detail, I mean, it would just take up time. I'm not going to be able to prove anything to you. The problem would lie in your court to say that the sun is what you say it is, and it's that far away, and it's that composition and size. That would be the issue that you would have to deal with.
Can I give you my idea real quick? My idea
Not
is
Howard, it's Howard.
I'm good with them, like coming up with the math, to describing wave as a particle, to pin it down mathematically, to put it in programs, to be able to make multimeters, shit like that. I'm good with the convention and all that. It's the explanation that I'm, they, what a wave function is, right? It's how they mathematically express waves. That's how it's. So when they say that wave function's just math, it doesn't mean it. No, that's what's used to measure wavelengths, like the wavelength, the frequency, and the time, basically the gap. And I don't like the way they try and make it a wave and a particle. Just admit, it's a particle for a convention. So we can count it, so we can put it in our computer, so we can simulate it. It's handy, it's helpful. But when you start reifying that shit like a photon or electron as being real things, that's where we all need to draw the line and at least question it, right?
Well, but ultimately, it's the utility we can derive from these, whether we can use it in our daily lives.
But yeah, they'll tell you when it turns from the wave to the particle. I've heard a couple different expressions, but it's basically the same thing. They'll say that when we measure it, or the knowledge, or they'll even say like, right when it hits the plate or as it's hitting the plate, they'll tell you when it turns from the wave to the particle. But to me, it's just math, man. And but that doesn't mean it's not a wave function, a wave, basically. What else do we use wave function to mathematically describe? Waves, frequencies, basically.
Sound waves, ocean waves,
ether waves.
But since they can't pin down the particle, since they can't pin it down, then they say it's a probability. So it's literally a particle somewhere on that wave. So we've shrunk it down and collimated it, focused it to a little teeny pinprick of smallest unimaginable proportions, and call it that amount of energy. Call it a photon. Call it a particle, and then still have to describe it as a damn wave. And they can't pinpoint it. It's going to be somewhere in that damn wave, and there's a probability. Like it's still leaving the gap in between, in between the focal points. Basically, when you add all the dots up, they're still making a wave pattern, an interference pattern, and it's obviously there's something wrong with the way they define it as, reification to me.
Well, it's just stupid.
Because there's a finite amount of energy specified, at least space and time, so that's why it's called a particle.
Okay, so if I shoot light at the wall, so do these physical particles called photons, do they bounce off the wall?
Can they be reflected? Yes, they can be reflected. Are they always reflected? No, sometimes they're transmitted.
So they just get absorbed into the wall?
Well, absorption, transmission, and reflection are three different things.
So what happens to the photon when I shoot it at the wall?
Depends on what the wall's made of. It can be completely absorbed. It can be completely absorbed, in which if the wall is made of a material that would completely absorb it, then it would be black.
Like what?
If it's made of a reflective material,
Like the sun.
then it's
Like the
reflect
sun.
off. If it's made of translucent material, then it's going to transmit.
Okay.
And
So
typically, a wave will do at some point all three of them, right? So there is a part of. So if I shoot a laser at a really concentrated laser at a let's just say a piece of glass, there is going to be part of it that ends up diffracting and scattering, and ultimately transmitted. Some of that will be reflected. Some of that will be absorbed, and you can measure that absorption and how much the glass heats up. And some will be transmitted, which you can see as it goes through the glass.
all right.
So not a particle.
So when I shoot light through glass, it slows down, quote unquote, by 30%. And then it, quote unquote, exits the glass. And then it speeds back up. So how does that not breach the law of conservation of energy and momentum?
I don't know how you got to what we're talking about to this point right now. I mean, we can talk about conservation of energy and momentum and why the idea of speeding down and speeding back up is an incorrect way to look at it. But are you trying, like, do you connect what we were talking about before to this right now?
Well, you know that I'm the one that asked the question, right? RC Meister, you might have missed that part.
I understand that you asked the question. I'm saying, can you connect what we were talking about?
How to connect it? Y'all were talking about light. You're just obfuscating and avoiding the question.
You want to just do it? No, I'm happy to answer the question, but the original
Then go
question
ahead.
is
Go
like
ahead.
hey, dickweed, I can answer my own question. You don't need a meta narrator.
Immediate name calling.
Hey,
Immediate
come on,
name
come
calling.
on, Macy. No need to call dickweed, Macy. Calm your
Nobody
tits.
asked.
Listen
Calm
to
your
that
tits,
trigger.
Your banter isn't helping anybody.
Calm
You
your
gotta feel
tits,
important.
Macy. It's
All right,
okay.
RC, the reason I brought him up, okay, was for one, I was explaining the idea that this is like little BBs bouncing off the walls. It's really, really stupid. But anyway, so then I'm saying, well, it doesn't bounce off the glass, right? So it's not just about the material composition itself. You're saying that like the fact that it's translucent as opposed to like sheetrock, it then the photon doesn't bounce off of it; it goes through it, and then so yeah, I want you to explain to me how it doesn't breach the law of conservation of energy or momentum.
Well, I didn't say that. Number one, I never said bounce off. The idea of reflecting is not it bouncing off. There's a bit of a difference there. And so
the
one,
photon
I
doesn't
said
bounce
that
off a
one, I
reflection.
said that. So are you going to listen to the answer? Or are you just going to shit all over yourself like that? What's it? Which one you want to
You're
do?
the one freaking out, buddy.
I'm not. I'm just asking. Do you want me to actually answer the question, or you want to just?
No, we don't want you
recap?
to answer the question.
No, yeah,
Okay,
I want
cool.
you to answer.
I'll take
How
that
does it
as-
not breach the law?
Yeah, this is the reason, because see, no one actually wants to hear the answer. Have a nice day.
See, I want you to answer the question. How does it? See, you guys let him off, man. My God.
Could I answer it?
Oh,
Yeah,
my
I'd rather
He
hear from
looks
Howard.
for an excuse. When a tough
I
question
know, but
comes
he
up,
wasn't-
he looks. No,
I know
he
it.
would have made up some other excuse. He was never, ever going to answer your question.
I know. I just think.
Ever.
Well, he was gonna try to. I think, but anyway, I just think it's funny to. He always comes in here and gets away with it. I never get to him.
Yeah,
So
but
what's up,
here's
Left
what everybody knows. Here's what he's going to say. He's going to say that it's taken a longer path. But look, so I just pulled up this. This.
No, that doesn't work. That doesn't work.
Yeah, but
though.
listen to this. I know it doesn't. Let me put some icing on that cake. I pulled up an article where the record for slowing down light was in the lab. It's way lower now, but at one point it was 28 meters per second. That was like in 2001, and that was from doing it in the lab, shooting lasers through like sodium ions, and then cooling down the sodium atoms like damn near to zero, and just the temperature alone, by the extreme cold temperatures makes it slow down. So like when they're talking about the moon bounces, that, I mean, they can't claim that, because up there, and they even claim there's a sodium ion layer up there, and it's ultra cold, and they're showing in the lab that slows down the freaking light to 28 meters per second. So, but hopefully I made some kind of point and all that.
Okay, so so like, okay, when you shoot the light through water, right? They say, oh well, it didn't slow down. Actually, okay, so they say it doesn't slow down, it just has a longer path, right? So it keeps the same speed, but it's a greater distance, so it takes a greater time. But you have a problem with glass, though, because it goes right through the glass. It doesn't change direction. Like when you shoot through water, it clearly changes its angle. It doesn't do this in glass, though. So, Leftlin, can you help me out here?
Well, when you shoot the glass at an angle, like at a 45 degree, it'll refract it. If you shoot it straight on, I think you'd have minimal refraction and you wouldn't experience as much of that slowing down effect. And I like to describe it the way I understand it. If you had a box with an opening on one side and an outlet on the other side, and a set of 10 or 20 mirrors arranged in such a way that the light would reflect back and forth and back and forth and back and forth, the light's not slowing down. It's just all that time of ricocheting back and forth takes a longer amount of time than it would be just shooting straight through.
That's why I mentioned it cooling it down. So just cooling it down, does that give it a longer path? Because that's all they did in the lab was send it through and then cooled down the medium, the sodium ions, and just cooling it down slowed it down crazy, slowed it down like 28 meters per second. This was in 2001. They've got it down to like 4 or 5 meters per second in the lab. So just cooling down the same medium gives it a longer path?
I don't know. I don't know anything about that.
So, okay, a few problems here. So, when you shoot it straight through and not at an angle, like if you shoot it straight through the glass, it slows down 30%. Okay. So, if we're going to assume that it's physically traveling from point A to point B and we shoot a light through glass, it slows down by 30%. And then when it exits the glass, it speeds back up to its original speed, which is impossible. Of course, that breaches the law of conservation of energy and momentum. So, with the water, they got an excuse, so you can kind of see that it changes direction because it's such a dense medium. So, I know the answer that they have for the glass, but I don't really want to just give it away because unfortunately, I know that no matter what it is, there are certain people that are just going to automatically believe it and say, oh, yeah, that seems legit. So it's like, I guess I'll help you out. Who cares? I'll help you understand your belief. So, like, what they claim is when you shoot the light through the glass, it's like it's going through like a tons of little roads, basically. Like it gets in there, and then there's all kinds of detour routes that the glass has to take. It's just like ricocheting through all these different road systems, basically. And it has to take all these detours to get out of the glass. But the problem is, of course, it exits directly in the same spot as it enters. So
yeah, like you ever have a window closed and then you set up a video camera and then you open the window, like the picture's not gonna, is the picture gonna change or?
The picture will be faster. I posted in chat that thing about 2001, and that was the world record at the time. And just from cooling down the medium, so to me that destroys their longer path idea. They always have some explanation, but then you keep searching. The devil's always in the detail to debunk to make them come up with a different explanation or concede. But I think we know they'll never concede.
Well, they'll just go into they'll resort to, oh, I don't know, before ever saying that maybe what they think about light's wrong. They'll literally say, I don't know, we don't understand it, it's a wave and a particle, we just don't understand it. But we do understand it and know exactly what it is at the same time. So I really don't know what you can do with that.
But there's a question, an elephant in the room, like, so by firing one photon, okay, quote unquote, okay, and then firing multiple single photons, one after another, one at a time, and it's showing a wave pattern. Okay, it's diffracting or whatever you want to call it. It's interfering with itself. I mean, can they call that freaking anything legitimate? We know that it's focused light, collimated light. They're literally giving the smallest speck of light, collimated down to the finest they can get it, focused like the tightest they can get it, and acting like that's proves a photon. That's insane, man. Am I alone in that? The way I described it was it's a little piece of the light wave. You know, they focus it down, and it's just a tiny little piece of the wave interacting with the plate. It's a discrete chunk of the wave.
I didn't know waves had discrete chunks. Could you please demonstrate?
No, I was just kind of joking, man. Like a discrete chunk, like that's all that's hitting the plate, you know, because it's you know, because it's focused down, it's collimated down. So they got a laser. Good.
I've actually been honestly trying to think about this. So bear with me. The claim is light is not a particle nor a wave. Okay, but somehow we can perceive sharpness and detail. Okay, which means there has to be something connecting, like I'm looking at a lock on a door. So that gives me a discrete visualization in my eye of that door. And so if it's not a particle, and it's not a wave, the only another option would be it's some sort of string that's connected between my eye and the door to be able to give me some kind of distinction between color, shape, size, all of that. So are you saying the so-called ether is some form of bunch of strings connecting all things?
That'd be one way to describe it, but I don't think string is good because you can't really collimate or focus a string. Like say when he uses like a water wave, just for a crude example, like I could focus the water on the one teeny little freaking point where just a speck comes out, but it's still a piece of the wave. They describe it as a particle, not just behaving like one. They give it momentum, and so by giving it momentum, you know, means it has to have mass. They say it has zero rest mass, but when it's in motion, all of a sudden it's supposed to have mass, but it has momentum and just because it has a physical impact, or to me, I'd call it an interaction with the plate. So there's easily two obvious ways to describe it, right?
Oh, I thought somebody else was talking. Yeah. See, that's the thing. I think when you start talking about collimation or induction or anything like that, what is keeping the information that I'm receiving into my eye, and I'm just using that term more colloquially, to be able to distinguish things that I'm observing? Because it's almost like I'm getting information that my brain is processing into an image.
Say that again.
It's a medium, dude.
It's like I'm getting bits of information in my eye as an image on the back of my retina, just showing me that there's something out there. And it's almost seemed like there's discrete elements to that. Because a wave would not do that. A wave would be spread out of back of my eye, I would not be able to discern anything. When you're saying it's not a particle.
Sorry.
No, a wave would spread out. All of our experiences of a wave is spread out. Something has to be keeping that information tightly connected between my eye and what I'm looking at. What is that?
Yeah, but waves they don't they join and they interfere with each other, meaning they totally join and then leave a spot with no wave at all. You know what Austin would call like or Steinmetz or we call the dielectric. It's let me.
The dielectric field intersects the magnetic field, and where it intersects, they call that the photon, but it's just an event. It's not like a physical entity, an individual entity. It's like if you laid two strings of spaghetti over each other where they intersected, and then you pointed at where they intersect and said, look, there's a little physical ball there. I'd be like, what? It's just like an event. And by the way, we don't actually understand how the eye works very well at all.
You don't actually understand, Witz. There's a difference.
Wait, no, he's doing a good job of describing it, but heat also, heat hits your retina. And,
you don't actually understand.
Bring in the gnome.
Does heat have to be a particle?
Here comes the gnome.
Anyway, so I would say heat is a good description. So heat hits your retina, Paul, so it is a medium. I mean, if you try and take a torch directly to water, it don't even heat up. Like when they say that water boils at such and such degrees, I could take a 2,000 degree torch and blast it on water, and you could be right underneath it and not even get hot. You could be an inch underneath the water. You can't boil it with just that heat. It's got to
Wait,
transfer
real
somehow.
fast, real fast.
Go ahead.
Is RC saying that you fully understand it? RC, are you saying you fully understand quantum mechanics?
No, what I'm saying is that you don't understand anything of it, and so you're saying that no one understands anything.
I'm asking you straight up, do you understand quantum mechanics?
He said no.
He didn't say no, he said I didn't. He didn't answer. I'm asking him if he understands.
But here's the thing.
Okay,
Keep
I'm
in
just
mind.
gonna.
Oh, I thought he said
Yeah,
What
and
about
now he's
what?
not even answering. Now he's not even fucking answering. Get this fucking gnome out
You
of
haven't
here.
shut your shit-eating mouth for 3 seconds. I'm gonna
Let
be
him
an
answer.
adult and wait until you're done
Okay.
shitting yourself.
Yeah,
Now,
Do you
when you're done
whatever,
understand
talking,
man.
then I'll
quantum
answer you.
mechanics?
Whatever, gnome boy.
No,
Just let
not
him answer.
whatever. When Witsit is done
Travis.
talking, I'll answer him. So Witsit, finish your spew, and then I'll answer.
Do you understand quantum mechanics?
I understand things about quantum mechanics.
Yeah, Richard Feynman says anyone that claims they understand quantum mechanics is either lying or stupid. Because it
Cool,
claim
and that's why I said I understand things about quantum mechanics. There are things that I don't know about quantum mechanics. There are things that no one knows, but there are some things that we do know about quantum.
yeah, so like it elucidated all kinds of things we don't know. That's what quantum mechanics is. Like wave particle duality can't be accurate because it can't literally be both a wave and a
It can
particle.
be accurate in your pea brain mind.
No. According to Richard Feynman and many other
Okay.
people, you're just using
And
ad
here
homs.
comes the gnome. Here comes the
Go ahead.
gnome with the
I
ad
know,
homs.
Travis.
Go
You can't
ahead and
answer.
ad
Travis,
hom.
Travis,
that
you
ain't
get it?
helping,
See,
Travis.
you have your
Oh,
trolls.
really? So he can
You have
say
your
to
trolls.
Austin he
You
has
have
a
your
pea
trolls
brain,
actually
right?
responding rather
Right?
than
Pea brain.
addressing the argument. So,
I know. Let's not
here's the deal. Here's what
RC.
I
Let's
need you to
not personally.
succinctly say. Hold up, Witsit.
Do
Here's
you
what I need
hear him,
you to
Jeremy? I
say.
mean,
What about
we
wave
were in a
particle
civil
duality is incorrect?
conversation. RC's come in twice and destroyed it.
Witsit. No. Witsit. What?
He called
Okay.
me a
What are
name,
the things?
dickhead, I believe it was,
I
while he
know.
was here
Yes.
for like
It
2
was Dick
seconds.
Weed. It was Dick Weeds.
And now he's talking over Jeremy and everybody else in this
So
high
Witsit.
octane
Okay, just
voice,
everyone relax.
calling
Everyone relax.
us
Let's not do
I'm
the.
relaxed.
triggered.
I'd like
All
to
right,
know
I
from
know. Just relax. Let's not do the name calling. All right, we got plenty of time. Let's slow down. Go ahead,
Time him
RC.
out.
Witsit. Help
Go
me.
ahead,
Witsit, help
RC.
me out here. What is incorrect about wave particle duality, and how do you know?
Yeah, because dualities cannot exist in nature. Something cannot simultaneously be two contradictory things. So that shows us that obviously our current denotation of light is incorrect or incomplete at best, because you
Tell
can't
me
have
how you
duality
know.
in nature.
Tell me
Something
how
can't
you
be
know.
two contradictory things simultaneously. That's just common sense.
How do you know a wave and a particle are contradictory?
Can you
Because
transfer heat without a medium?
right.
well, that's
So it's
crap, man.
Go ahead,
so
Witsit. I'm
yeah.
waiting. How do you know?
Okay, I just explained. Something
No, you
can't
didn't. You said it's
simultaneously.
not.
Something cannot simultaneously be two contradictory things. That doesn't
You
even
know
make sense. What?
How do you know they are contradictory?
Because waves
Just explain
and
it.
particles are different things. Okay. In addition, waves aren't really things in and of themselves. Like that's just a type of movement. In quantum, it's called like wave probability.
As a general rule, most of quantum mechanics is kind of fuzzy anyway.
Okay,
Yeah.
nobody's answered my question. Okay, so Witsit, I'm going to try one more time. Okay, how do you know that waves and particles are contradictory or
By
mutually
definition, bro.
exclusive things?
He just
Hey,
answered you.
Witsit.
By
Chill
definition,
out,
bro.
man. Stop talking. So, how do you know that they are mutually exclusive things?
Yeah, because they have different characteristics. They're intrinsically defined as different things. And if you want to get specific, it's actually wave probability distribution. It's just a mathematical convention to describe the movement. So it's not like waves aren't things, right? It's just a type of movement. You have to have a medium to have a wave, and they're just intrinsically different. You know?
Can physical things move in waves or be propagated in waves?
Sure.
Great. So now that we have established they are not mutually exclusive things, why do you think that they are mutually exclusive things with photons?
Yeah, you still don't understand. So there are times where it doesn't act like a particle, quote unquote, and it acts like a wave. The problem is waves aren't things. So like when you get your interference pattern and the double slit, right? They say, oh, it's behaving like a wave there. right? But waves aren't actually things. So wave has to be some type of movement of something. So a photon can't be a particle and a wave at the same time, but sometimes just a particle and sometimes just a wave. That doesn't make sense. It's contradictory, double speaking nonsense.
Can water move as a wave and a particle at the same time?
Can it become just a wave?
Yeah, that's a good point.
Can it become
So
just a wave?
now that I've shown you with the most
You're not
simple
going to answer
example,
that.
Answer the question, bro. Don't be dishonest. Answer Winston's question.
You can freak out after. You can freak out after.
No,
But let me
I'm not
say.
freaking out. I just explained why you're
Stop
wrong.
talking over me then, and calm your tits. So now
You're
that
the only
we've
one
already
screaming
established,
like a little
now
girl.
that we have established that things
Can
We
we
haven't
just all
established
agree that
nothing,
that's
bro.
got
You're
to be the
dodging the
dumbest?
question because you haven't
I
established it.
know.
Can we all
Wait,
just
let
agree
him
that's got to
say
be
it.
the stupidest thing to say?
Keep
Calm your tits. Like, who says calm your tits?
freaking
Like, where did
out
that
with
even
it.
come from?
Not helping
Travis,
your
guys,
Just
guys,
let him
hold on,
finish.
RC. RC, this is me clearing the floor for you. Can you guys hear me? Guys,
Yeah,
what are you doing? What are you
I
doing,
agree.
guys?
He keeps interrupting me, Jeremy. I'm literally just saying.
Go ahead,
Sorry,
RC.
man.
RC,
I
go
go
ahead.
on mute every
RC, go
single time
ahead.
I stop speaking. Thank you. So now that we've established that things can indeed be propagated in waves, even when they are particles, tell me, Whitsit, why you think that a photon must be mutually exclusive.
Okay, so you still aren't listening to me. I'll just have to repeat myself for the third time. So I already told you that, yeah, sure, something physical can propagate in a wave-like movement, but quantum claims that sometimes it acts like a wave and sometimes it acts like a particle, as in at different times they act like different things. There are observations where it can't be a particle. It's in this wave form, not a particle. So it's not the same as saying, oh, I'm waving my hand, because they claim sometimes that it's not a particle, it's just a wave. And waves aren't things, they're just types of movement. You must have a medium to be waving.
Okay, that's your claim. The reality is that you're trying to prove to me that they are mutually exclusive. You're simply saying they don't seem to be mutually exclusive, but I think that they have to be, therefore it is. Nah, dude. Okay, so
Not what I
now
said.
you
So
need to show me why they are mutually, not just make the claim again that they are because Witsit thinks so. Tell me why they're mutually exclusive.
Why would it be called a duality, bro? Why would it be called a duality if they're not different?
what he doesn't
I haven't
understand.
answered my question, but I'll wait, Witsit.
I've answered it 3 times. So you're just embarrassing yourself. So sometimes they claim
You
that
haven't
it's
answered it
not
once, Witsit. We haven't answered it once, Witsit. And
Bro, he
even though
said by definition, bro.
even though you keep repeating your same damn definition, everybody else here realizes you're full of shit. Have fun.
Don't include me in that. That's why I piped in earlier because you said we. Don't include me in your we and your everybody else.
Okay, so sometimes they claim it isn't a particle, right? So that means that it can change states from a wave to a particle, and sometimes it acts like both of them at the same time. This is a problem because that cannot be true. If you're properly defining what light is, you can't say, oh, well, sometimes it's this, sometimes it's that, sometimes it's both. They're
How do you know it
different
can't
things.
be true? Hey, how do you know it can't be true?
Well, can you offer evidence for that? Because if it,
Yes.
I explained why. I explained why. Stop interrupting me, dude. So I explained why. So you can go on your little bullshit tirade about how you won when you're literally getting intellectually eviscerated. I said it can't be the same thing because a wave. Listen carefully. Pull your crayons out. A wave isn't a thing in and of itself. It's a type of movement.
Says who?
So you must have. Can you give me
Says
one
who?
example in all of existence without begging the question of a wave without it being a medium?
Yeah, you're already begging the question. You're making a claim and not supporting it.
Bro, it's defined. He's giving you the definition, and you're arguing.
Every wave in all of existence, every wave in all existence, water, a towel, your hand,
Incorrect.
A knuckleball, anything that you throw, anything that waves, it's something waving.
Wait,
so you
can I clarify something just for a minute? I have just a clarification, Austin. Austin, I have a clarification. Is RC Meisty saying that a thing can be A and not A at the same time?
Yes.
So he's violating a law of logic.
Non-contradiction.
Yeah, non-contradiction.
Care to
I
justify
did
that,
not say.
RC?
Hey, hold up. I did not say that. What I said is a thing can be A and it can be B. I did not say that it's A and not A. Witsit is claiming that a wave can never be a
Okay,
particle.
okay. Then I have a
Can
question for you,
Hey,
RC.
hush your mouth, and then you can talk. I will finish, and then you can
Dude is
talk.
such a gamma,
No,
dude.
hey, hold up.
This
I
dude
can
is a
finish.
complete
No,
douchebag, man.
Guys,
no.
yo, first of all,
Jeremy,
no name
here's
calling.
Wait, I have
Hold
a
on,
question.
man.
Jeremy,
I
Yo,
have a
all right,
Oh, no
follow-up
name
question.
calling.
everyone
I can
stop.
just.
this
This guy can
You
do
hear
it.
Jeremy
Stop
talking.
talking, RC.
All right.
Talking.
So
Don't do the name
there.
call. RC, hold on 1 second. You're gonna go next. Hold on. Guys, stop with the name calling, please. And let RC finish. Why can't RC finish? Go
But he
ahead,
can call
RC.
everyone names. Yeah,
So
for sure.
because
Don't no, RC, don't
my
call
claim.
names.
Oh my
Nobody's calling
gosh.
anyone names. Anyone names. Go
So
ahead, RC.
because I am not saying that it is A and not A. I am saying that it is A and B, duality, right?
Yeah, you said that already.
Winston is saying that it is an A. Chill out.
What the fuck, man?
So what I'm saying is that it is not A and not A. I'm saying it's A and B. Winston is claiming if A, it cannot be B. I'm saying, tell me how you know if it's A, it cannot be
No,
B.
no. I have a clarification question now. RC, when you say it can be A and B, is A equal to B?
No, they have different characteristics.
Okay, so is B non-A?
B not A? No, that's not what I
No. Let me say it again. I'll try to be clear. Is B non-A?
Non-A? No, that's not what I said.
Okay, so just to be clear, because I'm trying to understand your logic, you are not saying a thing can be A and not A. You are saying a thing can be A and B. And my question is it when it's B, is it not A?
Did you hear me say that? I already told you no.
So okay,
Well,
so
that's what
how are
quantum
you?
claims.
Okay, so wait. So how are you distinguishing between a thing being A and B? How is it different when it's B?
In the quantum world, it's when it's observed. It's called
Okay.
duality, and then it's black.
Again, to me, again at this point, I'm still here. When a thing is B, it's not A. I still hear contradictions, though.
That's not what I said.
Light cannot be
Okay,
bisexual.
so
I know that's what you think.
waves are types of movement, right? So like you can make your bed and then you can wave your sheet, or you can have a wave of water, right? You can't reach into the water and pull a wave out. It's just the movement of the water. You can wave your hand, but I can't hand you a wave, right? Because it's a type of movement. So light cannot be a wave because that's just a type of movement.
Incorrect.
Can you give me
So
one
it's
example in all of history?
a photon is A and B. It is a particle and a wave. You can observe it as a particle. You can observe the characteristics of a particle, only when it is being observed itself, and or when you're in a situation again. That would be the quantum eraser experiment that shows that it always exhibits and it propagates with the characteristics of B, and those propagation characteristics we can always review for the electromagnetic spectrum. And that's my entire point. It is A and it is B. Yes, it is dual. I'm not talking about
Can you
A,
give
not
me
B, not A. Chill out. I'm not talking about B non-A, B not B, A, B, C. No, I'm saying simply it is both these things. We can observe its particle characteristics under certain conditions, particularly when it is being observed, right? And the act of
We
doing
said
that,
neither.
actually observing it, allows you to see
can
those
you let him
characteristics.
finish?
Excuse me, which exists in a probability state that are inextricably linked to its wave function duality.
Okay, long way of not addressing the point, which is I said, can you give any example in all of nature other than begging this specific question of a wave being an individual entity, something in and of itself, because it's just a type of movement. And just so you know, they don't claim that it's always A and B. They claim that sometimes it's A, sometimes it's B, and sometimes it's both A and B. So that's the problem, because it can't just be a wave, because a wave is not a thing in and of itself. It is only a type of movement of something else. So can you give us any example in all of nature, without begging the question of light, where a wave is something in and of itself?
An observation is not begging the question. We observe it as A and B, as a particle and as a wave. That is not begging a question. And more specific, excuse me, Witsit, you can calm your tits and
What's
then
waving? When you observe that, what's waving?
Stop saying that. That is the stupidest thing to say. What the fuck?
And you can also
Guys.
sit your ass back down. Thank you. So, because
RC, try to be a little less hostile, though, will you?
Try to get a
You're not
girlfriend.
helping at all.
But what Witsit is saying is right.
He's got to
I know,
open
but
the floor
let
for
RC
other people to talk, right? He's got to open the floor.
What's
'cause
waving? What's waving when they observe it as a wave? What's waving?
Hold on a second, right? So, RC, got a question for you. What is quantitatively different within light when it's a wave and when it's a particle and when it's both?
It's quantitatively different. One is the wave function collapse. You actually end up getting a derivative of it once you observe it and you see it as its particle. You're actually going to get a derivative of it. Whereas when it's actually acting, it's propagating at its wave function, you're just going to see it you're going to see it as without the characteristic of that derivative. You're going to see it holistically.
So the wave function is just math. I'm asking about the light itself, right? So the wave function is just a mathematical description.
Not
So
just
aside from just the mathematical description changing,
No, that's not what I
what
said.
within light itself is quantitatively changing when it's
That's not what I said.
moving between a particle and a wave?
What's quantitatively different? One of the things is the time. Yeah, the time and the space that the energy is expressed in is one of them. So it's time and it's space. It's actually they're going to be different. And one of the instances it's going to be a propagation spectrum. The other one it's going to be like finite and actually have a position.
All right. Okay. We don't let you get away with this. So, is there any other scenario in all of nature where?
I already told you.
Is there any other scenario where a wave is a thing in and of itself?
There is no other thing in nature like light.
Okay, so it's the only thing. It's the anomaly. It's the one thing where.
It's not an anomaly. It's an observation.
Well, it's anomalous to all of other nature. Now we don't observe a wave traveling.
It's anomalous. There's nothing anomalous about this observation.
Calm down. You're interrupting. So you cry about interrupting. And you constantly interrupt, right? So,
I'm not crying.
So stop interrupting me. So now in the double slit, they claim that they're shooting a particle and that they get a wave interference pattern. So when they get a wave interference pattern in the double slit, is it a particle, a wave, or is it both?
When they get an interference pattern with it? The interference pattern is one of the characteristics of B, the wave.
So it's just a wave in that moment?
I did not say just a wave. What I said was the interference pattern is a characteristic of a wave. You don't have like you trying to dichotomize both of them is your entire argument, not a proof of anything.
No.
In fact,
they have to say it's going in
just showing the observation that indeed there is a diffraction pattern there shows that, wait a minute, this has wave characteristics. Excellent.
There's never not a diffraction pattern. I've challenged somebody to show me the particle shape on the backboard. I ain't never seen it. It's always diffraction in real life when you use a laser. But can you explain I wanted to point out this is the forbidden transition state. The forbidden. You know what? Go ahead, Austin. Go ahead.
Okay, so this is the point. I think it's funny. You don't think what he's saying is funny, Leftlane. So that's hilarious.
He's getting confused on that description.
Yeah. I asked a very specific question, and you're using sophistry to avoid answering it directly.
I'm not getting any.
Now you're interrupting me. So I said, when you shoot the light, quote unquote, during a double slit, and you get an interference pattern, is it a wave, a particle, or is it both?
And it's not sophistry to say a diffraction pattern is a characteristic of a wave. I'm being ultra specific because I'm being accurate.
Is it a wave, particle, or both?
It's both. But the
Okay, it's both.
diffraction pattern, hold up. The diffraction pattern is the characteristic of one of its dual states, the wave part of it.
But it is still a photon at that time, right?
Yeah, behaving like a wave.
Right. Okay. So if that's the case, so if I shoot a single photon at the slit, how does the photon give us a wave? Does one photon go through both slits simultaneously and then collide with itself?
No, what it does is it exists in a probability state. That probability state can be described with its wave functionality. And because of that, you can see this wave characteristic, and it behaves like a wave, creating a diffraction pattern. This is
So
not
it's a tiny piece of a wave, you're
So
saying.
once again,
What's
does
waving
the
though?
single photon...
I didn't say piece of a wave. I said it is behaving like the wave that is part of its identity.
Okay, so you're describing a probability distribution function, but I'm talking, that's a mathematical construct, right? We're talking about in reality, does the single photon go through both slits and collide with itself? Yes or no?
It's in a probability distribution. It's not a yes or no. If you saw it go through, then it went through.
Is it possible that it could go through both slits at the same time? Could a single photon go through both slits at the same time?
Can't go through both slits at the same time, but this probability state can essentially make it so that it did go through, but when it collapsed, through one.
So it can't go through both, but its different state can make it where it essentially can go through both slits at the same time?
Sophistry.
Travis, please. Why does the wave pattern? Real quick question. Why do you get the wave pattern? What's happening to turn into a wave?
Yeah, because that photon as it is propagating as a wave, and when it hits that slit, it is diffracting just like a wave does, because the way that it is traveling in this wave function do that when it goes.
Okay, but this is the problem. So if you have like a wave in the ocean and then you have a rock, right? And the wave hits the rock, it's going to split up and then it's going to merge back together on the other side of the rock, right? And you're going to get an interference pattern. But when we have a single photon allegedly traveling to this double slit, how is it going to split up and then come back around and collide with itself if it's a physical particle?
Because the way that it travels and that it propagates is not like any other little ball that you try to represent it as. It's not a rock and it's not water. It's light.
So it splits into
Well, haven't they done this?
Excuse me. And because of that, waves, for example, water does not exist in a wave particle duality, right? Like light does, whereas light does indeed exist in this wave particle.
So it interferes with itself then, right? Interferes with itself. That's basically what you're saying.
All right, so here's the question. Does it turn...
The way that it is propagating allows it to have this expression, which is a diffraction.
Allows it to have this expression. Okay, so does it split into two photons or not?
No.
Oh, so it just goes through one slit then.
In which example? There are a couple of different split experiments. Like with double slit experiment, there are a couple. Which instance? What example are you talking about?
Yeah, the typical double slit where they claim they shoot one single photon, right? So if you shoot one single photon, does the photon go through one of the slits or does it go through both of the slits?
And just when you shoot one photon, again, you need to give me which of the versions of the double slit experiment. There are a lot of versions.
Remote control shyster, it is.
Or we could sum it down. Can light
if anyone wants to
not diffract?
Nobody interrupt to throw in jabs or talk shit, please. Let what's an NRC, like if you had something good to add, go ahead, but if you're just going to talk shit, don't bother.
Quick question, can light ever not diffract?
Oh my gosh.
Flat earthers need to work on their tact, man. Like when you have your opponent where you can't answer a question, you don't come up with another question that they can run away with.
That's another.
I'm trying to pin him down. I'm trying to pin him down, man. And I agree with that, though. I witnessed that all the time. But
my question is, why have a conversation with someone who's never going to answer your question?
I answered your question with the most specificity.
Good point, Travis.
With even more specificity than you asked for, so that I could not be misunderstood. And the only thing you can think to do is ignore what I say to say what you want me to.
No,
Well,
I know your
answer that.
position.
Can light ever not diffract?
Answer RC if you don't mind. Brian's question.
Google intensify.
Who am I talking to Witsit right now, or am I like taking the random shouted out
Well,
question?
Jeremy said if we had something quick to ask,
shouldn't be allowed here.
I just
I
asked.
think it's pretty
I just
obvious that
asked.
he can't debate me on this, though, so I don't know why we would. And you can give me a couple more minutes.
I already completely destroyed you on this one because
I
you're
just want
trying
an
to
example of light
already
not
debated-
diffract.
You
Oh
debated.
my gosh! Hey, like seriously, if you guys cannot control yourselves, for the love of all good and holy. So,
Just trying to get a quick question in, RC. I'm not trying to interrupt.
You guys have fun.
No, hold on, RC.
now you
Hold
gave him
on,
an
bro.
excuse to leave.
If you gotta claim that you destroyed your own opponent, you didn't destroy your own opponent, man. Oh my God, why do we do this? Why?
Because well, the reason I was engaging is it's going to elucidate the insanity of that position, and hopefully flat earthers will take note that they need to stop pushing this like Einsteinian quantum definition of light because it makes us look dumb.
Well, I mean, I'd rather have this conversation with someone like Paul, who at least is going to possibly take a quantum, approach. Where Paul, I feel, is going to give you honest answers. Not the sophistry that we just witnessed, like you said, man.
Yeah, Paul is a truther, as we know. RC Meister is a shyster, as we know that as well.
Pete, what are you doing? Don't
we don't need to
personal
attack.
attacks.
We're trying to get to serious conversation. That's
No, we're not trying to do anything. What I'm trying to do is get people to not personally attack or name call or whatever you just did.
What did I do?
Anyway, I played around with lasers.
Call them a shyster.
It always diffracts,
You
guys.
called RC a shyster. Is what
Is
you
that
just
not
did.
his name?
Do you
Remote
not know what
control
you're saying?
shyster?
Do you not know what
Pete.
the words you're even using, Pete?
Yes, I thought that was his name. Remote control shyster, RC shyster.
It's nice.
Yeah.
Okay, so I read off.
Hold on.
earlier-
Every time I've
say-
ever did a laser, it always diffracts, guys. Always. Get a laser, get your 2 needles. You could use a piece of wire. There's multiple ways to do it, but it always diffracts. That's why I asked him, can anybody give me an example of light not diffracting? Because that's what would have to happen. And that I think they will always dodge that question, man. Always. Because they can't demonstrate it. They say they observe something, but no, you don't. You don't ever see a single dot when passing through something like that.
We'll
You
say
can take
that's
a
how
laser-
cameras work, right? They'll say that like a camera gets a single quote unquote impact at a time to render an image. And it's not
after they focused it down into a laser, they've collimated the light, but they've artificially purposed it to do that. But with that impossible path thing I was talking about, it's with the it's the fluorescence, and they're trying to explain why the phosphorus or whatever stays lit, because they say that the light drops down to the low energy state, or after it gets excited and releases the photon, but this lingers. So their explanation is that term that I told y'all earlier, the impossible transition method or something, man, but it has to linger. They say that it can't drop down the same path it came from. That's literally their explanation, that the photon can't, or the electron can't drop down the same path that it came up from. That's the literal terms. I'm gonna post something and timestamp it so he'll describe it better than I'm
Brian, how does
doing.
that help you, bud? How does that help you, Brian? Isn't that all gobbledygook? And it's an associate with a spinning ball Earth in terms of an explanation we know is all an exercise in fantastical thinking. So how does
I'm not doing a very good job of pointing it out, but that's what I try and point out is the obvious gobbledygook, and I'm not doing a very good job of it. So I'm gonna
but here's my point, that we can't, once we recognize it's gobbledygook, if you throw it out, then it's more fool you, because it's there for decoding, because we understand that the greater script that we were presented from birth was always fabricated. This is my point. Well, can I ask you a question, Brian? Refraction. There's a term that's developed around a spinning ball Earth model, which deny an extended plane, and of course it would be defined differently. But what is your understanding of how it is officially defined in a ball Earth sense, and what it actually might be? I think that's a good question.
Yeah, that is a good question, man. That's the $1 million question. It depends on who I'm debating with. I try and relate to whoever I'm debating with and their explanation of it. But really, I think Travis pretty much outlines it as good or better than anybody has. Myself.
Can I say the ballers have a great point? If we take it that we're all on a quest as mankind to develop a working model as close as we can reckon to reality as the mind of man can conjure up, at least we can say that the ballers have a very, very detailed and you might say coherent in a sense model. It's there for everyone to sort of participate in and appreciate. And when they say, what's your model? This is the point. Flat earthers don't in general have a model, but here's my point. I'm sorry for going on about it, but yes,
yeah, think about this
if
though,
there's
man.
a truth to be gleaned, Brian, this is my point. If there's a truth to be gleaned, then we have to understand that we can't throw out the baby with the bathwater. We have to decode what's given to us already. That's all.
I agree with all that, man. But oh my God, I just figured out a way to describe this. So the phosphorus, they have to describe it as photons. Okay, the glow in the dark shit that lingers on and on and on. They have to keep it in their frame of electrons and photons, so they have to describe it as such. And the reason they say it lingers is because it can't find a pathway back down. So it's still a particle. It's still an electron, emitting a photon, but it doesn't drop down. It stays. I mean, it's ridiculous, man. I still didn't do a good job. And now I'm.
Can I ask my question? I'm sorry, I thought you were done. Can I ask my question again? I really don't think it was really fully answered. And this is with the people that believe in ether. So I'm honestly trying to think it through. What keeps the information contained when I'm trying to see something? When I can just see discrete details and color and sharpness? If it's not a wave and it's not a particle, what is containing that agitation of the ether so that I can distinguish features in the environment?
What's containing it? So what they call the photon is the intersecting point of the dielectric and the magnetic oscillating field lines. I've already explained that.
What's it? I'm not talking about.
You, right? And
I'm not. No. Hold on a second. No, he was giving me what somebody else says. What they say.
He might
what somebody else
is what I say. Yeah.
Okay. So you're saying there's something contains that information from the tree I'm looking at. I can see an individual leaf, and I can see the sharpness of that leaf, and I can.
Not about questions here.
What are you talking about? Contain? You may have went out. I don't know if you went out.
Yeah, you dropped.
Yeah, talking about contains the information. Like basically, we were doing.
Wait. I'm trying to find terminology to describe what I'm saying. Okay. A wave when a wave hits when I stick my finger in the water, it spreads out. When it hits the shore, the wave spreads out across the shore. Okay. Yeah. So you're saying it's not that. It's not what light is. Okay. You're saying it's not a particle. Okay. So that means that information from what the standard quantum or standard physics says, there's this particular chunk of information, has a frequency, has a color, or whatever you want to call it, that hits the retina in my eye. It gives me a discrete sharpness and imagery. What is causing that to go from the tree or the sun or light source to my eye to be able to see discrete things? What is the cause of that? And the things you're describing, I have no idea what you're talking about.
A background, bro.
What I know of it.
A medium. There's got to be a medium. Think of heat. Heat is also energy.
I heard you say heat earlier. Let me respond to him first. You said heat earlier.
Answer yet, Paul. You got your question out, for God's sake.
No, it's not. It's not sufficient.
Right.
Heat does not. Hold on a second. Heat is not sufficient. Heat is not sufficient.
Listen,
I can stick my hand, and the heat of the source will spread across my hand.
You got to have a medium, though, right?
Paul, 1 second. Can you guys hear me?
I think. Yeah, I can hear me. Go ahead.
Okay, listen. Paul's the only one taking an opposing view on this, so he's probably going to want to respond. And the Globers, too. When the Globers come in here, they're going to want to respond to the thing the person said. So if like 2 people want to go, or then three people taking the stance, you're going against one person. They can't respond to it all. Just let one guy go. Just pick someone.
Okay, we're back in play school. Off you go, Paul.
Not you, Pete. Not you. Anyway, doesn't heat need a medium? So everything needs a medium, right? Heat included, right?
Okay, I'm right now. Okay, within the medium. Okay, be more specific. What is containing the information to give me a discrete chunk of that information through the medium instead of it spreading out like an agitation in the medium? Like that's why I said earlier, which I don't know, probably nobody heard me. It would almost like there's a string that it gives me just that one little connection to that one aspect to give me be able to discern discrete things. It's like a tapestry. The different tapestry on the thing will give you a picture of whatever you're trying to do by changing the color, whatever you're doing. I'm trying to ask the question, what within the medium is allowing me to perceive discrete chunks of information?
Yeah.
The medium itself. The excited medium.
How?
Just like heat. That's why I keep saying heat.
Heat.
I can't describe it any better. It transfers
heat
through a
is
medium.
different. Okay, it may be transmitting, that's fine. But when you use the word heat, like right now, I feel the heat of the sun. The heat of the sun is spread across my face. Okay? It's not discrete. It's not a chunk.
Your retina. It's hitting your retina, right?
The heat, okay. Okay. Yes, the light is hitting my eye.
No, heat. I'm talking about heat. Heat's hitting your
Heat
retina.
is hitting my eye. Nobody's understanding the nature of my question. Can somebody help me?
Well, I'm not allowed to talk, so I don't know. I'm not.
No, go ahead. I'll back off. I'll back off.
Go ahead, Whitsett.
Okay, so yeah, we have certain frequencies. Okay, so when we say light's neither a wave nor a particle, we're saying like a wave isn't a thing in itself. So if you just say light is a wave, it doesn't define what light is because it has to be something that's waving. But it has that type of movement, an oscillation, a vibration, right? And so based on the pattern of oscillation, then you're able to render certain images. And actually, one of the primary ways that we've defined how the eyes work is assuming that there's a physical photon that comes and hits your eyes. And if you actually look into it, the mechanism of the eyes, it's well known that we do not fully understand the eyes at all. So, but the answer is that there is a dielectric oscillation, there's a magnetic oscillation, and these intersect with each other in a coaxial circuit, a very compressed. Like how compressed it is relative to the coherency of the light source, quote unquote, right? So the disturbance has a certain like pattern or compression, and then you're just seeing that frequency or vibration, and your eyes are clearly engineered to perceive vibration. Right, so that's what it is. You have a material. You don't see light unless you have matter. So you're seeing the interaction with that disturbance with the matter.
That's difficult.
Okay, okay, that's fine. But see that's like I'm trying to visualize it somehow. Hold on a second. I'm trying to visualize what you're saying, and I'm having the hardest time ever. Okay, because you're a dialectic cross section, this intersection, this, that, and the other thing. I mean, I'm just asking about a simple observation, simple understanding. I look at a tree. I look at my truck. I can see a scratch on my truck, a small scratch. Okay, it's very discreet, very very fine. Okay, how does that work? Me being able to discern discrete data, like the color green, the scratch, within the medium. Now, everything you're saying. I mean, it's still, I don't, there's not an explanation. You can say it is, but it's not.
Okay.
Because I cannot visualize what you're saying.
Making stuff up at this point.
I'm not making stuff up. Okay. I'm not making stuff up. I'm telling you, I cannot visualize. I cannot visualize what you're describing. How am I making this up?
Well, what I'm
saying is I can't visualize what you're describing.
You think you already know the answer. Real quick? You're not actually asking the question to learn the answer. You think you already know the answer.
Wait, Paul, hold on.
I'm asking you. Okay.
Hold on, just real quick. Is there anyone else? Can we do a tag team for Paul and Whitsett? Is there anyone else who is where Paul is, who can take over for him and try to repackage what he's saying? Because I think that might be an interesting segue, right? Because I don't.
It would help if we knew what he thought. He won't tell us.
No. That's what Hold on. That's what I'm asking for. Is there someone in this channel right now who's listening to this, who's right with Paul, knows exactly where he's at, to pick up the baton?
I understand.
I like Paul's approach and his specificity of his inquiry.
Hang on a second, please.
Wait.
I understand Paul's question.
Okay, so okay. Well, to be honest,
answered it.
well, okay, but to be honest, Howard spoke up first. So Howard, why don't you
No,
pretend you're pretend you're Paul.
I like Paul's.
Great, pretend you're Paul.
Well, what didn't he understand about it? Austin simplified it, and we want to know what didn't he understand about it. Maybe you can add clarity because everybody else he simplified it. I mean, Austin, let's see what you said at the very end.
He's asking if you can reword it because they're saying you said it was specificity. He's using the word contained. He's saying what contains the information so that I can see discrete, whatever. Discrete characteristics.
Well, don't say whatever Wit said.
Well, here's the thing.
That is what he's
Your
saying.
language
Hold on
was
a
very
second.
specific.
Well, the reason I gave that information because that's how I perceive the world. I don't perceive the world as a clump of just here's like a splash of paint across my face. I don't perceive it that way. I perceive colors, shapes, edges. I perceive those things. That's my perception, and I'm trying to say it's sharp and it's crisp and it's clear.
Let me give him an answer.
That's fine. It's wavelength.
You're like
so what's
Goodwill
containing the
Hunting.
wavelength? How is it contained? It's a wavelength implies a wave. Hold on a second. A wavelength implies a wave, and you've already said that it's not a wave. A wave will spread out. So you're saying it's not a wave, but a wavelength implies a wave because it has the very word in it of a wave, but you're saying it's not that.
Okay, Paul.
You're answering your own question,
Paul.
right? You're answering your own question, bro. It's what.
Oh man, there's no way that we can get to the bottom of it. Let's be honest. Like, there's no way it's ever going to
Right
happen.
here.
This is very difficult.
Right here. This is exactly why we never get to the bottom of anything.
So I have an answer
Right
for
here.
Paul's question, and I apparently can't be heard.
I don't even know how you.
He was
can talk
talking to
right now. I
Witzy.
gave you an official warning.
Yeah, but
warning a minute ago. I don't even know how you can still talk.
I tried to. I tried to give us a. I tried to give us a
warning.
Come on, Pete. I tried to give us
muted as well as
Oh my god, I have stuff to do. So like,
yeah, well, listen, I mean, in all fairness, Austin, you've said goodbye like 10 times. Maybe
I think he's referring that
away.
to Pete, Travis. He's referring that to Pete, man. Pete, let
no, I'm saying that because Paul has been acting like he wants me to elucidate my point for weeks now. So now I'm trying to do it, but everyone who doesn't even, people that say, I don't know what it is, I don't even claim the ether, I don't actually know, they want to all just throw random words everywhere every single time the conversation's about to be had. Every time they just want to jump in and throw random words, but they're like, well, I actually don't know, and I don't claim this, but random words. So it's kind of frustrating because Paul's been asking me and adding me, and we have like a bit of a conversation over and over. And so I'm trying to address it with some clarity for just a couple minutes.
All right. How about everyone else stay muted? Let Paul and Witzel go back and forth, and Brian in particular. No offense, but if you could stay muted because you keep jumping in, which is
Roger that.
Yeah, I just respectfully, I'm just asking that. Yeah, just so they can go back and forth.
So for just a couple minutes, okay? If you look at the picture I dropped, that's a coaxial cable, okay? That's what light is. Where they're intersecting, that's the dielectric and the magnetic, the two different lines in the coaxial cable. They're intersecting, right? Now, how compressed it is, or how coherent, or how concentrated, it's based on the light source itself, right? Like lasers are more coherent. You're saying it'll spread out. Yeah, sure, a laser will spread out too, but it'll take a lot longer. So you're saying that because it'll spread out, you won't get any intricacy? But no, it's comprised of very little oscillations. It's like little tiny field lines oscillating and intersecting. And that's what you're perceiving, the interaction between the dielectric and the magnetic, right within that background. So that's why you're seeing it, and you can't see you don't see light without matter. So all you're seeing is that interaction of the oscillating field lines. And I dropped a picture so you can see it.
Okay, that's good. Okay, because I did mention that earlier. Because the only way I can see something, it would seem to be that there have to be some kind of connection, and I said the word string as an analogy between what I'm looking at and what I'm perceiving in my eye. But see, if you're using that term, you're calling it a field line, because I'm moving right now, I'm moving past the bush. The sharpness and clarity is still there. So it seems like I'm jumping from one line to the next. That's what you'd have to be arguing. And somehow there's lines of something coming off of that thing, hitting my eye. That's what you'd have to argue.
No.
That's what you're saying. That's what you're saying. You just said field line, so there has to be some kind of line carrying that information from the tree to my eye. There have to be.
Really? So
Yeah,
you're
it's
saying
being
there has to
discrete.
be a physical connection between whatever you're seeing and your eye. It has to physically reach out and touch your eye. So what you're doing is you're conflating the model of the photon over to some like predetermined prerequisite for vision, which is why I enlightened you that actually if you look into the science of the eye, it's well known we don't know how the eyes work. But I'm explaining you're just seeing certain oscillations or vibrations. Your eyes are engineered to perceive vibration, and you're having this interaction between the dielectric and the magnetic field. It's waving, but you can't say light's a wave in the sense that that's what it is, because a wave isn't something, right? It's just a type of movement of something else. So it's waving. You see different frequencies, different wavelengths, and that is relative to colors and what all you can see in the visible spectrum, right? So no, I don't agree with you that some string has to reach out and like poke your eye. I don't know where you got this idea. Can you give me some evidence of how that's actually required?
Okay, I'm doing what you do with it. I'm just looking because there's no scientific evidence for anything we're discussing here, and you've already admitted that. I'm trying to look at it logically. Now you see this is where the funny thing comes in. You actually say light is not a wave, but then you use a lot of wave terminology to describe it. That's which is interesting. And then I say, well, if it's not either one of those, there has to be something else. And I said, well, it has to be something has to be carrying that information from that location, because I'm looking at a garage right now. I'm out working. I'm at least 50 feet from me to the garage. Something is carrying that information of the color, shape of the door, the rocks, the roof on the house. Something's carrying that information to my eye.
Yeah, it's the
in a
background
direct path.
medium, which is what's required
Okay,
to
but it has
carry
to be
things.
contained. But see, if it's just like water's a medium, right? But if it's a wave, when you put wave in a water, it flows outward, right? And
Yeah,
it
if you
spreads
turn
across
light
the
off,
floor.
it dissipates. What's funny,
Okay.
if you shoot a laser, it goes out, it widens out. So like,
I'm not saying that. I'm not saying you're missing my point. You're saying it's not a wave. You're saying that, but then you use the word induction, which that's another issue. But it's inducted through the medium. It's being inducted through this medium between me and the light, between me and the garage door. Okay. Somehow it's been inducted. Okay.
saying
So
that about
something
the
is
wave.
keeping it like discrete information from, like I'm looking at a handle on the door. Something is keeping that information for that door handle contained to be able to see it instead of it being spread out across the world, being able to hit my eye.
Can we have an interaction real quick? I'm sorry. So, Paul, I think it was earlier today that Bandsaw actually verbalized a contrary perspective that I particularly hold as well. And he said it this way. What makes you think that object is acting like a projector, projecting these rays of string to your eye? So there are those of us who don't believe in that string theory of light. Like, I'm looking at things in front of me, and the reason why I can see them is because there's illumination. I'm looking across distance and seeing that thing 30 feet away from me. It's not traveling to my eye. So that would be the argument to have, is to say, you know, which one of us has the evidence for our view. You know, like, what evidence do you have that you can, like, there, again, I don't believe that there are rays of light. I don't believe there are strings of light. So, you know, I think that that's a fair comment to follow up on.
Yeah, so I mean, okay, there's a whole bunch of complexity that can get involved, right? Like Tesla would say it's like compression and rarefaction, right? And it's like this relationship between the two, and you have the dielectric oscillation, and then you have the magnetic oscillation. But like he said, there's just this presupposition there has to be something physically coming and touching you, just like he's elucidating. You can just look over a distance, you see something illuminated. Without the matter, you don't see it. And so that's really all there is to it. You have a background medium. I want to clarify this part, right? You're saying it's not a wave, but you keep using words that describe waves. So I've tried to state this clearly. So it waves as a verb. We have a waving motion, not traveling from point A to point B, but it's oscillating, it's vibrating, it's moving. That's how we characterize the different spectrum, electromagnetic radiation spectrum, right? So we have different wavelengths, quote unquote. These are conventions to describe motion, okay? Like, or how wide it oscillates or whatever. So it's not a wave, meaning a wave, like you can't say light is a wave. because a wave isn't actually something. Like, it's just a type of movement. So if light is a wave, you have to be saying light is a medium that's waving. So that's why we clarify that, because it's not like some individual entity you can reach out and grab that's undefined and we don't know what it's comprised of. It's just a wave, right? But it has wave-like properties. It moves like a wave. That's the difference that's not seeming to be grasped. It's not, oh, well, you can't use any type of word that describes that movement unless you claim light is a wave. That's a false dichotomy. And so that's what I'm trying to elucidate to you. And there's nothing physically reaching out and grabbing your eyeball. Like, that's not an actual requirement in nature. That's just some crazy materialistic idea that there are balls bouncing everywhere. So that's not real. I'll yield the floor because I know other people might want to talk. But I'm just, like, if you look at the picture I dropped, it's like a coaxial circuit, right? It's like how the light is, and it's just intersecting. It's wrapping around each other, and where it intersects, they call that a photon. But that's just like an event. It's just the dielectric intersecting with the magnetic. And like, what's funny is they'll say light's neither electric nor magnetic. It doesn't have a charge, and it doesn't have magnetic properties, and it doesn't react to charge, blah, blah, blah. But you can't have light without electromagnetism, right? Like, the electromagnetic radiation is always there. They claim that this magical particle, the photon, that's massless and pops into and out of existence magically, and we don't know where it goes and all this other stuff, and it knows, it transcends time and knows when you observe it, all this stuff, that it just travels through the air and then it just drags the electromagnetism that's already in the air with it. No, it just is the electromagnetism, okay? And then based on the disturbance, you perceive light relative to that disturbance or oscillation, vibration, frequency, whatever you want to call it. But that's just what's already there. It's not traveling from point A to point B. A wave isn't a thing in and of itself, so it has to be a medium that's waving. And then,
Right.
like I said, there's all kinds of different things that if you look into, you might explain. Like, if you look into like rarefaction and compression, so those are the opposites. It's like those things are going in and out, expanding and contracting effectively around each other.
If something's behaving like a wave, then something's got to be waving, and we know it works better in a vacuum without with less matter, for lack of better words. So there's got to be something waving. So that's the medium. It gets excited, and that's how, the same way that air gets excited with sound waves, and your ears pick it up. So the ether gets excited. I mean, it's just a good way to describe it. It explains so much if you stop and think about it and open up your mind a little bit. Because you can't have light without heat. Check, go ahead.
Like I said, I'll yield the. Look at this picture, right? So it's like the idea is that the disturbance itself is that the ripples there, like the quote unquote wave, but it's just waving of the medium, right? There has to be that water, there has to be the background medium, right? And then what they're calling a photon is this particle. I mean, is this drop that pops up out of the water. This is a little more crude. That's why I like the coaxial cable itself, but this is just to illuminate the difference, pun unintended. Like, the difference in, well, this isn't something, this is just the water. Like, that water drop is also the water. It's just kind of like, again, you have to look at the coaxial cable to really understand it, because it's where they intersect. At least that's how I understand it. So I hope it makes sense.
Well, with it, if you talk to any other glober other than RC, they'll say that light behaves like a wave. You know, they would use the proper terminology. I don't know why this guy's fighting you on that. Behaves like a wave, behaves like a particle. We always have to make that distinction and say behaves like it.
Right.
I would have a question for you. You say,
I don't know why he fought you with that.
You say light is affected by electromagnetic frequencies. Is that what you said?
Well, light is electromagnetic radiation.
Do we have to shield light against EMF noise?
We have to shield it.
Right, like in your standard like twisted wire copper cable, you shield it against noise by wrapping a cladding around it. You have to do that for fiber optics.
Sure.
Are you sure about that?
Oh, I don't know. I don't see the relevance of this. You can't have light without electromagnetic radiation. That's the point. Like they claim that the photon just travels through whatever medium it is, and then it drags the electromagnetism with it, basically. But it's separate, which is just insane. That's why if you look up what is light, it'll say electromagnetic radiation. Because you can't get light without having the electric and the magnetic. But they need a little particle to count.
I think we all know that the EMF spectrum incorporates light. We understand that. I do remember you refuting that like a few months ago, though, that light wasn't part of the EMF spectrum.
No. Hell no. I might have been challenging QE saying that light's not electric or magnetic. So, I mean, which is crazy talk, by the way.
I'd agree. It's crazy talk. It has to be.
Yeah.
They do say light's not affected by magnetism, right?
Let's say it doesn't have magnetic properties. Like if I look at a ferrocell, the light's clearly affected by magnetism. Like, you would say it's affected by the fluid, I suppose. Traveling through the fluid that's affected by the magnetism. But yeah, they say the photon doesn't have magnetic properties and that it doesn't have charge. But see, of course it doesn't, because it's not a real thing. So you could say photons don't have, and you could literally list everything that exists.
Everything.
Because it doesn't exist. You could say photons don't have hair, photons don't have vocal cords, photons don't have vibrations, or you can say anything.
They don't have mass.
Yeah, they don't have mass, exactly.
Well, they definitely have tinkered around with and affected, don't jump on me with it, but the speed of light with electromagnetism. They've definitely done that. They've definitely been able to alter it.
Yeah.
No, Witsit just said that they did that because of the fluid.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I just came back in.
Yeah, you just always have to throw the qualifier out there, because I've been getting like strawman to death for a month. Where if you use the word speed, they're like, they got you. They think they got the win or something. But you have to, it's a convention that quantifies the rate of perception or illumination, but it's not. Yeah, it does not traveling from point to point. So, yeah, it's like it's aphasia, right? Where we're suffering from aphasia. Shout out to Issa for using that word, but where we don't have a proper definition, defining of terms, we have an inability to understand and properly use terms. We have them all misdefined, so it's like this conversation requires intellectual honesty and good faith. That's why I had to disengage with the flat earthers coming at me for the most part, because it's like, if you don't have good faith, there's no way I can get my point across to you. Like, if you're not wanting to actually understand what I'm trying to say, like, we're screwed.
Yeah, that's the biggest drama, isn't it? With the getting bogged down in the definitions and all that sort of stuff, trying to trip people up all the time.
Yeah,
it's just not honest at all.
Right, and what's funny is they're saying that it's the Socratic method. Well, the Socratic method is properly defining terms so you can interact with each other, but it's supposed to be good faith, meaning like, well, you want to figure out how Jeremy's using this word so I can understand what he's trying to say, so I can actually understand the merit of his argument, and then I can attack his actual argument. That's what the Socratic method's about. It's like coming to an agreement on terms and what they're meaning or what they're being used as, so you can have a good faith conversation. The Socratic method is not a debate tactic. It's how you start the debate. It's to get to the debate. It isn't the debate. You know what I'm saying? Like,
that's right. It's being able to communicate your message clearly right from the start.
Yeah. If you're saying a word and I don't agree with the word, or I think it means a different thing, then how are we gonna move forward?
Well, but see, that's the other thing too, is that so many conversations I've had when we get to this point to where the opposition can only respond by, my question is based on a lack of good faith, is when they can't or either don't want to answer my question, right? Because it's like why are you afraid of me catching you out? All I'm trying to do is understand what you're saying so that I don't attack something you're not saying, right? So take it at face value that when I ask you a question, it's for clarity. I'm clarifying. And if you don't want to answer,
right?
yeah. And if you don't want to answer or you don't answer, you're the one in bad faith at that moment.
Yeah. That's why I described things, Travis, the other night, and I did it in Brandon's also too. Like the way they describe how we see. Like in my head, I have this image of movie projectors everywhere shooting this image towards me. You know, in photons, in waves, you know, wibbling and wobbling like all through the air. So I'm looking at movie projectors everywhere, and that's exactly how I see their explanation of how we see, and I don't agree with it at all.
That won't work with what I've put on the table as well. It wouldn't make sense with what I've shown.
I just don't understand if it's this physical particle carrying this information, and it's going in this 360-degree radius sphere all around every object. Then there's millions of objects out there. Like these would be like, how are they not colliding with each other?
Mm-hmm.
Is that
And
stupid
you should be able to wield a baseball bat and swing it in front of your face and knock these things all over the place.
Photons?
No.
Yeah.
Yeah, they don't adhere to the Pauli exclusion principle.
Of course they don't.
Baseball bat.
What's that mean?
It means that they can exist in the same place as another photon, for example.
Mm-hmm.
So you can have two objects in one place at one time?
Yeah.
Well, they're not. They're bosons, so bosons.
That's
Bosons
the
they
basic
can be in the same place.
Bosotons?
Yeah, so that's the basic
Isn't
principle
that a
behind
law?
the
Like two objects can't exist in the same
Yeah,
place?
right. Exactly. Right. Exactly what I was saying before. So when you completely depart away from logic and reason and create La La Land and create your own physics, then you can have bosotrons.
Yeah.
Osho, isn't there a law that says two objects can't occupy the same space at the same time?
Yeah, it's called the Pauli exclusion principle, and it doesn't apply to bosons.
And light is this physical thing, right? This physical object.
But it doesn't apply to bosons. I'm telling you, the Pauli exclusion.
Why do you have all these special?
I just told you, Jeremy. Were you not listening? He lives in a make-believe world where make-believe things can happen, like bosotons.
And then you get the formula for momentum, and now here we go with some other special thing about how they don't have any mass. Like you got all these special need things for this light thing.
The formula for momentum, as you're familiar with, is only a what do you say? Like a specific form of momentum. It's not the complete form. And in a complete form, you don't have to have mass.
Right. When they come up with this, go ahead, Manson.
No. I was going to get you off topic there, Jeremy. So go.
When they come up with this formula for this momentum formula where you don't need mass, when did that come about?
When did that come about? I mean, I think since
when they figured that one out.
I think that's the full form. I mean, I think it's always been the full form.
So
when did it come about? When? Like forever? Did your answer mean forever?
When we first started talking about momentum.
When was that? When?
I mean, Isaac Newton was the when he came up with these principles. So.
Okay, so like we're gonna need a citation.
He didn't have mass in it. I'm just wondering if it came out around the same time relativity came out.
No.
Not
I think
the formula for momentum.
1700s with thermodynamics and shit.
Oh boy.
Yeah, Euler's formula came out right.
Talking about the formula. Give me the update. What's the update, Kosho?
Formula for momentum without mass. When did that specific one come about?
I just told you. Sorry, say again.
Momentum's formula, the mass times velocity.
No, not. I'm talking about the full form.
Yeah, when did that come out, Zanuck? When did that one come out?
They're talking about the long form equation that.
No,
not talking about.
Come on, Zanuck, learn how to Google.
I don't Google. I think I have enough upstairs to just kind of play around with you guys.
All the flat earthers don't know how to use Google unless it's flat Earth research, and then it's a Google all the time.
Listen, man, we don't want to look up some shit that you wouldn't adhere to. That's why we want to hear it from you. This is what bad faith is. You're exhibiting bad faith right now.
I'll play. No, the one I remember is early 1800s Newton.
And that was the one with mass in it that you just stated, right? Now we're wondering when the one without mass came about.
Oh, much later.
Much later. Kosho just told me it was before. It was the first one was without mass.
Right,
That's
so
the
it's-
original one, right?
I changed it. I said around the time of thermodynamics, which would have been after Newton. So like in the 1700s, maybe.
You sure?
Don't
That doesn't sound like too certain.
Why don't you look it up, Jeremy?
Because
I
we're
don't
having
know.
a
I don't know when it.
I mean, I know you don't know. That is why you look things up.
I'm at work, bro. I can't be on my phone. I'm working.
Huh?
Yeah, I got time to play around with you guys and Google stuff all day.
Yeah. I mean, Nidhug, this is a conversation. It's not like a redirect to Google.
Yeah, well, you know, way back in the day when Google didn't exist, we asked people that knew the answers. But, you know, Google exists now, so we can just ask Google.
You can bow down to any authority you want. You can use any search engine you want. I'm just saying to come in here and just tell people to Google things is not really the intention.
Well, the first step in learning the answer to a question you don't know, isn't that right?
No, first step is to ask some enemy on the internet.
Right. So you can take your "we don't need to ask questions" and shove it bit. If you don't know the answer, then that's the first step. Go look it up.
That assumes that you have some authority that you bow down to and that you're telling other people to follow that same authority as if that's how everybody comes to knowledge. That's just your assumption.
So learn to discern good information from bad information.
Okay, so here we go, guys. Here we go. You ready?
Yeah, we're discerning
hold
that
on.
you're bringing nothing to the conversation. That's been discerned.
Hold on. He brought something to the conversation earlier. I want to point this out real quick. Hold on, please. So earlier I went over this citation thing with Nidhug, and I asked him to provide evidence for light rays. Okay? Now, here is his citation. Here's the title. Here's the title. Determining whether parallel light rays come from an object that is distant or nearby. And what I had said was, I don't believe light rays exist. So he sent me this article, which he probably didn't read because he just sent it, right? So here it goes. This is the first paragraph of explanation after the title. The figure shows light rays. It shows light rays. No. I want you to prove to me. Oh, I'm sorry. This is a diagram. This isn't reality. Sorry. This is a diagram where they draw light rays that they're presupposing. So this doesn't even start out with trying to convince me or persuade me that it is already telling me that light rays exist. This is what I'm talking about, Nidhug.
Yeah. So
you got
when
smoke.
you
When we bring it,
when you ask me for proof that light rays are parallel, and I give you proof that light is parallel, I didn't give you that light ray exists. It seems what you're bored about. So next time, would that light rays exist, and you'll get that citation, not the citation I gave you. Thanks, idiot.
hey, okay, don't call names. There's
that was
no name calling. That was
disingenuous.
unnecessary.
Okay, my turn.
Nobody else needs to chime up. I got this. Nidhug, what are you doing, dude? Don't call names.
All right, got it. So
Got to power through Zanuck every time.
Well, no, you said your thing with Nidhug, and now you're done, right? Or you want to continue to talk?
Yeah, but I had to power through you, and it was tough. Go ahead, Zanuck.
Toughen up a little bit. Sorry, I'll try better. I'll try harder. Okay, so like I said, I was off by 100 years. It's around 1600, not 1700. Sorry, and that was the traditional, measurement of momentum. French philosopher René Descartes did that. Okay, but the momentum for massless particles and photons. Who's reading a book and opening a book? That's good if you're opening a physics book, I hope.
Somebody's just miking a little bit. It's pronounced Descartes. It's not Descartes.
Yeah, I don't speak French. My son took French.
You didn't know it's Descartes?
Yeah, I was just reading, quickly.
He's like one of your fathers of whatever men you put on pedestals. The entire modern materialistic paradigm is called the Newtonian Cartesian materialistic paradigm. The entire thing is based upon Descartes.
Right.
Who
Descartes.
people who there's
Got it.
actually, well,
I
there's
knew I was
actually
just,
there's actually
been
been
wrong.
new research coming out that Descartes may have actually been schizophrenic, which actually makes a lot of sense that he had this hyper materialism that
Okay,
he
now
had.
we're going off.
So your
We're off
whole
the rails.
paradigm is based on schizophrenia.
You're going off the rails.
Yeah, that's
I get
fucking
it.
awesome,
I get it.
Gio.
I get it.
I'd
I
love
don't
to
go.
bring
I
it
don't.
back to.
My
I'd
science and
love to
physics
bring
don't
it
go.
back
I
to
don't.
the light ray
I'm not.
stuff.
I'm not a physics historian. Okay, so here we go.
Power
So
right through it,
we
Zanuck.
talk
Power
about.
right through it.
I was still talking, and Gio has started to throw freaking color onto
I actually want to bring up my point
mispronouncing.
that I made.
He got in there and dig into me for mispronouncing Descartes' last name. Okay, fine. So for massless particles moving at the speed of light, v equals c. Obviously, momentum p is equal to Planck's constant divided by the wavelength. And then the first form of definitions were the 1600 by Descartes. So it was much later, and I think.
So in the
I think.
1600s,
I think people would then to agree with me that it was later, not earlier.
so
Massless
that
particles.
was for the P. Listen, okay, I got to change it right now because otherwise we'll never be able to. Travis brought up this good point. I was in the middle of roasting Nidhug earlier with these parallel light rays, and then he had to go suddenly. I'm wondering if we could pick that back up.
Well, let me just go back because I honestly, right, in good faith, was just trying to read his article, right? So I bring up the fact that his article starts off with not proving that light rays exist, but describing light rays as if they do exist, right? So here is now, please, whoever's tippity tapping, go on mute.
Yeah, Beer Man, you get a clue, pal. Come on.
Sorry, is it me? Sorry, man. I thought I was on push to talk.
You thought what? No, we couldn't hear you. You thought you were being like.
All right, I got it. Okay, so look, here's now three. Okay, one more time. Here's now three paragraphs down later. We know that two light rays traveling in the same. No. I want proof light rays exist, and he gives me an article that describes light rays existing. Again, I don't know why you had to resort to name.
We know he didn't prove his thing. We know his citation sucks. We know, but I was right in the middle. I had him on the thing. Remember, he had to go.
Hey, a bunch of my friends here are having a drinking game and taking a shot every time you say again, and they're all getting really fucked up. Can you stop saying again?
Again.
That's like your favorite word.
Why wouldn't you want them to get drunk?
Actually, my favorite word is aether band. Everybody drink.
No, it's.
Were you guys hearing me type now?
It's Travis. Travis is again like. Well, we didn't get it the first time, so say again.
Within the quantum paradigm,
okay.
it has been
and everybody's drinking, so stop it.
Within the quantum paradigm, it's been known. Sorry, go ahead.
Let me try with Zanuck. If you have an umbra and penumbra, are the light rays parallel?
Light rays parallel.
If you have an umbra and penumbra, are the light rays parallel in that location? The location of the umbra and penumbra. Well, the location where the umbra and penumbra is.
They're going in all directions. Some are parallel and some are not parallel. If you're getting rays from the center of the sun, that's not parallel from the sun's outer edge going to you, right? So that wouldn't be parallel. But generally, they're parallel.
If I have an umbra and penumbra, in that location, are the light rays parallel? Yes or no? I don't know.
No,
I don't need
they're not parallel.
All right, and can that happen in one location on Earth?
Can that happen in one location where they get parallel and not parallel?
Can I be in a spot on Earth where the light rays are not parallel?
From the sun, and from one edge of the sun to the other, it's not parallel.
I'd be standing on a spot on Earth, and the sun that's hitting me, can that not be parallel?
Yeah, the edges of the sun are not, those rays coming from the edge of the sun are not going to be parallel.
Listen to me. If I'm standing on Earth, there's light hitting me.
Right.
Where's it coming from? That light from the sun, Zanuck? Where does
I know,
the light
the
come
sun
from?
is very big, so the light rays, since you're very small, the light rays will not be parallel.
Okay, that was tough. Nidhug, do you want to change your thing from Earth? Hold on, Nidhug, do you want to change your statement from earlier, or because Nidhug was trying to explain to me that in one location they would be parallel, and it's only not parallel from the diameter or something. I don't know what he was talking about. Nidhogg, you there?
Well,
He
maybe
probably
you should ask him
miraculously
what he
had to
meant
go
rather
again.
than say he's wrong. Because
I know
I
what he
didn't hear
meant.
it.
He meant that if you're standing in a location, the light rays will be parallel, and it's only not parallel from either side of the Earth.
Why is there for
Nidhogg,
example, if
hold on, Nidhogg, you there? Oh, he probably had to go again. All right, that's fine. I got you on record. We can move on. Because whatever. Go ahead, guys. Check, check.
Yeah, check. You're checked in. Check.
Yeah, but you heard what Nidhogg was saying earlier, right? About this parallelity, if you will, of the light rays.
Parallelity.
Parallelity. Yeah. Is Kosho, what do you think? With Zanuck? Kosho, who's right? Nidhogg or Zanuck?
What were their arguments?
Oh
I
If
just,
you're
I just put a
standing
picture there.
somewhere,
Let's talk it since you guys like
if you're
pictures.
standing
I remember.
somewhere,
I was
that
listening.
was
Let's do pictures. Let's do
the
pictures.
question you asked me. Zanuck
So
thought that was
Yeah,
turn
let's
to.
do pictures because pictures are real. Whatever, man.
no, we're
Hold on, I'm trying to
communicating.
get what
We want
I'm
to
trying
know.
to see what
I want to know
Kosho
what you.
thinks. Hold on,
Oh,
Zanuck.
so who said that? Was that Travis? Come on. So Jeremy says you're in a spot. Are those light rays parallel from the umbra or the penumbra? I mean, these words need some
No,
diagrams because no one knows what he means. So I put a diagram up there for you.
I
So
said
once
when the
you
Why do
look at
sun's
the
you?
hitting
picture,
you,
Why do you
where
always use
did the man
the?
touch you? Where did the man touch you? Here's the picture. Here's
you're
the doll.
Why
standing
do
on
you?
Earth. Hold on, Zanuck, you're standing on Earth. The light rays that hit you from the sun, are the light rays that hit you, are those parallel?
No,
Okay,
not all of them.
Kosho, do you agree? Kosho, do you agree?
Yeah, I agree, but this question is kind of
And
dependent on the accuracy of
some are
what
the
we
ones that
talked
are
about.
the
Like
ones
if
that
you're
leave
if
the
you
Okay,
sun.
but let me explain.
hold on, if the resolution of your measurement is undefined and is you're just saying an actuality, then yeah, absolutely, it's not parallel because it's coming from a round source. But it's possible that somebody could describe it as parallel because the precision and that scale is as well within arc second.
Okay,
So
all right. Well, I was asking how we can measure it exactly. My question was how can you measure it, and I was told that if you can split it with a prism or magnify it, then it has to be parallel.
no. But if there's an umbra and
That
penumbra,
was incorrect too. Oh, all right.
yeah, if
That's
there's
a
an umbra and
shocker.
penumbra, that means it comes from a round source, and if it comes from a round source, then it's not going to be parallel. But if when you say not parallel, you're talking about the angles being different, at infinitely small degrees, then sure. But if you're talking about in practical purposes, then yeah, it is parallel, and when the light
Okay.
is in your body.
All right. So if I told you I could that I measured that light was parallel because I split it with a prism, and that can only happen if the light rays are parallel. That would just be not even true.
No, but that's one of the examples that I just was describing. Depending on your precision that's required. So for the precision that's required for a prism, for example, to split light in a prism, the amount of like the nearness to being parallel is a much bigger, it's much greater resolution than than the infinite that we're describing. You're saying in one aspect, is it parallel, down to the smallest scales possible? And yeah, it's true. They're not parallel, but is it parallel enough to, treat it as parallel for a prism or for measurements on the Earth, for example?
So
Yeah.
you can hold on, real quick. So you can split parallel rays with a prism.
Yes.
Okay, cool. Because I don't know. I was told that we know they're parallel because, and the guy was making the argument that they were parallel in this location, and we knew it because you could split it with a prism, and you can only do that with parallel light rays.
But that's what I'm saying to you. Is that
Math.
it's near enough that you can use it as parallel, which for all intents and purposes makes it parallel, right? If you're not making a distinction between the two angles, if there's not any discernible difference, then it might as well be parallel. But in actuality, like I said, if you're being precise and accurate, then yeah, it's not parallel. But for almost anything that you're using it for at a scale like the size of a prism, you can, it's going to be parallel. So it's
splitting the light in a prism wouldn't tell us if it's parallel or not parallel at all.
Depending on how parallel you're saying. If you're saying, is it absolutely parallel, then no, it will not tell you that. If you're saying, is it parallel enough, this range, then sure, it'll tell you that because, you're using it. But is it saying, is it ultimately parallel or not? Then no, it's not going to be able to tell you that because the precision.
It's not going to tell you anything. Right? Yeah, it's totally useless. Okay, I got you.
No, it's not useless. What if you looked at a TV set across the room and it's a white screen? Is there parallel lines of light coming off that TV to your eyeball?
I don't know.
Of course there is. Yeah, and anything coming off the TV set that's perpendicular to you.
So they're all parallel? They're all parallel.
I didn't say that. Let me finish the sentence and you'll get the answer. See, when you jump to your conclusions, you don't get the answer. So anything the diameter of your eyeball or your iris will be parallel from that TV. Now, you still see the whole TV, so are those parallel? No, those are not parallel. They're coming at angles. Well, how big of an angle? The angle is the distance times the height off the screen, inverse tangent. That's the angle.
So we could do that.
You remember everything like a ball, a light bulb
in the sun to see how not parallel. Can we do that formula? Zanuck, I thought you were done. Long pause, bro. Go ahead. I can wait.
Okay. I just, light bulbs are emitting light in all directions. And the only light that's going parallel are the ones that are the same size as the receiver, that are on the same size on the light bulb. And there will be some rays going parallel, but the rest of them are not parallel, coming at angles because light is going in all directions.
Okay. I'm interested in this math you just said about the diameter of your eyeball and the diameter of the object emitting light. We could use that formula for the sun to figure out how not parallel the sun rays are.
I don't think you can do that with the sun.
Why? Why not? Why does it work for the TV?
All you can measure.
Is it because that won't fit your paradigm?
No, all you can measure
the numbers we get.
Well, you keep on asking me. I'll try to answer. All you have to go on is a half a degree of angular size. Now that could be a mile away, or it could be 93 million miles away. Well, I got to catch a call real quick. Sorry, Bubba.
So you're going with the angular size of the TV and not the actual size of the TV? Was that what his formula had in it, or what? Does anyone remember?
I was only listening with half an ear, but all I hear is always with these discussions, it's both and. It's both and we
it can't be both and.
We don't live in a world of contradiction.
Yeah, it's not. It can't be both and with this. This is a dichotomy. They either are or aren't. You could say they're close too, but I'm asking, how do we measure that? How do we measure the parallelity light?
I don't know why you're even talking about parallelity, because you have to have something to measure.
The light. I don't know. Whatever, dude. They're saying light's parallel. How did you measure it? Parallel.
Okay,
They're saying light is near parallel hitting Earth. How do we measure that?
I think you just walk away.
Does anyone know?
I think you just walk away and buy an apple.
What does that mean? What does that mean?
You can't have you can't have a conversation with a madman. So you just got to walk away and pick a flower. Enjoy life.
Go have a coffee and a cake.
Yeah. Go fishing.
Seriously, Kosho, how do you measure? You guys claim it's near parallel. Okay, cool. How did we measure it? That's a very specific claim. Every time I try to get down to the bottom of it, like, it's always this other thing, and Nidhogg brought the radius of the Earth into it. Or my bad. He said the radius had nothing to do with the diameter, but he brought the diameter up.
The measurement is nearly articulable.
I don't know what that means.
You can almost articulate how it's done, but not quite. It's nominal.
It's negligible. It's negligibly nominal.
Yeah, there you go. You know, you're onto it.
Yes, it's negligibly nominal based on the lack of clearly articulable resolution of the inverse square of the arctangent measured in radians, and really it's more like a arc second. But if you move to the left, then it's nominal. Yeah.
Somebody write that down. That was good. That first part. You kind of tapered off at the end, but the first part was really good. I like that.
You started strong, and then you were like, "Oh shit, where do I go from here?"
that was tough, though. That was tough. You get an A. You get an A minus.
That was good. I was impressed.
I'll have to increase my training with Kosho on sophistry.
Yeah, you got to get back on the training mat.
What you got to do is listen to Lemon. Lemon more. Lemon would have killed that shit.
Where is Lemon? Haven't seen Lemon in 2 or 3
I don't
weeks.
know.
Yeah, but hey, well, hold on, really. Look, I love Lemon, but like, you know how he would have ended his whole tirade. He does this whole
Over
tirade.
a flat plane.
Wait, no, hold on. Yeah, or that, but he'll say it like this: over a flat plane.
His voice literally tapers off at the end. Yeah, I like.
Yeah.
Shout out to Lemon. Squishing, smushing, merging, and converging. All right.
Man, everybody's got their strengths, and
They used to laugh at Lemon for saying this merging and squishing thing. I had to go get Red Pill Philosophy or whoever the guy was that took the picture of the hotel room floors. And they were literally compressing and squishing the closer you got to the horizon. Because they were laughing at Lemon. I'm like, yo, guys, this is a real thing. Look.
Yeah, B-Ball's buildings do the same fucking thing.
No, they don't.
They were like laughing at Lemon like this.
Wait, Howard, did
Lemon
you
like
just
this merging.
fucking say no, they don't?
Jeremy
Howard.
and Travis, send me that video. Send that. I've been looking for that since I first got on the
Which
scene.
one, man? Which one?
The Red Pill Philosophy video, but I'll also take the one you're talking about with B-Ball.
Oh man, well, B-Ball's on his own channel. He's got his shit. I mean, I can send you a half an hour or maybe more time lapse of a Carnival cruise ship going 14 miles away from me. I mean, that's about as fast as I can get you something.
Somebody look up the Red Pill Philosophy one, because that is the Glober. I don't know what I mean, I would take a look at Travis's one too, but that Red Pill Philosophy one, undeniable. The Globers couldn't even deny it. It's literally squishing, merging, compressing, whatever you want to call that shit. The top floors are visibly getting angularly smaller the closer they get to the horizon. Travis probably got some out of focus shit for you.
Shut up, Jeremy.
Vertical.
Doggone it, Jeremy. Like a teenager.
For if anyone can find that for Eli, that'd be good for all of us to look at. Like, it's literally taking an object.
Did you cut out?
Guys, what do you think the odds are that one day we're going to
we're all going to come online, and left lane's going to be like, I just realized, guys, it just clicked. The Earth's flat.
Dude,
You know what?
we'll welcome you with open arms. I mean, we'll roast you a
Yeah,
bit, but we'll welcome you with open arms.
Yeah, I don't know why y'all think that.
Yeah, because like I don't know, you're like the. Yeah, I'd have to agree. Like out of everyone we talk to, it's like you'd be the one.
Yeah.
Like, look, man, I don't ever. I disagree with a lot of the stuff that you say, and I think that you say some silly things a lot of the times. But like, I don't ever feel like you're being dishonest or that you're acting in bad faith. Like, I've never had that vibe from you.
No, I appreciate that. Yeah, Jeremy disagrees.
Listen, we all want to win. I don't know.
Super biased, I'll tell you that.
I just think the Globers' arguments are a lot of the arguments just are like that. So like you can't be making their arguments and not be, I don't know. That's just my non-biased opinion. So
You should join the peer review panel. Can't believe you said earlier that peer review doesn't have a panel. Fucking hell, what does he think it
doesn't
is?
have a what? Peer review doesn't
panel.
have a what? Oh.
Like a board, a panel.
Yeah.
Like where is Chris from Red Pill? Like he hasn't. I don't see anything in like 2 years on his channel.
Yeah, find that hotel room floor shit, bro. That's clear cut, smushing, smurging, merging, converging, compressing, all that shit, Lemon. And no one could spit that shit like Lemon. I mean, let's face it, guys.
Yeah, Lemon's fucking awesome. I haven't seen him in a while.
Yeah, from what I've kind of heard, he's a little bit MIA. I don't think anyone's heard from him in 2 or 3 weeks.
Man,
in another month they'll be saying he went back to the Globe. You know what I mean? That's
Nah, Lemon is probably the one I would say of all the flat earthers I know least likely to swap. Because of a number of things that I know about him anyway. But,
what do you think's the most likely?
That's a good question. Generally.
Jose.
No.
Yeah,
Gio.
not trying to call out Democ, but the other night Democ was saying stuff that just did not make sense. And then I said, that's it, Democ. I'm going back to the Globe. You've convinced me.
Well, actually, I think, Gio, you must have heard this. Like, when I was first getting into this, I was obviously 50-50 like most people were. And when I heard how bad the Globe arguments were, I was like, well, if this is how badly you have to argue for something, then it can't be true. So that was kind of what pushed me onto the flat side initially.
Yeah, I'm not spending my time trying to find that video. There's no way to. I don't even know where to start looking.
I say percentage or Jeremy.
Get the fuck out of here, Brian.
Yo, I was gonna say Jeremy and percentage. Yes, is the only other. Like, yeah, that was such a good call.
You guys are fucking nuts.
Percentage is just that he's trolling both sides. That's all he's doing.
Percentage, let me tell you something about Percentage. He is a fucking nightmare, that guy.
I really like him. I must be one of the few people that like him because he keeps everyone honest. Like
I like percentage too, man. I just fucking with him. I like percentage.
I don't ever hear him argue.
But if you're trying to,
Yeah, I changed my mind when I got here. I also like percentage.
Well, I was just gonna say I don't ever hear him like arguing for the Globe, but he does give the Globe like its due concessions. Like if there is something that works on the Globe, he will almost argue for it and be like, no, this does work on a Globe. Doesn't mean he's actually asserting it's a Globe, but he does he's very honest in that sense of like giving the Globe its full potential of at least, some of the explanations, some of the ideas. But I don't ever hear him like asserting a Globe.
No,
Percentage is awesome until you're trying to argue with him. Then he's a fucking nightmare. All right.
If that just proves he's a good debater, Jeremy. Maybe you need to up your game.
He's good. Yeah, he's good.
funny you say that because I don't think I've ever actually like gone toe to toe with them on anything.
Oh, I have a couple of times. I won both, of course.
And how was it? Was he a nightmare or what?
No, to be honest, like I say, I think he's a really good debater, and there was one thing that we debated something on sociology, which I don't want to bring up again, but he was actually like objectively wrong about it, and eventually I did show that, but maybe he didn't see it that way. And there was
I put
another
out a
thing we
video. Oops, sorry.
There's nothing we debated that wasn't as serious, and I think we both just went, "Nah, don't worry about it," sort of thing.
The other thing is that he sticks to the information. Like he never bails out on ad homs or any of that stuff. He really sticks to it. So you got to be on your toes.
I put a video out saying, exposing fake flat earthers. You can look on my channel, Flat Earth Test, and saying exposing fake flat earthers, and I called Babs out like shit, like a year and a half, 2 years ago. Or the first time I ever talked to him, I was like, dude, quit acting like you're a flat earther, bro. You're not a flat earther, and you'll be preaching globe within a few months. And sure enough.
Hey, the
Hey,
first time I
Elijah.
actually heard Babs, I thought he was.
Our men.
Elijah, I put that link for that cruise ship.
You can't really go with percentages and statistics because in nature, that'll fuck you up every time. It won't work out.
Didn't hear any of that.
Thanks.
Was he hot micing or?
Eli, let me know how out of focus this fucking cruise ship is.
No, I said I just downloaded it. Thanks to Travis.
So anyway, we're all agreed the Earth's flat, yeah?
I was
No,
on mute. I was on
it's
mute.
not
Shut
flat.
up, Jeremy.
There's terrain. There's hills, valleys.
Ain't no valley long enough. Travis, you were shouting. Sorry, saying.
No, I was on mute, so I had a delayed "shut up, Jeremy" comment.
Oh, fair enough. You should get one of those soundboards and just record "shut up, Jeremy."
Yeah, I'm not that quick. I'd have to remember which key was which. And...
Well, it'll be the one that's worn out the most. It'll be easy to remember.
It's like
Can I jump back in before they
How does
too far away from
Creation
Ray?
Bear do that? We got to get him over here.
Yeah, go ahead, Paul.
I was wondering if I didn't get heard. I was thinking about the. Okay, do I need to stop? Somebody else going to talk?
No, go ahead.
Okay. I've been thinking about this. I mean, obviously, I'm working just like most everybody else is on here. When Travis said there's no such thing as rays, I started thinking, well, what if the word ray is more of a description of either the location that you see it or the so-called path that it goes. So, for example, if I stay, I'm outside and I'm looking at light, I see shadows and light. And if I was to draw, I'm looking at an object here. If I was to draw a line or took a string and drug it down and connected it to the object to the corner of the shadow, it could be argued that that's a description of a line or a ray. Right? Would you guys agree or disagree with that?
I would say. Can you say it again, Paul? Say it again.
Okay.
Well, before that, I would say before that, I would say the way that a light ray is defined, there's no experience like that on Earth. Like,
we're using terminology of describing an observation, right? I'm out in the world. I'm outside. I look up. There's no cloud in the sky. Hold on.
Rays, right?
Am I dropping?
No, you're not. You're not. But no, that's not right, Jeremy.
Okay. So now I'm back to me again. I'm making an observation. I see a stop sign. I'm walking on the side of the street. I'm not driving. I'm actually out walking. If I was to take a string and take it to the top of the lamppost and connect it to what I can see the shadow of the lamppost, which, you know, I can draw a string to that. And I'm saying, well, that's kind of a path or direction or a line or a ray to the source of the light. Would that be inaccurate?
That I would just say not ray or it's the direction you're looking.
Right. And we usually use terms like, I have the line of sight. Now I'm looking at the sun, right? I can see the sun. I'm looking at it. It's about blinding me. I got transitions on so I can still see it. Look behind me and I see the shadow. So if I was to draw a line from the top of my head in the shadow through my head and I drew it straight to the sun, that would be a line, right?
No, it's an angle.
No, well, no, I'm talking. No, it's just one line. I take a line, the top of my head, run it through and it touches. If I had a string long enough, took a string, and it wouldn't loop.
He dropped out.
I hate Discord on my phone. It's a pain in the butt.
Yeah, me too.
I have to keep it charging for this to work. But anyway, if I was to draw a line or a string, if I could take a string and draw it from the shadow, the top of my head to the shadow, to the top of my head, all the way to the sun, and you would not be, that line would not be broken. It would not be taut. It would not be slagged or anything. You could call that a line or a ray. Could you not?
No, I wouldn't know. So I'm looking across a mile maybe of distance right now. Trees, signs, stop signs. Everything is illuminated. The whole field is illuminated. Now, the whiny pants part of me will say, this concept of light would have to be infinitely energized so as to not lose any momentum or energy to carry the shadow. So like right now I'm looking at a shadowed tree, I don't know, at least a half a mile or more away from me. And within that shadowed tree, I can see contours of the branches and the clusters of leaves, right? Now, your concept, as far as I understand it, would mean that there's enough energy to carry that light from that object to, but there was energy to hit the object, and now there's going to be energy to my eye. Like there's too much energy exchange. Like it's going to die.
Says you. That's
wait a minute.
Hold on, Zanuck. I said whiny pants. I called myself a whiny pants. Okay, I'm just saying. But in terms of where I'm coming from, the field is lit up, and I'm looking out into that field. I have line of sight to that truck, line of sight to that roof, line of sight to that pole.
Okay, I mean, I hear that. I mean, and I get what you're saying. Hold on a second, Zanuck. Hold on. This is me and Travis at the moment because he was the one who responded. Okay, now I did watch. There's a video I watched not too long ago. Okay, probably a few days ago, where the guy got the most absolute black paint you can actually buy, which means all the light was all visible light, I'll be specific, was absorbed by this paint. Okay. When he went in the room, the only thing that illuminated him was the source of light. Okay. So that means, and before he painted the room, you can go in and you can see him very clearly because it seems like the light is being cast off of that and hitting him because he was very illuminated, even though there was only one source of light inside the room. Okay. Now, that being said, so when I'm outside, light is not just hitting, the one it's hitting another source of light. Like I'm looking at the shadow. The shadow is not absolutely dark. It's not absolutely black, which means there's certain elements of light still hitting the shadow. Okay. But that's not the point I'm trying to make. Okay. So the point I'm trying to make is like I'm looking at I see the stop sign. I see the shadow of the stop sign. If the sign was not on there, then I would see a pole, right? And it seems like the source of the light, okay, is being blocked, disrupted, interrupted somehow to cast a shadow down. Okay. So now I take a string and where I see the top of the shadow, okay, or the beginning of the shadow, and I pull the string to the top of the pole, right? So because that would be where the light is obviously the source of the light. Can it say it's not, at least at that point of coming down, is not, or it's not being, I guess I'll use your terminology, illuminated, because you obviously see a shadow, right? If I take that string and go all the way to the sun, then that I can almost say, well, that would be the path of the light or the direction of the light. That's why you can determine the direction of the light by drawing lines to the source. Or
okay.
another term would be a ray.
No, that's where I'm going to draw the line and say no. Direction and line, I'm fine with those descriptors, but array, no.
Well, see, that's the thing. I think that when the term is used ray, because I can actually take my finger, make an extremely small hole, and put it up against the light. And if I had dust in the room, in my truck, or particles, particulates, it would look like a ray.
Okay, here we go.
Or a laser, or it would look exactly like that.
Okay, I get you. I get you.
I can almost line it up with the string, and the angle would be very similar.
I know, I get you. But listen, here we go. I'm going to try to flip it on its head a little bit. Do you believe in rays of shadow?
Okay. I think we're getting, this is where I think, that's why I'm trying to make a point, is I think you're focusing on the ray, and I think that's just a word that they're using or picking.
Oh, no.
Be a path. Well, I mean, okay, think about it though, Travis. Within their own paradigm, let's say if you just analyze their own paradigm.
Well, let me finish my thought. Let me finish my thought about the shadow real quick. Okay, so this is what Jeremy said about crepuscular rays, right? So the shadow exists because there's an object blocking the light. So the shadow is the opposite of a crepuscular ray. The crepuscular ray happens is because you have something blocking the light, and there's light getting through. So if you've got a picture of a forest and you've got the backdrop of the canopy behind you, and then you've got these rays of light, those aren't rays of light. That's just simply the light getting through. So then think about it in the opposite fashion. Are there also rays of shadow? It's just the inverse of the event that's happening. You just have a block.
Well, in a way, you could almost say that there's a ray, I guess, because if you're drawing lines and you're just calling them rays, then in a sense you could call it a line of shadow. Because I got
to correct you one thing though. So when you see light going through trees, similar to what happens with light going through a keyhole in a door, that's something called diffraction. Diffraction bends the lights of rays. It can have the same subtle appearance as the crepuscular rays, but crepuscular rays are very different. Those are parallel light rays coming down, but appear to be divergent or convergent, depending on what you're looking at it, because of the fact that your perspective would show those rays to be convergent.
You guys are still on parallel light rays? Good lord.
Okay, honestly, I hate to say this. Zanuck, that actually was kind of derailing my point slightly.
But he mentioned it, and he talked about the rays of light. Those rays of light are parallel, but yeah, they look like they're converging or diverging. It's not because the sun is local. It's because that's perspective for that sun that has mostly parallel rays.
Okay, that's fine, and I'm not in this discussion. We can get to that parallel rays at a point. That's fine, but I heard Travis talk about a ray. And from what I've always understood about rays, okay, even if I kind of understand the paradigm from point as much as I can, obviously it's not a ray like, a string or whatever you want to call it. It's some particle traveling in the heliocentric or relativity, whatever you want to call it, paradigm. It is a particle traveling a path.
No, it's a stream of particles, a stream of light. That is a ray, light ray.
That is fine. That's fine. Okay, that's fine.
Continuous stream of light.
Okay. Well, that's what
We're
I'm
never
actually
gonna get
trying.
anywhere.
Yeah, you're
We'll
actually. I'm
never get
trying to. I'm
anywhere.
trying to. Okay, I'm trying to get us. Yeah, I'm trying to get the terms down because I think sometimes the concept in one side is different than the concept in the other, and so
Why
when
don't you
one
say
is talking,
a pathway from the light source to your eye? That is a ray pathway.
Right. Yeah, so
okay,
it's
that's well,
all about the
I'm.
chair. It's how we describe it.
Okay, well that's what. But see, that's the thing. I can say that definitionally, and I could have done that, but I know the crowd I'm talking to. Okay, so I'm trying to get at least an agreement that there seems to be either. Okay, they've already said that the other side says that the light does not travel. Okay, so but
Well,
it seems like it can be blocked. Hold on, it seems to be blocked because you can get shadows.
well, you know,
So if it's
then you
not
talk.
traveling, but it can be
I'm good
blocked.
with Ray.
So
You got to
I'm
stop, Paul.
perfectly
You got to
fine
stop,
with
Paul.
using
Everyone can't
Ray.
take a breath, right? So you're talking. Your audience is someone who thinks that the shadow actually is being transmitted to you.
well, the shadow is absence of light. That's the way I would define it.
Well, it can still have some light. It's darker than the light around it,
Well,
and it's a shadow
it's absence.
because of the
Well, right.
blocking of light to that area.
Okay, right. And that's why I used the term of the room that was absolutely black. And the only way you could see anything is when it was being directly hit by the light source. That's why I kind of use that analogy. And I brought that up. So technically a shadow is the blocking of light. And not all light, and I'm outside, so not all light can be blocked because you're going to get reflections and use their term illumination from other objects that's going to light up that area. So yes,
reflection,
whatever you want to call it. I think I'm trying to get bare bones here and basics so we all can
Oh
at
no,
least
you're
agree
doing a
on
good job.
something.
I'm not criticizing that. I'm just saying that your audience is someone who thinks that somehow
If he's
a
doing a
shadow
good
has
job,
some kind
why
of,
not? Let's be quiet.
because I
If
had to
he's doing
correct
a good
a
job,
couple
let's
things
let
that were
him
said
keep
that were
going
not
then and
accurate,
stop interrupting
especially
him
for
every
rays.
5 seconds as you talk over me. Am I roboting?
No, you're coming through. I heard you. I'm just trying to get us on the same page because I think that's that's why I have a hard time grasping because there's terminology. Like okay, I could go into a tangent, but I'm gonna try not to. But my point is, I think like even what Zanuck just said, that when they use the term ray, it's like the better way I guess I'll steal that because I'll use it. It's a continuous stream in their paradigm of electrons, and then if you want to use or not electrons, but photons. But in the ether terminology, then you would have to have some form of continuous induction, okay, from the source that somehow is being blocked. Something is blocking the induction of light by the sign. And you can say that line, and this is back to what I was trying to say earlier about information, something is containing that, okay, if you want to call it induction, like if you want to say a wire can contain electricity to be able to transmit it, or a fiber optic line contains the laser light, because I work with fiber optic service, contains
but
the
it literally
light.
goes around it, though, right, Paul? It literally goes around the pole. So if you're going to say it as a stream, you get a shadow, but like in daylight, the light literally goes around it like a wave. And
Well, I mean, okay, I could talk about that. I mean, if you want to, and I wasn't going to because I thought it would derail the conversation. I mean, the fact that if I look at that shadow, it's not perfectly crisp. It's not perfectly crisp, but there's a bit of it seems to fade. It goes from kind of really light and it starts to get darker and darker and darker, and all of a sudden it's dark. So there seems to be some kind of diffraction going on with the light to call that unsharp. Like I can see leaves. There's a tree, and the leaves. This is what they call by diffraction. I can see this is a natural phenomenon because I'm looking at it. When the light passes through the trees, none of the leaves are perfectly sharp on the ground, and that's the diffraction pattern on the ground, which means there's something about the light. Excuse me?
What about the eclipse pattern that happens and not leaves?
Okay, I don't know what relevance that has to my conversation at the moment, but my point is there seems to be in either way, back to my original point, whether it's induction or photon, the path or the direction of the what? So is somebody talking?
It's a light and a shadow made by light.
D-Mark
So the
making no
eclipse
point at all.
one in front of the other, and you see the eclipse of the sun, right? then all the shadows you see become little sun eclipses.
Yeah,
Why
yeah.
is
And
that?
do that in your kitchen with next to your pots and pans and your. Dude, come on.
Okay, DMOC, that's not helping. I mean, if you want to bring that up later, that's not helping. And I don't know if I want to answer that question because it's going to derail the conversation.
Do not contain light with fiber optics, or else
Let
you
me
wouldn't be
describe.
able to.
I can't contain light with fiber optics. I cannot do that.
Let me describe it
Really.
like this sound, like acoustic shadows. Same style of
Light
reasoning.
is shadow. No light, no shadow. More lights, more shadows. You want to bet your money on it? Let's go.
Thanks for derailing the conversation. If you guys want to dialogue with DMOC, have at.
No.
Do you want to bet your? Do you want to put your money on it, light guy?
I just want to listen to R2. I just want to listen to R2 if that's possible.
More shadows you have. These are facts. If you can't rebut them, shut up. We're talking about light. Put your money where your mouth is, light guy.
No shadows.
Can you fucking chill out with all the bullshit, please? Paul, can you finish up?
Paul's asking a good question, man. Paul's asking a fair question. He's trying to make a point at the same time. And I didn't mean nothing sarcastic about my response, Paul. Just so you know.
It doesn't really add anything, and I'd rather not just engage with him because he doesn't really add anything. Okay, now
Have a shadow without light. You need to not engage with anybody in here because you're talking nonsense about light and shadows.
nonsense. Okay, hold on, DMOC. Let's think about this. I actually said a shadow is absent of light. Did I not say?
No, motherfucker, you can't get a shadow with the absence of light. That doesn't even make no sense.
No, I said a shadow is the absence of light.
You don't make no sense. Go in a room with
Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. If you guys want to engage with DMOC, go ahead. I'm done for now.
Jeremy, why don't you just mute Demick so we can have an intelligent conversation? How's that?
Well, I'm driving, so I can't, but I would have done by now.
No.
Lots of people love Democ, though. They want to hear him. Right, guys? You guys are big Democ fans, right?
That's right. They want to hear the truth. You cannot have a shadow without light. Who has rebutted me so far? I'm waiting.
That's what he said. Can we just let him finish?
Sure. The next 10 minutes are devoted to Demick. Go on, Demick. Spew it all out.
No, not right. Democ, Nidhug, if either of you talk, I'm going to mute you.
The other guy.
All right. Democ, if I talk again, I'm going to mute you. Paul, do you want to go ahead? No, it looks like he's gone. Okay, good.
No, I'm here. I was trying to get to my mute button. I didn't know what was going to happen, so I had my phone in my pocket. So just had to give me a second to get to it.
If either Democ or Nidhug talk over you now, I will mute them. So just carry on.
Okay. I mean, I'm just trying to. I mean, the point I'm making is like there has to be some. If light is being blocked, either the induction is being blocked in the ether, or the photon is being blocked if you have a shadow. And if you can see shadows and trace shadows, then there seems to be some kind of ray or line that can be said or drawn with that. And that's why I was trying to get back to earlier. That's why I was trying to get back to earlier about information. Like there's something that is, in a sense, almost like a line in some way, whether you want to call it a particle or induction. And nobody likes the word line, but they did use the word, or Whitsitt did say something about field lines, which I understand about field lines, that doesn't make sense, but that's on him to try to describe. But it seems like ray and line is okay to describe light, and that's basically what I was going to say. I mean, because it seems like that's what I can
he was
measure.
describing he was describing the field lines of induction describe the polarity of light because it always propagates like 90 degrees, and he exampled that by I think I might be the one who pointed out to him, or maybe he got it somewhere else. But by using a polarized filter and blocking out half the light and then letting the other half through, and then taking another filter and then blocking out all the light. And if it's photons, but you can take a third filter and see the light again. So that's why we say it's all, it's the field lines of induction that are that's how the polarized light acts. And just think of it like in terms of acoustic shadows, like with like submarines and stuff. Same sense with the sound. They put out the sound wave which is it's light basically. It's another frequency of light, and you get
No, it's not
acoustic
light.
shadowing.
It's not light at all.
Yeah, see, that's the thing. This is why I don't like when. See, this is where you guys kind of, you go back and forth. Okay, when you use an illustration that breaks down when it comes to light, it breaks down. So when you said sonar or sound, like I'm saying a sound, right? But that sound, I'm speaking. Like if I was out here, probably the neighbor on one side could hear me, another neighbor on the other side could hear me, and it's going out in like kind of a circular pattern away from me. Okay, and that's a wave because I'm vibrating, agitating the air. Well, when that person hears me, it's vibrating on my eardrum, right? And I'm catching all sounds around me, but it's just that one little single vibration of the eardrum. It's just that slight vibration that I'm picking up. But the eyes seem to work differently than the ears.
Yeah,
okay?
I agree.
The ears,
I agree.
the eyes. Hold on a second.
Sorry.
The eyes have things inside them called rods and cones. Okay, and those kind of work as if a form of pixelization. Okay, which means different frequencies of light is hitting that whatever you want to call it in the back of my eye to send information to my brain to process it as an image, right? So those are two different things. So you're using one.
Uh-oh.
Okay, you cut out. Hopefully, you can hear me. I just wanted to respond. If sonar is not a form of light, yeah, maybe radar, but I could still describe it comparatively, like it's sound waves, and they're traveling through the medium, and they basically, you get your acoustic shadows, and then, but I wanted to say this, I would ask you how else would you describe, just so I know where you're coming from, how would you describe light going through a polar filter, half of it, and then putting another one up and it blocking out 100% of the light, and then putting a third polarized filter up, and then it letting light back through? Would you?
Well, from what I gather, from what I know,
describe that as photon?
well, from what I know about that, I don't know I know very little, but what I do little know about that, you can actually just twist the polarized filters if they're together, and you can let light in and out if you twist them. Like if you twist them one way, the light will come through. If you twist them another,
But
they don't come through.
Oh, did you hear what he said?
Hold on
He
a
said
second.
the third one will make
I heard him. I heard
third
him.
one does
I
not
think
make
I heard
it
him.
appear. Third one does not make it
Well,
appear.
Well, from what
That's
I
baloney.
understand, and this is from what I mean, the way I'm supposed they're designed, and it's supposed to be designed the way they were in our understanding of light. It would seem that polarization, I don't know if you guys can hear me, but polarization is kind of the idea of that and don't trigger everybody, but it's the spin of the photon, which way the photon spins.
Yeah,
And
that
it's only
spin
blocking, it's
is
only
the
blocking.
orbit. They measure that as the of the electron, and they measure it. I mean, when you start talking about
there's no
spin, it's
electron
just
on
a
a photon.
vibration. It's not literally
Well, but see,
spinning
this-
or orbiting. It's a vibration, man. They have
well, here,
spin
let's think
to
about.
keep it as
Well,
as
hold on
a
a second.
particle.
Well, let's think about that. If you said, okay, if it's just a vibration, well, I can, like, if I take a string and I vibrate it in one direction, like I can go up and down with it, and it'll be like it'll be vertical, but I can also go left and right, and it'll go horizontal, or I can do you could do from 10 to whatever, 4, and I can do it that direction. I mean, so what you would have to be arguing, there's something like this string that is depending on the direction that the string is vibrating, that's how you're blocking the light. That's what you'd have to say.
Yeah, it's a medium. It's not a string. It's a medium.
Okay, a
It's
medium.
that when
I get it. I get that. But I mean,
and
see what I'm
see
saying?
the light
I guess you hear what
interact with the solid matter.
But I mean, did you not hear my analogy? So you're saying
Yeah,
the
I did,
medium
but
is vibrating in different directions.
No, the medium is everywhere, and it's like the sun. The sun is like the great agitator. Okay, so when it leaves, it takes its light with it. So it's a chain reaction in the atmosphere of energy, and the sun is the focal point of all that energy spreading out. It's everywhere, but when the sun's energy is out of reach, the light in the atmosphere, or the medium that's exciting the light. It leaves with it, basically.
Well, no, but when you study, that's the thing. You're talking about excitation. You're talking about all this stuff, but you're not actually talking about at the level. Like, I mean, it's like it's looking at it global. See, what I hear you saying is you're looking at it globally, like a big picture. But if you want to talk about polarization, hold on a second. Hold on a second. But when you're talking, no, well, I thought you were done. You paused. I thought you were done. Are you not done?
I thought you just. I shut up because I thought you just spit in a quick comment like I just did. I don't mind quick interruptions to correct me or me correct you. You know, so I don't mind short.
Well, I was trying to unpack an idea because the way even with the way you're describing it, it's like a big picture thing. It's like huge picture, but I'm talking about at the minute level, like at the minutia, like they always say the devil's in the details. So like if
Right.
you were talking about, and you were talking about the polarization, and I was describing, well, you're talking about it being some kind of agitation. Well, you'd have to figure out somehow this agitation, this polarized thing is somehow affecting that frequency somehow, or even if it's the same frequency, just blocking that one specific frequency. You know, but that's not what they say how polarization works. So
Changing the angle of it from 90 degrees.
That's right. Okay. Right. That's what I'm saying. So
at least one quick thing, real quick, Paul. When you say that I'm talking like a ball, I swear to God, I was going to say the same thing to you, but I didn't want to sound like a dick. And the way you said it wasn't really dickish, but like it sounds to me like you're trying to describe a ball. But what did I say when I said that the sun's like leaving, going away from us, and taking its light with it? What about that sounded like a ball?
Well, I'm just saying I'm okay. The light, okay. Well, honestly, it takes the light with it. I mean, I can see it until it goes beyond. Like I live in the mountains, so I can only see the light until it goes behind the mountains, and then eventually that light is gone, and I can't see it's gone somewhere else. Now, if you're on a flat plane, I guess you'd have to say the light goes with it, and it stops at a certain point. It doesn't go any further. Where in the other model with the ball,
light everywhere, though, right?
Well, so then the sun doesn't take the light with it. That means the sun is still illuminating even in dark places.
Yeah, I agree. It was a figure of speech, but I'm just saying, when you don't see the sun set, there's still light everywhere, and it's just
But what's the cause of that light source? So that's the next question. What's the cause of that light source? Is it the moon? Is it the stars? I mean, I could be in the bottom of a cave and not see nothing. Well, I mean, I've been in the bottom of a cave and not see anything.
To me, it's the sun, but to me, it's not particles coming off the sun. It's the sun's energy. And when I talk about energy, that's why I try to give you analogies like heat. Heat's got to have a medium to transfer, unless there's something I don't know about. You got to have a medium to transfer anything, bro. And I don't think light is any different.
But see, the problem that's the thing. All the analogies are. Oh, sorry. I thought you were finished. All the analogies are insufficient. All your analogies are insufficient because heat spreads out. Like if I'm standing next to a flame, I could feel it over my whole body, but I hear it on my back. And there's no discreteness to it. Like I can I can see the flame, I can see the light off of the fire, and there's discreteness there, but the heat itself is not discrete. So you can't use that analogy. If you use a wave,
what do you mean
it's also insufficient because there's no discreteness about a wave.
Is there heat particles?
You're heating up the particles in the air, and also there is infrared light coming off the fire. So the air is being warmed by the fire, and there's infrared light coming off the fire.
Do you think that like electrons? I ain't trying to like categorize you, but I'm trying to see where you're coming from. Do you think it's do you think electrons are real things, physically travel wire? Like inside the wire?
We're back to, okay, that's going to derail the conversation. I mean,
no. I want to see where you're coming from.
I mean, I don't know fully. I mean, I've not done, I can't see electrons, but I can see probably at some level, just like the air, just like the heat. If you agitate one side with some kind of electrical charge, that would be like the wave travel through the wire, whether you want to call it electron or whatever, that can be transmitted through the wire, and you can call
Well,
that
here's
thing
it.
electricity or
Here's the
electronics.
thing. I can take another coil and put it within a few inches of the wire. I don't even have to touch the wire. If I take a coil and I put it 90 degrees, same thing with the polar filter, and that's not a coincidence. If I turn it away from 90 degrees, then I'm going to lose that power. But I can take the power right from that flow in a wire just by putting a coil 90 degrees. If I make the circular windings 90 degrees to the way the wire is running. Just same thing with the polar filter.
Yeah,
I
but
know
see
I should
that.
read about
Well, I mean, well, the thing is, though, again, it's a bad analogy
that.
because I don't think
Changing paths?
I don't.
That was my question I was trying to get to. You think the electrons are coming out of the wire and then jumping to the next wire, or do you think it's just a flow of energy like heat? I was just trying to use heat as for lack of better description.
I mean, I mean, there's obviously in the heliocentric or atomistic model, there's electrons in the air, and so if you excite electrons in a wire, you could also excite the electrons in the air. Same thing with static of electro or lightning. If you're exciting the electrons in the air, maybe changing their polarity or whatever, it's going to excite all the gas molecules that have electrons in it from the sky to the ground, and you're going to have thunder. Same thing with electricity in a wire. So I mean, if you want to call it that, I mean, I don't know. I've not gone down. I've not took anything on how all that works. It's been a long time since I took electrical in
Yeah,
school.
I understand. I was just giving you something to think about, kind of like the way that.
But
to me, dude, if you think of all these things, all these phenomenons, if you really think about it, it works better with a medium that's everywhere, and it just gets excited. Air might even be a part of it. I don't know 100% either. I'm just giving you my best thoughts on the way it works. I think it's phenomenon way better, and it kills the globe on its face without you add ether, no globe, period.
Well, here's the thing, though. No matter what, and this is the only reason I get in this discussion, because typically I started out in the pseudoscience discussion. Okay, screw QE. But if you're going to start arguing something you can't measure it, which means it can't be weighed. You're saying it can be manipulated. That's what I hear. Which means that if you can, hold on a second. If it can be manipulated, that means you should be able to do some kind of cause and effect to it. You can't be weighed because you can't weigh it. As far as I've heard from Whitsitt, it's a pure potential. So how can you weigh pure potential?
Well,
How do you do that?
it manifest, but it's more like a what is, Paul. It's a what is. So the reason he's saying you can't.
So it's not a science question,
right?
Right. So then, so it's here's the thing. So then this is back to what I said before. Hold on a second. This is why I go back to this before, and I said this. I posted this in the chat a while back. It is the ether of the gaps. That's the thing. It's like dark matter, dark energy. They put this in the hole that they can't fill. Ether, as far as I can tell, is you're trying to fill a hole in your understanding, and you're calling it ether. It's the same thing about it.
Well, I can see, because that's what they keep telling you. But the fact of the matter is, if you really do your research, just start from the beginning, you'll see that they strawman the ether, called it stationary, wiped out field theory, and just replaced it with transform mathematics, basically. And they took away. They had to give another explanation, so they give a adverse explanation of space time, which is exactly opposite of an ether. So but here, this is the point I was trying to get to, is even Quantum Racer on the show I was on, he admitted that the Brownian motion and the photoelectric effect, they're not experiments. They don't, he don't even claim they're experiments, but they're supposedly what proves light to be a particle, and that just leads to so many double speak explanations of how light works. It's just simple. It's just like Tesla described it as a sound wave in the ether, kind of, man. Light is nothing more than like a sound wave in the ether, basically, for descriptive purposes. It acts just like the same.
Here's another question. This is just an open question. You guys can discuss it. I want to go back to work. I've taken too much time. I got to go back to work. But can a cause and effect be established without the scientific method?
I think there's other ways of scientific method. I don't think the interferometer is a parlor trick. I don't think a vacuum chamber is a parlor trick. I think when you start thinking like that, dude, you shut down the conversation. We're having a good conversation, whether I even believe it 100% or not. It just, to me, it's a better explanation, but I ain't, I don't agree with everything about it. But we're questioning things, thinking outside the box, and seeing what led us to all this horse shit, and them destroying electric field theory was the start of it all, killing the ether.
Well, and the point is, sometimes observations can give you the cause and effect, and I will have to, if I'm standing out here, and I'm watching a thunderstorm, and I see a thunderstorm strike a tree, and all of a sudden this tree starts to burn. Do I really have to ask the question, what's the cause of the tree burning? Do I have to science
not
that?
at all, man. Not at
No.
all.
So there's some things I think either they're purely observational, which I have to agree. There are certain things that are purely observational because you can see cause and effect with just pure observation, and some things are defined, right? So we define, and that's why I was trying to get back earlier in my conversation. We use words to communicate ideas and concepts, right?
Would you?
Hold on a second. So like a tree, right? We know that's conveying an idea. Now there's different types of trees. I see 3 or 4 trees here. There's probably different types, and we can get if you want to get into the minutia of the idea. But do I have to? I mean, I could plant a seed and watch it grow. I mean, then I could say, well, I don't know the cause of that, but the initial cause of it is me planting the seed. But if you want to get more detail, then I think it's another question. But if I don't, but I don't want to get down the derail of that. But I'm just saying the point is sometimes some things are definitional, some things are observational, some things I think the point of the cause and effect thing is when we don't know the cause of a thing.
Yeah, I agree.
We don't.
When we can't run it through the strict method. But look,
and so
would you agree that the globe? Would you agree the globe like reifies things that we use to describe like into reality? Would you agree the globe does that a lot?
You'd have to give him an example specifically.
Like mass, they'll call a measurement of something, and they've reified mass to be like a physical thing that they've reified it into existence, and then on the next breath they'll describe it as a measurement, like height or something like that. So, you see what I'm saying?
If I try to give people the benefit of the doubt and try to understand why they do certain things. I mean, hold on a second. I was going to give you an analogy. I see a bunch of bricks over there. Okay. They seem to resist acceleration because if I go try to push on them, it takes a lot of energy to get them to move. So it is that those bricks are resisting acceleration.
Right. So you're taking an
they do have a
adjective,
certain weight to them. They have a certain weight to them. And they have a certain weight to them.
That's a better description than mine. So they're reifying an adjective, like a way of describing something, and making it into a real physical thing. That's what I meant by reifying. Here's the whole point. The whole point is, I don't know why I'm getting friction. That wasn't trying to catch you nowhere, but the globe tends to reify things like they did phlogiston or phlogiston, whatever you want to call it. They did the same thing, like it was actual stuff, instead of just a convention on how to measure things and weigh things. Well, to us, that's kind of what they're doing with a electron and a photon. They're reifying them, and we understand it's a good convention. It's necessary to make simulations, to put it in computer models, to make devices. We understand it's got to be quantified, but to then reify it into existence, so the whole argument, what is light? So that's why it ain't science. But that's where needs to be, what is light? The cause. We both are just giving our best ideas, not science.
Well, let's analyze this thought process. I hear this what is and what does all the time. What something is and what something does. Define to me what a trailer is.
That's in the science versus pseudoscience presentation. Is what is questions are not science.
Well, I know, but it's what is and what. Well, I know, but like, what is a trailer? Okay. Well, I'm looking at one right now. Actually, it's black. It's got 4 wheels. which if I just gave you those two descriptors, you would think it's a car. It's black and four wheels. But the thing is, it's missing certain things. It's missing an engine. It's missing a driver's seat. But it has a flatbed. Okay, there's a flatbed to it. It has some rails on it. And it's like it has a spare tire. And there's a thing on the front. Hold on a second. But I also see something that it tows something. It's like a tow hook on it. So what a trailer is it's those things, but what it does is it hauls things. You could put things on it and carry it around, right? So both those is what it is and what it does is the trailer.
Yeah, I was just asking you to tie that into our discussion because I'm not understanding.
Okay, well, I mean, what is a wave? Okay, let's tie it into something we talk about. What is a wave? A wave seems to be an agitation of some form of medium, as you guys would describe it, whether an ocean, sound, or the so-called ether. That is a wave. A wave is something. It's an agitation in a medium, right?
Just know this. When I say ether, I'm arguing your photon. I'm arguing against your photon. Just so you know, when I say ether, all I mean is not photons.
Okay, but I'm talking about. But I'm okay. Never mind. I guess we just derailed this completely. But I mean, I don't know what a photon is. Okay, if I was to say what a photon is, it seems like if I can turn a light down to the point where it seems like discrete something is coming out of this thing, like a laser or some kind of light source, and when it hits the photoelectric effect plate, it seems to interact and create a single spot. That I would describe as a photon.
Right, but you would agree that we can't prove the cause of that with the scientific method, though, right?
Cause of what? I know the cause of the light is I'm going to turn the light on.
Good enough. But my point would be that is the what is question. That's we all agree with it's a what is question, and to just automatically go in assuming that light is because you realize in the double slit, quantum eraser, all them experiments, they're using collimated light. In other words, they're focusing it down as small as they possibly can, and they're given the smallest little piece that can be detected. So yeah, it's going to show up as a spot.
Okay.
What it is, it's going to show up as a little spot under them circumstances. Would you agree?
Well, I mean, the thing is, here's the thing. Okay, let's say I don't know the absolute subatomic sub-level, like the minute, the very down to things I can't see, because you actually need light to see. So if you're trying to look at light, you have to have light to see the light. So it's kind of like, how do you do that? But I can look at just the world around me and determine certain attributes of light. It seems to have some directionality, and as I was using the shadow, which means I can point the light is over there. That means it's in that direction because I can point at it. So it has some level of that. I can turn it down to a point where on a laser or other sources of light where it seems like just chunks of it are coming out and hitting a photoelectric plate. It seems to have that property as well. When I do other things to it, it has other things, attributes to it. It seems to diffract, because I can see diffraction occurring now when I'm out here outside. I see it. So there's other attributes of light. And those things is light, because they're describing the observation of light.
Yeah,
so that
they're
is the
all
light.
good points, bro. All good points.
It's describing the flashlight. The flashlight takes two batteries. It takes a little copper wire. It takes a little bulb.
Thanks for your input. Thanks for your input, D-Mock. Thanks, man. For nothing.
Makes perfect sense, man. Thank you. That proves flat Earth, right? The flashlight.
Sissy, to stop interrupting me, all five of you. Now, it goes through an electrical impulse from the two batteries through a copper wire, right? Is that wrong? And then it goes to the little bulb that's screwed in and touches the other part. When you click the thing, it connects it, right? Is that wrong? That's right? So now the other mechanism you're looking at is not light. It's the electricity, right? The excitement of electricity through a piece of glass and a filament, a Y filament, right? The Y filament. So now that shines through a medium. So the excitement of that filament, right? The energy from the two batteries, the positive and negative, the electromagnetics, right? It's putting a field out into another field. So you're seeing what happens into the medium of air reacting with that too. So that's all kinds of things that you're seeing the reaction of. That's not light itself. Thank you. I'm done.
You have been illuminated.
Ding.
I'm just saying, when you say I'm looking at the attributes of light, that's kind of false to say. I wouldn't say that to a bunch of kids and be like, we're just looking at what light does on its own. It's just light and just light. No, that doesn't even make no sense. You got water you can shoot light through, different gases, different airs, different temperatures, different everything, different reflections, different. Come
Did you
on,
just
man.
say light?
Light.
Yeah. Yeah, light that you look through. I look at whatever you see.
Light.
Yeah, it's how we describe it. Yeah, I didn't tell you what it was though, did I? You can describe more the action and reaction from point A from the start, like 0 to 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. Everybody wants to jump from 1 to 97 to 100. That's the problem.
Why do you think that?
Oh, I just posted a video in live stream. So if I was trying to show the ether, I think this would be one of the best ways to show it. In my opinion, just it's a short video,
Wait, I don't
about
see
3
the
minutes.
video, bro.
I just posted it in live stream. If you could skip to like a minute and a half or something.
I'm in live stream text.
If I could if I had to show you ether you know, interacting with the real world, you know, matter, other, you know, visual, this would be probably the best I could do personally, you know.
Wait, did you post it in live stream text?
Yeah, live stream text chat.
I don't see it. Anybody see it? Am I in the
No,
wrong
I'm
place?
also checking live text too. It's not in there either.
Yeah, he must have posted it in a different channel because he doesn't know what he's doing.
Yeah, I just posted it again in live stream 1.
No, man. Going somewhere else.
Yeah, there's no video in live stream 1.
That'd also be like a man source of light compared to a natural source, which would be like sun, reflection, moon, stuff that glows, you know, nature.
Yep, we make all light from nature. I agree with you.
That means like when you go outside and you don't affect anything and you just look around, whatever you see right there, that's nature. Without you doing shit. Stay right where you're at and just look around.
No, I'm part of nature.
I know. I know. So now when you started out at 0, did you have a flashlight? What was your natural light? It's nature.
No, but the natural light that we had was the lighting in the house I was born in.
You mean the excitement from the sun to the medium of air?
No, the excitement of electricity across a tungsten bulb.
What's electricity when you're just born with a leaf? What are you talking about?
I have electricity in my body. I have charge in my body.
Tungsten electricity bolt. Okay, you're pretty awesome. I'd like to have
I
that
am.
DNA. Tungsten bolt DNA.
I didn't say I could light a light bulb with my fingers, but no, electricity's part of nature. Tungsten's part of nature. The sand we use to make the glass is part of nature. Yeah, in fact, we get natural glass as well, so that's part of nature.
Where's your source?
The metal's part of nature.
Where'd
Yeah,
you come
all
from?
part of nature. From nature. If we're part of nature, then what we produce is part of
The
nature.
location. I want to know where you came from. Which location? Which rock? Which dirt? Which mud puddle? Which water? Which?
No, I was born same as you, but
duck, apple. What do you came from? Where's the source of nature that you came from? Can I see it, please? Like your first
Yeah,
great
sure.
great grandpa.
My
Where did he
mum.
come from?
I came from my mum.
Mom had all your great grandpas? That's weird.
No, I didn't say that. You asked me where I came from.
No, I didn't. I said, where did your great grandma come
No, that
from?
was
You said
after you said it the first time. You added that
you
later.
wouldn't be here without your great grandma. Stop being crazy.
Of
Now,
course I
where
wouldn't
you
be.
came
Yeah.
from was one of your great grandmas, clearly, or else you wouldn't exist without her. So, where did the
My
first
my
one?
ancestral line goes back to back through
Sword
time. I agree.
zero. Before the first mom and dad of you, or the grandma and grandpa, where'd that come from? Which dirt, rock, tree, leaf? Where'd it come from?
Well, that would have come from their biological parents.
Is it tungsten? I mean, I'm
You
just
know.
trying to figure out where the source of you came out of nature. Can we go back to that and get a couple U's? Huh?
Yeah, I've got children. There are a couple of me's with slight differences.
Well, that's not you then, is it?
Oh,
When
but
I
the only person that's me then is me, not my grandparents or my great grandparents. So the only me that I can demonstrate to you is me. That's what you're
where's
saying
the
is a
source
demo.
of your bloodline? Where's the source? We only got one you, one your son. Now, where's your great first ever human flesh person in your family? Where'd that first one come from?
I don't know.
Do
Where
you
did
know?
yours come from?
I'm trying to figure out from you.
No, I'm trying to figure out. No, I don't. I said I don't know. Where does yours come from?
Wherever yours came from, so we could pinpoint it and locate it.
No, no. I'd say I don't know. You obviously do, which is why you're asking this question. So where did your ancestors come from?
Made of, and how you have tungsten, all this other crazy shit, and you're part of
No, no.
nature.
I just said that's part of nature. Are you saying that tungsten's not part of nature?
I don't know what you're talking about. I was just asking you to describe it from point zero till now instead of jumping to 100. Like, I'm here with a cup of coffee. Look, that's not how it works. We need the source. Where'd you come from 0 to 1? Where's
Where
the
did you
zero?
come from? Where's your zero?
Where do you go?
Yeah, where's your zero?
You're going to re-ask me my question to you.
I said I don't know, and I'm now saying where's your zero?
Are you okay?
I said I don't know. What's your zero?
Are you all right?
Why aren't you addressing the question that's been put to you, Demok?
The question was put to you.
And I said I don't know.
Well, then we have a dilemma.
What's your zero?
Your zero. I just
No,
told
no.
you.
What's your zero?
Your zero.
Yes. What's your zero?
Mine. Damn, dude. So when you
So what is
yours
it?
out, you figure both of them out. I'll wait.
So what's yours? Do you know? So Demok doesn't know where he comes from. Weird. So he's admitted in this conversation that he can't start at zero.
Asking where I came from or where you came from. I said, where'd the first ever, whatever you think you
Yeah.
come from? The first flesh and
Because we
blood.
don't.
Line.
Yeah, because we don't want to start at 100. We need to start at zero. So if you can't start at zero, you're starting at 100, the same as me, Demok.
Need to ask that question. That's a dumb question. You clearly came out of your mother. We all know the answer to that. Where did the first of your line of whoever you are, whatever you think you exist as a human, where did that source come from?
And as I said to you, I don't know. So if I can't start at that zero, and you say we must start at this zero, what is your zero?
My mom is my zero, but where's my fucking? I don't know the other zero. I'm asking.
And my mum is my zero. My mum's my zero. Cool.
Where's your mom's zero? Is what I'm asking.
Well, where's your mum's zero then? I said I don't know. I've admitted that. I've granted that I don't know, and I'm trying to now understand what your position is.
Is there a way I can ask it to where you can comprehend the sentence that's coming out of my mouth? I mean,
Yeah, is there a way that you don't comprehend the answer that I gave of I don't know?
Okay, so that's my answer too, because my answer is your answer. So
Cool.
if you know
So therefore, neither of us.
Hello. Put
So
your
therefore,
coffee down, put it up to your lips, and take a drink. Shut up for a minute. Damn. So, you don't know the source. My answer is your answer of your source. I thought you knew everything. Clearly, I was wrong. So now we both are at a dilemma. I only know what you tell me because you're the wizard of everything. Do you understand that? So if you don't know it, I don't know it. Whatever you ask me, you have to have the answer for clearly. So that's where we're at. Sorry.
And why do you think I'm the wizard of everything? What a stupid thing to think.
Oh, because every time anybody talks about something, you guys know it all. You're just the wizards of everything. That's a stupid thing to not think.
I don't think I've ever claimed that I know everything. In fact, I think I say I don't know an awful lot.
So where you're coming from, Democ, is that there's lots of steps being skipped to the answer.
Well, I have to say something.
Yeah.
I have to say something. DMOC does seem to have a comment about everything. So the very thing that he's claiming that the other guy's doing, he's doing as well. So it sounds like DMOC knows everything. So DMOC, why don't you just educate us?
I don't know. I only know what he knows, and you know, Mr. Wizards. You're number 2, Mr. Wizard. All I know is what you tell me.
Oh, the Earth's a globe.
You had a lot to say earlier about light, so it seemed like you knew more than I did. So go ahead.
Yeah.
So light
You
being
think
electricity.
You think shadows exist without light? I'd wait for you to show me, but you didn't do that, did you? You just keep talking about nothing like a glober, which makes no sense, really. It's like a believer of something that can't demonstrate your own fucking belief. I can demonstrate with the light you will get a shadow. Do you want to bet money on it that your claim does not exist?
Bro, he
You
makes
can't
more sense than you.
light. Do you understand this? Yes or no? Are we clear here? I mean, what
Well, I've
number?
already defined what a light or shadow is. It's the absence of light.
Show
Called
us.
dark.
Show me.
Yeah.
You can't have a definition without a demonstration of what you're defining. That's crazy talk.
You've never seen a shadow, Democ?
Have you ever seen what you're talking about? Show me.
Yeah, I've seen what he's talking about.
I hear a whole bunch of leprechauns jumping around in your room, but I don't see them. Are they light leprechauns? There's light leprechauns. You guys can talk about them and tell about them, but you can't show them. That's weird.
I know, it's a bit like saying that we need to start at 0 and you don't know where 0 is. It's a dilemma for you, Demo.
How can you start anywhere but 0? That'd be your dilemma. Even talking and opening up your mouth and even saying anything about science or physics or anything. When you start at 100, you already lost.
Yeah, you've lost, Demo. I admit that. You've lost because you don't know where 0 is.
Let me ask Gio something real quick, y'all. Gio, is there, if you can hear me, can you check and see if I have permission? I couldn't post in any live text 1, live text 2. I couldn't post any citations. And I could text, chat. That's it. And if it's anything on your end, I was trying to show.
Brian?
I was trying to post. I mean, somehow my video rolls got somehow, but it wouldn't let me do that. 25 or more users anyway. But it won't let me post citations. All I could do is I typed in test and it worked fine. But I keep trying to put this video to show the example, and it won't let me post.
Well, your live stream verified. Hold on, I'll just do it again and see what happens, Brian. See if we can work it out.
While you're working it out, I'll just wait.
Try,
I'll just agree.
try again, Brian.
Sorry.
Yo, Zanuck also, the other day, Zanuck said he couldn't post anything, but it was right after I'd given him a warning, an official warning. So I don't know if it was because of that or he was actually having problems.
Okay. Well, maybe, did Brian get a warning?
I didn't give him one.
Okay.
He probably should have got one today, though.
So what's this theory of bloody we see with little movie projectors going around everywhere? I don't get that. Yeah, Howard. You know what I'm talking about.
You see, with movie projectors.
Yes, because I've been saying this for a good couple of years now, ever since Brandon's old server, when Rumpus first told me that I see the olive tree across my yard because light is bouncing off that olive tree, zooming through the air into my eyeball. Right? That's how I see the olive tree. Right? And to me, that explanation, which has been consistent throughout this whole time, is like that olive tree now is like a little movie projector projecting its image all the way through the atmos to my eye. Okay, so that's the image I have in my head with that explanation, because the light is bouncing off it, right, and then bouncing into my eye. This is how we see. Okay, I don't see it like that at all. Don't see that. Haven't seen that being the way for so long, right? Because if
Yeah, but what's the problem? I mean, hold on. The light, I mean, you could see the thing, so like there's got to be light coming off of something for you to see it, right?
why?
Or is that what you're arguing?
Yeah, why? Why?
That's what you're
Yeah,
arguing?
exactly. Why does the light have to be coming off it into my eye, Jeremy? Why don't I see that thing because it is illuminated in light? Like I can't see the thing in pitch blackness, can I? Can't see it at all.
No.
No. But all of a sudden, when it is illuminated, now all of a sudden, when it's illuminated, that light is now bouncing off it, right, towards my eye, into my eye.
Here's a good way of thinking about it. I think this might
what they say.
this might
I
help.
know.
So
what
if you've got something that's illuminated and you can see it, and then someone shines a big spotlight at you, you can't see it anymore.
Yeah, and
Wait, say that again?
And
I didn't even understand that. What?
So if you've got say you've got something in the distance, like a tree, a lighthouse, whatever, and it's illuminated, you're shining a torch on it, and then someone shines a torch into your eyes, you can't see that thing because your eyes have been it's been obscured by the excessive amount of light hitting your eyes.
And then what?
Yeah,
Is that the whole thing?
So what I can also do is I can take a mirror and I can produce the same effect.
Hold on. What does that first example? Trust. What does that first example do? Though?
It shows that
What does that show?
It shows the fact that just because something is illuminated doesn't mean that we can necessarily see it if we're getting a lot of light from other places, so we can be overloaded basically by other light. So the point of it is why stuff's going to your eyes is you can do that thing of shining the torch directly in your eyes. Ooh, can't see anything, all apart from the torchlight. Tree in the background's gone. Oh gosh, you've taken it away, and now I've got red dots in front of my eyes. Thanks, mate. And then you can do exactly the same effect with a mirror, a very reflective surface.
That doesn't help me out at all.
No,
It's easier than that. Bandsaw, what am I cooking for dinner right now?
Sorry?
What am I making for dinner right now?
Macaroni.
Chicken.
Salmon.
Chicken. I'm gonna go with chicken.
Salmon.
He ain't making. No one can afford that shit unless you're the king of Australia.
I can't see what you're cooking.
Yeah, you can't see what I'm cooking because even though it's illuminated, there's no path for it to reach your eyes.
Oh, nice.
Oh my goodness gracious! That is just such a ridiculous analogy. It's not even. Oh God!
That was pretty bad, Kool-Aid. I'm gonna give you a effort, I guess.
Yeah, I think you should get an official
That's
warning
that's
for that.
being generous.
An official warning. My Lord. Oh. But no.
Like, how can we prove to these guys? Because I actually think it's happening where the light hits the thing and bounces, and now you can see it.
Oh, Jeremy,
so how do we
Land.
show these guys?
You're in La La Land, Jeremy.
Float through the air to your
I mean,
eye.
it's possible, right?
An apple doesn't make a rainbow red into your eye. You don't see shit float like.
How do we show these guys?
Makes perfect
that might
sense.
be cut out. How do we show these guys? What's up? Can you guys hear me?
Easy as fuck, dude.
How do you show them that the light is actually bouncing off the thing? Go ahead, go show.
You get a mirror,
That's easy as fuck. I don't know if you can hear me very well.
and then you bounce the light off the mirror. And that's it. Dude.
I was gonna make fun of a few people in here because there's a bunch of people in here who take a long time to get into what they're gonna say. I was gonna do that for a second, but
You're doing it right now. Yes, you're doing
Okay,
it.
I know.
hurry up.
I
Get to
know.
the point. I've got something to say. Come on, get to the point, Coach.
But now let Banso, you go ahead, and then I will illuminate.
No, just tell us how
this,
we can prove that the light's bouncing.
No, Banso's
off the
got something to
thing.
say.
Some people refuse to see the light.
He wants to see this. Okay, go ahead, Banso.
I don't know why some people just refuse to see things. It's in
Jeremy.
plain sight.
You're looking at something, all right, and you think the light is bouncing off it into your squinty eye, right? Because it's a long way away. So you're squinting really hard, winking, squinting, all right? And you think that light is bouncing off it in the form of light, little information packets, right? Little movie projector traveling through the atmos, getting refracted at 07/6R, okay, into your eye. Okay, that's how
Okay,
you
I don't
think.
know why you brought the R value in it to make it seem more crazy, but
Yeah,
I
well,
know.
yeah, exactly. Exactly. So you see it. So now, Jeremy, I'm standing to the side of you, but halfway between what you're looking at and you, right? So why can't I see that image being projected all the way from the image from the olive tree into your eye?
Like
Because that's
a
how you
laser
see.
beam. Like a laser beam, if we were going to put like some smoke out there or something, you could see the laser beam.
Exactly. So we're seeing
Because
this
there,
image,
well,
right?
in the laser beam, you don't deny the laser beam, though, right? That's
That's
something
called
going.
that's called directed light, Jeremy.
Yeah,
That's
no, I'm
something
not saying
different.
it's the same. I know it's a different type of light. You got coherent and incoherent. I'm just saying, like the laser beam, there's definitely something traveling, right?
Well, it's directed. 100%.
Yeah.
It's directed. Yeah.
The wait's over.
A laser beam doesn't show you an image, it shows you itself. Light doesn't show you the image, it shows you itself.
I know
It
you have
doesn't
to.
shoot apples
More
everywhere.
power.
sense, man.
The more power you put behind that laser beam, the further it'll travel, right?
The wait is over. That's true. Kind of.
If
It
we put more
travels.
power into it, it's going to be brighter and it's going to go further. And if it's photons, I mean, I don't know. They should go the same distance. Just I don't know. I don't know.
All right.
Why can't we put smoke out there and see the? Why can't Bandsaw put some smoke out there and he sees some kind of light rays going towards my eye?
Crepuscular rays are a good example of light rays.
Smoke.
No.
Well, there's something called poisons.
You're not. Sorry,
Poison-
Kosho, go.
Well, anyways, I was going to say about the wave thing. There's poison thing, principle, or whatever it's called. But that's not the point. The point is you want to know if light is going from A to B, or going from somewhere else to your eye, basically. If your eye is capturing the light, or if there's just it's illuminating something and you're just seeing it. Right? That's the dilemma.
Bro, go show. You said 5 minutes ago you could easy peasy
Yeah, I
prove
can
that the
very
light's
easily,
traveling
dude.
from the thing to your eyeball.
Easy peasy. Check this out, dude. Very easy. So we all know what a CCD sensor is, right, in the cameras. And we all know what a satellite dish on your roof is, right? And you know what a motion detector is. Okay, these are antennas. There's different antennas for different shits. Okay.
If I'm not looking at it, it's still running, right?
Hold on, let him finish.
If every other aspect of light in every other instance is a product of you receiving some of this, whatever you want to call it, photons or whatever, from somewhere, in every other case, if it's always the case that there's a sensor or an antenna that's picking this up, then why would it not be the case that this is what's happening with your eyes?
You've made it even worse, Kosho. With your explanation. You've made it even worse because all these examples that you have listed, you are sending a signal. Okay, then? And there's a receiver. All right. So you've sent this signal. Okay. It's nothing like how you're seeing at all.
That's what I'm asking you. The question I asked was, how is it that this is the only case that's different? If it's the same case, and if it's the same in every
Well,
other
like
case,
with radio waves, I have my
You
two
think?
coils, and I have to space them out just right to get that frequency. If I don't have them, the coils spaced out just right with a little dielectric in between them, then I won't get them. I won't be able to transmit them, right? So it's got to be a frequency type of wave.
Yeah.
what about
Oh,
that
hold
alone,
on,
right?
Kosho. Where's the easy peasy part where you show them that light off the thing? And
as I said, a CCD sensor and a camera that takes an
No,
image of somebody. Same way your
no,
eyes does.
very disappointing.
no. You have sent a signal to that receiver. That's
No.
what you've done. Yes, you have.
No, a CCD sensor in a camera doesn't.
In a
There's no
camera,
signal
a
exchange.
camera's not your eyeball.
I know, but it
There you
captures an image. It captures whatever your eyes sees, right? It's all that's happening is the light is entering into the sensors. It was programmed to do this. This is how they work.
Oh, so now I've got cameras for eyeballs.
No, but this is the same phenomena that your eyes are capturing.
No,
It's kind of the same thing. Your retinas are light sensors.
Yeah, they're antenna sensors. Yeah, all light sensors and antenna
So
work
how
this
do
way.
okay? Let's say your
lost
camera
the plot.
ball. Then what? How does this prove that the light's bouncing off the thing?
The what?
How's
Your
it prove the
camera's
light is
not your
bouncing
eyeball's a camera.
Yeah. So
Now what?
so you've created something that can pick up the light. So the fact that it's not going anywhere, the sensor is not going anywhere. It's inside the camera. Something has to go inside of the camera to for the sensor to read it. And the same thing with the motion detector. A motion detector doesn't go anywhere to find out if somebody's entered into the space. It's simply
Different wavelengths give me different colors, right? So I don't
Yeah.
get it ain't different photons, is it?
Your eyeball don't go anywhere either to get the.
Are different photons, yes.
No.
Put it at an angle, it's not going to do that.
Different discrete chunks of energy, or is it different wavelength?
Different wavelengths.
So can you take the photo?
What's waving? Sorry.
Can you take the photo in the pitch dark?
No.
No, you can't. All right.
Yeah,
so
there's
you
no
can
light.
you can only take the photo when the thing is illuminated. Right? You haven't demonstrated at all that the light is bouncing off the olive tree, zipping through the air into my eyeball. You haven't demonstrated that at all.
You can actually prove that real easily, actually.
Thank you. How, Paul?
Thank you.
Please.
Okay. Because if you could look inside your eye and see the image of the tree inside your eye. And the fact that you're seeing it inside your eye from outside of your eye means it's being reflected off of your eye. And so the same thing with a camera. The old style cameras, they had a viewfinder that showed what the image looked like on the photo plate. That's why you had to cover it up. So you're actually seeing the image on the photo plate and reflected into an eyepiece where you could see it. So there's your proof.
No, that's not proof. Yeah,
that's not all.
That's not a proof. All you're seeing is a reflection.
Respond.
You said bouncing off. Well, obviously it's not. That's what could be argued that that's a bounce off.
No, that's not demonstrating how the light is bouncing off the olive tree onto that surface. It's not demonstrating that at all. All you're seeing is a reflection of that image. That's it.
Okay, if it wasn't coming off the tree, let's walk through this step by step. If I'm in a dark room, can you see anything?
No, I cannot.
Okay, so as soon as I turn on the light source might be behind me, but I can see something in front of me. And obviously the light, I could not see it before. Now when the light is turned on, the light is being reflected off of the object to hit my eye because I can see it. Again, you can see it. That's your proof.
Sorry, Paul.
Sorry, Paul, what? Am I roboting or are you roboting?
Yeah, he is.
I cut out.
I don't know why this is disputed. If light was not reflected
Because
off objects, you couldn't
it
see it.
can't be physical photons
Well, then,
bouncing on off our
don't
eyes.
start it again. That's fine. Don't start it again. If you're happy, you're happy. Okay,
Here's why I
fine.
say it
Okay.
can't be particles, though, because just once again, because of the polarized filters. One blocks out half the light. The second one blocks out all the light. Then we put a third one, and it
Oh,
lets light back through.
Well,
I'm
let's
trying to post it. I'm trying to post it.
hold on a
How come
second.
a particle-
Even if you ignore the fact that it's a photon, let's say you just ignore that. Somehow, from the light source, light hits an object, and its frequency or is changed, and that frequency change is reflected and hits you in the eye.
The light
Whether
can
it's a
be
photon or induction, it's the same idea.
Hold on, light can hit stuff, but the thing that we're talking, what he was asking about is, does the light hit the apple and make the apple fucking float to his eye? Is what he's asking, and that's the question.
Float?
Is no.
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 Not float, no.
It's not. There
But
doesn't. There's nothing that comes off of the material. The photo.
So what he's saying
Your
is
eye.
right.
Your eyes. Like I said, with all any antenna or any sort of satellite dish or sensor, it's simply picking up the measurement of that photon, and so the photon will reflect off of something, not take anything off of it. It just reflects off of it, and it bounces into your eye. And you see that reflection.
Hold on, guys, real quick. What's the tower called? What's that tower called where they did the drop? Oh, I never mind. I remembered it. Continue.
if there's not a reflection on a satellite dish, why is it curved?
So, so the light doesn't hit the apple, bounce off the apple, right, towards my eye. Does that not happen now?
Say again?
It does.
It does. Well, someone just said before it didn't.
Yeah, the light.
If somebody else had said that something comes off of the apple. I'm saying the light itself is traveling; it's bouncing off the apple.
Yeah.
It's reflecting, yeah. It's not.
Yeah,
It's not like it
well-
takes something off of the apple.
Yeah,
Well,
well,
actually-
it bounces off that apple into my eye.
Right. Yeah, but I'm saying it doesn't take something
Okay.
off of the apple and bring it
Okay,
into
then.
your eye.
So,
Well,
how
actually,
do you think they scramble
that
signals?
apple, so that apple is a mile away now. So the light is bouncing off that apple into my eye.
That's right.
No.
do you see it? Can you see the apple?
Yes.
How do you think?
Guess what?
How do you think they
How do you
scramble
how else, if
signals?
it wasn't bouncing, how else could you see it?
Because it is illuminated.
Right, light has to hit it, illuminate it, so it can hit your eye. So okay.
No.
Wait, hold on. If it's bouncing off, dude, let me get in a word real quick, Bandsaw. If it's bouncing off like your satellite dish, okay, how do they scramble?
If you
the-
wear
the-
sunglasses,
how do they
you
scramble
still
the
see
signal?
it.
Just by, they scramble the signal not by like blocking out certain photons. They block the freaking wavelengths. The wavelengths. So what's
Yeah, that's
waving?
because that's a message. But I think but Paul had a good point though about the satellite dish and the reflection, because they're shaped curved like that so that it can capture more light and then focus it on the single point.
Yeah, a false image. It doesn't have anything to do with reality. Off a mirror, which is a reflectant source, what we're not talking about. We're talking about, does the light hit the object and carry the object
Yeah.
to your eye? No.
You put that satellite dish out in the lake.
That's who
Sorry.
said it. That's who said it.
If you put a satellite dish out in the lake, it's going to collect more water.
If light does not come off the apple, you cannot see the apple.
You mean
Yeah,
if it
but-
doesn't illuminate the apple?
If you don't have a light source illuminating the apple, you will not see the apple.
Okay, exactly.
Yeah, hold on,
Cool.
bandsaw,
Common ground.
bandsaw. Hold on, bandsaw. Do you agree that the light hits the apple?
Yeah, 100%.
So it goes from the sun to the apple.
It's illuminated, but where are you going? Just get there.
I don't know. I was just trying to get down to the basic thing of
Okay,
it.
this is actually an experiment. Hold on a second. This is actually an experiment you can do. This is like the basic experiment. What's the cause of you being able to see the apple? It has to have another light source, and you want to call the term illuminating the apple so the light can bounce off the apple to hit your eye. You could do that. That's a perfect experiment. The
Bro,
cause of
you can use night
illumination is a
vision
light
goggles
source.
and see it any time. You can use night vision goggles. The light's always there.
Yeah.
Okay, no,
That
there's a
is
certain
not
frequency or type of light that's there, not visible light.
Right. Frequency measures waves.
That is not demonstrating that the light is bouncing off that apple, going through the air to my eye in the form of an apple.
Okay, but
Also,
here's
you're
another
always
thing.
naming
Okay,
these
hold
shiny
on. Let's do
objects.
another experiment.
Name some
Let's do
flat,
another experiment.
matted objects.
Put your
Always
hold on a second.
always shiny.
Hold on a second. Let's put your hand in front of the apple. Can you see the apple anymore?
Oh, God, that's just ludicrous.
Yeah, with X-ray.
What's that got to do with
Okay, we're talking about visible light. We're talking about visible light.
Are the
We're
X-ray
talking. Okay,
maker?
we're talking about visible light as always. That's what we talk about. Visible light.
Why do you think I'd be able to see through my hand? Why do you think I'd be able to see through my hand?
Because there's X-rays being transmitted from the sun throughout all of creation, and because you can get a sensor, and be able to pick up that X-ray and see things with a certain type of
maybe
sensor.
so. Maybe
So?
so. But
Is
my
that not true?
don't see that, do they?
Okay, so we're back to visible light again. So if you want to not see the apple, put your hand in front of the apple. Can you see it? So the light
No, but
that's
it's
coming off
not
the apple is blocked.
light. It's because of the receiver, your eyeballs. What are you talking about?
If the
If
light
the
is not being
information-
reflected off the apple, go ahead.
The light is being reflected off the apple and then being reflected off your hand before it reaches your eye. Can't believe
Okay,
you're doing
so no, this is them. They're saying the light does not reflect off the apple to hit your eye. That's what they're saying.
Well, maybe reflection isn't the right term. I think is what they're saying. Kind of like Zanuck explained the way electricity flows through a wire. It doesn't actually move. It just transfers from one thing to another and goes down that direction. That's how he explained it. Like they're talking to each other. So
Well, then, even in that analogy, even your own analogy though, if you put your hand in front of that light or in front of the thing you're looking at, you can't see it. So whatever it is, whether it's an induction or a photon, whatever, it's being blocked. So
yeah,
you can't
cut
see the apple
wire.
anymore.
You've cut the wire.
So either
that was
way,
coming- Well,
either way,
okay.
then. So either way.
It will go through your hand. It will go through your hand, man.
Light does
Coil-
go through you. Yeah.
But can you see the apple? Can you distinguish the individual aspects of the
Yeah.
apple?
I like it's reflecting. We just don't think it's photons bouncing and hitting your eye. It's energy, more or less. Like
Well, something that's why I don't have to know what light is, but I can figure out certain things about light, and that is one thing. It seems to have a source. Light has a source. It seems to hit other objects somehow and be reflected into my eye where I can see it. That's our everyday experience.
Reflecting, man, as long as you don't say bouncing. Like to me, I lose
Reflecting,
you.
bouncing, whatever you want to term. You just don't like
Well,
photons, so that's fine.
Yeah, I don't like photons.
If you put enough cheese on them, they're not too bad.
I'm not arguing against photons myself.
I accept them for a good descriptor and a good convention. Good way to quantify it. Put it in computer programs. Put it in simulations. Put it in multimeter shit like that. But as far as reifying photons and claiming what we know what they are, no, we don't know. We don't know what they are.
Here's this is back to what I was going to say before. If you just analyze what it can do, the attributes that's described about photons, that they give the term to it is there. Like you can actually turn down a light source to the point where it seems like individual something is coming from the source, and then you can also show that somehow light is energy. So just from those two things, you can see a discrete something, and it seems to have some form of energy. Just from those two things.
Here's an important question though. When we take an interferometer and we place it stationary, like if it's not moving, what makes it recess at 15 degrees an hour? Just asking. What are your thoughts on that?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on with the interferometer. I have no idea. But I was actually just thinking about something.
I was actually, when I was talking earlier, I have a little battery pack that I use for my phone, and I forgot that it has a solar cell on it. And like when it's in my truck outside of sunlight, it doesn't show it charging. But when I put it in the sun, there's a little indicator that shows like it's gathering energy. So just from that, just this little apparatus, it seems like light is or has an attribute of energy to it.
Oh, I agree with that. I think it's
Yeah, I do
information
too. I
and
agree with
energy.
that. I agree with that 100%.
Explain to me, Paul, how I don't see what I'm looking at exactly where it is.
What do you
That
mean?
is,
Okay. What am
well,
I?
just that. Right, I'll go back to my olive tree, right? But I see the olive tree exactly where it is, right? But the way you guys describe it to me, right, is that the light is bouncing off that olive tree, right, into my eye, and that's how I'm seeing the olive tree. But I see it myself. I see it in place because it is illuminated. Like, no, like yes, light obviously the illumination is bouncing off the olive tree, but I don't see it bouncing off that olive tree in packets of information towards my eye. I don't see it like that at all. Right? I
Well,
see it
actually,
in place.
well, here's the thing though. This is back to where you have to look at how your eye's designed, okay, or how your eye works, because you have inside your eye. That's what I said earlier. You know, the rods and cones. They act like individual sensors that are picking up, and that light that hits those rods and cones is translated through very different individuals. This is what's so cool. There's individual different neurons or connectors to those rods and cones, right? And all that information, it is information because it's turned into information, different packets of information. That's why I used that earlier. And the neural system runs it into your brain, and your brain processes those individual packets of information to be a cohesive image. That's how it works. That's how your visual cues work.
I see my eyes that I'm able to see in a particular spectrum. I can't see in all spectrums. I can only see in a particular spectrum. Other animals can see in different sorts of spectrum. Okay, then.
What is it to see?
But it is just the spectrum of light that I can actually see things in. That's my visible light that I can see. Right?
Well, do you know why?
What if your
It's
eyes?
because hold on a second, Dean. The thing is, it's like their eyes and other animals are designed differently than yours. That's why, like butterflies and insects can see the ultraviolet, where humans can't because their eyes or their sensors inside their eyes can receive that information, where ours can't.
It's
And
the
it's like the
same
same thing with our
photons, though,
ears.
right? Same
Yeah,
photons?
the information's still there. Yeah, the information's still there. Well, whatever you want to call it, the information
One
for the
challenge
light is
for you,
still
Paul.
there.
One
What?
challenge for you. Can you show me light not diffracted? Can you show me light not diffracting anywhere?
Okay, I don't know what the relevance of that question is.
I figured out how to prove it. I figured out how to
the
prove
cause of it
guys.
and all that. Can you at least show it?
I figured out how to prove
I
the
mean,
light's
I
bouncing off things.
Light bounces off things, but the things don't bounce with it. Is the point? Light
I have a
reflects.
definition. I have a definition of spectrum if y'all want me to read it, because I had never really.
Eyeballs go forward. Sorry, Rocky.
Yeah, I cut you.
You got
Spectrum is number one is a band of colors as seen in a rainbow produced by the separation of the components of light by their different degrees of refraction according to wavelength.
Well, and I was going to say something. One other aspect is really what happens with an apple, like if it's a red apple, all the spectrum of light is absorbed, and only the red is bounced back at your eye. That's why you have different color.
Can you prove that?
How do you prove that? 'Cause, yeah, really easily. It's called have a white light, which has all spectrum of light on it. And then if all light was being reflected back to you, hold on a second. If all light was being reflected back at you, you would see the apple as white, not as red.
No, you wouldn't. Where's the rainbow? All
Or it's
light
just
breaks into all
diagonally.
color. What are you
He's
talking about? The the,
he's
the,
right.
the light that shows you its colors and the color of the object have fucking nothing to do with each other at
I
all.
know, but you can use your phone and do this.
When you
If you have a phone,
you're looking forward
a
like
color,
radar. Hold on,
color
Kosho.
creator
You're
thing.
looking forward like radar. Like radar. Your eyeballs omit something. What's wrong with that? What if your eyeballs omit something that you see with as well as something that's sitting there illuminated in your path of sight? What if your sight is a beam or a wave
Good
or a
questions.
radiant fucking energy coming out and it picks it up like a bat does with its sight and
So,
sound as
so
well?
It's good questions, but Paul's point about the light though is accurate. That you can take any color light, and if you take that same color object and put it in that light, you'll see that that object will appear to be white, and all the other objects won't appear to be their actual color. There'll be some, if you have a red light, it'll be like reddish.
That doesn't make any damn sense. If I
All
shine it
done
on every
down the
object, it's
wavelength.
gonna white. That doesn't make any sense, man. What you guys are saying just reifies goofiness, really. It doesn't make any sense. About the light, not people. The light is goofy, what you're trying to say. If I shine a white light on your face and you're yellow, it's going to outshine you. If you're blue, it's going to outshine you. If you're green, it's going to outshine you. What does that even mean? Come on now. If I shine a light and it gets split up, it has all spectrums of light in it. It has nothing to do with the colors of the objects.
okay. Well, here's the thing, D-Mark. Let's just think about this. Let's just think about it. What is white? That's a color, right? Okay. And if I have the source of the light is white. Okay. So something about the apple is changing the nature of the light to only allow you to see red. What is happening? One of two things. Something's happening to the light so that you can see it as red, not as white.
It's called a pigment.
The apple is
Well,
red.
on a more specific level, all spectrum of the light is absorbed, and only red is reflected back at you.
The apple is red regardless. Turn the light out, the apple's still red.
No.
No, it's not. It's black. You can't see it.
Maybe you can't. You got bad eyes.
Yeah, you know his point, right? The apple doesn't change colors. It's just your perception of it changes, like because of the, you turn out the light. But the apple is still red. That statement was true, right?
How do you know?
Well, somebody else can still
You could
be
have switched it for a
watching
green
it.
one.
Okay, well, whatever. Yeah, the apple fairies came in there and switched it. But the point he was making, yeah, you don't mind if we're just having a casual conversation, you not clip me, huh? Thanks. His point was the apple doesn't change color. It's still a red apple. You can have a green apple right next to it. They don't change. Other people can view it from another position and still see it not changing, but you put something in front of you or turn out the light in, where you're seeing it, and it would look dark to you or black or different shade or whatever.
And I also see science these days as being more of ignorance than actual stuff. It's more ignorant of phenomena that nobody wants to be able to explain. But then some guys got the super wizard explanation but can't demonstrate it. It's all undemonstratable claims, Mr. Wizard Science these days. The only science, the only things you guys should be able to worry about is what you can demonstrate. You shouldn't just jump on all these fucking claims because it's in a Google book, because half the shit you read was wrong.
Yo, real quick, I think I can prove that the light is actually bouncing off the objects, right? So we agree the light is going from the sun to the object. And then, so something's hitting the object. Now we can measure, like you can get a black thing and put it out there and a white thing and put it out there with the same surface area. And the white one is going to be cooler. Sorry. Yeah. The white one's going to be cooler. Right? Do we all agree on that?
Yeah.
Basically describing sound. Sound goes out, it hits shit, it can bounce off shit, it can travel, it can be sound, but it's not going to carry the fucking kitchen cabinet to you. Same way as light. Sorry.
Like you're just a huge distraction. And stop messaging people because you can't. Anyways, listen. So the white one is going to be cooler than the black one. So the same amount of sunlight hit it, right? The same amount of sunlight hit it. One didn't keep as much stuff as the other one. Like this is like thermodynamics.
It's reflecting. It's reflecting. It's lighter, and it's going to reflect a broader wavelength. Okay, the black is not. The photons ain't changing. The photons aren't literally. I mean, yeah, I agree. It's reflecting. We know exactly the angle shit's going to reflect, and it's going to absorb certain wavelengths, just like Rocky how he defined it. It's all measured in frequency. It's all measured in as waves and what's waving. You know.
So if the light's reflecting off it and you're looking at it, you're going to see the light reflecting off it. I thought that was the whole thing.
Why is the light travel? Why is the light so much more powerful with no matter? The more of a vacuum we create, or the less shit, the brighter that light's going to be. That should tell you something there.
This is an example I've given many times, and I've been told I was wrong. You have a white water tower in the distance, and it's so big, right? X. And then you have a tree that's green with leaves that's the same size, right? Same height, same size as the water tower, X. And you go away from those objects. Which one are you going to see further? Well, I say the white water tower because it's made of a different metal. It's a different color. It's made of a different substance. It's a different color. The tree is going to absorb the energy more than reflect it like the steel of the water tower. And the different colors also seem to travel or reflect the energy further than, certain colors. So I think you would always see that water tower with everything else remaining the same further distance than you would like a tree.
Well, it makes it brighter, Rakia, like a light. Okay, so you can see at night you'll see a bright light further than what you see
Well,
dim light.
well,
I
let me
agree.
follow up
Yep.
before you get too far off of that. I would say like Peyton as a shill. I think he's one of the ones who's told me that no, they would both. You would see them both equally the same distance because they're the same angle, same size, and you're wrong. Well, I don't think I'm wrong. Do you?
No, I don't. I don't think you're wrong. I think you're right because it is going to be brighter, and you'll see that brighter object further away. That kind of makes sense. And I'm not saying that light isn't reflected off things at all. I'm not saying that, right? All I'm saying is I don't see that. I see that object because the light is bouncing off that object all the way into my eye, right? As an image type of thing. I see that image in place. Right? It's not being transported in packets of information all the way through the atmos to my eye. I just don't see it that way.
Right? You would have no depth perception of anything if that was the case. Everything would be right in your fucking eye. Everything. It's like a periscope, and the way the teacher's light they had in math class when they put that little clear square thing, and it has the light that shoots down and it reflects through the mirror, and when they light it up, it shoots at the board. It's the same as that.
Yeah, a projector. They could put paper or what it was on, like they could draw on it, like this film, and it would show up on the screen. That's just reflection or projection.
I mean, if it's reflecting the light off the thing, that's how you see it, right?
Well, I use reflection, like but I don't know if that's the right word. It's just something that I can relate to. It seems like it's reflecting off of that, but that's also what I've been taught. But it is kind of strange. I mean, it's like it's there. It's like we're part of
Obviously, light gets reflected off things, right? In different amounts.
We would either have like holograms floating everywhere, or no depth perception of anything ever. Does it make sense? Light's like a tube, and like if you got a tube and you can bend the tube and put it in the body a certain way, or down into like the ground, you can see around something and see like certain shit that you couldn't normally see with a straight tube, kind of. So the light just makes it so you can see what you're trying to look at, in a way.
You know, it makes a lot more sense when you think of your body as a vehicle, uh, sort of like a car or any other machine, where or a computer really. You have the RAM and the ROM and all that kind of stuff, but you also have peripherals, the things that you can use to put
How
input
do
into
those
the
work?
computer.
Now hold on a second. Now, do those work by something shooting into them, or are they shooting something out that when you cross it, it gets notified?
Exactly. Those peripherals they use, for instance, like your keyboard and your mouse. It doesn't go anywhere. It's waiting for you to press a button, and it puts input into the computer. It's the same with your ears and your nose, and your eyes are taking in information, with things that it's coming across it. You know what I mean? It's not going out there and finding things. It's
So so your sight, like how does radar work then?
the
Radar
same
doesn't
way.
go out and find things.
Radar basically shoots a light and then receives it back.
Radiant energy from the source focused out. It's a beam, right? A beam of detection. It's like a beam, and when you hit that beam, it's notified at the sensor because you ran into that beam. So if you run into my eyesight, which is a beam, then it notifies my eyesight because you ran into it.
Yeah, sure. It's
Yeah,
not
I
like a
mean,
motion detector. Yeah, like a motion detector will.
so what we're trying to say is, do you have to just take everything in your eyeballs? Is it all just coming in your eyeballs, or can your eyeballs be putting something out as well?
Well, no, your eyeballs are the sensors, but radar is a different kind of thing.
So
The
your
radar is
eyeballs are
like the
putting out
distance.
the light, putting out the radiant energy, putting out the beam, and then they just pick up what's out there.
No, that's
That
been
makes more
disproven.
sense.
No, your eyeballs are taking in light. They don't emit anything. That's a very old
Your
theory.
eyeballs don't emit. How does radar work?
Radar is something different. That's like it's like bats. They
It's a
do
beam,
sonar.
right?
Yeah, like sonar.
Is
Yeah,
it
it's like
not a beam?
Your lights are just receptors. They're
yeah,
not. They don't put
I
anything
said,
out.
how does radar work?
like a distance laser
Radar
It
works.
shoots
finder.
out, picks up the image that it erupts it,
That's
or
correct.
it,
Your
in
eyes
the
are not like your eyes are just the receivers. So
Like a distance laser finder has to put out the
how
signal
do you
in order to
demonstrate
receive
that?
it back.
How do you demonstrate your eyes can't put out something as well as take in?
Well, it
How
doesn't.
would
There's
you?
no
can you
need for
see
it to
in the
do that.
dark? Can you see in the dark?
I can do whatever I can do. How do you
You can see
demonstrate
in
your
absolute darkness.
asking me weird questions about your
This
claims
isn't a
is
weird
kind of
question. You're in the
you should
middle of a
understand
cave.
that
You
you're
turn all
going
your
by.
lights out. Why can't you see? If your lights are emitting
That
light, why
doesn't
can't you see?
understand what you're talking about without demonstrating what you're talking about.
Again, well, okay. Here's what you do.
Turning
Turn off
out
all.
light to understand, make you understand light.
Yes, it
Stop.
will, because according
No,
to you, hold on, stop. You say
out.
hey, stop. You say your lights. You say your eyes emit light. If that worked, you should be able to see in a very dark room.
No, that doesn't make any sense. So the room doesn't exist now
So,
because there's no light.
What is
You're
this guy
crazy.
talking about? Are you
Still
high?
up.
Hold on.
Still
Oh,
up.
this is Dame. Is this Damok?
Give each other room. Give each other room.
Am I talking
Please.
to Damok?
Yeah.
All right.
If I'm talking to Damok, it's worthless.
Well, isn't it that if of course, if once you turn off the light, you won't be able to see immediately, but your eyes will adjust to pick up any other light that's in the room.
All
Because
right.
your
Yeah, but your eyeballs are still there working and seeing what they see for whatever is illuminated, for whatever can. So if something's close enough, yeah, you can probably see it or detect little certain portions. There are some people that can see in pretty dark ass areas with no light.
yeah, but the way your eyes do that is by widening in its aperture and making your pupils bigger so that it can take in more light.
Well, how do you know they're not putting out less?
Well, I mean,
You see in a dark room.
think about that right there, though. That's
Uh,
another indication that it's taking in light. It increases the aperture so it can take in more light, so you can see better.
So why when I close my eyes, right, and put my hands over my eyes and then put a blindfold over that, it's absolutely pitch black, right? Can't see anything in front of me, yet I can see like all these little squiggly little electrical. I can still see light in my eyes. Why is that?
You should see an eye doctor.
No, those are that's like your sensors reading. It's like misfirings. You know what I mean? It's not. Those aren't. You're not actually seeing anything, obviously, right? So your brain is trying to interpret the signals, but there's not an actual signal there.
What's crazy is if you close both eyes, you'll see black, but if you open one eye, you won't see black at all.
There you go.
Damok's talking about emission theory, which is very old and pretty much disregarded theory of light. You can't see in a dark room. You're not a bat. You're not seeing in sonar. You don't have flashlights on your eyes.
And bats usually they don't. I mean, they emit a noise to actually pick up the sound waves.
Correct. That's what the emission
their
theory
eyeballs and
is.
their ears the same way. There's a frequency from their eyes, even though they can't see exactly what the fuck's going on, and they have a frequency from their ears, and all of it comes back and works together. You cross both paths, you messed up. You're in its peripheral. That's how it can see the trees and the bugs and the little things it wants to eat. How in the hell you gonna see some little bitty things flying, fucking whatever, shaped like diamonds when they're supposed to be the radar shape can't be picked up? That's kind of weird, right? Like the stealth bomber's not supposed to be picked up on radar, right? But these bats are doing it all day. When they pick up the little beetles that are shaped just like a stealth bomber, they have no problem.
Wow.
Bomber has.
Wow, that was wild, Damok. That's a world class word salad right there. Congratulations.
I understood it perfectly. It made total sense
How
to
you
me.
demonstrate light's not like there's not a frequency emitted from your eyeballs. How you're not putting something out. That to me is absurd. That's insane. Like why would you fart? Why would gas or anything go from source outward if you're not emitting something?
Your eyes more of a receiver, no? In a sense,
Your
that
eyes
it's
are receivers.
receiving.
They're not emitters. I mean, if you have a
Right.
flashlight, you can see in a dark room, but your eyes don't emit any light. You can't see in a dark room.
What is sound?
Wait, hold on a second. Stop. We're not talking about heat or sound. We're talking about light.
Yeah, I know. Your eyeballs focus made a certain way. It's designed in a certain format of the surface area, right? How do you know it's not focusing shit outward and like widen it and shit? What do you mean? How do you know it's not pulsating something outward? How do you know that?
Can you
Why
see
would
in
you
a
have
dark
a rod
room?
and a cone? What's a cone do?
Can you see in a dark
Cone
room?
is usually the shape of an antenna, right? And what's a rod do?
Can you see in a
Right?
dark
One
room?
transmits and transceives. One takes in and one puts out. Why do you have two and not one? Why wouldn't you only need one if you're taking in? I'm done.
I think Platypus was trying to get in.
Oh, man, no, I'm good.
Are you
I'm
good?
Yeah,
Okay,
I'm
cool,
good.
man.
Thank you, though.
Why does anyone bother trying to engage DMOC? It's a useless proposition.
Well, it's the same proposition that I was having, like how we're seeing, right? So don't be going down that track.
What do you think of what I said about the pupils, bandsaw? Your pupils dilate. Isn't this an indication that it's and you're able to see more? Is this an indication that your eyes are intaking, this source of light?
Well, your pupils dilate, so you can actually resolve what you're looking at because it's probably too bright. The illumination is probably too bright, isn't it? So your pupils dilate so you can, right, use the tools that you've got in your head for what they were designed for, so you can get around.
I think your angular resolution decreases when your pupils dilate. Could be wrong though. I honestly could be wrong about that, but I thought this.
Really? I think, I don't know, I'd have to Google it, but it would make sense that if you were to shine a bright light into my eye, that they would close over.
Well, yeah, Yeah, as a mechanism.
Yeah, so it would be a protective property, wouldn't it?
Well, I mean, in that instance, sure, but it's
Yeah,
like I
there
said,
you
the
go.
same. It's the same with all animals, like cats and stuff like that, and the different animals that have different pupils. It's a means to let light in, and it's same with your camera. When you open your aperture, it's because you want to let more light in.
How do you know your camera doesn't put electromagnetic wave outward too? I'm saying it can be a two-way street. It doesn't have to be a one-way street. Why do you have the two, cones and rods?
Well,
Can you tell?
it'd be an unnecessary street is the problem because cameras don't pick
Who
up
said who?
anything.
You're not the designer of a human eyeball. What are you talking about?
Well, in
That
order
would
for you to take a picture in the dark, you have to turn your flash on. Okay, if it's not dark, you don't need the flash.
So it'd be
So
unnecessary to have some cool ass eyeballs to do both things. Is that what you're saying? Too bad for you. I think the latter.
Where's all the photons bouncing around everywhere with night vision goggles?
the infrared, you
Yeah.
see them. You see them.
So
That's what
all
you pick up.
infrared, we see shit with a good night vision goggles. We see, pretty
The
damn good. We see everything. So
infrared. We see infrared
that's
light.
also photons bouncing around off everything.
Yeah, infrared light. Most of the
It's
light
not-
in the universe that's emits from stuff is actually infrared light. So
it's everywhere.
Well, it's not everywhere. No, it's just if there's infrared light there, then you'll see it with infrared goggles.
So night vision is picks up that infrared light, or is that how
Yes.
kind of night vision works?
Yes.
The infrared lights bouncing off our cone.
Our eyes don't pick up infrared.
No, we need
Right, but it's still
night
bouncing off our
vision,
cones, though, right?
Yes,
It's
yeah,
still
all of it is.
bouncing off.
Yeah. We don't
It's
pick up
bouncing
gamma
off.
rays either, but gamma rays will still bounce off your eyes and they'll probably kill you.
Right, but it's the right frequency, the right wavelength, we see, and that determines color, the wavelength, everything in frequency. That's how we measure it all, right?
Yep.
I bet you though in the future
It's only when
there'll
they
be
switch
the
it to energy. It's
capability
only when they
and
switch it. Hold on, it's only when they switch it to energy, and when do they start, quantifying it like that, and to interact. It's a convention. I'm good with that, but as far as me thinking photons are bouncing around everywhere, no, man, I don't believe that. It's just different, I don't know.
Well, there was another guy that was saying something about the future or something.
yeah, I was gonna say in the future we're probably gonna be able to get lenses installed with those capabilities.
Yeah, I believe so. Yeah. Neuralink. Jeremy's gonna be.
Someone talked earlier about what you see when you close your eyes. I really wanted to talk about it, but I wasn't able to since I was muted for so long.
Yeah, interesting concept. I just wanted to share something real quick. So I just thought of a kind of a trippy idea about taking pictures or photographs or whatever. And I realized that, it only applies to like a digital camera, and not like an analog or whatever you call it, like film camera. Like you don't need light in order to take a photograph. You're like, what do you. But like I can take a picture of the darkness with my phone. You know what I mean? Like you can't do that with an old school camera. You can't do that with an old school camera, right? But you can take a photograph of the darkness.
It'll just be dark.
Yeah, the outcome will be the same in both cases. It'll just not pick up anything.
But if you're taking a picture with a digital camera, there will still be a light coming from the screen on the other side of the camera, which will,
No, that's not how old school cameras work, right? They would have a big burst. They would have a big burst of light, and then they have like a film of very like photosensitive chemicals, and then the image only appears by the light, entering it and burning at a certain degree of that chemical. So if there's no light to burn it, then no photograph is taken on like an original camera.
well, a picture will still be taken. It would just be too dark to see what's in the picture.
Right,
You're just using the flash to illuminate the
Nothing would happen to it. Like you can take that same film and just stick it out in the sunlight, and the whole thing turns white or whatever.
Yeah, it'll ruin
right?
it.
It's because it's too bright.
Right. So you can't take a photo. Nothing would change. It'd just be film unchanged with an original camera, like an old school camera. But funny thing is, you can take a picture of the darkness with a digital camera, though.
No, but the outcome would be the same. If you develop both those pictures, they would turn out to be you'd see the same thing. It'd be nothing. You would just see there would be no difference in the. There'd be nothing that the digital camera picked up, and there'd be nothing that the analog camera picked up.
Yeah,
I'm not
but
sure
the
I
film
understood
would.
the point of Fundy.
I'm just saying that like film doesn't have to be black, you know. So whatever you could have like a sort of yellowy white, or who knows? I mean, it's in the dark. That's the whole point of it. Like it has to stay in the dark. You can't even say film has a color really, because it has to be kept out of the light. I don't know. We can move on.
Can I talk about the when you close your eyes, what you're seeing?
1 second. Everybody like Kosho real quick. Like
No, he was trying to get in there for a minute, man.
So when you close your eyes, you see all those little dots all over the place. That's weird. What is that?
You're talking about the tugging of the retina, yo.
Maybe. I'm just trying to say that you can try it right now if you want. You'll notice that there's probably quite a light show happening, right?
Yeah, I see the same.
One that is consistently changing. Interestingly, we do not need light to stimulate our visual systems. The same way you don't need to see a visual picture to imagine a picture inside your head, which I'm assuming most of you can do, though. There are people who can't do that. Neurons in our visual system are always sending signals, even if they're not receiving signals. So the brain will interpret that and in the thalamus. So even if we're totally in darkness, even if you're resting your eyes or when you're asleep, there will still be something to see.
What if you're born blind from birth? You can't see anything, then you can't really picture, right? Unless it's described to you.
Even a blind person can, if they have the ability to imagine, they can imagine stuff, even if they don't exactly know. They're not seeing it in their head the same way we would be. They can calculate like they can envision a ball because they have felt it, so they know that it's round. But they won't necessarily know what color it is. Do you understand what I mean?
Yeah.
It'll be like the old computers when you have a 3D projection of an object that has no color.
Also,
maybe it's in black and green, or yeah.
And also, there's different types of blind people. You know, you could
Yeah.
like lose your sight at the age of 20, and you'd still retain your ability to imagine whatever you want.
But I think it was talking about a blind person who's born blind.
Right.
I'm very curious what they are envisioning.
Right, how do they perceive the world, right? Because you can't really see it, so it's all based on the mind, right? What the mind creates it.
They still have some auditory ability to envision the world, and also they can feel by touch. Those who have bad hearing.
I think it's interesting that their other senses become more keen, right? Like more sensitive.
They're hearing.
I've seen videos talking about a person who is able to make clicking sounds with his voice, and he uses that to visualize the world around him, almost like a bat does.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
like sonar.
It's all the frequency, right? So if light, sound, hearing, like it's all frequency of electrical content, like electricity in a way, like, then each one that you close down enhances the next ability to like sense that other one. Does that make sense?
Yeah. Different objects will have different frequencies. So if you're projecting a sound onto an object, the frequency you get back will be different. So you might be able to even, if you're really clever, you might be able to tell the density of an object or
if you're closer to it, perhaps.
Yeah. How far away it is and whatnot. I mean, the world is a really interesting place.
Yeah. Just goes to show like an understanding of geometry isn't the only understood through sight.
Anyways. I've had my rant for the day.
It's
You and
healthy to
Paul
have some rants.
wound up. I've never
Sorry.
heard that guy get so wound up.
Sorry, Rakia.
I must have
So-
missed yours. I
I
was
got a
dealing with
question
a
about the double split.
Hold on. Sorry, what was that,
Devil's
Rakia? You got overtalked.
I must yeah, it's all right. I must have missed yours. I was with a client, but that's all right. I can imagine it. I just close my eyes
That's
and
right.
imagine you in the bushes ranting.
Naked.
Yeah, I'm not gonna do that. What a strange world we live in, right? Just think about the reality that we're living in right now. We're coming here and we can have these conversations all day long, you and I, and this group right here, and then add one of those zealots, right? What we deem zealots, and it just turns into this weird realm of I'm right, you're wrong, blah blah blah. I don't kind of strange to be in this arena.
I find it strange, Rakia, that like if you someone explains something to you, so you have a very particular image in how that working happens, right? And you go, okay, then. So, and you may go, okay, then I hear what you're saying, I understand what you're saying, but I don't actually really agree with that, right? And if you don't agree with it, man, it's on like Donkey Kong, right? It's crazy.
Someone asked earlier what sound is. I thought that was interesting. What is sound? Someone said. Who was that?
Don't know.
Does anyone remember asking what sound is?
Oh, it may have been mentioned, Yo.
It was probably DMOC, but we know what sound is.
In case anybody doesn't know, sound is just a vibration that propagates through the air as an acoustic wave, an auditorial wave. The spectrum of what a human can hear.
Okay, that.
It is. Sorry, what?
You might have been hot micing.
I was hot micing.
He was.
No. Well, I really like the two
as
words
usual.
Ken Wheeler taught. I really like the two words Ken Wheeler taught me to use and talk about those acoustic percussions or whatever. Where he says it's compression and rarefaction.
Rarefaction? Hold on, I've got to Google.
Rarefaction. Yeah, rarefaction.
It's all very similar, right? Just take a tuning fork and one might give you the chills and one might make you feel good and one might make you feel bad type thing.
Okay.
But all those words have to do with frequency and pulse and it's
Compression
basically
and rarefaction. Just think of a slinky bandsaw.
Okay. Yep. Cool. See, I
It's
like
just
the simple explanations are the best. Thanks, Napalm.
Yep. It's
he's
just
upside
becoming...
down, so the blood is rushing to his head. He can't think that clearly. A little groggy.
Gravity keeps me from fainting. Okay, that's what happens.
Thank God for gravity, man.
No way.
You would hit your head on a star.
I would at that.
Or get off balance if gravity is zero, the center of everything. Like, I have found my center. I am one with everything. So how can anything be off balance when there's gravity?
Because you don't understand.
I'm curious. Would anybody disagree with the sentence that all frequencies will have acoustics in the right transition medium, even if they're not audible to us?
Sounds good.
All right.
What are you saying?
Roger.
I'm saying that all frequencies have a are audible when they're in a medium, even if humans can't perceive it, because humans can only perceive between 20 hertz and 20 kilohertz.
Yep.
Sure, just get a large enough, film or
Microphone?
drum membrane or whatever, to resonate with it.
Seismograph.
No, I'm talking about the sensor.
And amplifying or like compressing and decompressing in a way. Like when the little pistol shrimp compresses and makes that sound, it turns to light. Like that. So in a way, yeah. Frequencies carry it, whether you can see it or hear it or not, it still can exist and be omitted, yeah.
I think that pistol shrimp still has scientists befuddled to this day over why that even happens with the light.
But what? Befuddled.
Befuddled.
Is he hot like
You like that?
Yeah. But there's some light that you can't see, and there's some sound that you can't hear, right? Like, and then other things can see better at night or less during the day, and hear things that you can't hear. I mean, it's but it's still there. That sound is still there.
So you see the similarities between sound and light. Maybe they have more in common than people think.
Depends on the receptor, yep.
Frequency, energy.
Because sound itself is not an actual thing. It's just there's no sound particle. There's no sound photon, right?
Just wait.
What breaks
They'll
the
come out with
glass,
one, maybe.
Jeremy? If you play a speaker next to a glass really loud, what breaks it if nothing's flying out of those speakers?
You're joking.
No, I'm just saying. Sound can get to a point where it breaks down something too.
Hey guys,
Yeah, but you're joking, right?
I found something really interesting.
The waves do. Hold on, let me just address that. The waves do come off the thing. It is like a wave, but it's like a disturbance in the medium kind of thing, like a wave in the ocean, right?
Action,
Yeah.
reaction. So something is going through the medium to cause the causation or action of the medium to react that way. Correct?
Anything that's going to shatter from sound being played by it is going to have to be something that's extremely good at like bending and resonating and like picking up the vibration. It's not the sound that breaks it. It's its own motion of flexing and twisting that puts it beyond its structural integrity.
There's a sound equated with that, though, right? Every time you have frequency or movement, like you're talking about, back and forth or pulses or whatever, there's sound equated to that.
Sure.
I'm curious if anybody here thinks that light has a sound.
I think
that's what you were getting at.
I think it has like those laser rangefinders. I don't think the laser part, the light that you see, is not what's measuring. I think it's the frequency that it's sending out along that beam. It's just giving you a reference point, what to point at.
When I was looking into structured water and water memory, they were saying that the sound of the sun was the most best thing to structure the water with.
Yeah. What's that song?
I came across
working on a chain.
I came across something talking about it where it says light is made up of particles like photons. Photons doesn't have a measurable mass as far as we can do today. So they, in of itself, therefore does not make sound, but the sound can be made by hitting another. You can hear a sound from light when it's being bent in the mass of, for example, on the gravitation of a planet.
Do you believe in
I don't know if anyone's gonna. I don't know if anyone's gonna agree with that, but
what's there to disagree with?
So what causes the gravitation of a planet? That's
That's a different question. That's
well, that's what we won't. That's the part we'll have some issue with.
Obviously,
you're saying the bending of space time Hold on. You're saying this, the bending of space time has something.
The other guy did ask a question before you, though.
All right, go ahead.
He asked, "What is gravity?" Right?
Oh boy.
I'll find
No,
out
we will
better-
have
better
we will have a
response.
contention with planets and gravity. You say
Well, gravity is a fundamental interaction which causes mutual attraction between all things with mass or energy.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, apparently.
Gravity is one of the weakest forms of interactions that we have.
I'll be back later.
Stop. Rocky, you got this. Rocky, you got this one.
This is your one, Rakia. This is your baby.
All right, all right, here we go. Y'all ready? You're wrong.
All right.
You're a physicist, right?
Oh, ouch! That's a low blow.
What's a low blow?
I destroyed him. And Jeremy's
You don't
not like
understand.
Yeah, he doesn't understand, obviously.
Yeah.
He doesn't.
He probably doesn't even realize I destroyed him.
I don't think you did.
Here we go, yo. Like, do you even know the formula for gravity?
Please explain to me if you know it.
I'll show you something. I'll give you something to watch.
No, explain it to me. If you claim to know it, then explain it to me. You can explain it.
I'll give you a citation.
It's S. It's F is equal to.
Right? Telling you
I
about
know.
two
Okay, don't do it.
going to help you with imagining. You're just going to imagine my imagination. I can tell you blue potatoes all day. Until I show them to you, you don't know what I'm talking about. If I say the shape is blah, do you know what that shape is just by my description? Clearly not. So you need to
That's
demonstrate.
why I like D-Mock right there.
If you
Perfect.
give me a
That's your
description of
boy.
what round is, you can
I
give me a
know.
description of. Hey, Mark, instead of using an example which is not real, you can give me an explanation of what round is. For example, you can even give the mathematical. You can
Shape
even
of
give
the
me
earth?
the. Denmark, please don't interrupt me. You can give me the mathematical equation of what a round object is, right? Just
No,
because
I can't. Not without the
just because-
object. No. How did you get the
Yes, you
equation
can.
without the object?
You don't need
If
it. You don't need the
have
object. You don't need the object. I can
second,
tell
gave
you the.
If you don't have the object, where did you get the equation from? Narnia. Sorry.
You're interrupting me, sir. But I can explain to you the shape of a square, for example, which is more easier than a round object. I can give you the mathematics of a square without ever having to show you one.
Okay, do it.
I could say
What
that a
shape
square.
is 572910? I'll wait.
God damn it.
572910. What's the shape? Please.
Holy shit, dude.
Please. I'll wait.
That's what I'm talking about. I'll take D-Mock on the street, on the debate, anywhere over any of you suckers.
You guys love interrupting, but not holding yourself to the same standards that you would hold, for example, me.
all right.
Yeah, we're
D-Mock,
good. We're good.
D-Mock, please don't interrupt again.
I could tell that a square, for example, can have all same lengths in 4 dimensions, for example, or in 2 dimensions if you want to have not a cube but an actual square. You can have, for example,
Can you show me?
Is that
each side
is that your
each side-
mathematical equation? Oh, my bad. I
each
thought you were
side.
done, bro.
Holy shit, dude.
Yeah, I mean, can
Yeah, I
you
thought you were done.
You guys are too childish. Before I get muted,
No,
I'm just gonna-
you don't. Nobody's gonna mute.
No,
Sorry.
because you're all just gonna interrupt. You're
I'm
all gonna interrupt.
moderating. I'm moderating. Calm down. Calm down. I'm moderating.
You are
Calm
going to
down.
ask-
I'm
Go,
trying
listen
to.
to him.
Bye.
Ciao.
Same
Bye-bye.
script. Sounds like RC, doesn't it?
Guys, I thought he was done. First of all, my bad.
Yeah,
the
it's
mathematical, the mathematical. If that's his mathematical description of a square, I mean, you could draw another shape with that. It doesn't have to be square, right? We went through this the other day.
Wait, what? What was his definition?
4 sides all the same length.
Oh yeah, it's not correct. You can have a rhombus. Rhombus is
I was
4
about to
sides,
roast him
same
with
shape
that.
as
You
square.
guys get all antsy in the pantsy. I was going to roast him on that.
No, he just.
I wasn't
he
answering.
just couldn't get.
I wasn't even here.
he just felt like he had to talk all the time, and I mean, he felt like he wanted to monologue more than he wanted to have conversation.
You take all the lowest hanging fruits, man.
Oh, me?
That's
Bro,
right.
when people say wrong shit, I call them on it. I don't care who it is.
I'm gonna start calling you who Peyton Answer Shield. Peyton Answer Shield does that.
No, you guys do that. Yeah, no, you guys do that. Ruhif does it. Ruhif has me muted. That
I'll start calling
he'd
you.
rather no, Ruhif would no, why? You don't No, don't call me Ruhif. That's fucked up.
No.
It's obvious. Yeah, you can have 4 sides same length and not be a square.
Yeah.
A square has to have 90 degrees.
Well, it's obvious to me, but it wasn't obvious to him. Globers be saying wild shit, and I gotta, call you on it. It's mostly the Globers I gotta call out on this merry-go-round of nonsense that you got us on. All right.
Coriolis, huh? Yeah, Coriolis on the mind.
No, I haven't brought up Coriolis. All right, I drove you guys nuts for a week on it, and I haven't brought it up since. Okay, we did Coriolis week. It's like Shark Week. Bandstaw's been dying to talk about Coriolis, though. I know it.
Yeah, he hates it.
I love it. It's my favorite topic.
What
are you talking about?
So did you get sorted out on Redshift?
No, is space expanding equally
Yes.
in all directions?
Yes.
Only the space that's
You fundamental.
So if it's expanding equally in all directions, why is it accelerating faster the farther you look? If it's expanding equally, it should be accelerating at an equal rate, right?
Yeah, think about this, dude. First of all, you know that picture that I always make?
Is that not right what I just said? Hold on. Is that not right what I just said?
The beginning of what you said is right. I didn't hear the end of it, but the beginning is right, yes.
Why didn't you listen to the end? That was like the whole thing.
All right, what's the end?
If space is expanding equally in all directions, it should be accelerating equally in all directions, right?
Oh, incorrect. So check this out, dude.
Well, how the fuck does that work?
I'm gonna tell you, dude. You know that picture I always made for you and Bandsaw and other people? I say pick a dot.
Oh.
You know what I'm talking about?
You pick your dot, and then you complain.
Yeah, and then somebody picks it. And then you pick a dot and you say, no, not that. That dot. Pick a different dot. Pick a different dot. Listen, all you need to do is explain how something could be expanding equally in all directions. However, the farther away from you it is, the faster it's accelerating.
I'm trying to tell you right now. That's why I brought that up.
All right.
That's why. That's the whole point.
The dot thing isn't going to work for you because we pick dots and then you say they're the wrong dots. You're pick a card, any card, and you make someone do that 51 times until they pick the card that you had.
So I see
he wanted us to pick the center one. That's the problem. But anyway, go on, Coach Joe.
Not at all. I don't think you see. That's the problem. Is both you guys, you knuckleheads, both you guys. You guys don't pay attention. I made the whole thing several times for you guys. You don't even fucking know what's going on. The whole point of me doing that.
Okay, listen. We're baking a loaf of raisin bread. Okay.
Why do you listen to this?
The raisins are expanding equal. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, but the polka dots, dude. The reason I told you to pick one is because I was showing you that it doesn't matter which one you pick. You can pick one anywhere on the thing. And all I have to do is increase the size of the entire scale of the entire thing. So I basically increased, the picture so that the space is introduced everywhere equally. And all I did was overlap the dot on top of itself. And then when I do that, it shows from that point, every other dot is exceeding away from it faster and faster the further away it is. This is just what happens when all of the space is increasing. If all the space is increasing, then the distance between you and somewhere far away is going to be moving away faster than the distance between you and something closer.
Do you know what the word
you got the Milky Way. Oh,
Kosho,
hold
do you
on.
know what the word center means? I'll just quickly, I'll be 2 secs. Kosho, do you know what the word center means?
The word sex means?
Center,
Oh yeah,
middle.
center. Yeah, of
Yes?
course.
Yeah, okay then. So I pick my dot on the very edge. You are now going to show me where, how that is now the center. Then you show me another picture where the dot is still on the very edge. By definition, it's not the center.
I agree, but I think I might have confused the point
Yourself.
because what I was trying to demonstrate to you was the center of expansion. Yeah.
Anyway, Jeremy, go.
We got the Milky Way, and then we got a straight line of galaxies in one direction. The first one's going to be Galaxy A. Second one's going to be Galaxy B. Okay, simple, right? That's easy. So Galaxy A, they're all equidistant apart. Okay, if space is expanding at the same rate in all directions, why, when I look farther, is it expanding is it accelerating faster? That doesn't even. I'm gonna have to draw a diagram.
Oh, it's the same question as before. Okay. So here's the picture. Here's the picture that you posted. Here's the picture I posted. Okay. Here's the picture I posted, and here's the dot you picked, Bandsaw. Okay. You picked the dot in that top corner.
Yes.
All I did was increase the size of the picture by 0.5%, or something like that, and I overlaid those blue dots on top of each other. And as you can see, everything is moving away from it now. And if you go the further away it is, the more it's moving away. This is just by virtue of the expansion and by you being in a single location.
Mm-hmm. It's not in the center, is it?
Oh my god. That doesn't matter.
Of course it matters. I asked you where the center of the universe was, right? And you said everywhere. Okay, then, cool. And then you were going to demonstrate how it was everywhere. Okay? The center, I don't know. Let's Google what the word center means. Kosher. All right.
Bandsaw, that was a totally different point.
Okay.
Well, if space is infinite, or the center is everywhere, right? Because it's infinite.
Well, no, it's everywhere.
Yeah, it would be everywhere because it's infinite. Infinite size.
Place in the middle, a point that is equally distant from every other point. Okay? That's the center.
Yeah, but there's usually center when there's a size involved. When we're speaking about space, it's infinite.
No, I don't think anyone claims that the universe is infinite.
Yeah, people.
Is that what they're? Do they?
I mean, nobody knows for certain, but I don't think it is.
Who's claiming it?
I mean, there's people that claim that. I mean, it's unknown.
Oh.
It's unknown. So.
Hold on.
Oh.
We got our quotes here. Where's our quotes?
I think there's mainstream claims that it's definitely not infinite, if anything.
No.
If it's infinite, how can it be expanding?
That is a good point. Remember when you were kids and you used to be like infinity, and then somebody would go infinity plus 1, and then you go infinity plus 2, and then you go infinity times infinity. It's something like that, I think.
Yeah, I used to beat those people up.